Ding.
Host detected. System connecting. Ding. Childbirth system is binding with the host. Progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. Binding complete.
Ding.
Beginner's gift pack delivered. Welcome to the Beast World planet. Complete missions to earn billions in rewards. Have a pleasant journey. When Zhizhi woke up, she found herself locked in a room. Beneath her was a soft mattress. The hoarse electronic voice faded away, replaced by the heavy sound of machinery. Her head throbbed painfully. Where is this? Wasn't she just lying in a hospital bed? How did she end up here? Mr. Chiao, here are the profiles of these females. Please take a look. Hearing the voice, Zhizhi turned her head and vaguely saw two figures. One of them, a man in a dark suit around 30 years old, was carefully reading the documents in his hand. After flipping through a few pages, his brows furrowed as if he was losing patience. The staff beside him quickly handed over a new file. This one just arrived today. She's a female rabbit. The man looked down at the information. Name, Zhizhi. Species, rabbit, adult. Mental power, not awakened. Ability, not awakened. Constitution, weak. Experience, none. Overall rating, DA, very weak-looking female. Perfect for the one in their family, a true beast. We'll take her. Before Zhizhi could figure out what was happening, she was taken to a grand palace, where two maids helped her bathe and change clothes. She noticed that both maids had fluffy cat ears and tails. After putting on a light purple gown with a fitted waist, she looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was the same as before, except now she had a pair of white rabbit ears. Miss Zhizhi, this way please, one of the maids said, opening the door. Following their lead, Zhizhi arrived at an elevator. It looked different from the ones in her old world, more mechanical and old-fashioned. Inside, the floor was covered with a red carpet, crystal lamps shaped like flames hung on both sides, and a poster of a noble vampire was pasted on the back wall. Zhizhi stepped inside. The maids smiled as they closed the elevator door. After she left, the two of them couldn't help whispering to each other. She's really beautiful. It would be such a pity if she doesn't make it through the night. Let's hope the god of light protects her. Since waking up, Zhizhi's mind had been covered in a thick fog. She watched the red numbers on the elevator panel flicker as it went down, finally stopping at B13. The elevator came to a halt, and the doors opened. Behind them was an old chain gate that creaked as it slid open to both sides. The hallway beyond was dim, with dark red lights flickering along the walls. Zhizhi stared blankly at the eerie scene before her, frozen in place. Time seemed to stop. The red numbers on the elevator display slowly faded away, as if the machine had broken down, stuck on the 13th basement floor. Host, the mission has begun. Please leave the elevator and find a suitable partner, said a hoarse electronic voice that sounded like a young boy.
Who are you?
Zhizhi asked, gathering her courage. I am your system. You can call me Satan.
Satan?
The devil? Satan, where is this place? System. This is the planet Orbis, ruled by the beast folk. You are currently in the Valoran Empire. System. Right now, you are a female of the rabbit tribe. Your first mission is to win the trust of a male from the wolf tribe and start a family. Completing the mission will earn you 300 experience points. System. Friendly reminder. When your experience bar is full, you will level up. Each level unlocks new rewards. When you reach level 10, you can return to your original world with a healthy, long life, eternal youth, and great wealth. A planet, an empire, beastfolk? Zhizhi remembered lying in a hospital bed, giving up treatment because she couldn't afford the surgery. As her consciousness faded, she had quietly counted down the last moments of her life. She never expected to wake up in another world.
Beep, beep,
beep. The elevator began to shake, and the red lights flashed rapidly. The system urged, "You're out of time. Move quickly. If you fail or run out of time, you will be erased." Wearing a light purple gown, Zhizhi lifted her skirt slightly and stepped out of the elevator. Almost at the same moment, the elevator behind her suddenly dropped. Only a deep, bottomless black hole was left behind. Still shaken, Zhizhi held her breath. She carefully leaned against the wall and noticed that the metal surface, once smooth, was now cracked and covered with faint graffiti of clown faces. Find a partner. Give birth to a child. Failure or delay means death. The long corridor was eerily quiet, like a haunted house. Dim red lights on both sides glowed faintly, spreading across the floor like dark stains. Zhizhi groped her way forward. A strong sense of unease wrapped around her. When she found a large wooden crate, she quickly hid in the narrow space between it and the wall. From a distance came the sound of footsteps.
Top, top, top.
It felt like being trapped in a dark alley on a rainy night, with a dangerous stranger approaching. Zhizhi covered her mouth tightly with both hands.
Wait.
The beginner's gift pack. She remembered hearing about it from the system when she first woke up. Satan. Satan, you, Zhizhi shouted in her mind. I want to open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. A familiar sound echoed in her head. A projection appeared on the floor before her. A red gift box opened with a flash, releasing flowers and rainbow-colored ribbons. A faint blue transparent list appeared in front of her. Congratulations, host, on receiving your beginner's rewards. The glowing text scrolled across the screen. Pheromone that drives beastmen crazy ×2, instant painless birth pill ×1, skin smoothing beauty serum ×3, basic nutrition drink. Only fills hunger ×10, heart sealing rune permanent ×1, time freeze for 10 seconds ×2, mind reading card ×2. At the end of the corridor, the footsteps grew louder, now joined by a careless whistle. It was a light yet unsettling tune, like a pale hand twisting something fragile. Panicking, Zhizhi quickly selected the skin-smoothing beauty serum. A slender, thumb-sized blue vial appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she drank it all in one gulp. Besides that, there was one more important thing, the pheromone.
Click.
In front of Zhizhi, a pair of black military boots stopped. Her heart jumped to her throat. Suddenly, the person before her bent down, and a pair of blood-red eyes stared straight at her. Those eyes, like a demon's, glimmered with madness. Found you. If you like it, please save this story. Those red, frightening eyes were deep and wild. A chill ran down Zhizhi's spine, and her mind went blank.
Ha.
A pale hand reached toward her. Her neck was suddenly gripped tightly. She was forced to look up, terrified. The man wore a dark uniform, similar to a military outfit. On his chest hung a silver tag faintly engraved with the letter K. Whether from lack of air or sheer fear, Zhizhi couldn't think at all. Little prey, why aren't you crying? He said, leaning closer until their noses almost touched. His crimson eyes grew more frenzied. The ones the butler sends are getting worse and worse. A little rabbit like you might not even survive a touch. But it's fine. Don't be afraid. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, after you're gone, I'll give your body to Kilu as a reward. Zhizhi's lips parted slightly. She was almost out of breath. It seemed she wouldn't even last until the mission ended or failed. The first man she met was about to kill her. Suddenly, she remembered the items from her beginner's pack. System. System. I want to use them. I want to stop time. Whoosh. The grip on her neck froze, and Zhizhi could finally breathe again. System. You have only 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Pheromone. Her voice was hoarse. As soon as she spoke, a small pale glass vial appeared in her hand. It was labeled, Pheromone that drives male beast men into a frenzy. Note. Duration. 24 hours. Without hesitation, she drank it. As the system counted down to 1, time began to move again. Zhizhi couldn't find any other way to escape. Even if time stood still, she still couldn't escape his control. She closed her eyes, ready to face death. But the expected pain never came. Zhizhi opened her eyes nervously and saw him staring at her coldly. The hallway was dimly lit. The young woman before him looked delicate and soft. She wore a light purple dress that made her seem fragile, yet graceful. Her fair skin was flawless, her frightened eyes glimmered with tears, and her slightly parted lips trembled as if she wanted to speak. He didn't know when it started, but he could always sense a faint scent from her that made his body react in a strange, uncontrollable way. He tried to stay calm, but he couldn't ignore the instincts that came with being who he was. This feeling was unfamiliar to him. As a warrior created by the K family, his hands were stained with blood. Even when facing tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers alone, he had never felt his heart tremble like this. Confused emotions surged within him, and the red glow in his eyes deepened. Maybe. He released her neck, his hand pausing near her shoulder. Before I end this, there are other things we need to do. She didn't know how much time had passed. He had taken her from the corner filled with wooden crates to a room that smelled strongly of disinfectant. Beside the bed were several machines used to check physical conditions. Did it work? Zhizhi thought in confusion. The system's voice sounded. It takes 1 week to confirm the result. During this time, the main mission will remain in a silent phase. A week? She had to stay with this terrifying man for a whole week? He's going to kill me, Zhizhi thought in despair. The system replied, the K family is one of the strongest in the Valoran Empire. Unfortunately, their male warriors often struggle to continue their bloodline. If the mission succeeds, the Empire will protect you. But we won't know for a week. The system said, the Wolf clan is known for their loyalty. If he falls in love with you, he will never harm you.
Then.
Can you see how much he likes me? Of course, the system answered. How much, -50? What? Zhizhi shouted without thinking. She grew anxious. Why is it negative? System. Maybe he thinks you took away something precious from him. Zhizhi. What's your name? The wolf warrior woke up. His voice was hoarse. His uniform jacket lay to the side. As he sat up, he saw the small female in front of him staring at him in fear. Her eyes were dark and bright, round like lychees. You're too noisy. He reached out to cover her eyes.
Don't look at me.
The little female really was noisy. He remembered how he had lost control earlier, acting as if he had gone mad. Among the Wolf clan, a male's first bond could only be shared with his wife. Wolves were proud, noble, and loyal, unlike other mixed creatures. He was furious with himself for losing control. As the heir of the K family, his wife was supposed to be the most noble and fertile female in the Valoran Empire. This little one, who had been thrown into his recovery territory as prey, clearly had a low status and no ability to bear children. On the beast planet, a female's status was tied to her ability to give birth. Those without that ability had only two fates, either sent to the female quarters to serve others until the end of their lives, or treated as prey, hunted at will. The restlessness he had just suppressed began to rise again. He had been recovering here for a long time. Seeing any living creature made him uneasy. Little one, I promise. This time I'll be gentle. He opened his hand. Dark runes gathered at his fingertips, forming a sharp dagger. I won't let you suffer. Zhizhi's eyes were still covered, but she could feel a chilling air coming from in front of her. Something sharp pressed against her neck. A dagger? Instinctively, she grabbed the hand covering her eyes. Don't hurt me. Zhizhi's voice trembled. Her purple dress was wrinkled, her long hair messy, and her pale shoulders covered with faint red marks, making her look fragile and pitiful.
I'm pregnant.
Zhizhi's heart raced, but she forced herself to sound certain. The man in front of her froze for a moment. She seized the moment and said quickly, It's yours. Zhizhi's voice sounded like she was about to cry. And she really was. She had suddenly arrived in a strange world, and the first male she met seemed completely unstable. You're lying, the wolf-like creature said in a low, gloomy voice. A weak female can't possibly be expecting a child. Maybe the test was wrong. Zhizhi saw a glimmer of hope. We'll know in a week. Just wait 1 more week. A long silence followed.
Fine.
Then we'll wait a week. Zhizhi's eyes were covered, so she couldn't see him, but she heard his low, cold laugh. If you're not expecting, then in a week, I'll let Kira deal with you. The cold touch of the dagger disappeared. Instead, She felt something warm brush against her forehead. "It's much fiercer than I am," he said softly, "and it loves rabbit meat." Kiru? Zhizhi had heard that name twice now. It sounded like some kind of man-eating creature, and she couldn't help but shiver. The wolf-like being noticed her trembling. He placed his left hand behind her neck, his thumb gently brushing her ear. There was always a faint, sweet scent around the small female before him, like jasmine mixed with fresh milk. Something stirred deep inside him. He had always hated being near any living creature, especially females. He thought they all carried an unpleasant smell, but this one was different. She was soft and smelled nice. Letting her live a few more days didn't seem like such a bad idea. "What's your name?" he asked, unusually calm. Zhizhi. Don Lok K. Zhizhi fell backward onto a soft bed. Only then did she realize he had just told her his name. Before she could respond, she felt a sharp sting on her neck. "Stay here for the week," Don Lok warned darkly. "If you try to run, I'll make sure you regret it." Zhizhi. Beep, beep, beep. A broadcast sounded outside. "A new mutant species is about to arrive on level B13. All hunters, please proceed to the elevator area immediately." Tang Lok jumped up, grabbed his coat, and left without looking back. Zhizhi blinked in confusion. A new type of mutant? After all that commotion, she only felt her stomach growling with hunger. While Tang Lok was away, she said, "I want a nutrient drink that can fill me up." A pale blue transparent screen appeared. A small glass tube slid out and landed in Zhizhi's hand. Without hesitation, she drank it all in one go. It tasted sweet and sour, and warmth spread through her stomach, leaving her completely satisfied. She felt full at last. Zhizhi then began to study the other items in her pack. The time stop and pheromone capsules each had only one left. The eavesdropping cards were unused. 2 remained. What puzzled her most was the heart-sealing rune, no time limit. Zhizhi took out the golden rune. "Satan, what is this?" she asked. The system replied, "To help you complete your mission more effectively, you may use this rune. Once activated, you will no longer feel romantic attraction toward any male." The system added, "Friendly reminder. This seal has no time limit. To remove it, you will need the top-grade elixir mandrake essence."
Oh.
Zhizhi hesitated. Just as she was about to put it back, the rune began to glow. Within seconds, it turned into a streak of golden light and sank into her chest, right where her heart was.
"It
Activated on its own?" she asked in surprise.
She was still thinking about it.
The system responded, "Once taken out, it is considered used and cannot be returned." "All right then." Zhizhi sat on the bed, lowering her head. Her soft rabbit ears drooped as well. The seal didn't seem to affect her body. Whether she felt love or not didn't matter. After all, men were just tools for completing tasks. She had to finish her mission quickly and go home. Zhizhi had been frail since childhood, suffering from a rare form of blood cancer. Her parents sold everything they owned to pay for her treatment. When she turned 18, her father died in a car accident. She could still remember her mother kneeling and begging relatives for money. Without funds for treatment, Zhizhi's condition worsened several times. On her last birthday before things became critical, she quietly made a wish as she ate her cake. She hoped to have a healthy body and earn a lot of money. The system said that once she completed the task, she could go home. When that time came, she would rush back to her mother, tell her not to blame herself, not to cry secretly at night, and reassure her that her baby was healthy and beautiful. "I've grown up now, and I'll make sure Mom has a good life," Zhizhi silently repeated in her heart. Familiar footsteps echoed in the hallway. Soon, the sound of the door opening followed. As Zhizhi looked up, a carrot was tossed into her arms. At the door stood Tang Lok, showing signs of a recent battle. His crimson eyes glanced sideways at Zhizhi, who was sitting on the bed. The hunt was over. He had traded his spoils for venison and carrots. "Where did the carrot come from?" Zhizhi asked curiously. "Found it on the way."
Oh.
It was the first time Zhizhi had clearly seen his face. Tang Lok looked about her age, dressed in a black uniform, with traces of blood from fighting mutated creatures on his face. His handsome features carried a fierce air, and his red eyes looked almost otherworldly, making him seem both dangerous and mysterious. He looked almost completely human. Unlike her, no matter what she did, she couldn't hide her rabbit ears and tail. "Why aren't you eating? Don't rabbits love these?"
Tang looked for our win.
Zhizhi had just finished her nutrient drink and was still full. Besides, she had never really liked carrots. But now, looking at the one in her hand, she couldn't help but swallow. Was it because she was now part of the rabbit clan? She held the carrot and took a small bite. The girl sat on the bed, holding the carrot with both hands. As she bit into it, one of her eyes squinted slightly from the effort. Her fair, delicate face looked lively, and her rabbit ears twitched gently. Tang watched her eat, feeling a strange warmth rise within him. He walked closer. His tall figure cast a shadow over Zhizhi. As she looked up, the carrot she had been nibbling on was suddenly taken from her hand. "There's still something we haven't finished," he said, tugging at his collar.
What?
The next moment, he lifted her up and placed her gently on his lap. 10 hours later, Zhizhi felt that this wolf was completely abnormal. He must have been locked up for a long time, which made his mind twisted. Now that he was asleep, Zhizhi quickly got out of bed. Her legs were trembling. The light purple dress she wore was already torn, so she decided to take it off. She found a large black hoodie on a chair near the medical equipment. It was so big that when she put it on, it looked like a short dress. Enduring the weakness in her legs and waist, she quietly walked toward the door. She had to find a way to leave early. If she stayed for another week and failed the test, she might not survive. The hallway outside was dim and silent. She pressed herself against the wall and moved carefully. She remembered that the elevator should be in this direction, but no matter how long she walked, turning through several corridors, all she saw were walls covered in graffiti and dark stains. She entered a room. Unlike the operating room she had stayed in, this one was filled with medicine. "Attention, host. Do not stray from the main mission," the system reminded her. "I want to take the elevator and escape. To escape, you must unlock the item key. Without it, even if you find the elevator, you cannot use it." "How do I unlock it?" System. During the main mission, there is a chance to trigger a hidden task called Elevator Key. Zhizhi. That answer didn't really help. She crouched down and carefully read the labels on the medicine bottles. She took some fever reducers, painkillers, bandages, and disinfectant. The floor was too large, and she couldn't find the elevator. She had to rely on her memory to slowly retrace her steps. The hallway was long and silent. Only now did Zhizhi realize the blood-stained walls looked even scarier than the horror movies she had seen as a child. To calm herself, she quietly hummed a tune. When Tang woke up, the space beside him was empty. His eyes darkened, and a sharp pain struck his head. He sat up, pressing one hand to his forehead, trying to suppress the violent energy rising inside him. His other hand gripped the bedsheet tightly. Liar. She had even lied, saying she was carrying his cub, but the moment she got the chance, she disappeared without a trace. A faint crack appeared on his forehead. Just then, he heard a soft humming sound. The girl's voice was gentle and clear, like the song of a lark. The crack between Tang brows slowly faded. He opened his eyes, stared at the door, and once his breathing steadied, he rushed out. The moment he opened the door, he ran into a young female coming his way. "Well, you've got some nerve running away like that." Tang felt a surge of anger. As expected, all living beings were irritating. If they were gone, he could control everything completely. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he noticed the young female wearing clothes that clearly didn't fit, timidly stepping closer. Zhizhi had been walking in fear the whole way. She didn't dare look back, afraid something strange might be following her. When the door opened, she suddenly felt safe. Zhizhi held onto the corner of Tang clothes. Looking up at the beast man before her, she said, "I heard wild beasts growling on the way. It was so scary." "Wild beasts? Do you mean Kiru? Let's go inside first. It feels dangerous out here." Zhizhi grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the room. Tsh. Tang Lok gave a short laugh. Didn't this little female know that the most dangerous one here was him? Her interruption almost made him forget he had come to confront her. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhizhi busying herself with something. Soon, she placed a few medicine bottles on the table. Tang, I brought some medicine. I thought it might come in handy later. She took out some bandages from her hoodie pocket. And this, I saw your arm was hurt. This should help it heal better, right? Zhizhi stepped closer and gently lifted his arm. There was a deep scar there, as if burned by fire. Shocking to look at. Tang Lok's body stiffened. He looked at Zhizhi with an unreadable expression as she carefully cleaned the wound and softly blew on it. Her rabbit-like ears bent slightly backward with the motion.
So,
she really had gone to get medicine? That silly girl. The burn on his arm wasn't something ordinary medicine could heal. Yet he didn't stop Zhizhi from what she was doing. His crimson eyes stayed fixed on her, and only then did he notice she was wearing his clothes. The loose black sweatshirt didn't fit her at all, wrinkled and oversized, making her look even more innocent. Her pale legs showed beneath the hem, and she was so close that he could smell the faint scent of jasmine mixed with milk that always surrounded her. She had gone out of her way to find medicine for him. She actually cared about his injury. The gloom in Tang Lok's heart faded completely. Zhizhi carefully finished bandaging his wound. Having grown up in a hospital, she had often watched the nurses work, so she was quite skilled at it herself. She couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving gently. Just as she looked up to share her joy with Tang Lok, her gaze met his crimson eyes, and before she could react, he suddenly pulled her into his arms. Tang Lok instinctively pressed her head against his chest. Her soft rabbit ears brushed against his chin, making him turn his head slightly, his expression awkward and tense. He didn't want her to see what he looked like right now. Zhizhi froze for a moment. What song were you humming just now? Tang Lok asked, trying to sound casual. It's a children's song from my hometown. Is your home far from here? Very far. When Tang Lok didn't reply for a while, Zhizhi tried to lift her head, but he wouldn't let go. With no choice, she stayed leaning against his chest. What about you? Is your home far away? Tang Lok was a little surprised. Did she really not know who he was? How long have you been kept here? Zhizhi asked curiously. 2 years. 2 years, more than 700 days. This place looked frightening enough, and he had been here all alone for that long. Zhizhi asked softly, what about your family? Did they come looking for you? Tang Lok's red eyes darkened. I don't have a family.
Then,
what did you do wrong? Why did they lock you up? You sure ask a lot of questions. Come on, tell me. The rabbit's ears twitched slightly, and Zhizhi realized she wasn't as afraid of Tang Lok as before. I ate 1,000 rabbits in one night, Tang Lok said in a low voice. He leaned closer, his lips brushing the edge of her ear. Rabbits taste best when they're fresh. Zhizhi. Sensing the stiffness in her body, Tang Lok chuckled. His deep, slightly hoarse laughter carried a strong, intimidating presence. He finally loosened his grip and stepped back. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded. A new mutant species is approaching level B13. All hunters, please proceed to the elevator area. Tang Lok was already used to this daily routine. He glanced at the white bandage wrapped around his arm and smiled faintly. I'm heading out. There are many hidden creatures on B13, and they could wake up at any time. Don't wander around. If you run into them, you won't stand a chance. Zhizhi quickly grabbed his wrist. Take me with you. She had heard him mention the elevator. If she followed him, she could memorize the route and plan her escape later. I might be in danger if I stay here alone, she said, trying to convince him. She was right. Outside was dangerous, but that didn't mean the room was safe. The only safe place on B13 was wherever Tang Lok was, as long as he didn't lose control. Fine, but keep up.
I won't wait for you, he said.
Tang Lok agreed. He had never been a kind man, yet this was the first time he cared about the safety of his prey. Zhizhi nodded eagerly. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Beep. Side mission elevator key, unlocked. Time limit. 2 hours. Failure to complete will result in mission failure. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhizhi followed closely behind Tang. She stepped on the damp floor, her white shoes splattered with dirt. The long corridor was dark and eerily silent. Zhizhi couldn't see the path ahead. She didn't dare to walk too fast, but she was afraid of being left behind. She could only grit her teeth and gather her courage to grab Tang's wrist. Tang had not been walking fast, but he paused for a moment.
Did you?
You're walking so slowly. Though he said that, he stopped moving. A warm feeling came from where she held his wrist. The female's hand was small and soft, just like her.
Tang.
What is a new type of mutant? A polluted kind of our own. Our own? Zhiji's eyes widened. Tang led the way ahead. The dim red lights on both sides flickered now and then. After turning a corner, they reached a staircase. The old wooden steps were surrounded by a faint red mist. It seemed they could still go up. Zhizhi moved a little closer to Tang. When she came here earlier, she didn't remember seeing any stairs. Could it be that there were several elevator entrances on level B13? She followed him carefully up the stairs. Just as they reached the top, heavy, muffled growls echoed nearby. Zhizhi. The man in front suddenly called her name. I'm here, she answered. Stay back.
Oh.
She nodded, a bit confused. At the top, the first thing she saw was the elevator. A dark shadow stood before it. It had a human body, mantis-like arms, and a long, sharp face that looked like a creature from another world. Its eyes glowed blue, and its bony teeth were exposed as it opened its mouth, dripping thick green liquid that smelled terrible. It was the first time Zhizhi had seen such a creature. She pressed herself against the wall, eyes wide in shock. The beast planet, the Valoran Empire, the mutants, the imprisoned beast men, and the polluted ones of their kind.
Beep.
Friendly reminder. For this side mission, you must obtain the crystal emerald orb. The carrier will appear soon. The system's voice echoed in Zhiji's mind. Tang turned to check where she was. He saw the small female standing quietly against the wall, far from the elevator. Her hands nervously gripped her clothes, and her rabbit ears drooped slightly, trembling a little. As expected of the rabbit tribe, naturally timid, Tang rarely paid attention to such weak races. After all, rabbits were born as prey for wolves. He usually only thought about whether to steam it or make it spicy. He never expected that one day he would be carrying a lively creature with him. Now, she was hiding alone in the corner, looking a little pitiful. Tang, who was used to hunting, rarely felt much emotion when facing new types of mutated creatures. But this time, something felt different. For once, he was excited. A 2-meter-tall mutated mantis roared and charged toward him. Tang raised his hand. His 5 fingers turned razor-sharp, like 5 gleaming knives flashing with a cold, deadly light. The claws of a wolf could tear through anything. The mantis's chest was ripped open, and it let out a painful cry before collapsing to the ground, trembling. Thick green liquid splashed onto Tang face, neck, and clothes. He wiped the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. His crimson eyes darkened, and when he noticed something strange about the scent of the blood, he froze. He sniffed the blood on his palm, his brows tightening. A contamination source? Over the past 2 years, Tang had killed countless mutated creatures. Even SSS-level contamination never bothered him. It was nothing more than losing control and going on a wild rampage. Zhizhi had just witnessed the brutal fight up close. Her legs felt rooted to the ground. She couldn't move at all. Looking at Tang now, he seemed shocked. But hadn't he won? She heard him say something about a contamination source. What did that mean? Now, Tang looked strange. His back was slightly arched, as if he were struggling to hold something back.
What's happening to him?
Zhizhi called out in her mind. The system replied, he's about to lose control. Lose control? The system explained, when a beast enters the state, it loses all reason and attacks everything around it. Zhizhi whispered, will he attack me? The system answered, that's possible. Among the mutated creatures Tang Luoka had fought, the contamination source was usually in the heart. But this mantis's contamination came from its blood. He covered his face with one hand, his body trembling. Thinking of the small female still standing in the corner, Tang Luoka turned his head toward her. His crimson eyes grew wild and fierce, burning with a dangerous light. Zhizhi stared at him in shock. Tang Luoka's breathing grew heavier, his back bent lower, and sharp fangs began to appear.
He wanted to destroy
Everything that lived, whether mutant or beast, anything that could breathe, he wanted to wipe it out. The wild instinct inside him was almost uncontrollable. He started walking toward Zhizhi. Just then, the nearby elevator, which had been closed, suddenly lit up. The numbers changed quickly, and it stopped on their floor. The elevator doors opened. A young girl in a light blue dress stood there, frozen by what she saw. She was small and delicate, with pale skin, bright eyes, and long wavy hair that shimmered like silk. Sparkling jewels adorned her outfit as she stepped out nervously. "Lord Locke," she called softly. Her cat-like ears twitched as she introduced herself. "I was chosen by Butler Chiao. From today on, I will serve." Before she could finish, a dark shadow flashed before her. A sharp claw rose high. The new cat girl let out a sharp cry as she fell, struck down in an instant. Too noisy. Tang Luoka's rough voice was filled with anger. After ending her life, he panted heavily. One life was not enough. Not nearly enough. Zhizhi had seen everything. She covered her mouth tightly, afraid to make a sound. The system's voice echoed, "Be careful with your side mission. The item you need is on that cat girl." Zhizhi. Who would dare go near now? Going there would be suicide. But she really wanted to finish the mission. She needed the elevator key. Seeing Tang Luoka in his wild state, she knew she had to stay far away from him. Zhizhi took a deep breath and leaned on the wall to steady herself.
you.
Tang Luoka pressed his sharp nails against his face, red light shining through his fingers. He glared at her. "Come here." Zhiji's back went cold.
What for? Stop talking.
"Come here." Zhizhi pointed at herself.
Who am I?
Tang looked deeply, Zhizhi.
If he could say her name, then he must still be in control of himself. Right? Zhizhi hesitated. Then she heard a low laugh from Tang Luoka's throat. Suppressing her fear, she slowly walked up to him. "Tang, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly?" The next second, Tang Luoka pulled her into his arms. "Don't move," he said, holding her tightly. She really did have a scent that calmed him. Just breathing it in made him feel peaceful, as if both his body and soul were being healed. "Let me hold you for a while," he said hoarsely. Zhizhi didn't dare to move. She could clearly hear Tang Luoka's strong heartbeat, but her mind was still on her side mission. The vessel mentioned by the system must be the Catwoman lying nearby, her body already cold. Zhizhi had seen her die with her own eyes, and the one who caused it was the wolf man standing before her. She couldn't help feeling afraid. Tang Luoka had shown no hesitation when fighting either mutated creatures or beast folk females. His red eyes were cold and filled with danger. The crystal green jade bead. Zhizhi repeated the words in her mind, her gaze slipping past Tang Luoka's arm to the body on the floor. She needed to get the elevator key quickly. Only then could she escape this place. Tang Luoka's berserk state was terrifying. Maybe, in the next moment, she would end up like that Catwoman, struck down by his claws. And if she failed her mission within a week, could Kiru also be a mutant? A mutant who liked eating rabbit meat. She definitely didn't want to become his next meal. Thinking of that, Zhizhi struggled slightly. Sensing her movement, Tang Luoka buried his face in her hair and refused to let go.
Tang.
Zhizhi whispered. I want that. She was looking at the necklace on the body, the one with the green gem. That must be the item she needed to complete her mission. The young female's voice was soft and gentle, and Tang Luoka felt the restlessness inside him slowly calm down. Although his berserk state hadn't completely faded, he had regained his reason. Tang Luoka looked over. It was an ordinary-looking jade necklace. He released his grip, walked over and pulled the necklace from the body's neck. Without a word, he handed it to Zhizhi. Zhizhi carefully took it.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the crystal jade bead. Side mission elevator key completed. Reward sent immediately. Hearing the system's voice, Zhizhi couldn't hide her joy. Tang stared straight at her. The young woman's small face lit up with a sweet smile, her eyes curved like crescent moons, making her look endearing. Does she like jewelry? Tang raised an eyebrow slightly. To him, those shiny ornaments were worthless junk. But at that moment, they seemed to have gained a bit of value. Not wanting to arouse suspicion, Zhizhi slipped the necklace into her pocket. Only she could see the faint blue information panel that appeared before her, showing a new line, Elevator Key X1. To Tang, it looked like the young woman was staring blankly at the air. She seemed a little clumsy. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. He walked slowly to the elevator, opened the nearby screen, and began exchanging for food. Steak, carrots, and a vegetable salad. Back in the room, Zhizhi looked at the salad and carrots in front of her and couldn't help swallowing. Then she glanced at the fork in Tang hand. His steak looked completely raw, with red juice seeping out. Want some? Tang asked, holding out a piece of steak toward her. Zhizhi's stomach turned immediately. She quickly shook her head and hugged her plate of salad, eating quietly. She realized she had no interest in meat at all. She especially liked leafy greens and carrots. The room smelled faintly of disinfectant. The sheets were messy, and the nearby machines glowed softly red. On the only table, bottles and jars were piled up. Inside them were objects that looked like crystals of different colors. What are these? She asked. Zhizhi pointed at something casually. Organs of a mutant creature. Tang leaned lazily against his chair, tilting his head back slightly as he chewed on raw meat. How long had it been since he last shared a meal with a living being? It seemed that for as long as he could remember, he had always eaten alone. He had only kept her on a whim at first. But now, with her around, things felt a little more interesting. Zhizhi was surprised. She hadn't expected the organs of a mutant to look like that. Tang glanced at her and noticed a bit of salad dressing on her lips. He reached out, gently turned her face toward him, and wiped it away with his thumb. 4 days left, he reminded her. Only 4 days remained in the week. So, had the little one really conceived? Seeing her wide, dazed eyes, Tang felt amused. He suddenly thought that even if she hadn't, he could still keep her by his side. She had been chosen and sent here to serve him, after all. All the others before her had perished. But this little rabbit was different. Zhizhi forced a stiff smile. She wanted to laugh, but the pressure from the wolf clan was overwhelming. The closer Tang came, the more her rabbit instincts made her tremble. But it was fine. She just needed to wait until he fell asleep, and then she could escape. Tang lowered his gaze to her flat stomach. If she truly carried his child, the K family's desire for bloodline continuation would make her status rise overnight. She would become the wife of the K family's heir, responsible for raising the next generation. The elders had been anxious about that position for a long time. Tang had always disliked the idea of marriage. But if it were this little one before him, he thought he might be able to accept it. Zhizhi felt her scalp tingle under his intense stare. She quickly grabbed a carrot instead of her vegetables.
Do you
Want a carrot? She asked nervously. She could sense his gaze darkening, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Was he losing control again? She felt panic rising.
Tang sợ mày.
Wolves only eat meat. What a silly little rabbit. He took her hand, grabbed the carrot, and tossed it onto the table. The carrot hit a glass bottle with a crisp sound. Zhizhi was about to look when Tang gently lifted her chin. The next moment he kissed her. How strange. Zhizhi lay on the bed, her eyes full of confusion. The special scent she had used, called pheromone that drives males crazy, should have already worn off. Tang had been acting wild before, and he still was now. But there shouldn't be any scent left, right? Zhizhi raised her arm and sniffed lightly. Her fair skin glistened with a thin layer of sweat from exhaustion, and the air still carried a faint, warm fragrance. At that moment, Tang was nowhere to be seen. After getting dressed, Zhizhi couldn't find her shoes, so she walked barefoot toward the door. She gently pushed it open, looked around, and saw that the dark hallway was completely silent. Spotting an oil lamp in the corner, she picked it up. The Wolf Clan males were far too intense. If she stayed any longer, she might not be able to handle it. And if the test showed she wasn't expecting, she would be given to Kiru as food. Following the path she remembered, Zhizhi passed through the familiar red mist and reached the closed elevator door. From her inventory, she took out a jade green key. Thank you for the votes, my dear readers. Love you all. Beside the elevator door was a small slot in the wall. Zhizhi stepped closer to check. It matched the shape of her key almost perfectly. It should go here, she murmured, sliding the quest key into the slot.
Click.
A crisp sound echoed. The jade green key suddenly glowed brightly. The elevator's floor numbers began to flicker and change. The area was more spacious than the hallway, but since it was underground, there were no windows or vents, only dim red lights casting uneven shadows on the walls. Holding the oil lamp, Zhizhi took a cautious step forward. The elevator stopped at B13. The doors opened, revealing a poster of a church inside. Zhizhi stepped in, turned around, and watched as the elevator doors slowly closed. Her heart slowly rose to her throat. When she saw the numbers on the elevator panel jump upward and finally stop at B1. Still a basement floor? Could it be dangerous, like B13? Zhizhi felt a little uneasy. The elevator doors opened slowly, but instead of the darkness she imagined, she saw a clean and quiet hallway. The floor was covered with a green carpet with vintage patterns. Beside it stood a soft chair with neatly folded clothes on top. Ding-ling-ling. As a small bronze bell rang, a young girl walked over. You're here. Take the clothes and come with me. The girl greeted Zhizhi warmly. She had delicate features and many cute freckles on her cheeks.
Achelo, Zhizhi replied softly.
Without asking more, she bent down, picked up the folded clothes, and followed the girl. The girl led her into a room. There were no windows inside. The furnishings were simple, a bunk bed, a few oil paintings on the wall, and a carpet similar to the one by the elevator. It looked like a dormitory. This is where we live. Oh, I haven't asked your name yet.
I'm Lisa.
What's yours?
I'm Zhizhi.
Zhizhi, change into these clothes first. We'll be helping in the kitchen for tonight's banquet.
All right.
Zhizhi changed into the maid outfit. It fit perfectly. Lisa's true form was that of a deer. Behind her was a fluffy brown tail, and two small antlers peeked out from her white headband, making her look lively and cheerful. I'm so glad you came. I've been living alone for more than half a month, Lisa said happily. My last roommate moved out after finding out she was expecting a baby. Her family didn't think it was possible, but once they found out, they immediately came to take her home. Her family? Yes. She's from a noble family. Otherwise, she would have been sent away long ago and never had the chance to work here as a maid. Zhizhi nodded slightly. Now she understood. Lisa's former roommate had left because of her pregnancy, leaving an empty spot. Although Zhizhi didn't know who the new person was supposed to be, since Lisa had mistaken her for that person, she decided to play along for now. She only needed to stay for 3 days, just long enough to confirm the pregnancy test. If she rushed out now and got caught, what if they sent her back to the B13 floor? Oh, right. The Duke of Bolin will visit the castle this weekend. Remember to stay away from him. Zhizhi was puzzled.
Why?
Lisa replied, sometimes Lord Nard chooses a few maids to give to him, and sometimes the Duke asks for them himself. None of the women sent to his territory have ever returned alive. They chatted as they walked toward the kitchen. From Lisa, Zhizhi learned that this was the K family's castle, a vast estate almost as large as a city. The Lord Nard Lisa mentioned was the current head of the K family. Lisa was very talkative and told Zhizhi many things about the empire. She thought Zhizhi came from a small, distant country, so she explained everything in detail. Rumors about the royal family, the Duke of Bolin's strange habits, and the K family's secret creation of monster-like soldiers. When she mentioned the creature, Lisa peeled corn as she spoke. That creature has the strongest mental power in the Empire and is unbeatable on the battlefield. But it's a pity, his power is too strong, and when he loses control, no one can calm him down. After a terrible battle 2 years ago, the K family locked him away. He's imprisoned right here in this castle. Hearing that, Zhizhi thought of the wolf on the B13 floor. He was locked up too. Had he noticed her escape by now? He must be furious. If they met again, he would probably want to tear her apart. Zhizhi didn't dare go back. She lowered her head and kept washing vegetables. The kitchen was crowded, and she and Lisa worked quietly in a corner, cleaning and preparing food until late at night. Then they carried their meals back to their shared dorm room. 3 peaceful days passed like that. By the evening of the 3rd day, Zhizhi finally heard the system's voice.
Beep.
Congratulations, host. Pregnancy confirmed. First pregnancy bonus. Accelerated growth. Prepare for birth in 3 days. Pregnant? Zhizhi couldn't help touching her stomach. She sat on her single bed and pulled the curtain closed. When my babies are born, how should I take care of them? She was just a maid. She had heard that rabbits usually have many babies at once. If she had too many, she wouldn't be able to care for them all. Would she have to send them to the B13 floor? System. Once the Empire's beast cubs are born, they release their natural scent. Their relatives will quickly find them, so the host doesn't need to worry about raising them. System. Beast cubs born from females can perfectly inherit their family's strength and bloodline. Every clan values them greatly. That's a relief. Zhizhi focused on resting and preparing for birth. Normally, rabbits give birth after a month, but since she was under beginner protection, her first delivery time was shortened to 7 days, only once. That day, she took a special leave. She was alone in the dormitory. Carefully pulling the bed curtain closed to make sure no one could see, she propped herself up with pillows and waited nervously. Then she remembered that her beginner's gift pack included a painless quick birth pill. Without hesitation, she took it out. The pill looked like a small chocolate bean. She swallowed it, feeling a slight bitterness in her throat. Soon, her stomach reacted. Zhizhi closed her eyes and gripped the blanket tightly. A minute later, system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully giving birth. You've earned 300 points. Since you gave birth to 4 wolf cubs, you receive an extra 400 points. System. The Good Fortune shop is now open. You can use your points to exchange for items anytime. System. Friendly reminder. You need 500 more points to reach the next level.
So.
It was over? Zhizhi barely felt anything. She looked under the blanket and saw 4 beautiful, crystal-clear wolf eggs. Inside the shells, she could faintly see the shapes of little wolf ears. They were really wolf cubs. She had given birth to 4 wolf cubs. In front of Zhizhi, her personal information panel had also changed. Name: Zhizhi race, rabbit, adult, mental power, not awakened superpower, not awakened fertility, top level count, 1 overall rating. As compared to when she first arrived in the Beast Empire, her physical strength had changed from weak to strong, her count increased from 0 to 1, and her overall rating jumped from D to S, a 7-level leap. Zhizhi's mental power and superpower had not yet awakened. Relying only on her top-level fertility, she had become an S-rank female on the Beast planet. In the Valoran Empire, female ranks range from the highest SSS down to E. E-level means a female has weak fertility, poor health, and low intelligence. From D-level upward, females have good health and intelligence, but almost no fertility. Zhizhi's first evaluation gave her a D rating. To the Empire, that meant she had little value. System. Congratulations, host, for completing the first task of the child system. Click Claim to receive your recovery gift pack. System. Since your total points exceed 200, the daily sign-in feature is now unlocked. System. You can check in every day to receive crystals. System. Crystals can be exchanged for pet supplies in the pet shop. A light blue floating panel shimmered in the air, as if celebrating her upgrade. Zhizhi happily tapped Claim. A red gift bag opened in front of her. Congratulations, host. You have received the recovery reward. Transparent bubbles appeared, showing the items. Nutritious drink, no weight gain. Lasts 30 days, ×2. Random delicious and healthy meal set ×30. Skin smoothing and brightening nutrient drink ×10. Perfect scent hiding elixir. Effective for 76 hours, ×10. A land foundation locked. Storage expansion card 10×1. Mystery pet egg ×1. Zhizhi curiously asked, "What is a land foundation?" System. It's your personal territory. It can be unlocked when your personal level reaches 5. You can choose any location on the beast planet. Zhizhi asked again, "And the mystery pet egg?" System. You can use crystals to buy an incubator to hatch it. There are 2 types of pets, spirit type and ghost type. In the light blue floating screen, a pet egg slowly turned. It looked like a large white duck egg covered in colorful patterns, bright and beautiful. A pet egg was still an egg, and what she had given birth to was also an egg.
So,
Zhizhi looked at the 4 gently rocking wolf eggs on the bed. Can the incubator be used to hatch beast cubs? System. It can, but it's not necessary. Beasts can hatch on their own. A noise came from the doorway. A group of people approached in steady, organized steps. In less than 10 seconds, they were already outside the dorm room. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was firm yet polite. "Excuse me, which lady is inside?" The male beast's voice was calm and warm, carrying a hint of a smile. He held a pair of white gloves tightly in his hand. About 5 minutes earlier, the blue crystal had detected the presence of a newborn from the K family beneath the castle. As one of the 5 great families of a Valoran empire, the K family had not welcomed a new beast cub in 20 years. Lord Locke, the head of the family, had long isolated himself and refused to let any female near him. Although there were other males in the K family who could continue the bloodline, none had blood as pure or as strong as Lord Locke's. They were not qualified to produce the next heir. And now, on such an ordinary day, the blue crystal had suddenly shone with dazzling light. It was truly an extraordinary event. Following the sacred glow's guidance, they quickly traced the source of the scent to the maid's dormitory on the lower level of the K family castle. The male beast's voice trembled with excitement. "We are the K family's guards. Please don't be afraid, miss. Open the door and let us welcome the young heirs. Steward Xiao is on his way," he added. The Cubs family had really come.
just as the system had said.
Zhizhi took a deep breath, stepped down from the bed, and opened the door. The guard captain at the door froze for a moment when he saw her. She wore a simple black and white maid outfit with a black lace headband. One of her white rabbit ears stood upright, while the other drooped slightly. She looked a little nervous.
"Please come in," she said softly.
So cute. The male guards at the door were completely stunned. The sound of leather shoes echoed from the end of the hallway. The guards quickly stepped aside. Mr. George, the highest-ranking butler of the K family, appeared. He had come personally to welcome the female who had given birth to Lord Locke's offspring. When he saw Zhizhi, he froze.
"You?"
Butler George remembered this rabbit very well. He had been the one who personally selected her and sent her to level B13. He never expected her to still be alive. After her, another feline subject had been sent there, but that one had long perished. This seemingly fragile rabbit had not only survived but had also given birth to Lord Locke's children. What did that mean? Lord Locke had not rejected her. In the past, any female who tried to get close to him had met a terrible end. George's heart was filled with excitement. Zhizhi, however, felt uneasy when she saw him. Her impression of this butler was that he was strict and never smiled. George cleared his throat. "Miss Zhizhi, I apologize. Our last meeting was rather rushed, and I didn't have time to introduce myself properly. I am George, the butler of the K family. Lord Nader is still in the council hall for a meeting. He won't return until tomorrow. So, for now, I will be the one to arrange your accommodation." A polite smile appeared on George's face. "Now, let us take a look at the purest heirs of the K family." He suddenly stopped speaking. Zhizhi grew nervous. What's wrong? 4. George's eyes widened as he looked at the 4 beast eggs lying neatly on the bed. The guards at the door were also stunned. Zhizi's cheeks turned slightly red.
Yes.
The K family was one of the oldest in the empire, and their bloodline was extremely difficult to continue. Always a single birth. No one expected this rabbit to have 4 at once. George glanced again at the rabbit female by the door. She was remarkably beautiful, enough to make any male stop in his tracks. If marriage were based on personal preference rather than fertility, the line of suitors wanting to marry her would stretch from the hot southern continent to the frozen north. I remember, George said quietly, sounding uncertain, your record last time showed. Could it be that he was mistaken?
Yes.
Zhizhi nodded. Butler Qiao said, it seems there was a problem with the testing device. No high-ranking female could be overlooked. He immediately decided, Miss Zhizhi, please don't worry about this matter. Let's return to your room first. Tomorrow is the Empire's public testing day. At that time, Miss Zhizhi can be re-evaluated. Under everyone's protection, Zhizhi took the elevator back to the first floor of the castle. 4 unhatched wolf cubs were carefully placed into protective cases. When Sally, who was on duty, saw her, she was very surprised. She had just heard that one of the servants had given birth to cubs with the purest K family bloodline. She never expected it to be Zhizhi. Zhizhi was taken to the 3rd floor of the castle, to a bright and luxurious suite. Guards stood at the door. Butler Qiao explained, this will be Miss Zhizhi's living quarters. There will be maids assigned to assist you personally. Please don't hesitate to ask for anything you need. I'd like to know where the cub eggs are being taken, Zhizhi asked softly, noticing that all 4 eggs had been carried away. She was a little worried. Butler Qiao smiled and replied, please rest assured, Miss Zhizhi. We're taking the young masters to a place more suitable for hatching. It may take 3 days, or perhaps half a month, before they hatch. When that time comes, according to our clan's tradition, Miss Zhizhi will be invited to attend their birth ceremony and give them your blessings. In great families, cub eggs were carefully protected with the strength of the entire clan. When the eggs hatched, everyone would celebrate. Most importantly, the cubs' abilities could be tested on the day they were born. This was extremely important for the family. So that was how it worked. Knowing the cubs were safe, Zhizhi finally felt at ease. There's one more thing. Zhizhi said softly, Butler Qiao, I'd like to see Lisa. Lisa? The one who lived with me before. Butler Qiao glanced behind him. An older maid stepped forward and whispered, she's one of the servants from the lower level. I understand. Go, and bring Lisa here. Yes, sir. Soon, the female dear Lisa was brought in. Butler Qiao smiled and said goodbye, closing the door behind him. It was Lisa's first time visiting the 3rd floor of the castle, the area where the masters lived. So big and so beautiful. Little dear Lisa exclaimed in amazement. Miss Zhizhi, everyone was talking when I came here. They said you gave birth to 4 of the K family's strongest children. That's incredible. This has never happened before in the entire K family. Butler Qiao said, I can leave the lower floor now and serve only you from now on. Is that true, Miss Zhizhi? Zhizhi smiled. It's true. It was also her first time upstairs, and everyone here felt unfamiliar to her. Back on the lower floor, she and Lisa had gotten along very well. Lisa was a lively and talkative young deer. They both loved vegetarian food, especially all kinds of vegetable salads. In the past few days, Lisa had taken good care of Zhizhi, always bringing her small cookies after work. This is my honor. Lisa was so happy she almost jumped up. She felt she must be the luckiest little deer in the empire to have such a kind mistress. Lisa, how much do you know about the testing day? Zhizhi opened the vintage glass door that led to the balcony. It was filled with green plants and roses. Standing on the semicircular balcony, she could see the entire castle clearly. Lisa replied, it's the most important day in the empire, held once a year. All females must take part, even those who already have a rank.
Yes. Sometimes the testing stones make mistakes.
If someone's current state doesn't match their rank, they can be retested. Are there many people? Not too many taking the test, But since it's such an important event, all the great families make it public. Many beast folk come to watch. Zhizhi had awakened her childbearing system and knew she was already ranked S level. Tomorrow, it would be announced to everyone. Lisa said, "Miss Zhizhi, I heard the leopard family's young lady arrived a few days ago. She's been trying to become the K family's mistress, but when she heard about you, she got so angry she smashed all the vases in her room." Oh. Zhizhi was momentarily speechless. B13 floor. Since the day Zhizhi disappeared, Tang had not slept or rested, searching everywhere for the captured mutants. He fought his way through them. The entire underground level turned crimson. Could that little female have been eaten by some foolish creature? With confusion and panic in his heart, he kept fighting. Each time, he cut open the creatures to check what they had eaten. But he never found Zhizhi. Tang didn't know whether to feel relieved. At least it meant she hadn't been eaten by the mutants. But then, where had she gone? 7 days had passed, and there was still no sign of her. Tang hadn't slept for 7 days. His mental energy was nearly drained, and the black wolf ears on his head had appeared. A male with strong mental power could completely take on a human form, hiding his beast traits. But when his energy was too low, he might lose control and reveal his beast side. Tang stood at the end of the hallway, his eyes dark and cold as he stared back the way he came. Bloody footprints marked his path. A sound came from the elevator. Tang slowly turned his head. The elevator doors opened. It was Butler Qiao, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Master Locke," the butler said, kneeling on one knee. Butler Qiao rarely came to the B13 floor unless something important had happened. He looked around and saw the chaos, blood everywhere. Master Locke's red eyes burned intensely as he stared at him, clearly angry about something. Butler Qiao spoke carefully. "Master Locke, I bring good news."
Speak. You.
"You have 4 children." Tang froze for a moment.
What?
What did he just say? The butler smiled with joy. "Miss Zhizhi gave birth. 4 in total." She. Tang heart skipped a beat at the name. She gave birth? Where is she? She's staying in the castle. Everything has been arranged. You don't need to worry, Master Locke. She went to the castle.
Tang mù mút.
She's alive. She's alive. Then he suddenly realized Zhizhi must have taken the elevator and left on her own. She ran away, leaving everything behind. Yes, Lord Locke. Who could have imagined she would be expecting a child? The more Tang thought about it, the angrier he became. His teeth clenched in frustration. She told me to wait a week, and then she ran off. That sly little rabbit. Butler Qiao froze for a moment. It sounded like there was quite a story behind this. Tang remembered the past 7 days, how he had gone without food or sleep, fought until his arms went numb and his body stiffened, his energy nearly drained. Even his beast ears could no longer be hidden. How infuriating. That little trickster. And he had been so worried about her. Rage surged through him, his red eyes filled with restless fury. Butler Qiao, tell Donald that I'm leaving at the end of this month. Truly? Butler Qiao dropped to one knee, tears of excitement in his eyes. Lord Locke, you're finally willing to go out. Everyone outside had it wrong. The K family never locked Lord Locke away. He simply refused to leave. Before that, Tang sharp teeth ground together. Keep a close watch on that little trickster. Don't let her escape again. He could no longer stop himself from imagining their reunion. Butler Qiao could already picture the long, dramatic story between Lord Locke and Miss Zhizhi. The Empire's public testing day arrived as scheduled. On this day, all females within the territory had to participate. Just as males were tested for strength during the summer solstice, females were tested for their own abilities. In the Valoran Empire, strength meant everything for males. The stronger a male was, the higher he could rise. For females, their classification depended mainly on vitality and health. That day, Zhizhi put on the light blue princess gown sent by the butler. Lisa helped her adjust the skirt, carefully spreading out the layers like a delicate cake. At the door stood a male servant, holding a pair of shoes decorated with sparkling gems. When Lisa finished arranging the skirt, he stepped forward and knelt. "Miss Zhizhi, please lift your right foot." With Lisa's support, Zhizhi gently raised her leg. The servant carefully slipped the shoe onto her foot. It fit perfectly, and his hands paused for a brief moment. Lisa coughed softly to remind him. The male servant quickly bowed his head, his animal ears trembling. "Sorry, Miss Zhizhi. I shouldn't have delayed you." He remembered that a previous companion had served a young lady from the leopard tribe, who was whipped 50 times for not wearing her jewelry properly and died from a high fever on a stormy night. High-ranking females in the empire are always proud and arrogant. Among commoners, both males and females are seen as insignificant in their eyes. In comparison, female servants are a bit better, because the lowest-ranked females are sent to the female dens or various slaughterhouses as prey. Those who work as servants for big families come from good backgrounds and have an overall rating of C. C-rated females have a very low chance of pregnancy, but it's not zero. They might need many years, but as long as they have reproductive ability, they don't have to suffer in the female dens. They can serve as maids, attending to the female young ladies and madams of the family. Seeing that he was very scared, Zhizhi gently comforted him. "It's okay. I was just admiring this shoe." The male servant looked up blankly. He saw that the female young lady in front of him was smiling sweetly, not with coldness or contempt, but with a sincere, pure smile that reached her eyes. Ugh, if today weren't such an important day, he really wanted to transform into a little hamster and roll under Miss Zhizhi's feet. How long has it been since he saw such a cute and gentle female owner? Miss Zhizhi smiled, willing to give her entire life for a little mouse. Everything was ready. Zhizhi left the castle, with manager Qiao leading her. The K family's territory is as large as an island. The testing area is called the Blue Divine Tower. This area is located in the northwest corner of the territory, surrounded by 4 black divine towers. The center of the towers is a place similar to an altar. Due to the influence of a gas vortex, the rest of the territory is sunny and peaceful, but this spot is slightly dim, with faint, clear particles floating in the air. Zhizhi's arrival drew the attention of all the beastmen. "Look, that's the female who gave Lord Locke 4 wolf cubs. I heard her rating is D. Is it really that amazing? I don't know if I was wrongly rated or just lucky enough to hit a 1 in 10,000 chance. Everything depends on today. I heard that once the rating exceeds A, Lord Qiao will start preparing the wedding. Isn't it said that only those with an S rating can become the lady of a big family? But she has 4 wolf cubs. Even if she's only an A, she still has the right to stay close to Lord Locke." Nearby, a female leopard, dressed in a long black noble gown, wearing a felt hat with a black veil covering her upper face, listened to the gossip around her. She clenched her staff tightly. When she looked at Zhizhi, a cold smile flickered in her eyes. This silly low-level rabbit. She must have been lucky to get Lord Locke's wolf cubs. Just wait and see. Today's test will reveal her true worth. The leopard clan is determined to marry into the K family. No matter how much they screen, the position of Mrs. Locke can only be hers. All members of the K family had gathered. The open space around the Blue Divine Tower was almost filled with beast shadows. The test began. The first to go was Miss K, the 6th daughter of the K family. She had just come of age and was eligible for the test. A girl with animal ears, dressed in a light pink long dress, stepped onto the crystal stairs with a light stride. As a pale white light shot out from the device, everyone saw letters appearing in the air. A. The K family's beastmen couldn't help but cheer. That was already considered excellent. B is passing, C is average, D is considered useless among females. And A means excellent fertility. Although it takes a lot of effort, an A-rated female usually takes about 5 to 8 years to conceive. And she can only get pregnant once in her life. And only 1 cub at a time. But this cub can perfectly inherit the family's strong bloodline. Next, please welcome Miss Nana from the Leopard clan. From the purest bloodline of the Leopard family and their most beloved young lady, she carried a black princess gown and stepped onto the crystal stairs. She had a long neck and held a silver staff in her hand. After stepping up, The female leopard proudly looked at the beast group. The device displayed the letter A. This was already very high, almost reaching S. But Nana calmly raised her staff. It's not over yet. Today is the day my mental strength and superpower awaken together.
What?
Is it really today? The orcs become excited. A blinding light appears, and everyone sees 2 lines of ancient writing floating behind Miss Leopard. Mental strength, 10, superpower, sleep once and last 3 days. Most females rarely awaken these 2 abilities. They are almost exclusive to males. Once a female awakens these powers, her overall score is affected. Sure enough, after awakening her mental strength and superpower, Miss Leopard's overall score jumps from a straight to a shiny gold S. She becomes the only female in the Leopard clan with an S grade. Miss Black Panther walks down the high platform proudly and gracefully. When she passes by Zhizhi, she gives her a contemptuous look. This fragile female rabbit, abandoned by the Rabbit clan, has already proven she is a D-grade waste. Remember, among all orc families, female rabbits are highly sought after, ranking near the top of the empire. Because female rabbits have 2 wombs, they can give birth more than other females. Next, Miss Zhizhi will test her abilities. Lord Zhou calls out. Zhizhi lifts her long skirt and slowly walks up the stairs. She reaches the center of the testing platform. Her gorgeous long dress spills onto the ground. When she turns around, everyone present holds their breath. This young female rabbit from the Rabbit clan is stunning. Her natural beauty, snow-white skin, pink lips, rosy cheeks, innocent almond-shaped eyes with a hint of water, fresh and charming. Among all females, her looks are the most outstanding, making all beasts feel their hearts race. Especially today's outfit, the noble long dress highlights her elegance. She looks like a princess of the empire, making all orcs willingly submit to her. Even Lisa's face turns red. Miss Zhizhi, you look so beautiful. All the orcs' eyes are fixed on her. Look! The results are out. A male orc excitedly shouts. As the testing device starts, ability data appears before everyone. Zhizhi nervously clutches her skirt. Many orcs were watching the floating text carefully. It clearly showed that mental power and super ability were in gray. This meant they had not yet awakened. Next, the display showed the fertility of the female rabbit. It boldly read, weak. The orcs were stunned. They thought they had read it wrong. One orc rubbed his eyes hard, then looked again. The gray text seemed to flicker and shift. It's changing. The words are changing, an orc shouted. That was from the last test, so the previous test was correct, but her physical condition has changed greatly. Under everyone's watch, the word weak for fertility changed to top tier. Top tier fertility. The orcs' voices trembled. Such a rare rating hasn't appeared for many years. Truly impressive. The female who gave birth to 4 wolf cubs of the K family. Yes, those aren't ordinary cubs. They have strong bloodlines and power. She must be very highly regarded in the Rabbit clan. Zhizhi stood between 4 sacred towers, golden light shining around her. The bright D letter above her head seemed to be blown away by a breeze. Soon, golden particles gathered into the light. An extremely dazzling S letter appeared in all the orc sight.
S.
The final rating for this female rabbit is S. Lisa jumped happily. That's wonderful. Miss Zhizhi is the best. The leopard princess, who had been watching, looked at her with wide, incredulous eyes. A female who hadn't yet awakened, mental power or super ability was rated S overall. How could that be possible? According to the records of the Valoran Empire, females who reach S level usually have awakened dual abilities. Some even awakened very high mental power and useful super abilities, directly advancing to SS. But Butler Qiao stood nearby, almost dropping his glasses. He wiped his glasses with a clean handkerchief. He felt deeply moved. When they first met, she was just a D-level young female. Perhaps it was fate, but her fertility suddenly improved dramatically. Miss Zhizhi, congratulations on advancing to the Empire S-level female. Housekeeper Qiao led the applause. All the beast men, who had been slow to realize, followed and clapped. Congratulations! Soon, the results will be announced publicly, and the entire Valoran Empire will know your rank. For a moment, Zhizhi's heart relaxed. She smiled slightly at the beastmen below. With Lisa's support, she returned to the crowd. As soon as she arrived, she was surrounded and congratulated by many beastmen, except for that leopard girl. Everyone was eager to flatter this Empire S-level female. Everyone knew what it meant. Today's rabbit female has not yet awakened her dual abilities. When she does, she can easily become SS level. If her dual abilities are highly talented, she might even become SSS level. That would be a rare top-tier female, one of the few in the entire Beast World star system, and no such top-tier females have been born in over 100 years across the 3 great empires. Thinking of this, the Beast Men became even more excited. Fortunately, the guards from the K family were there, preventing Zhizhi from being overwhelmed by the crowd. The leopard girl was so jealous, she almost tore her handkerchief. "Don't be proud." She glared angrily at Zhizhi and turned to leave. This isn't over. No matter what, she would not give up the position of the K family's female leader to a rabbit. Zhizhi, escorted by her guards, returned to her residence on the 3rd floor of the castle. Housekeeper Xiao then brought a badge. "Miss Zhizhi, please accept this. It's a gift from the Empire for every S-level female, and it also symbolizes your status." "Thank you." Zhizhi took it. The water blue badge was delicate, with the emblem of the Valoran Empire and gentle ripples. "This is a dynamic badge. You can wear it on your chest," Xiao explained. "From now on, wherever you go, you will receive special treatment. Every citizen of the Empire has the responsibility to protect S-level females." This was very different from females classified as D-level, who would be sent to the female prison. From the moment she was classified as S-level, she became a treasure of the entire empire. If any beastman accidentally offended her, they would be immediately imprisoned. "This is a list." Master Xiao handed over a red booklet. "Is this the list?" Zhizhi opened it and saw many names, along with photos and family details. Master Xiao smiled. "Although I would like to keep you in the K family, according to the rules of the Empire, S-grade females have the absolute right to choose their mates, except for the Imperial family and the heirs of the 5 great clans. All other male beastmen must agree if they are chosen. Furthermore, apart from the Imperial family and the heirs of the 5 clans, S-grade females can have multiple mates." Zhizhi was very surprised. She didn't expect that on the Beast World planet, a female could have multiple males. Of course, Master Qiao made it clear. Imperial princes and heirs of the 5 great clans cannot be forcibly married or taken by an S-grade female, even if multiple try to claim them. Master Qiao seemed to notice Zhizhi's confusion and said, "Male beastmen are also clearly ranked. Only SS-grade females can choose top-tier males. If all parties agree, then a polygamous marriage is possible. And SSS-grade females, which haven't appeared for over 100 years, on the Beast World planet, all top males, including the Emperor, cannot refuse to become her mates. They must be loyal to her for life and follow 6 main rules. 1. Respect your parents. 2. Reproduce offspring. 3. Be loyal to your female partner. 4. Avoid jealousy and get along peacefully with other mates. 5. Do not go against the female's wishes. 6. Report travel plans and do not disappear without reason. All 6 rules must be followed. Breaking anyone will result in being abandoned by the female. If possible, Master Qiao brought the conversation back to the present. We hope Miss Zhizhi will consider Lord Locke. Zhizhi just turned to the page about the K family. She saw Don Locke K. The photo matched the person in her memory perfectly. Those twin red eyes, she had dreamed of them several times. And the name matched too. Really, it's him. In recent days, when she heard Lord Locke's name, she thought it was just a similar pronunciation. Now she knew he was the heir of the K family. Master Qiao saw that there was a chance and quickly said, "Lord Locke is the purest and strongest male of the K family. He is famous as a battlefield demon, and warriors from all over the Beast Star bowed to his reputation." Lisa nodded repeatedly beside him. As the only heir of the K family, Lord Locke is sought after by noble ladies from other big families and princesses from the Empire for marriage. However, Lord Locke's private life is very mysterious, and no scandals have ever been reported about him. Zhizhi held the red list politely and smiled.
She
Had no thoughts about marriage. Zhizhi just wanted to complete her task, level up quickly, and return to the real world. Maybe hearing her thoughts, the system appeared.
ding.
The host's second task has been generated. Please find a rare and high-level male within 10 days. Any species is fine. Successful impregnation and giving birth will earn big rewards and points. Please act quickly. The countdown begins. After seeing off Master Qiao, Zhizhi sat alone on the balcony. Rare and high-level. Unlike the first task targeting the wolf clan, this time the words rare appeared. The system explained, some beast species are close to extinction and are called rare. High level refers to the strength of the male, at least SS level. Just these two criteria are hard to find separately and together. Hope everything goes smoothly. Zhizhi silently wished. What else does the K family have besides wolves? She asked softly as Lisa brought over a plate of fruit. Little dear Lisa thought for a moment. There are many types of guards like goats, hyenas, leopards, crocodiles. Are there any rare breeds? Yes. The snow leopard among the leopards was recognized as a rare breed of the Valoran Empire just last year. It is expected to disappear from the beast star in about 20 years. Whereas the K family's snow leopard, Zhizhi picked up a lychee, peeled it, and put the flesh in her mouth. I met him when I was helping in the kitchen.
He seems to be part of the hunting team.
If Miss Zhizhi wants to see him, I can find out right now. Does he have an SS level? Lisa explained. If a male is judged as S level during the ability test, he simply cannot become a guard. SS level is even more extreme. Even civilians can directly claim official positions in the Imperial Army. Oh. Zhizhi silently marked a cross next to Snow Leopard's name. In the following days, Zhizhi kept looking for her target. She wandered slowly around her territory during the day, but unfortunately, she never found a suitable beast. Satan. Zhizhi couldn't help but call out inwardly. The K family doesn't have any rare SS-level males. System. Yes, they do. Please be patient and keep searching, host. What are his coordinates? System. If you really can't find him, you can exchange for a beast path guide in the shop. It will automatically lead you to the target. That sounds great. Zhizhi almost forgot about the shop. She lay on the soft bed, the smooth, cool blanket covering her waist, and gently swung her legs. The moonlight was cool and clear. A light blue floating panel appeared in front of her eyes. She opened the system shop and saw many items for sale. She started searching. Beast Path Guide. Suddenly, a small pop-up appeared. A transparent scroll-like object floated in front of her. The information showed: name, Beast Path Guide, price, 300 points. Usage: enter the characteristics of the beast you are looking for. The more detailed, the better. The guide will appear on the ground and lead the host to the target. System comment: careful navigation, very thoughtful. Unlike other items, Zhizhi browsed through many products priced between 20 and 50 points, which were strange and seemed useless. But compared to those, this guide seemed very expensive. She had just completed her first task and earned 300 points, plus an extra 400 points as a reward for the number of beastlings. And a guide costs 300 points. She really couldn't bear to spend that much. Too expensive. Can I get a discount? She asked softly. System. All items in the shop are clearly priced. System. Actually, rare species give very generous point rewards. Would you like to check the task details again? Zhizhi quickly glanced at the second task panel. It was indeed 200 points higher than before. Adding everything up, the initial reward was 500 points. After deducting the guide token, the points seemed acceptable. Let me think. So far, Zhizhi hadn't bought anything from the shop. She wanted to save her points to upgrade. She was only 500 points away from leveling up from level 1 to level 2. Can I skip this task? Zhizhi sat up, pressing her hands on the bed. System. Main storyline tasks cannot be skipped. System. Friendly reminder, there are 5 days left. If the task isn't completed in time, the host will be eliminated. All right. Zhizhi took a deep breath, clicked the exchange button, and spent 300 points to buy Beast Guide token. On a dark, windy night, Zhizhi couldn't sleep. To make it easier to go out, she changed into her maid outfit she had worn before and sneaked out of the room. She couldn't waste any time. In the past few days, she had searched everywhere she could, but still couldn't find the male beast of the right kind. Zhizhi carried an oil lamp. The grand, elegant castle that looked lively during the day became especially quiet and mysterious at night. Zhizhi used the guide token. A faint green light, like fireflies, appeared at her feet and slowly extended into the distance. She followed it carefully. After about an hour, she arrived at a very remote-looking place. Shadows swayed on both sides, stone steps stretched upward, and at the top, she saw a building similar to a church. Zhizhi tiptoed up the stone steps. It was her first time here, and since it was night, she couldn't see the full view clearly. The climate and geography of the Beast World planet are related. The Imperial City is in a place where the seasons are like spring all year round. At night, she could only hear the wind and insects. Zhizhi carried her oil lamp and slowly walked toward the church. This was a small church, rarely visited by beastmen. Many territories like this are somewhat abandoned. Except during events, few beastmen come here. Did she take the wrong path with the guide token? In her second task, she needed to find and attract a rare SS-grade male beastman. Was he really here? Feeling confused, Zhizhi followed the guide and arrived deep inside the church. The stone walls on both sides were covered with plants. Since it was night, she couldn't tell what kind they were. At the front, where people pray, there was a wolf clan sculpture. The firefly guiding her stopped in front of the sculpture. Zhizhi stood still and saw a corner of someone's clothing. There really is a beast person. She carried her oil lamp closer. Above her, moonlight shone through the cracks, making the church brighter than her lamp. When Zhizhi saw the beast person's face clearly, her pupils widened slightly. A male beast wearing a black divine robe leaned against the back of the statue. His face was half covered by a golden mask, pale as paper, looking badly injured, with a dry bloodstain underneath. Still alive. For a moment, Zhizhi's mind went blank. Could he be dead? She shrank back and reached out her index finger to his nose, almost unable to feel any breath. Found him. But he's no longer breathing. Zhizhi stared blankly at his sharply defined side face, unsure what to do. Just as she was about to pull back her hand, the male suddenly moved. He suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly, his 5 fingers clenched, and his pitch-black eyes shot out a cold, piercing glare. Before Zhizhi could react, she felt her whole body spin. When she regained consciousness, she was lying on his lap, restrained. The male in front of her held her wrist tightly with one hand, and with the other, he was choking her neck. Trying to die, his voice sounded very pained. The injured Dracula was resting here. He had no strength left to fight. When he heard the noise, he realized it was a small, stubborn female beast. He could break her neck with just one hand. Just as Dracula exerted force, blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. Puff, his grip on her loosened gradually. Zhizhi held his wrist trembling and said softly, I came to save you. Save him? Dracula's dark pupils froze slightly. He seemed to hear a joke. Do you know who I am? I don't know. Zhizhi finally broke free. She quickly crawled to the side and started coughing. She almost suffocated. She looked at the male wearing a golden mask. On his body, almost no beastly features could be seen. What race is he? Did I pick the wrong one? Is it him? Zhizhi couldn't help but ask. System. This male satisfies both rare and SS level requirements and can be targeted. SS level. Males of this level are incredibly powerful. Zhizhi didn't dare to think about it. If he hadn't been seriously injured earlier, she might have already lost her life.
You
are bleeding a lot. Zhizhi didn't dare to get too close. Wait for me. She said this and ran out. When she returned, she was holding a bunch of medicines. The beastly male who had warned her earlier was now unconscious. Zhizhi squatted beside him, gently touching his forehead. It's so hot. He has a high fever. Zhizhi was a bit flustered. She gently lifted his black divine robe and saw a deep purple glowing scar on his chest. After disinfecting, she applied pain relief medicine and healing magic ointment to his wound. Zhizhi felt conflicted. This orc's background was unclear, and he looked very dangerous. He was now unconscious. If he still had some strength, she wouldn't be able to get close. Zhizhi looked at the small medicine bottle in her hand. This might not be good. She had never done something so bold before, and her heart was a bit hesitant. But if she missed tonight, she might never have another chance. If she failed the mission, she would be erased.
I'm sorry. Zhizhi whispered softly.
She opened the small bottle and pushed it toward the mysterious beast's lips. She closed her eyes suddenly and poured the medicine in. Dracula regained a little consciousness. He heard the soft apology, struggled to open his eyes, and saw the young female dressed as a maid, holding the medicine bottle with a worried look on her face. He wanted to ask, what did you feed me? But when he said just one word, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. He forced himself to hold back the urge to cough up blood. He noticed the bandaged wound on his chest and frowned. Soon, he realized something was wrong with his body. His lower body responded. Dracula was stunned. The next moment, a young female rabbit approached him. During the journey, Dracula coughed up blood once. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. He could only let the frantic rabbit handle everything from start to finish. Afterward, the young female rabbit quickly ran away and disappeared. Above the church, the sun was slowly rising. The night was a mess. Zhizhi ran back to her room on the third floor of the castle. Her cheeks felt hot, as if she had a high fever. Lisa was guarding at the door, yawning sleepily. Miss Zhizhi, you're back. Did the medicine work? Last night, Zhizhi came back and said she needed to use a lot of medicine. Lisa took her to the hall where medicines were stored in the territory. Talking about medicine, Zhizhi's face turned even redder. She stammered, "Yes, it works. I want to rest for a while. I won't have breakfast." "Okay," Lisa replied. "Rest assured, Miss Zhizhi, I won't let anyone disturb your sleep." Zhizhi returned to her bed. She buried her face in the pillow. Sigh, what is this action called? Is it taking what she wants by force? She didn't dare look into the eyes of the beast male when she ran away. For the next 3 days, every night, Zhizhi secretly went to the abandoned church. Each time, she brought many medicine bottles and food. She left them outside the church and quickly ran away. Dracula, who was healing, had broken bones and needed to use all his mental strength to seal his wounds. He had to wait for the witch doctor to arrive to be cured. Right now, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Any orc could easily take his life. From that first night with a pale face till later, a deep desire for revenge grew in his heart. Every time this young female rabbit came, it was a reminder of that night's shame. Once his body could move again, the first thing he would do was find her and repay her humiliation 100 times over. However, on the 4th day, the small female did not come. On the 5th day, on the 6th day, outside the abandoned church, she was no longer there. Dracula sat cross-legged on the ground, with his hands forming a magic circle. His mind kept flashing with images of the small female, her flushed face, soft waist. He sneered. She has some conscience, but not much. These days, the little rabbit girl seemed guilty, which is why she came to check on him every day. The medicines and food she sent were very helpful. But unexpectedly, she grew tired of it after just a few days. She would never come again. "Master, the Federation has issued a wanted notice. They are searching the entire empire. Our people are ready, and tomorrow is the best time to leave the city." Dracula sat inside the magic circle, shining with golden light. "You go ahead. I still need to kill a beast man. Who does the master want to kill? Why not leave this to your subordinates?" Noticing the cold gaze from the master, the beast man's subordinate immediately knelt down. "Go back and get the 5 army clubs." Understood. After the deployment, the church returned to silence. Dracula's injuries had mostly healed. He stood up, and the golden magic circle beneath him gradually faded. He looked outside. The small female was dressed as a servant, moving freely around the territory. She was probably a regular servant here. He still remembered the scent she left behind that day.
But
When he used his mental powers to sense her, he found her aura was untraceable. At most, it only reached the steps outside the church. The cave family's territory was very large. Instead of searching for her, he thought, he might as well wait and see. Dracula patiently waited in the abandoned church for a long time. Until one sunset, he caught a familiar scent. The little rabbit stepped on fallen leaves outside and sneaked into a place she shouldn't have come. A cold smile appeared on Dracula's face. He leaned against the statue, looking lifeless, as if he had been dead for a long time. Zhizhi suddenly loosened her grip on the bamboo basket. The basket of food fell to the ground. She stared blankly at the mysterious beastman's corpse, thinking that she had been busy these days and hadn't come earlier. He probably hadn't starved to death. Zhizhi felt a bit nervous. She ran over, holding up her skirt. Along the way, suddenly, she saw the male orc under the statue move slightly. He opened his eyes and looked at her coldly. Zhizhi immediately stopped. She realized something. She took a step back to escape, but then she saw that dark shadow flash quickly. In her widened eyes, he pounced on her and knocked her to the ground. The broken flower petals scattered to the sides. Zhizhi fell among fallen leaves and roses. The rarely visited church was covered with flowers on the ground. She stared blankly at the golden mask in front of her, only half of it remaining. Lying on the ground, Zhizhi's eyes were full of panic. Her long hair spread behind her, decorated with red roses. The girl's innocence and charm were so beautiful that the orc couldn't look away. Feeling a bit guilty, Zhizhi softly said, "I've been busy these days and couldn't come to see you." "I thought something had happened to you," she muttered. "I'm just glad you're alive." Dracula was slightly stunned. Is she worried about her safety? His dark pupils fixed on her snow-white face, then slowly looked down to her slender, delicate neck. He spoke slowly with a deep voice. "You're brave to come here." "How could?" Zhizhi's eyes widened, and her rabbit ears twitched slightly. I have my reasons," she softly said. "What happened before was my fault. You can scold me or hit me if you want." Dracula looked at her with an unclear expression. He only knew how to kill. He never did unnecessary things. Faced with her serious gaze, Dracula couldn't help but think to himself how simple her world must be. The anger in his heart, which had been there, disappeared halfway the moment he saw her figure. Now almost all of it was gone. He didn't plan to let her go so easily. His gaze fell on her chest. There, a red rose was falling, looking very much like a pin. "Do you know what part of the prey a hawk likes to eat most when hunting that I don't know?" He smiled. "The heart." Zhizhi's face turned even whiter with fear. "Our rabbits' hearts are not tasty." "Really? You've eaten it?" "No. The rabbit's heart is small, about the size of a quail egg, with a delicious and slightly gamey flavor. If you add a little rosemary, it would taste even better." Seeing the young female shiver, Dracula's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. She really can't handle being scared. He only said a few words, and her face almost lost all color. Such a timid rabbit, yet that night she did something so bold and reckless.
Ugh.
Zhizhi is about to cry. She saw the beast man's hand raise. Her mind went blank, and bloody images kept flashing through her mind, to the point she forgot to close her eyes. However, he didn't take out the rabbit's heart. Dracula picked up the small rose on the young female's chest, brought it to his nose, and lightly sniffed. In this church, there are countless withered branches and flowers. They only have a decayed smell. But this rose was different. It carried the scent of the young rabbit. Only half of the golden mask couldn't hide the handsome charm of the beast man before her. His aura was very unique, like a snowy mountain lake in the night, serene, deep blue, beautiful yet aloof, hiding danger beneath. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Dracula noticed the young rabbit staring at him blankly. Her face slightly reddened. "I just think." You look very handsome. Is he being teased? This young female, just like when they first met, is flirtatious, yet she looks incredibly pure and innocent. Perhaps this is the nature of the rabbit tribe, skilled at gaining the sympathy of other races. Dracula sat up. Without the strong sense of oppression, Zhizhi dared to breathe deeply. She also sat up. The evening sun gently shone into the church. When Zhizhi reached for something on the ground, she accidentally pricked herself.
Ah,
She softly exclaimed. It was like being pricked by a needle suddenly. A drop of blood appeared at her fingertip. Dracula glanced over. Even a flower branch could hurt her, such delicate and tender young female. Unlike any beast female he had seen before in the desolate mountain regions. Only in the eternal spring capital could such a delicate girl be raised. Unknowingly, Dracula grasped her wrist, lowered his head, and licked the blood from her fingertip. A tingling, numb feeling spread from her fingertips. Zhizhi shivered slightly. She wanted to pull her hand back, but the other person held it tightly. Don't treat the wound properly, it'll get infected, Dracula's deep voice said. It's just a small prick, she protested softly. Dracula, the vine is poisonous. Huh? Zhizhi's eyes widened. The little rabbit's eyes were round and bright. Dracula glanced up, seeming to smile, but it was hard to tell. If you don't want to die, be good and don't move around. Dracula had just licked the blood from the little female's fingertips, feeling the taste was especially sweet. It seemed to easily stir desire. It was never enough. He gently licked her fingertips, slowly taking her blood-scented fingers into his mouth, as if taking medicine, lost in the sensation. Zhizhi dared not struggle, afraid the poison would spread. This mysterious beast-man male, unlike his calm demeanor that night when he was badly injured, was now full of a strong sense of dominance. When Dracula looked up, he saw the little female's face turning redder than blood, and he felt very pleased. He grabbed her neck and pressed her against himself. Isn't it to detoxify? In the next moment, Zhizhi's confusion was silenced by his lips. Dracula had only wanted to scare her a little, but after tasting her blood, he became more and more wild, unable to control himself. She probably liked him. It was late at night. Dracula stood on the steps outside the church, watching the direction the little female ran, a faint smile in his deep eyes. She ran so hurriedly that her lace headband fell off. He picked it up, thinking of how the little rabbit had looked so passionate just now, his throat tightening. Since birth, he had carried the mission of revenge for the Empire, never relaxing for a moment. Love between males and females meant nothing to him. His purpose for coming to the Valoran Empire had been fulfilled. This little rabbit girl was just an accidental interlude. At first, it was only anger over her losing her chastity. Later, he secretly looked forward to her visits. Now, Dracula was seriously considering what would happen if he took her back to his territory. The moonlight was spreading. Zhizhi ran all the way back to the castle. Her heart was pounding very fast, probably because she was lying. It seems I was mistaken for a servant of the K family, but I didn't explain. Zhizhi just wanted to see him and check if he was healed. Unexpectedly, things got out of control. Tomorrow is the day the wolf cubs hatch. Housekeeper Qiao started teaching her noble manners several days in advance. This celebration is very important for the entire K family. On the day the cubs hatch, they will undergo ability tests and be ranked. During her stay here, Zhizhi learned a lot about the Beast World planet. One important thing is about the cubs. All egg-born cubs must take an ability test on their hatch day. They also receive blessings from close family members. These 4 wolf cubs are the treasured bloodline the K family has long desired, so they are treated with great importance and preparations are made early. On the Beast planet, females have complete freedom to give birth. No one can interfere, and full support is provided. Lisa brought a custom-made noble dress for her. Miss Zhizhi, let Lisa help you change into your clothes. Thank you, Lisa. It was a light purple banquet dress, beautifully crafted and detailed. Besides Lisa, 2 maids helped her change. So beautiful. Lisa whispered. Miss Zhizhi is so stunning. She is the most beautiful female Lisa has ever seen. Especially in the elegant noble gown that accentuates her waist, her perfect figure is eye-catching. Her silky long hair flows like a waterfall behind her, making her snow-white skin and starry eyes look even more striking. Housekeeper Qiao, waiting at the door, was visibly surprised when he saw Zhizhi. "Miss Zhizhi," he bowed politely. "Housekeeper Qiao, please lead the way." Since giving birth to the 4 eggs, Zhizhi hadn't seen the cubs again. Today they are about to hatch. Thinking of this, her mood became excited. Her crystal shoes, specially processed, were very soft and comfortable. She stepped onto the red carpet, passing through the grand hall and out of the castle. The place where the cubs' hatching ceremony was held was on the right side of the castle. The path was lined with red carpets. Today, the K family invited many noble families and important figures from the imperial city. They arrived early and waited in the banquet hall for a long time. When everyone heard the noise, all the beast men looked over. The elegant figure walking behind Butler Qiao was one of the main guests today. Zhizi's steps were cute and graceful, each step seeming to touch the hearts of the beast men present. She wore a crown decorated with diamonds, shining brightly. Her lips were painted bright red, charming and sweet. This female rabbit, recently promoted to the Empire's S rank, is highly favored by everyone. Her photos have long appeared on major forums across the Beast Star, gaining her many fans. Seeing her in person, everyone realized she was even more beautiful than her photos. Zhizi's eyes, full of spring water, were lively and innocent. This made the beast men present dare not breathe loudly, afraid of startling her. In the center of the beautifully decorated banquet hall, 4 beast eggs were gently shaking. They were very close to hatching. "Welcome everyone who have traveled far to attend the K family's beastling hatching ceremony. On behalf of my brother, I thank you all," a clear voice rang out. A figure appeared in front of everyone. Zhizhi looked up. A young man dressed in noble banquet attire approached. He wore a black robe with gold trim at the collar and a tall hat, looking noble and elegant. "Brother?" Zhizhi asked in confusion. Butler Qiao smiled and explained, "This is Tang Nail K, the twin brother of the current acting head of the K family, Tang Nard K. Tang Nard K is the acting head of the K family." Zhizhi had heard this from Lisa before. When Tang Luoka is ready to take on the role, he will officially become the 260th head of the K family. The K family is the oldest and most dazzling among the wolf clans. Most numerous are the Black Wolves and White Wolves. Tang Luoka belongs to the Black Wolf lineage. His 2 twin cousins are from the White Wolf lineage. Tang Nail approached the young female rabbit with a smile and bowed politely. "Finally, we meet, Miss Zhizhi." He had just returned from traveling abroad 2 days ago. Zhizhi returned his bow. She was fine when she was in the room, but now that she is here, she feels her heart beating faster for no clear reason. Donald noticed and smiled, saying, "Miss Zhizhi, this is your first time attending such a ceremony. Don't be nervous. Everything will be taken care of by me and Butler Qiao." Unlike Tang Luoka, Donald is very warm and cheerful. Both of them have red eyes. Tang Luoka's eyes look like they are filled with deep, dark blood. The young wolf tribe man in front of her, when looked at carefully, has eyes like 2 bright red gemstones, old, precious, and shining. Zhizhi gently nods. Everything is ready. Donald turns around and says, "Please invite the Godfather to give the declaration." The opening of the Breaking the Shell ceremony begins with a speech from the famous Imperial Godfather. As Donald finishes speaking, a tall figure dressed in a black church robe appears in the sight of all the beast men. When Zhizhi sees his face clearly, her eyes suddenly widen. Is it him? She remembers his appearance very clearly. She didn't expect to meet him here. Is he the Godfather? Although they met in an abandoned church, the identity of Godfather seems out of place for him. Today, Zhizhi is dressed in fine clothes, very different from usual. Maybe he won't recognize her? Hoping this, she subtly shifts a little to the side. Dracula, dressed as the Godfather, walks through the beast group and comes to Donald's side. He immediately notices the little female who looks like she wants to hide behind a crystal. That annoying little female. Yesterday, in the church, he ate her until there was nothing left but bones. When she mentioned working as a servant for the K family, she looked panicked, so he didn't ask more. Now, it seems she has hidden a lot. Zhizhi is secretly observing. She notices that the godfather never looks at her. Could she have mistaken him for someone else? Or maybe she hasn't rested well these days and her memory is a bit off. The male beast in the crowd is very mysterious, clearly not from the K family and has nothing to do with the godfather. Why is he here? Zhizhi quietly breathes a sigh of relief. She was overthinking. The godfather finishes his speech. The crowd erupts in applause. Meanwhile, the 4 animal eggs behind began to crack one by one. Small animal heads emerged from inside. Young masters are breaking out of their shells. Housekeeper Qiao exclaimed excitedly, nearly in tears. Remember, the K family had waited almost 20 years for this moment. Miss Zhizhi, Donald approached her and made a please gesture. Please pray for them. On the beast planet, the day animal babies hatch is the most important day. Only close family members can pray for the hatchlings. If the closest relatives are absent, then the most respected leader of the family will do the prayer instead. Zhizhi saw the 4 little wolf pups emerging, her fingertips trembling slightly. She slowly walked over. Thank you, everyone, for voting. See you tomorrow. On the crystal table, there was a cozy little nest for the animal babies. The first wolf pup to hatch had a fluffy, round, black head. When animal babies hatch, they look like animals. They will gradually grow and slowly develop into human-like forms. When they turn into humans depends on their own abilities. It's a black wolf cub. All the guests looked on with envy. Many of them belonged to famous noble families of the empire, fighting fiercely over a level S female to ensure their lineage. The K family, which had been silent for nearly 20 years, finally welcomed a new heir's cub for the first time. In the crowd, Miss Leopard from the Leopard clan snorted coldly. Don't celebrate too early. During the ability test later, they might turn out to be useless little things. The Lewis family, who had always been at odds with the K family, sent a young master this time. He stared at the wolf pups and echoed, exactly. Our Lewis family's next generation of fox cubs hasn't arrived yet. Why should those stinky wolves be ahead? The crowd surged forward. At the back, a distinguished guest arrived. Lord Duke, Housekeeper Qiao greeted with a smile. The prayer segment had just begun. All the beastmen's attention was drawn there. Zhizhi, dressed in a light purple gown, gently stroked the little wolf pup's head. The little wolf pup couldn't speak yet, but let out a sharp yip. It was happily enjoying the touch from its close family. Next to her, the white wolf Gnarl watched the little wolf cub with a smile in his eyes. Miss Zhizhi, you can lift it up. Before the ceremony, Zhizhi had learned how to bless the young animals. She nodded gently. The beast men in the banquet hall couldn't help but step forward a little. They watched closely, afraid to miss any detail. This was Zhizhi's first time doing such a thing. She carefully picked up the little wolf cub. It was very well behaved. It stayed still, curled up in Zhizhi's arms. Its black tail drooped, but because it was so happy, it slowly wagged. Gently, Zhizhi pressed her forehead to the little wolf's head. A faint light hovered between her and the animal's brows. Today, I am here to pray to the beast god. May you be safe and smooth, healthy and long-lived, everything you encounter be lucky, and your life be joyful and worry-free. Among the crowd, Lisa couldn't help but cry. She remembered when she was born, her parents had passed away, and the family elders blessed her. If only she had close family, how happy she would be. The ceremony was sacred. Every young beast's arrival was accompanied by blessings from the entire clan, and even the whole empire. 4 wolf cubs in a row. Before testing their abilities and genders, they were treated equally. A female rabbit of S rank, during the blessing, was stunning enough to take everyone's breath away. At this moment, she was so pure. Next to her, Dracula's gaze was fixed on her. She was blessing the young black wolf with the love of a close family member. These 4, they were all her and the male wolf's cubs. Thinking of this, a fiery feeling ignited in his chest, burning his insides with pain. Zhizhi placed the last wolf cub on a soft cushion. She looked at the 4 little animals sitting in a row, still feeling a bit dazed. The blessing ceremony ended. Applause erupted around the room. The last guest was a duke from the empire. He looked at her with interest, the young female rabbit who was rumored to have recently advanced to S rank. She was beautiful, with a graceful figure, lively aura, and a delicate, fragile appearance that made the male beastmen feel tender and protective. This matched the kind of female he had been searching for. It seemed he needed to make a careful plan, how to take her away from the K family. Next comes the most important and long-awaited part of the ceremony. After the blessing ended, the priest in a black robe announced loudly, "Ability and gender test." Zhizhi stepped back 2 paces. She couldn't help glancing at the priest, only to find that he was still looking straight ahead, focused entirely on leading the ceremony. Strange. During the blessing, she had felt as if someone's gaze had been fixed directly on her. Maybe it was just her imagination, but that look had felt so intense that even her back felt uneasy. I wonder what kind of ability will awaken? I'm more curious if any of the 4 wolf cubs are female. How could it be that easy to have a female? The great hound family next door has had 6 litters, all males. They've been wishing for a little moon for years. On the Beast World planet, in the Valoran Empire, daughters were affectionately called Little Moons. I heard that when the great hound family named their sons, they used names like calling moon, hoping for moon, missing moon, watching moon, coming moon, thinking of moon, and seeking moon. Not just them. Even the royal family prays to the beast god every day, hoping for a little princess. Every household longed for a little moon. Only a little moon could bring prosperity to a family. In the Beast World Empire, this was a common belief. Here, little moons were precious. If a little moon's overall rating reached S, even an unknown family could rise to great power overnight. 1,000 years ago, when technology on the Beast World planet was not yet advanced, there were no machines to create life. The ancient 5 great families each had a powerful female who gave birth to strong descendants, allowing their clans to flourish and claim vast lands. The glory of their ancestors still supported them to this day. Now, with advanced technology, there was no shortage of newborn beast cubs, but they could not inherit the true strength of their bloodlines. And almost all of them were male. Female genes were extremely difficult to reproduce. Even when successful, the females often lacked the ability to bear offspring. Look, the results are out. Someone pushed forward eagerly, trying to get a better view. Don't push. On the crystal table, faint blue ripples appeared, and placing the young beast on it allowed for various ability tests. The data was projected directly into the air above. Bright golden characters caught everyone's attention. All the orcs looked up. Zhizhi also looked up and saw the lines of writing. Initial test. First one, breed. Wolf cub, gender, male, mental power, 18,000, super ability. Basic fire element, lava level, physical strength, war god level, overall rating, SSS. Wow, seriously? A male orc in the crowd couldn't hold back. Born with SSS? And still growing? What kind of monster has a mental power of 18,000 at birth? Whose young beast has such high mental power from the start? And this super ability, other young beasts just spit small flames, but his is lava level? His physical strength is even more exaggerated, war god level right away. Does anyone understand the value of the word god? All the orcs were silently shouting inside. They looked again at the little rabbit girl, feeling deeply shocked. Is she the S-rank female of the empire? The cubs she gives birth to are also incredibly strong at the start. May the beast god bless you. The godfather gently tapped the little wolf cub's head. He placed the second young beast into the testing array. Beside him, Zhizhi watched nervously. This godfather looked serious and elegant, truly not the person she thought she knew. The array shimmered with light. Data appeared row by row. Initial test, second one, breed, wolf cub, gender, male, mental power, 18,000, super ability, to be unlocked, physical strength, war god level, overall rating, SS, another young beast with war god level physical strength. The orcs murmured. They had seen many young beasts with physical strength ratings from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starry, warlord, war god. Although the second wolf cub's rating was not as high as the first, everyone noticed that its super ability was still marked as to be unlocked. Despite that, they all have SS. In a few years, once their superpowers are unlocked, they will at least start with SSS. Next is the third wolf cub. Initial test, third cub, breed, wolf cub, gender, male, mental power, 30,000, superpower, basic thunder type, divine thunder level, physique, martial god level, overall rating, SSS. During the test, the little wolf cub sat quietly, eating the eggshells in his hand to gain nutrients. He is much calmer than his two older brothers. But the data from the test is truly astonishing. 30,000 mental power. Wow, that's incredible. He has perfectly inherited his father's strength. I heard that Don Locke K started with 30,000 mental power. Now, he has evolved to 100,000. Don't forget, the last time he participated in a public test was 3 years ago, so he might have evolved again. The beasts whispered to each other, all amazed by these 3 naturally born divine-level cubs. Is this what a grade S female is like? Her offspring's talent is simply extraordinary. No wonder all the families on the Beast World planet are fighting over grade S females. Even with multiple husbands, it's acceptable. In the Beast Pack, a young member of the Great Dog clan felt jealous. Darn it! They don't have a grade S female. Their sisters are only a level, and it takes years to conceive a single child. His older brother also has top-tier talent, but unfortunately, it wasn't perfectly inherited by the cubs. If this grade S female from the rabbit tribe was willing to marry into the Great Dog clan, the little dog prince suddenly widened his eyes. He must go home and urge his 2 unmarried brothers to hurry up and win her over. Next to him is Nana, a young lady from the beast tribe. She tightly stares at the floating golden data, filled with resentment and frustration.
Ha!
She is also a grade S female. If she were to have Lord Locke's cubs, they would definitely be martial god level. Their family, from the leopard tribe, has been declining for decades. Now that they have finally awakened a grade S, the young lady of the Black Panther lineage cannot marry any random male. If she wants to find a partner, she must choose the one with the strongest mental power. Since ancient times, female creatures in the beast world only mate with the strongest males nearby to reproduce. In all of Valoran Empire, the one who best meets her requirements is Don Locke K. His nickname is the Empire War Monster. He is the most powerful weapon that makes the Valoran Empire stand out among all males on the beast planet. Only by bearing Don Locke's offspring can her family's fate be changed. Even though he is notorious, cruel, and kept underground away from the light. Even if he looks ugly and terrifying, with a fierce appearance, the leopard princess would not reject him. She chooses her mate based only on strength. Producing SSS-level offspring that can help her family rise is more important than anything else. Nana, the leopard girl, tightly clenched her fists, her nails digging into her skin. Fate is so unfair. This unknown rabbit female somehow got pregnant with Don Locke's wolf cubs, and she gave birth to 4 at once. 2 are SSS level, 1 is S level, and the last one. The first 3 cubs are promising, and no one thinks the last one will be ordinary. Now, everyone is only wondering, could it be a female? This is the last one. And also the final chance. Butler Joe nervously wiped sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, while Donald kept watching the patriarch carefully lift the last wolf cub and place it into the testing array. Zhizhi's gaze never left the patriarch's hand. She was a little worried, afraid that the other might do something harmful to the cub. The test results soon appeared. Initial test, 4th cub, breed, wolf cub, gender, female, mental power. To be unlocked, superpower. To be unlocked, fertility. To be unlocked, overall evaluation. Awaiting good news. The bright gold characters almost blinded everyone's eyes. They repeatedly looked at the gender column. Female? A chorus of surprised exclamations erupted from the crowd.
Yes.
It's female. Only female cubs in their first test show a series of to be unlocked statuses. On the beast planet, the official gender test for females is only done when they reach adulthood. Lisa excitedly jumped up and exclaimed, "Miss! It's really Miss! In the new generation of the K family, the first female black wolf has been born. This is such great news. It seems at this time, the imperial royal family will come to celebrate. Animal God bless." "Animal God bless." Butler Qiao bowed repeatedly before the statue, his voice trembling almost too faint to hear. "As long as the young master and Miss grow up safely, I am willing to sacrifice 20 years of my life." Don Nail K approached Zhizhi. He knelt on one knee. In front of everyone, he took her hand and gently kissed the back of her small rabbit girl hand. "Miss Zhizhi, please let me thank you on behalf of the K family. Thank you for giving birth to these 4 wolf pups. We will do our best to care for them." Zhizhi's face turned slightly red. She softly said, "No need to thank me. So adorable. No matter how many times I see her, I can't help but feel amazed. This little rabbit girl is so beautiful, and her status is high. She's simply perfect." The other beasts quickly gathered around her. In the spacious, bright banquet hall, many people came to congratulate her. Among them were many beastmen hiding their own thoughts, hoping to make a good impression in front of her. "Lord Duke, the Emperor sent someone with news. It seems there is a lead." A beast guard approached the crowd, standing beside a man holding a glass of red wine. The Duke of Valoran Empire, a noble figure, kept his golden vertical pupils fixed on the rabbit girl. She was shining brightly among the crowd. Even from this distance, he could smell a faint, alluring scent on her. This is truly so wonderful. It seems he must quickly lure this little rabbit back home, so he won't miss his plan. Meanwhile, Dracula, standing outside the beast group, watched Zhizhi surrounded by everyone. His deep black eyes were cold and silent, like dead water. "Thanks for the lovely support. See you tomorrow." So, she is the most treasured guest of the K family. The joy in the church was clear. Has she already seen through her own identity and has other motives?
Or
Does she just enjoy the thrill of playing with males at her whim? No matter what, if she dares to provoke me, she's doomed. After greeting the guests, Zhizhi took a moment to rest in the lounge. There are 3 hours before the party begins. She lifted her dress and went to the spacious lounge, which had a desk and a very comfortable-looking sofa. However, the deep red curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling window were closed, so she couldn't see outside. After closing the door, all the noise was blocked out, and it was unusually quiet here. Lisa went to bring her some juice. Zhizhi held up her dress and stopped in front of the bookshelf. There were many old books. She picked up one and carefully looked through it. Suddenly, she heard the door open behind her. She happily turned around. "Lisa, you're back so soon." Her voice suddenly stopped. The person who entered had a tall figure. He wore a solemn, sacred black robe, symbolizing an inviolable faith. "Godfather?" Realizing who it was, Zhizhi turned to face him and gently bowed. He returned her gesture. He raised his right hand, and with a soft sound, he closed the door. The lounge was softly lit and a bit dim. After the lock clicked, Zhizhi immediately became nervous. The godfather came into the lounge. Why did he lock the door? "Miss Zhizhi," his voice was deep and gentle, just as reassuring as when he announced outside. "What are you reading?" he asked. I just picked up a book. It seems to be about the beastly customs of the Valoran Empire." Zhizhi held a vintage book, its leather cover looking quite old. "Oh," he stepped closer to her, lowering his gaze. "I also long to learn about the beastly lands of the Valoran Empire." "Please," Miss Zhizhi read a passage. Zhizhi blinked. "I thought the godfather only liked reading the Bible." The man in front of her looked serious, but also gentle. His spacious priestly robes carried a strong, calming scent of sandalwood. Zhizhi softly recited, "In the south of the Valoran Empire lies a hot rainforest region, where ancient civilizations thrived. Even 2,000 years later, traces of the beast god's miracles can still be found." Her voice was soft and sweet, just like when she was in church, touching the heart.
De la Cruz stared intently at her.
While outside, she stood among the gazing beastmen, praying for the hatchlings to be born healthy. She wore a light purple long dress, closed her eyes in prayer, looking very pure and holy. She was meant to be admired from afar, not touched. But in his eyes, she always reminded him of that young maid at the church, her voice cheerful yet tinged with sadness. Her soft waist, resting in his broad palm, and when she was emotional, she would lift her white neck, inviting a gentle nibble. And he indeed bit her, leaving behind many red marks. When she ran away, she also left behind her white lace headband she always wore. Zhizhi was focused on reading aloud. Ceylon City is an old city with a long history. It is said that the first lord of Ceylon City was a descendant born from the beast god. Today, the young female wore noble clothes and a dazzling diamond crown, transforming into the most valued guest of the K family. She also gave birth to 4 wolf cubs for Tang K. Thinking of this, Dracula's back teeth clenched painfully. Zhizhi leaned against the bookshelf, softly reading the story, unaware of the slight murderous look appearing in her godfather's eyes. Suddenly, her voice stopped. This was her first time reading aloud to someone. She shyly looked up, meeting the gentle, deep eyes of the man before her. "Godfather, am I reading well?" "You're doing very well. Keep going." Dracula's voice was gentle, but carried a commanding authority that made it hard to refuse. Zhizhi lowered her head and continued reading. As she looked down, her long eyelashes like butterfly wings covered her lively eyes. Her small, white, translucent nose and tempting cherry lips made her look charming. She spoke softly, but suddenly felt a broad, warm hand resting on her shoulder. She turned her face to look at the hand with a green gemstone ring. The man's fingers were long and slender, pressing gently on her smooth shoulder, his thumb softly rubbing her tender skin. This scene was very intimate. "Godfather?" Zhizhi's mind froze. Was her godfather really touching her? Her light purple dress, with one shoulder, was exposed to the air. It contrasted sharply with the large hand pressing on her shoulder.
There
"Has been some dust here." Dracula's thumb gently stroked her shoulder blade, his gaze serious and respectful. Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. Soon, she felt ashamed of her earlier thoughts. Zhizhi blushed and turned back to her book. She adjusted her breathing a few times and continued reading. "This is how little females are. Their voices are soft, their waists are soft, everything about them is soft." Dracula was thinking, what method can I use to make her death less painful? Should I break her neck directly? Or dig out her heart? Or maybe, "Miss Zhizhi," Dracula lowered his voice. "Can you tilt your head to the right? During the prayer earlier, I saw a strange mark on your left neck." "A mark? Not very good. Does that mean something bad?" Zhizhi paused, then tilted her head to the right. "Can you see clearly now?" She felt the intense gaze in front of her. The next second, her chin was pinched by the man before her, forcing her head up. Dracula carefully looked at her slender, white neck. The jasmine scent on the little female mixed with a milky fragrance, hitting her face again. Just like in her memory, he felt a bit dazed. Killing her like this would be a shame. This little female rabbit had no defenses at all so far. Had she not noticed that she was completely under the control of the male? "Godfather, do you see clearly now?" Zhizhi couldn't help but ask softly. This strange silence made her think wildly. Could it be a very troublesome mark? Dracula replied, "It's a curse mark. It seems someone at the banquet hall really wants you dead." He made up a name casually. Zhizhi's face suddenly turned pale. "A curse? That sounds very scary." She bit her lip, afraid to move. "Godfather, can you help me remove it?" "Of course." Dracula's lips curled slightly. "Removing the curse mark is my duty." He gently placed his hand on her neck, causing the little female to tremble. Snap! She loosened her grip, and the ancient book fell to the ground. "I heard that removing the mark can be very painful." Zhizhi's nose sounded a bit congested. I'm afraid it will hurt." Yes, little females are very afraid of pain. This point is well known to Dracula. "Don't worry, once you're dead, you won't feel any pain." Be gentle. Zhizhi closed her eyes and softly called his name. Dracula. Zhizhi called out his name. Be gentle, Dracula. At the banquet hall, she didn't dare recognize him, but now it was different. They were so close, and the scent on the man was exactly the same as in the church. She wouldn't forget. Dracula's expression paused slightly. They both recognized each other, but neither of them broke the silence. However, he didn't expect. Zhizhi would softly call his name. Facing Dracula, Zhizhi had no defenses. To her, Dracula's identity was mysterious, but he wasn't a bad person. In fact, after she bullied him, he was still willing to forgive her. If she wasn't so afraid of pain, Zhizhi would have kept thinking of him as a godfather in a blessing ceremony. He didn't mention the church, so she would keep her secret and swallow everything. Right now, the little female in front of him was like a small rabbit lost among wolves, seeking her protection.
He should ask her about it.
Just killing her like this, Dracula's heart unexpectedly felt a bit of pity. Since he was born, carrying the destiny of restoring his country, the journey had been full of dangers. He had killed countless monsters, their bodies piling up like mountains. Before he made a move, Dracula had never hesitated. But this time he stopped. He slowly leaned down. After they confessed to each other, they were even closer. Dracula gently sniffed the little female's neck. Why did you go to the church that day? Mentioning this, Zhizhi's tone was full of guilt. I'm sorry, She couldn't say more. Secrets about having a child must never be told to anyone. If Dracula found out she was the target and that she slept with him just to get pregnant, perhaps she might never see the next sunrise. Let me ask differently. Dracula's eyes darkened. Did someone from the K family send you here? What is this? Could it be some kind of trap? The little female nodded her head like a rattledrum. Her chin slipped from his fingers, and Zhizhi looked seriously at the man close to her, softly saying, No one told me to do this. It's just what I want. I need it myself. She emphasized the word myself. Also, Zhizhi gently lifted his hand and placed it on her belly. I am pregnant. The test results just came out. The system has already confirmed that she is now pregnant. Thinking about the timing, it probably happened the night at the church. Dracula looked at his hand resting on her flat belly, her soft and elegant light purple dress, and her waist tightly bound, which was slender and delicate. She couldn't see his expression. She only heard his cold voice. Oh? Dracula stared at the little female's belly, almost going crazy with jealousy. You just gave birth to 4 children for Don Locke, and now you're pregnant with his cubs again? The man looked up at her, a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes were cold. If I remember correctly, Don Locke is still kept underground. Do you go down there to find him every time? In dark and cold places. His voice carried a hint of barely contained anger. And mate with him? Zhizhi paused. Huh? Her mind was a little slow, and she tilted her head slightly, her rabbit ears drooping to the side. She understood now. Zhizhi quickly explained, No, this isn't Don Locke's cub.
It's
yours. The last few words were very soft. She felt shy. Dracula was too close to her. Just thinking about that night at the church made her feel very embarrassed. She didn't dare to look directly into his eyes.
my?
Dracula was stunned. His first reaction was impossible. Many years ago, tests had shown that his body couldn't reproduce offspring, so he was considered sterile. I just found out today, too. I was planning to come to the church after the ceremony to find you, but I didn't expect to meet you first. Dracula, I didn't mean to hide my identity. You know that. When you asked that day, I didn't lie or deceive you. She tried to explain. When Dracula asked questions, Zhizhi remained silent. She didn't want to lie, but she didn't know how to explain her identity. Fortunately, Dracula didn't press her. He assumed she was just a young maid. Dracula stared blankly at the young female's belly, unable to believe she was really carrying his creature's offspring. How is that possible? In this world, no female could give him descendants. But the little rabbit said. She was pregnant. Dracula instinctively took a step back. His usual anger had disappeared completely. Maybe from the moment Zhizhi called his name, he could no longer hurt her. Dracula, how long will you stay here? I want to wait until the baby is born and then give it to you. This is the K family's territory. With a strange creature egg appearing out of nowhere, Zhizhi could hide it. But what if the creature egg hatches? Dracula didn't answer. He was still stunned by the news, staring at the young female's belly, unable to come back to himself for a long time. After a while, he muttered, "Do you want him to be your mate?" Zhizhi looked confused. "Who? Donlock K. I haven't thought about it." Zhizhi honestly replied. "Not thought about it?" Dracula suddenly looked at her. "You don't plan to mate with him?" "Not for now." Zhizhi looked away, feeling a little guilty. She had never thought about mating. With the system for having children, she needed to attract different males. If she mated with each one, her home wouldn't be big enough. And now, she didn't have her own territory, her own house, or her own home. This castle belonged to the K family.
She was just a guest.
Just staying temporarily. Dracula's emotions finally stirred. He thought of a possibility. The young female was pregnant with his child, and she didn't want to marry Donlock. Maybe she was willing to come with him? Although, she might also be lying to herself. Dracula didn't want to investigate further. He only knew that she was willing to say these things to him. Even if she was lying, at least she was making an effort. Seeing that the man in front of her remained silent for a long time, Zhizhi couldn't help but lift her head and ask, "Dracula, do you believe what I just said?" Seeing her bright, sparkling eyes looking at him with hope, Dracula was moved. He lowered his head and gave her a gentle kiss on the tip of her nose. "I believe you," he said softly. Zhizhi smiled sweetly. She wanted to bend down to pick up a book, but found it difficult to do so in her dress, so she looked at him instead. Dracula crouched down and picked up the book. He knelt on one knee and, when he looked up, he saw the young female slightly leaning forward. From this angle, he could just see her slender waist wrapped in a light purple dress. His gaze slowly moved upward, the faint, blurry view before his eyes made his breath catch. Slowly, Dracula raised his hand and handed her the old book. "Thank you for your votes, my dear friends."
Kisses. See you tomorrow.
Zhizhi held the book with both hands, forgetting which page she had just read. She was troubled. Which paragraph was I on? Suddenly, the godfather in front of her snatched the book from her hands. He casually placed the ancient book back on the shelf. While she was still staring at him in surprise, he leaned down and lightly kissed her lips. "Stop reading the book." He lifted her chin and said, "Look at me." Dracula bent down and kissed her again. Zhizhi's ears turned red. Her body trembled slightly as she was firmly held by his broad, warm hand. Feeling Dracula gradually deepen the kiss, the air around them grew thin, and she started to feel short of breath. Her fair face was flushed bright red. Dracula slightly pulled back and looked at her, her eyes seeming to shimmer with tears. She supported herself on the bookshelf, taking slow, shallow breaths. His fingers brushed her swollen, cherry-colored lips. "Tonight, come to the church. I have something I want to tell you." Zhizhi nodded softly. After the afternoon banquet, she felt a bit tired and returned to her room halfway through. The other beasts watched her leave with longing. The young female was simply too charming. However, the K family members, whether intentionally or not, kept others from getting too close to her. It seemed they were also afraid that she might choose another male and not become the lady of the K family. With Lisa's help, Zhizhi took off her elegant gown and changed into more comfortable clothes. She wore a plain white dress, curled up on a soft sofa, holding a pink pillow in her arms, staring absent-mindedly at the flower pots on the balcony. She wondered what Dracula wanted to tell her tonight. "Are you asking about the cub? He probably won't refuse, right?" Thinking that Dracula might soon leave the K family territory, what will happen if only she is left after the cub is born? "Satan," she softly calls. "Is there a place to store beast eggs?" System. No such thing. Zhizhi. It seems the beast eggs she has laid are different from the pet eggs rewarded by the system. The pet eggs are still safely in her inventory. I wonder when they will hatch. Can I see the details of the third task in advance? System. The task is not unlocked yet. You cannot view it now. Alright. The second task is to successfully give birth to the cub. Only then will it be considered complete. During this time, she can only stay in the castle. Night is approaching. Lisa brings in a glass of milk. Miss Zhizhi, drink this and you'll sleep better tonight. Thank you. Housekeeper Qiao specifically said that the territory is unsafe now, so try not to leave your room. Zhizhi takes a sip of the milk and pauses. Did something happen? Lisa tidies up the bed and recalls. It seems they said. Many patrol guards at the church were killed. Hearing the word, church, Zhizhi gasps and unconsciously tightens her grip on the cup. Miss Zhizhi, do you know why this day, when the cub is about to hatch, Lord Nade hasn't returned? Lisa leans in and whispers, I heard something happened at the palace. A prince was killed. It was an assassination. Do you think the assassin might have hidden in our territory? Otherwise, why would so many guards suddenly die? It seems they were all struck down instantly, without time to call for help. And it seems to be related to the remnants of the Tang kingdom. Zhizhi hears this term for the first time. Tang kingdom? Yes. There used to be 4 great empires on the beast planet, but now only 3 remain. 200 years ago, the Tang mountain empire was wiped out by an alliance of the 3 major empires. Lisa softly explains. Tang mountain is the territory of the eagle tribe. They are the rulers of the skies on the beast star. At their most glorious, the other 3 empires had to bow to them. I heard that their current lord is the strongest rare talent in the Tsangshan Empire for 100 years. He and Lord Locke were both rated SSS right after birth. Since hearing about the incident at the church, Zhizhi has been a bit distracted. Lisa thought she was just tired. She smiled and said, Miss Zhizhi, go to sleep first. I won't disturb you. Good night. Good night. After Lisa left, Zhizhi sat at the bedside. She picked up an oil lamp from a small table nearby. Late at night, she quietly left through the terrace back door covered with climbing ivy. I hope Dela doesn't get into trouble. The night was thick with fog. After walking far away, she looked back at the castle, which looked more mysterious and gloomy at night. She had walked this path many times before, so she was very familiar with it. As she got closer, she smelled a strong smell of blood. The outside of the church, which had been cleaned, still had many bloodstains. She stepped on the stairs and slowly moved upward. Inside the dark and quiet church, Zhizhi saw that familiar tall figure. Her heart finally eased a little. Dela, who was wiping his mask, looked up and saw the little girl with the oil lamp walking toward him. A faint smile appeared on his face, one even he didn't realize. The little bunny arrived as promised. Are you okay? Zhizhi asked softly. I'm fine. To make traveling at night easier, Zhizhi changed into a maid outfit. She came to Dela's side, and he gently brushed her messy long hair, his fingers passing over her rabbit ears. He couldn't help but lean down and kiss her forehead. For many years, he had always walked alone in the dark. Dela suddenly realized that love couldn't be hidden. When he saw her, he just wanted to hold her in his arms. Especially after knowing that the little bunny was carrying his child. I have other things to do later, so I can't wait at the church every day. Except for late nights on weekends, there's no need to come specifically at other times. Zhizhi's first reaction was, then what will you eat? Without the food she brought, what would Dela eat? He couldn't help but smile and said, don't worry, I won't let myself go hungry. Dracula took out a long wooden box from his chest. He opened it, revealing a pure sky blue jewelry necklace. The blue bead was clear and shiny, like the color of the sky. This was given to him by his mother before she died. Male eagle species only have one mate in their lifetime. For Dracula, unless he was sure he wanted to spend his life with a female, he would never give away a family heirloom. Gently, Dracula placed the necklace around her neck. Zhizhi saw such a beautiful necklace for the first time. She looked down in surprise, her rabbit ears twitching slightly. Is this? It's for you. I didn't bring you a gift today. Zhizhi looked up and looked at him seriously. A token of commitment. A slight smile appeared on Dracula's face. You already gave me one. He always carried the white lace headband Zhizhi had dropped earlier. Just as Zhizhi was about to ask what is it, Dracula's eyes suddenly changed. He pressed his finger to her lips. Someone's coming. Far from the church, a group of guards was patrolling the territory. Because something had recently happened at the church, they checked the area regularly for any news. Dracula quickly picked up the small female in front of him. He leapt out of the window. Landing on a branch, he used the momentum to jump again, soaring toward the church roof. This three-step jump was very fast. Zhizhi lay in his arms, clutching his clothes nervously. After landing steadily, he gently set Zhizhi down. Wait here for a while. Dracula watched the guards approaching the church from afar. When they leave, I'll take you back. Okay. Zhizhi sat on the church roof, with tall, dense trees nearby, hiding their figures completely. After a while, once the guards had left, Dracula looked at her. There were words he hadn't finished saying inside the church earlier. After this matter is settled, do you want to come with me? For the first time, Dracula actively invited a female to come to his territory. He stared closely at the little rabbit beside him, afraid to miss any of her expressions. Zhizhi paused for a moment. Should she leave K's family with Dracula? It's not impossible, but she still doesn't know what her next task will be. I think. Zhizhi bit her lip. I'll decide after the baby is born. Okay, Dracula promised immediately. I'll wait for you. He wouldn't force her to decide now. As an S-class female, choosing who will be her mate is her own choice. Dracula is willing to wait. The area near the church returned to its usual quiet. He gently carried Zhizhi down from the roof. They stopped outside the church, where dry leaves and withered roses lay on the ground. The wind rustled softly. Let's go, Dracula said, planning to take her back. Dracula, Zhizhi softly called his name. I can go back by myself, she said. Tonight is uneasy, and she can vaguely guess Dracula's identity. He must be connected to the Tsongshan Empire. He still needs to hide carefully, so he won't be caught. All right, Dracula nodded slightly. He looked at the golden mask in his hand and slowly offered it to her. Miss Zhizhi, could you help me put on this mask? Sure, Zhizhi took the mask. When they first met, Dracula was wearing it. The half-missing golden mask made him look even more mysterious. Dracula is tall. To help her put on the mask, he bent down. Zhizhi tiptoed and gently placed the mask on his left face. His handsome eyebrows and eyes, covered by the mask, looked even more intriguing. The moonlight above was hazy. Zhizhi gently pressed the edge of the mask, touching his cheek, feeling a slight electric shock. She looked into his deep eyes, her breath catching. She felt that this man's features were clear and handsome, extraordinary. The old church was bathed in moonlight, scattered on the ground. The man bending over, and the girl standing on tiptoe made a beautiful picture. After putting on the golden mask, Zhizhi's face lit up with a bright smile. There, done. Dracula loved to see her smile. Her fresh and pure smile was like a stream flowing into his long-dried heart. When she left, Dracula watched her go until she disappeared from sight. Until her figure disappeared, the smile in his eyes gradually faded. Dracula thought about what he needed to do next. His eyes flickered with a smile, but his gaze was sharp like a knife. He would carefully settle the score with the Valoran Empire, one step at a time. On her way back, Zhizhi met the guards. When they saw her, they paused briefly, then quickly bowed in greeting.
They were close to the castle now.
Zhizhi smiled and walked past them, leaving a group of Beastman guards staring at her back in admiration. That's Miss Zhizhi. She's even cuter than in the photos. But why is she wearing a servant's outfit? Mind your own business. Even simple clothes on Miss Zhizhi look like she's a goddess descended from heaven. Back in her room, Zhizhi gently touched her chest. She was startled when she saw the guards earlier. Luckily, it was night, and they couldn't see her expression clearly. Otherwise, they might have noticed something was wrong. Zhizhi was not sleepy now. She opened her system inventory and started counting how many usable props she still had. The most useful was a nutrient liquid that could hide her scent. She had used it before to keep Dracula from finding her. Besides that, there was a bottle of Fool All Males pheromone and an unused eavesdropping card. While organizing her items, she heard the system's voice. System. Ding. The host has triggered a side mission. System. Completing it will allow the host to reveal 2 main story options at the 3rd mission announcement for the host to choose one. System. Host, do you accept this side mission? 2 main options to choose from? Having an extra choice meant more possibilities. Zhizhi quickly responded, I accept. Based on her last side mission, it seemed the difficulty wouldn't be too high. She was willing to try. System. Ding. Congratulations. The host has activated the side mission, Corrupt Alliance, which requires helping to hide the Eagle Tribe Beastman's identity. Completing this mission will automatically earn a choose one of 2 main storylines voucher. Corrupt Alliance? Zhizhi muttered these words. She thought for a moment and realized it was probably related to Dracula. Because Dracula is from the Eagle clan. That day in the church, her finger was cut, and that night she saw Dracula's beast form. Or rather, half-beast form. Zhizhi couldn't help but cover her hot cheeks. In the following days, Zhizhi lived quite peacefully. She was peacefully preparing for childbirth, which was expected at the end of the month. It was just past noon. After lunch, Zhizhi was lying on a lounge chair on the balcony, enjoying the sun. Lisa slowly approached. Miss Zhizhi, Lord Nail would like you to go to the reception hall. He seems to have something important to discuss with you. As a distinguished guest of the K family, her meals and daily care were provided by the family servants, and butler Qiao often came by. But this was the first time she was officially invited to discuss important matters. She changed her clothes, and led by a male servant, she went to the K family's reception hall. As soon as she entered, she saw Donald standing in the luxurious center of the hall. He is the twin brother of the current acting leader, Donald K. The young wolf clan member was dressed in a deep red suit, with short, slightly curly white hair. His smile was as bright as ever. Zhizhi stepped into the hall. Outside in the corridor, the male servant led the godfather over. He was the newest godfather recruited by the K family, here today to discuss the upcoming family ritual at the end of the month with Donald. The male servant softly said, Godfather, Miss Zhizhi has just gone in. Please wait outside for a moment. Dracula responded softly, The door to the reception hall was slightly open, and from here, he could clearly see their figures. He hadn't seen her in a long time. The young female, dressed in a light purple waist-length dress with flowing long hair, just her back, made his heart flutter. To avoid losing composure, Dracula turned around and leaned against the wall beside the door. He heard Donald's voice. Miss Zhizhi, would you consider choosing me as your beast partner? Thank you, dear readers, for your votes. See you tomorrow. His twin brother is currently handling all affairs for the K family. According to their family hierarchy, Tang Luaka should call him little uncle, although they are about the same age. Zhizhi was slightly stunned when Tang Nair suddenly asked her. The cheerful young wolf tribe man winked at her. Luo doesn't know how to cherish beauty, unlike me. I'm much gentler than him. Tang Nair made a, please, gesture toward the red sofa. Miss Zhizhi, please sit down. Zhizhi slowly walked over and sat down, still thinking about how to respond. Tang Nair poured her a cup of red tea. He approached the girl, knelt on one knee, and offered her the tea with one hand. His young face had ruby-like eyes that were very attractive, and his short white hair looked like it was covered in snow. If you stay with me, I will definitely not let you be sad, he said very seriously. Zhizhi took the delicate teacup, holding it with both hands, and gently sipped the rich red tea. And also, Tang Nair's lips curved into a slight smile, dimples appearing. My genes are not inferior to any male. Miss Zhizhi, would you like to try? He whispered charmingly.
No.
I don't need to. Zhizhi's hand trembled slightly as she held the tea. Tang Nair was too close, and she felt a bit uncomfortable. The young man smiled slightly, stood up, and looked at her fair, soft face. His clear, gentle eyes made her want to tease him. He took a step back. He noticed her breathing had become smoother. It seemed she was very uncomfortable with a male's closeness, especially a predator. Outside the door, upon hearing her soft refusal, Dracula's half-lowered eyes showed a faint smile. Let's talk about something serious. The young wolf tribe man still smiled gently. I heard from the guards that a few nights ago, you were seen near the church. Do you know why Miss Zhizhi went to such a remote place late at night all alone? Zhiji's hand holding the teacup tightened. She thought about the side mission, needing to hide Dracula's identity. She absolutely must not let any orc know that he is a descendant of the eagle tribe of the Tsongshan Empire. I lost something, so I want to go find it. What is it? I put out a hairband. That night she wore a maid outfit, and when she returned, the soft lace hairband she wore on her head was missing. It probably fell at the church. Did you see any animal shadows? Donald asked curiously. No, I didn't. The eagle from Tsongshan has already entered the Imperial City. Maybe it's hiding in our territory. Miss Zhizhi, you shouldn't go out alone at night in the future. Birds of prey are fierce and bossy, and they like to treat small animals' hearts as snacks. Did I understand? By the way, you seem to have different thoughts about the remnants of Tsongshan. Donald looked at her with a smile. Zhiji's heart skipped a beat. The young wolf tribe man had a cheerful smile and spoke gently, but for some reason, she always felt a little scared. Oh no, Zhizhi desperately shouted in her mind. I want to use the eavesdropping card system. Congratulations on using the eavesdropping card. For the next 3 minutes, you can hear the other person's thoughts. Zhizhi held her teacup, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage to look at Donald. The eavesdropping card started working. The young man in front of her didn't speak, but she clearly heard his thoughts. The Tsongshan Empire has a blood feud of hundreds of years with the rabbit tribe. But this little rabbit doesn't seem to dislike them much. This is really something worth pondering. Huh? When she's silent, she just stares at me directly. It's a bit embarrassing. Her rabbit ears are so cute. I really want to bite them. She wore a beautiful long dress today. As expected, I still want to keep her close, maybe have some little wolf cubs of my own. Hearing this, Zhiji's face turned slightly red. She quickly lowered her head to drink tea. Blood debts, huh? Then her attitude should be a bit more nasty. I'm scared. Zhizhi clutched her teacup, her voice trembling. Donald paused slightly. He waited a moment, only to see the young girl hesitating. But she looked like she was about to cry. Donald patiently guessed, You don't like the eagle tribe, do you? No, I don't. They think the others are very cruel and believe they should disappear from the beast planet, right? No, Dracula is not cruel at all. Zhiji's face is almost buried in her chest. She gently nods and says, Yes, all the eagle tribe people should die, isn't that right? Yes. Donald sees the young female trembling and thinks she is afraid of the eagle tribe, a deep-rooted genetic fear. He doesn't ask further. Instead, he walks in front of her, squats down kindly, and hands her a clean handkerchief. The church is abandoned. Why did you go there? Outside the door, Dracula quietly listens to their judgment of the eagle tribe. The man lowers his eyes. No one knows what he's thinking. In his wide sleeve, his fist clenches tightly, with white knuckles showing his emotions. Zhizhi looks at the young man with white hair kneeling before her and whispers, I went to the church to pray for Tang. He lives in such a cold place and I worry about him. I hope he recovers soon and comes back into the sunlight. She mentions Tang Luaka. Tang? The white-haired young man from the wolf tribe is surprised for a moment, then quickly reacts, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. So that's how you usually call him, such closeness. Now, everything makes sense. The young female and Luaka do have a good relationship, otherwise, she wouldn't be pregnant with his child. After advancing to an S-rank female in the Empire, she isn't in a hurry to choose a mate. She's probably waiting for Tang Luaka to return. Praying at the church makes sense. Luaka is indeed sick, and he needs the beast god to cleanse him properly. Outside the door, Dracula's face is pale. He leans against the wall, weakly hanging his hands. His heart feels as if countless tiny needles are stabbing it, a dense pain spreading through his chest. His heart has never hurt this much before. Thinking of the night he met her at the church, he realizes it was just an accident. The young female was praying for another male. Haha. Donald has asked everything he needs to. He stands up and says, Miss Zhizhi, I need to discuss the sacrificial rites with the priest. Please go back to your room. I won't see you off. Zhizhi nods softly.
She
can finally leave. She takes a long, deep breath in her heart and walks slowly toward the door. The door is half open, no need to push it. She stepped outside and saw a familiar figure nearby, freezing in place. The male servant beside her whispered, "Master, please come in." Dela was also here. When did he arrive? Zhizhi instinctively wanted to speak, but she noticed Donald was still watching her. She dared not reach out to pull Dela's robe. She could only watch him walk past her. Just like last time at the beast cub's hatching ceremony, he was stern and cold, as if he had never seen her before. Did he hear what she just said? Zhizhi wasn't sure. She thought she would explain everything to him after going to church this weekend. When she returned, Lisa was preparing her clothes for the K family ancestor worship ceremony. Miss Zhizhi, the ancestor worship day is very important for the wolf tribe. The whole planet will be live streaming it. You are a distinguished guest invited by Lord Nard, and you are a newly promoted S-rank female of the Valoran Empire. All the beast men on the planet want to see you. Zhizhi looked at the many beautiful dresses. She remembered that Butler Qiao had also mentioned this to her. On this planet of beast kind, technology is advanced, and their live streaming skills are very sophisticated, controlled by a small golden sphere. Zhizhi was invited to attend the ancient wolf tribe ceremony at the end of the month. Miss Zhizhi, which dress do you like? She was a bit distracted. Lisa, you can choose for me. I think this one is pretty fresh sky blue, very suitable for you. This one is also nice. Suddenly, Zhizhi heard a familiar system sound. System, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest joining the crowd. Reward has been sent to the item inventory. When the third task appears, you can use it. A faint smile appeared on her face. Lisa, I'll go out to the balcony and enjoy some sun. Take your time choosing, okay? On the balcony of her bedroom suite, plants and flowers complemented each other. She lay on the soft sofa, opened the system inventory, and saw a scroll. Gently moving her finger, the name of the scroll appeared. Main quest voucher, choose one. Summary, shows 2 main quests at once for the host to choose from. This voucher can only be used once. The side quest was completed, which means Gnarl did not find any clues about Dracula being an Eagle Tribe beast man due to her suspicions. Zhizhi felt a little happy inside. She looked up at the clear blue sky above the castle and whispered, I hope he didn't hear me today when I was talking with Donald in my room. Zhizhi looked forward to meeting Dracula on the weekend. On the weekend, she went to the church at the agreed time, carrying a lantern. But it was empty there. She waited alone for a long time, but Dracula did not come. The church was empty, and the fallen leaves and withered roses on the ground looked like they had been cleaned up. She placed the lantern on the ground, sat on the front row bench, and waited silently. However, until the sun rose the next day, Zhizhi did not see Dracula's figure. Could something have happened to him? Another week passed, and Zhizhi arrived as scheduled. The moon was faint, and the dark church was very quiet. She stood outside the door, not daring to go inside. Dracula had missed his appointment for 2 weeks in a row. Zhizhi didn't know where he had gone. She asked Lisa indirectly about the Godfather. She heard he took an outside mission and left the imperial capital of Valoran. Did he really leave? Did he leave without a word? On the third weekend, Zhizhi still went to the church. This time, she gathered her courage and went inside, standing under the front statue, looking at the wolf totem, gently touching her belly. If only Dracula had an accident or had already left the imperial city, Zhizhi decided to do everything she could to send the beastling to a safe place. The Zhongshan Empire had already fallen. If the bloodline of the Eagle tribe was discovered, any group in the Valoran Empire might harm this eagle cub. Yes, Zhizhi made up her mind. She wanted the cub to find its own tribe and go to the land where it could survive best. She looked at the statue and couldn't help but clasp her hands in prayer for the first time. In 3 days, the cub was due to be born. She hoped everything would go smoothly. Zhizhi focused on her prayer, not noticing the long shadow approaching from behind. Dracula wore a half-golden mask and a black cloak, standing with his back to the crescent moon in the sky as he slowly approached the church. He saw a delicate young female with a slender back, praying sincerely. Just as she had said before, I come to the church too.
Let Tang.
Dracula approached her from behind. The fragile young female was just at his chest height when she stood. He bent down and covered her completely from behind. Long time no see, his voice carried a faint, cold smile. Suddenly, Zhizhi was embraced from behind. She was startled, her hands still clasped in front of her chest. When she heard Dracula's voice, she relaxed. You're here, she responded happily. I didn't expect Miss Zhizhi to be so leisurely. The ancestor worship ceremony is tomorrow, and tonight you still have time to pray at the church. Dracula's voice sounded different from usual, with an odd, unexplainable feeling. Zhizhi thought she was overthinking. She tried to turn around to look at him, but when she moved slightly, she found she couldn't move at all because he held her very tightly. Didn't we agree? Her eyes showed a hint of confusion. Dracula chuckled softly. From behind, he pinched her chin, forcing her to lift her head to look at the large sculpture in front of her. The old, partly ruined church revealed the night sky through its damaged roof, with the crescent moon hanging above. The wolf-shaped statue of the K family's deity stood proudly at the front.
Do you see it?
He whispered softly into her ear. See what? Zhizhi was confused. Dracula's lips almost touched her ear, and his breath made her shiver as if electric. I mean, this wolf god sculpture. Do you see it clearly? Zhizhi was forced to lift her chin and look at the majestic, sacred wolf sculpture. Its eyes were blood-red and chilling, as if alive, watching everything happening inside the church. I see it clearly, she whispered in response. Every beast tribe's territory has a sacred sculpture that protects their community and helps them thrive. The Cave family is a wolf tribe. Having a wolf god sculpture in the church is perfectly normal. Under the moonlight, in the dilapidated church, the young rabbit girl was held captive by the man behind her. His broad, strong fingers pressed against her cheeks, guiding her head to turn to the right. The next moment, Dracula leaned down and kissed the girl. She pressed tightly against his chest, enduring the sudden, passionate kiss. Zhizhi could do nothing but let out a soft cry, which was quickly swallowed by him. Thank you, dear friends, for your monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Thanks to AI Boo classmate for the little heart. See you tomorrow. Since overhearing those conversations in the lounge last time, Dracula had been deliberately avoiding this young female. He forced himself not to think about anything related to her. Everything about the imperial city of Valoran had settled. He was about to leave. Before leaving, Dracula couldn't help but return to this abandoned church. He thought he could easily suppress his feelings, but the moment he saw the young female, they flooded out uncontrollably, like a raging storm. She was right. The Tsongshan Empire and other beast clans have deep-seated hatred. As a young rabbit female, she should despise him. But why did she mate with him? Was she trying to control him? Or Zhizhi felt like she was suffocating. She sensed that Dracula tonight was different from usual. When she was extremely short of oxygen, the man finally loosened his grip. She hurriedly inhaled air, only to be blocked again in the next second. Could it be the male's mating season? On this beast world planet, different clans of beast men have different mating periods. During this time, they become very irritable and driven. Dracula said nothing tonight. Zhizhi could only feel the hardness and heat. She leaned forward, hands resting on the cold statue in front of her. When she looked up, she saw wolf-like eyes staring intently at her. Her fair cheeks gradually flushed with red. Dracula. She trembled softly, wanting to turn back. But he covered her eyes from behind. A kiss landed on her delicate back. The air was filled with a sweet, moist fragrance, mixed with the strong scent of the male. Do you want to come with me? He asked. I hate lies, and I hate betrayal even more. Dracula's voice was low and hoarse. He sat on the ground, holding the soft young rabbit female in his arms. Before you make a decision, there's no need to rush to answer me. Decision? Zhizhi's throat was slightly hoarse, and the redness on her cheeks had not yet faded. She leaned against Dracula's chest, one of her rabbit ears drooping from exhaustion. The realization of offending the entire Valoran Empire. Dracula chuckled softly. Forget it. At this point, there's no need to pretend anymore. All that talk about being pregnant with his child. His naturally infertile body, it was just her acting too convincingly, which made him believe. In the mind of this little female, she must always be thinking about that wolf. Did the cave family send her here? She is so delicate and fragile, easily blown over by the wind. What can she do? Anyway, after tonight, they will have nothing more to do with each other. On this beast world planet, with the wave of mutants surging outside the Imperial City, this little rabbit has never even seen the outside world. She grew up in the gentlest, most nourishing farm on the entire planet. How could she want to leave? Dracula hated lies and betrayal the most. But when facing this little female, he found himself helpless. Even knowing she was always lying, he still couldn't bring himself to tear out her heart. Whenever he touched her, Dracula felt like he was constantly in heat. But in reality, he had no heat cycle at all. Having lived so many years, he had never desired any female. Even under the control of breeding genes, he had no interest in mating. With this mindset and his infertile body, Dracula was destined never to have his own offspring.
And he didn't care.
Other beastmen of the Tsangshan Empire could have children. His only mission was to restore his country. Zhizhi felt a bit confused. Behind her, Dracula had already stood up. He draped his spacious black robe over her shoulders. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Dracula's voice was cold, sharply contrasting with his earlier seductive tone. Next weekend. Zhizhi spoke slowly. Will you come again? No. Dracula turned away indifferently. I'm tired of pretending with you, as she heard his footsteps gradually fade away behind her. Zhizhi tightened her black robe, which still carried Dracula's scent. When he said, not coming anymore, did he mean he didn't want the cub anymore? What should I do when the beastling is born? Zhizhi was a bit frustrated as she tugged at her rabbit ears. She sat on the ground, lowered her head, and let out a gentle sigh. The other person was probably upset because she hadn't given a clear answer and had lost hope. After all, Dracula had asked her several times if she wanted to go with him. Zhizhi couldn't answer, because she also had a mission to complete. Only by finishing the mission and reaching the highest level could she leave this planet and return to her original world. Zhizhi, wearing his black robe, rested for a long time before leaving the church. Back in her room, she quickly fell asleep. In her half-conscious state, she felt a slight discomfort in her belly. It was almost dawn. She sat up, turned on the bedside lamp, and looked at her stomach, noticing something seemed to be flowing out. What's happening to me? System. Don't worry, the baby is coming early, 2 days before the due date. The first time, because it was a beginner's benefit, the system automatically sped up, and her body had no reaction. This time, after nearly a month of pregnancy, she felt subtle changes. Zhizhi quickly took out the painless instant birth pill from her system inventory. After swallowing it, her discomfort disappeared immediately. With her previous experience, she was less nervous this time. The large bedroom was only hers, with a soft bed that was much more comfortable than before. She propped her pillow higher, leaned back, and waited quietly. 1 minute later. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth. You earned 300 points. Because you gave birth to a rare eagling, an extra 200 points are awarded. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 2. Multiple benefits of the Good Pregnancy Store are now unlocked, and you can exchange items with points at any time. System. Friendly reminder, 1,500 points are needed for the next level up. Just like the first time, with the help of the painless instant birth pill, the birth was very quick. Zhizhi looked at the soft bedding, where a white beast egg was wrapped, and she could faintly see the outline of the tiny wings of the beastling. The beast egg needed some time to hatch, and one day, the eagling would break out of its shell. Zhizhi gently touched the eggshell with her hand. It was smooth and cool. She thought for a moment, then quickly got out of bed. She found a bamboo basket for food, covered it with a pillowcase, and gently placed the animal egg inside. Maybe Dracula hasn't gone far yet. When he smells the scent, he might come back. It was already bright outside. Outside the door, Lisa softly called, "Miss Zhizhi, are you awake? Today is a big ceremony, so she needed to wash and dress early." "Please come in," Zhizhi said, covering the bamboo basket with a lid. She sat on the sofa on the balcony, wearing a nervous smile. Lisa thought she was worried about the ceremony. "I heard that today the most respected rabbit family is also here. It seems they came just for you." Lisa took out a dress from the wardrobe, excitedly saying, "Miss Zhizhi, you might soon have your own home." Currently, she was in a friendly competition, asking for votes and monthly tickets. The rabbit clan lives in Valoran Empire's Greenfield City, a beautiful place with fresh air, perfect for vacations. The most famous rabbit family there is the Abe family. They have a male black rabbit with a rare healing ability, a top talent that the three great empires are eager to recruit. Zhizhi changed into a light orange dress and sat at her dressing table, occasionally glancing at the bamboo basket on the balcony table. "The Abe family's beastmen might be here to take you back," Lisa said with a smile as she helped her comb her hair. "Today, Miss Zhizhi, you will definitely be the most charming female here." "Lisa," Zhizhi suddenly said, "after I leave, can you open the skylights on the balcony?" "Of course." Lisa, a little deer, placed a crystal crown on Zhizhi's head. In the mirror, the rabbit girl looked delicate and adorable. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Lisa felt her skin was especially smooth and fine today. Her nose was slightly upturned, her cheeks pinker, and her eyes shimmered like rippling water. She was momentarily stunned. Zhizhi, who has a childbirth system, feels completely renewed inside and out after each birth. She opened the door, where two male servants were waiting outside. Seeing the approaching rabbit female, they gasped softly. They quickly bowed respectfully to her. Led by the male servants, Zhizhi headed toward the place where the ceremony was to be held. Lisa followed her instructions and opened the skylight on the balcony. She closed the door and quickly followed. The pure white, shiny beast egg rested quietly in the bamboo basket. In the morning, the castle was bathed in sunlight. Sunbeams scattered into every corner of the balcony, with green plants providing shade and the air filled with the scent of flowers. A shadow appeared on the balcony. Dracula avoided all the guards and tracked the Eagle Clan chick scent, accurately finding the suite. As soon as he landed, he saw the bamboo basket on the table. He paused for a moment. Looking inside, he saw a beautiful and cozy room, filled with the scent of rabbit females. Dracula walked toward the table. His right hand trembled slightly as he lifted the lid. Inside, he saw the pure white, shiny beast egg, as flawless as its mother. It was an eagle egg. The man stared blankly. He remembered the young female, who once held his hand and shyly told him she was pregnant with his child. But Dracula thought she was joking. His hand trembled gently as he lifted the lid, feeling a mix of joy and guilt. Soon a shadow followed. "Master," the Eagle Clan orc kneeled. "As you ordered, I have been secretly watching that rabbit female. Last week, she frequently entered and left the library, taking a map. I have brought the map," the orc said, presenting a piece of cowhide paper. Dracula took it. He froze when he opened it. "Is this a route map to the Tangshan Empire?" The orc bowed and said, "Yes, that young lady marked it, and I copied her notes onto the same spots. She is investigating the fastest way to reach the Tangshan Empire." Holding the cowhide map, Dracula thought about the young female in the library, carefully marking the routes. During the 3 weeks she was missing, what was she thinking? Was she looking for the map, making notes, planning the route? Holding this map, he felt a heavy weight. The young female was so innocent, like a blank sheet of paper, yet he kept doubting her. Thinking of her face, her smile with curved eyes, like a crescent moon in the sky. She spoke softly and gently, and when he kissed her, she would even stand on tiptoe. But she deliberately avoided him, letting herself be alone and helpless as she gave birth. Does the young female regret having his child? In a situation where Dracula might suddenly leave, She carries an eagle egg that the Valoran Empire would never allow. How can she cross mountains and rivers, relying only on her legs, to reach the distant Songshan territory? Not to mention, last night at the church before the divine sculpture, his wild possessiveness made her fragile waist turn red from his strong hands. Her faint pleas for mercy were drowned in the waves. The eagle beastman noticed that the leader looked a bit strange. He shifted his gaze to the bamboo basket and saw the eagle egg, his eyes widening immediately. What is this? An eagle beast egg from the eagle tribe? Especially since it carries the scent of its owner, meaning it's the owner's offspring. The tribe members stared in shock at the snow-white eagle egg, then looked at their leader. His eyes were slightly red, almost as if he was about to cry. This was the first time the eagle tribe had seen their ruthless leader show such emotion. He froze in place, unsure of what to do. Dracula placed the map into the bamboo basket. He handed the entire basket to his most trusted subordinate. Take it back to Songshan immediately. Master, but I cannot leave yet. But we caused too much trouble this time. The Empire's cavalry will soon surround the K family territory. We'll be trapped. Dracula looked toward the sacred place where the wolf tribe was performing ancestral rites. Above their territory, in the sky thousands of meters high, there was a mysterious area. Many people will die today, but the young female must not be harmed. Dracula's mind flashed with Zhizhi's sweet smile. If he simply left now, she would surely fall from the sky and be shattered into pieces. Bring the young master back to Songshan. That's an order. After saying this, Dracula turned and left without looking back. Zhizhi followed her male servant, boarding the spaceship, heading to the high skies of the castle domain. As the air currents shifted, she saw a small golden sphere appear around her. Lisa whispered in her ear, Miss Zhizhi, the live broadcast is about to start. Pay attention to your manners. The passenger's spaceship slowly came to a stop. The passage begins. The passage opens to a grand altar where the Wolf clan conducts their ancestral worship. Over thousands of years, this ceremony has become the highest honor for the Wolf clan. The K family is the leader of the Wolf clan, and they hold the ceremony every year. Zhizhi walks along a clear, shining corridor toward the tall tower above, feeling as if she is walking among the clouds. With a ding sound, the live broadcast for all beast planets officially begins. Beast people from all over the world, whether working or on vacation, are now watching the screen. Little Gold Ball knows what everyone wants to see. As the only female rabbit in the entire empire without a dual ability, but who has advanced to S level, she has endless potential and is the focus of all beast people's attention. Almost at the same time, Zhizhi's figure appears in the eyes of all beast people. Seeing the young female dressed in a light orange noble gown, with clear skin, bright eyes, and long hair flowing like silk, with a light ribbon tied to her rabbit ears, everyone thinks she looks like a legendary rabbit goddess from ancient stories. This young female is especially beautiful and has a pure, innocent aura, making over 1 billion male beast people's hearts flutter. The comments explode instantly. Thank you, dear ones, for voting moi. See you tomorrow. Is she the new S-level female rabbit?
So cute, so adorable.
Her skin looks so nice, and her eyes are so bright, I declare. From today, I will be this little female rabbit's knight. Take me with you. Woo-woo, so jealous of the beast people at the high platform, able to get close to her, flopping around, biting a handkerchief, howling and running wildly. This time, only those with the authority of leaders or rising stars from various clans are qualified to stand on the high platform. The Wolf clan's ancestral worship ceremony is a tradition of the Valoran Empire and holds great significance. Lisa diligently follows Zhizhi. She quietly introduces, the person in front is Miss Rose from the Sandcat clan, also an S-level female like Zhizhi. And the young man in the black suit is the prodigy of the Abe family, Noel. When Zhizhi arrived, all the beast people's attention was focused on her. The young female's face is pure and bright, making their hearts flutter. The gentle and elegant Sandcat clan member, dressed in a white gown, had particularly attractive slender legs beneath her split skirt. She took the initiative to approach and said, "Hello, Miss Rabbit Clan." "Hello," Zhizhi responded softly. The sandcat female said, "I heard you're not on very good terms with that leopard." By leopard, she meant Nana from the Black Panther clan, right? The female sandcat blinked and said, "Have you ever heard an old saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Zhizhi kept smiling in response to the friendly gesture. A small golden ball flew over. The female sandcat naturally waved at it. Zhizhi moved forward. Everyone was heading into the tower. Standing in the corridor was a young black rabbit, surrounded by noble beast men. He wore a black formal suit, looking as if he just woke up, with a hint of sleepiness in his eyes. His black rabbit ears drooped slightly as he leaned on the railing, responding to them intermittently. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhizhi caught sight of a charming figure, and the young man's gaze paused slightly. Currently, besides him, the most popular person on stage was this white rabbit girl. She was slowly walking over amid the crowd's admiration. The young female rabbit perfectly inherited the delicate beauty of her clan, her skin glowing like it was made of clouds, with clear, stream-like eyes. She wore a light orange noble dress with fluffy long skirts, making her look like the most exquisite doll in a display window. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and every breath she took was captivating. It was obvious what kind of comments would flood the chat. The black rabbit young man yawned, shifting his gaze away, too lazy to pay attention. To him, a female with only a pretty appearance but no soul was no different from an artificial female. Zhizhi saw him from afar. She slowly approached him. People around saw her coming and naturally moved aside. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the young female rabbit from the clan walked straight to her fellow clan member. She lifted her skirt slightly as a greeting. "Hello, Noor." "Hello." Noor wiped the tired tears from the corner of his eyes with his finger. He leaned on the railing, a gentle breeze blowing through his short hair. Since birth, Noor had awakened a powerful healing ability and had been admired by the entire empire from a young age. Because of his special healing power, many females felt attracted to him. Next to her, Noel's rabbit servant quickly showed a friendly smile. "Miss Zhizhi, I am the butler of the eBay family. I am here on behalf of the head of the family to invite you back to your hometown. Our Greenfield City welcomes you very much. Greenfield City is the best place for rabbits to live. Almost all rabbits are in that town. Maybe it will take some time," Zhizhi said, feeling unsure. Her urgent task is to send the eagle egg back to the Tangshan area. She hopes her third task won't conflict with what she wants to do. As for Greenfield City, she is willing to visit if she gets the chance later. As a rabbit, she can't always stay in the wolf's den. The eBay family butler is very considerate. He will try to invite her but won't force her, especially since the little golden ball is always with her, visible all over the planet. "Miss Zhizhi, please come inside," the butler said, making an inviting gesture. Zhizhi walked toward the sacrificial tower. When she passed the black rabbit boy, he suddenly grabbed her wrist. She froze. Noor looked down at her delicate female wrist, holding it in his hand. Her skin was white and smooth, with faint blue veins barely visible on the back of her hand. "Huh?" The boy showed a surprised smile. "What's wrong?" Zhizhi felt a little nervous. The black rabbit boy just looked at her with a half-smile. To outsiders, they seemed to be gazing at each other in a very intimate way. A female nearby showed a jealous expression. Noor from the eBay family is a healing prodigy. His powerful healing ability is highly needed by both the military and the wealthy. The orcs in Greenfield City waiting for treatment line up for months just to see him. Besides that, his mental strength is also very strong. He earned a medal for his bravery when he was very young. Right now, the live chat comments are overlapping with excitement. Let go. Don't touch her. Wow, this is the healing prodigy? He's so obvious when asking someone out. I'm so jealous I want to drink 100 bottles of nutrient solution. Am I the only one who thinks they are a perfect match? Castle, 13th basement level. Sitting on the body of a mutated corpse, Tarlok looked at the live broadcast on the wall with a blank expression. In the video, The rabbit boy leaned slightly forward, his thin lips pressed against the small, white rabbit ears of a young female. No one knew what he said. After he finished, a faint blush appeared clearly on the young female's white cheeks. The chat comments in the live stream scrolled very quickly, with many beast men frantically taking screenshots.
Wow.
Help! She's so adorable. I really want to raise one. I'm going to faint. My health bar is empty. Miss Zhizhi, please choose me as your beast husband. I am gentle and caring, and I can help take good care of your home. I won't be jealous of your other beast husbands.
What are they saying?
I really want to hear. No one knew what Noel said. All they saw was, after he finished, the boy, with sleepy eyes and a lazy smile, tilted his head and looked at the young female rabbit with interest. Zhizhi felt her cheeks flush. Her secret had been uncovered. The rabbit boy was a great healer. He tightly held her wrist, and with a slight touch of his fingertips, he could tell she had recently given birth.
You.
What do you want me to do? Zhizhi looked at him nervously. The boy smiled. The ceremony is over. Come find me afterward. Despite always having a lazy look, the rabbit boy's face was still handsome, as if he had stayed up all night. A mischievous smile hid in the corner of his eyes. It was like he had found a new toy. Whether he would tear it apart or love it dearly. Only after playing could they find out. It seemed like he had met a tricky guy. Zhizhi didn't doubt that if she refused, he would openly reveal that she had just laid an animal egg. She had to protect her newborn. Yes. Deciding firmly, Zhizhi said, "Okay, I will go." The boy leaned on the railing, lazily smiling. I hope Miss Zhizhi doesn't keep me waiting too long. Zhizhi pursed her lips. She seemed a little angry, but her voice remained soft. Got it. Under the guidance of the butler and the support of the live stream's little golden ball, Zhizhi stepped into the only black tower in the clouds. Many of the city's powerful elites have already taken their seats. Zhizhi noticed that all the entering beast men were half-beast forms, including herself. As soon as she stepped into the black tower's domain, a faint white glow appeared on her body. Before she could react, beneath her elegant, noble, and fluffy long dress, she transformed into a humanoid rabbit. Her snow-white arms also became furry. Although she still stood upright like a human, her appearance was clearly that of a rabbit. Behind her, the black rabbit Noel also changed from a human to a half-beast form. As soon as he entered, he caught the strong scent of the female rabbit. Being of the same species, he was more sensitive to her scent than to others, perhaps because of deep genetic instincts related to mating and reproduction. Let's go. Seeing the young female rabbit standing still for a moment, he lazily urged her. Zhizhi lifted her skirt slightly and slowly walked down the corridor. Inside the black tower, the lighting was dim. At the end, she saw two beast shadows standing. As she approached, her back went numb, and her legs started to tremble. The two brothers from the K family, who were welcoming each guest, saw the white rabbit figure, and both showed meaningful smiles. They were Donald and his twin brother, Donald. Two white wolves dressed in traditional ceremonial robes, with family symbols on their foreheads. They wore charms symbolizing good fortune, and their eyes fixed on the small, soft female rabbit with a gentle smile. Miss Zhizhi, we meet again. The one on the right, Donald, was the first to speak. Zhizhi had previously spent time alone with him in the reception hall. Back then, he looked like a human young man, and she was already quite nervous. Now, facing two half-beast wolves, her deep-seated fear of carnivorous animals overwhelmed her uncontrollably, and she couldn't help trembling. Hello. Hello. Behind her, the black rabbit boy mischievously pushed her. This young female rabbit didn't know what to do with her trembling. So, he decided to help her and quickly moved forward. Zhizhi staggered and directly bumped into Donald's arms. The strong wolf scent hit her face, almost overwhelming her. She felt a moment of suffocation. Donald gently supported her shoulders, transforming into a half-beast form. The little rabbit felt soft and fluffy to the touch. She is very small, especially after becoming half-beast. The male sizes are influenced by their group. In front of this little white rabbit, The wolf looks especially tall and fierce. Although he keeps a smile, he still appears quite intimidating. Donner lowers his head and gently sniffs her rabbit ears. Welcome to the wolf clan's altar. My noble princess, please take your seat. Zhizhi clutches her hands tightly in front of her chest. When the beast wolf approaches, her whole body becomes completely immobile. In the animal world, rabbits are always on the wolf's dining table. The restraint of human form makes the beast's aura much weaker, so she doesn't feel as scared as now. Just the sight of the wolf's shadow makes her freeze in place. The comments in the chat are filled with frustration. Hey, cave family's white wolf, stay away. You scared our little female. Rabbits are naturally afraid of large carnivores, don't you know? Protect the sacred female. Beasts are responsible. She's only S rank as a little rabbit. How can she be a sacred female? She will advance in the future. All the males on the planet are very optimistic about her, the female who has not yet awakened her dual abilities and is rated S. With time, once she awakens her dual abilities, she will definitely become a sacred female. Noticing the little female's fear, Donner releases his hand and steps back. After creating some distance, Zhizhi dares to breathe again. Is this the instinct of animal genes being suppressed? When facing the wolf, her blood froze, and her body became stiff as stone. Zhizhi slowly walks forward. The little female steels herself and passes between the two beast wolves. Level -13. Donner, who has been watching the ceremony, feels a wave of tingling and madness in his heart when he sees her soften. He wants to pin her down and bite her neck. To eat her bite by bite. Zhizhi looks at the round table in the arena, which has about 20 seats. From her perspective, there are deer, rhinoceros, polar bears, crocodiles, lions, dolphins, snow leopards, and others. All the guests are in half-beast form, dressed in human clothes, walking like humans. She finds her seat. She sits down gently. The door of the Black Tower closes. The chat comments gradually become quiet. Next is the most important and oldest ancestor worship ceremony of the Wolf clan. The leader of the K family, Donald K, stepped to the front of the round table. He began speaking in the oldest beast language. Zhizhi, who had traveled here from another world, couldn't understand a single word. He saw everyone looking very excited. After his speech, they clapped, and Zhizhi also clapped along. Donald's wolf-like eyes focused on the young female. Her expression was worth paying attention to. She's not a well-behaved bunny, not listening properly, and pretending to understand. It seems necessary to give her a private lesson. While the wolf beast was still standing at the front of the round table, a faint golden symbol appeared in the sky. That glow became brighter and more dazzling. All the beasts looked up to see. The shape was very strange and rare in the Imperial City. The big screen in the live broadcast also showed this symbol clearly, and gradually, the formation it triggered began to take shape. This is. Donald's wolf eyes were deep. Next to him, lizard form butler Qiao exclaimed, "Oh no. It's the sun formation. The platform is going to collapse." Before he finished speaking, the entire platform split in two. A beam of light descended from the middle of the round table. All the surrounding orcs uncontrollably fell downward, including Zhizhi. It's over. I'm going to die. This is from over 1,000 meters high. Someone please save this young female. Thanks for the votes, dear fans. See you tomorrow. The high platform in the sky was split in half by the light blade from the sun formation. Quick-thinking Donald K snapped his fingers. A magic book wrapped in lightning fell from the sky. The pages fluttered open. A deep purple rune flew out from one of the pages, casting a huge shadow over the altar. The unstable platform, swaying in the wind, gradually steadied. And the part that had already fallen, Donald raised his right hand, and a water jet shot out from his sleeve, smashing the light blade of the sun formation as he fell from the tower. A hint of nervousness flashed in his red eyes. Zhizhi is falling. The bright glow of the sun formation gathered above the tower. All exposed objects would be struck by the light blade. Donald's water system has no effect. He feels a bit anxious. Wait for Locke to come out. If what greets him is the body of a young female, I'm afraid, then let him cause a big fuss, Donald says calmly, almost coldly. This is an ancient, restricted-level formation of the Empire. Today, it's bound to be chaotic. Whether she lives or dies depends on her fate. Below the high platform, the watching orcs lift their heads. They don't know what's happening, only see a huge formation gathering in the sky, shining with a dark golden glow, like it's from a distant heaven. The platform collapses, along with buildings and countless beast shadows falling together. When the spell on the altar is released, the half-beast form returns to a human shape. The small golden ball responsible for live streaming dares not go under the formation, hiding behind a pillar to absorb all the scenes. The comments are full of screams. Lisa, who hasn't entered the tower, looks in shock at the collapsed area, unsure of what exactly is happening. Zhiji's figure falls rapidly from the sky. The Black Panther lady, who isn't qualified to participate in this event, sits in a chair watching the big screen in front of her. The small golden ball knows exactly what the orcs want to see most. Its perspective is fixed on Zhizhi, never shifting for a moment. Some orcs, feeling soft-hearted, cover their eyes, unwilling to watch the young rabbit girl turn into a bloody mess. Black Panther Nana's lips curl into a faint smile. She feels she should celebrate tonight. Zhizhi is thrown out from the tower, feeling the wind howling. From 10,000 meters high, she falls straight through the clouds toward the ground. The terrifying part of the sun formation is the attack of the light blades. She hears the wails around her, the beast shadows falling with her, despite forcing their beast transformations to gain more power to escape, are ruthlessly tracked by the light blades because of their beast transformation. Meanwhile, Zhizhi, who has not awakened her dual abilities, appears no different from the air in the eyes of the sun formation. Otherwise, just one light blade would cut her in half instantly. The chaos in the air is intense. Many beast shadows struggle desperately, but are hit by a series of light blade attacks. Some lucky ones activate their abilities, attaching themselves to the outer layers of buildings, narrowly avoiding death's scythe. She's doomed. All the orcs present believed the young female wouldn't escape this disaster. In terms of strength, females are generally much weaker than males. With awakened mental power, females usually have only 10 to 50 points, while males start at around 1,000, not to mention the 4 wolf cubs with an astonishing 18,000. There is also a wolf cub who follows his father, with an initial mental power of 30,000. Unfortunately, the female rabbit who gave birth to them is destined to die today. The loss of an S-class female is a great sorrow for the entire beast world planet. Zhizhi had no way to slow her fall. She closed her eyes and silently wished, I hope it won't hurt too much. If she could go home after death, she wanted to leave with one last breath. She still wanted to see the clouds outside the hospital bed and her mother's face. Thinking of this, Zhiji's nose felt sore.
Suddenly,
a shadow appeared in the sky, with large, full black wings. From far away to nearby, it fell into every beastman's sight. Dracula, who had been rushing over, transformed into a half-beast form. The eagle's sharp eyesight pierced through the light, directly focusing on Zhiji's body. He moved like a gust of wind and caught her small frame steadily. Feeling the warm embrace, Zhiji opened her eyes and saw a familiar face. Dracula, she whispered, clutching his chest. Amid the chaos of collapsing debris, his powerful eagle wings, like devil's wings, almost shaded half the sun. He soared through the air, surrounded by thick black mist. To the orcs, this scene was incredibly breathtaking. The live chat exploded with comments. Eagle Tribe Beastman? Was I seeing things? The Zhongshan Empire has been gone for so long, and now their descendants are in the imperial city of Valoran. I think this male eagle tribe looks so handsome. Is he rescuing Miss Zhizhi? No use. The sunlight formation's blades will cut through their bodies. Looks like he's going to die holding the young female. Dracula, in his half-beast form, was not unfamiliar to Zhizhi. She had seen this form before at the church. Zhizhi will always remember the night he spread his wings, surrounded by black mist, just like now. Hold on tight, Dracula's voice was steady and strong. His figure soared in the air. When attacked by light blades, he suddenly closed his wings, protectively holding the young girl close to his chest. Countless light blades struck his wings. In his half-beast form, he was much taller than usual. His full wings were cut by the blades, black feathers falling from the sky like black snow. Zhizhi was tightly held in his arms. She felt blood dripping from above her head, blurring her vision. Zhizhi clung to the man's clothes, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She was protected in front of him, within 3 inches, safe from any light blade attack. But Dracula himself was already badly injured all over. This scene shocked all the orcs. Whether at the scene or watching the live stream, everyone saw this eagle male desperately protecting the small female in his arms. Despite the powerful solar formation attack, his wings and blood fell from the sky, landing on the faces of the beasts below. They were both amazed at his strength, able to withstand the solar formation attack, and moved by his unwavering love, protecting the female in his arms from start to finish. Dracula protected Zhizhi and flew towards the distant jungle. Once outside the range of the solar formation, he finally had a chance to breathe. Because he was afraid of the solar formation, the small golden ball, which dared not fly outward, could only watch their figures grow farther away. Is it over?
Wah.
Anyway, the young female survived. Long live. The solar formation as a high-level restriction formation is probably only manageable by the eagle tribe. No wonder. No wonder they were once the rulers of the sky. After entering the deep mountains behind his territory, Dracula found a safe place and set the young girl down. He looked down and saw her red eyes, and his heart suddenly clenched. Don't cry. Dracula's voice was a little hoarse. He used his finger to catch the tears falling from her eyes. Zhizhi knew he had saved her. Her nose felt sore, and tears fell one after another. Dracula, she whispered softly, sniffling. Don't cry.
I don't hurt, he said gently.
Ugh, she sobbed. Her tears seemed unstoppable. She looked back in confusion. I thought you had already left, she said softly. I'm sorry. Dracula wiped her tears. But her tears kept flowing. He leaned down and gently held the girl in his arms. Dracula used to think everything was a lie, all the false promises from others. But now he regretted it. He should have trusted her more. Follow this path straight ahead, and you'll see a small stream. Nearby is a little wooden cabin, a mountain supply station. Wait there, and the rescue team will find you soon. Zhizhi froze for a moment, then looked back. Deep in the forest, a winding trail stretched ahead. Aren't we going together? She asked, clutching his clothes, trying to look up. Dracula, in his half-beast form, was too tall, and her neck ached slightly. No, he replied softly, gazing at her small figure that only reached his waist. He gently stroked her smooth hair. The iron cavalry of Valoran has surrounded this mountain. It's too dangerous for you to stay with me. But the eagle's egg, don't worry. Our child is in the safest place now. Hearing this, Zhizhi felt a little relieved. Dracula had indeed followed the scent. Most likely, the eagle's egg had already been taken out of the K family territory. But, thinking about Dracula's situation, Zhizhi's heart suddenly clenched. They're coming to catch you, she whispered. Dracula smiled faintly. I'm not that easy to catch. Zhizhi's eyes turned red. The Tsongshan Empire had a deep hatred with the other 3 great empires. Dracula, a descendant of the Eagle tribe, had his identity exposed. If caught, he would surely die. Yet he still came to save her. In front of everyone, he spread his wings, symbolizing his identity. Take me with you. Let's go together. Zhizhi choked out. Dracula was badly injured, and she was very worried. Her tears were for him. At this moment, Dracula had no more hopes or desires. He quietly wiped her tears. His sharp nails curled protectively, afraid of hurting her. Take me with you. Zhizhi leaned against his chest, crying uncontrollably. If you come with me, I can't fully focus on fighting. Sorry, I can't take you away, Dracula whispered softly. Zhizhi's eyelashes stuck together. She lifted her head, her chin pressed against his stomach, looking at the large half-beast eagle. Her lips pouted, and tears streamed down like a faucet that wouldn't stop. "Go to that wooden house and return with the guards," Dracula said, placing a large hand on her left cheek. "Wait for my good news." He couldn't take her away anymore. The Empire's iron cavalry had already surrounded this place. If she stayed with him, she would be in danger. This time in the Imperial City, he had killed everyone he wanted to and done everything he needed. He should have left the city directly and flown back to Tsongshan, but now he didn't regret it. He doubted himself, wanting to save her. This had nothing to do with others. He was willing to accept all the consequences. He wasn't afraid of death. He just felt very sad, very sad. He couldn't take her home. Zhizhi knew he was worried about her and also distracted trying to protect her. "Dad, I'll listen to you. I'll go to the small wooden house and wait for the guard's rescue," she said, wiping tears from her eyes with her finger.
Now was not the time to cry.
Dracula hesitated for just a second, knowing that each second meant more danger. The man in front of her crouched down, level with her eyes. "Help me put on the mask again." Zhizhi took the half-golden mask. After he crouched, she easily placed it on him, smoothing it carefully. "If I manage to break through this time, I will come back for you someday," Dracula said seriously. "I swear on the eagle god of Tsongshan, I will never betray you in this life." Since she saw the eagle egg, Zhizhi had become the only wife in his heart for his entire life. He would never waver. Looking into her shimmering, watery eyes and seeing her nose and cheeks reddened from crying, his heart melted into a spring flood. His black wings gently closed around her, and they shared a kiss amid the dappled shadows of the mountain. This was their farewell kiss. Unlike before, full of aggression, this time it was especially tender and full of warmth. "Let's go." He released his wings, stood up, and smiled as he looked at her face. Zhizhi nodded softly. She took 2 steps back, her light orange noble dress with slightly torn hem. Using the etiquette of the Beast World planet, she bowed to say farewell. Dracula smiled gently, one hand across his chest, bowing in return. He watched the slender figure of the young female gradually walk away. Dracula took out a white lace headband he had kept hidden on his chest. The soft headband rested in his large palm. Flames rose all around. He knew the Empire's iron cavalry was approaching. Dracula wrapped the white, soft headband around his left wrist, layer by layer. It still carried the scent of the young female. He lowered his head, biting the edge of the headband with one hand, then tying it tightly around his wrist, securing it in place. As long as he was alive, the lace headband was his symbol of safety. If he died, it would be his most loved keepsake. From the moment Dracula turned back to find Zhizhi, he was prepared to face death. Since he was 3 years old, he knew he was born to restore the Empire. Everything he did was to bring the Tsongshan Empire back to its peak and make it the ruler of the Beast World planet again. This time, Dracula didn't want to think about the responsibilities on his shoulders or the glory buried under Tsongshan's snow. Facing the trembling hoofbeats of the Imperial Iron Cavalry behind him, he gently kissed the headband on his wrist. "May I exchange my life for my wife's?" His last tenderness was buried in the mountains, hidden in the wind. When the black wings behind him spread open, his eyes behind the mask turned icy and deadly. The vast Imperial cavalry saw the half-beast eagle soaring into the sky, its cloak fluttering wildly, making him look like the legendary black-winged demon king from ancient tales. Zhizhi walked along the winding mountain trail. Her shoes were unsuitable for climbing, so she took them off and threw them into the grass. She carried her skirt and walked barefoot. Her only thought was, find a cabin and wait for good news about Dracula breaking through. But the road was much longer than she expected. On the other side of the mountain, some beastmen spotted the girl's trail. She put down her telescope. A beastman servant beside the luxurious carriage bowed and said, "Duke, Miss Zhizhi from the rabbit tribe."
"Oh."
A deep, calm voice came from inside the carriage. A slender pipe carved with blue lotus was lifted to part the curtain. "Go, invite her over. Thank you for your support with your monthly votes and recommendation votes. See you tomorrow." Zhizhi met a noble servant in this forest. He explained his purpose. The master requests your presence. The sounds of battle echoed continuously in the woods. Far away, a fierce fire blazed. Zhizhi looked back at the bright red flames, feeling a bit stunned. The servant advised, Miss Zhizhi, it's getting dark soon. It's dangerous for you to be alone in the forest. Where are you headed? Supply station. That's still quite a long way. Why not meet our master first? You might remember him from the wolf cubs hatching ceremony last time. Mentioning the hatching ceremony, Zhizhi felt a little more confident. So, he was once a guest of the K family? She looked at the darkening sky and nodded gently. Please lead the way. The duke's servant smiled and led her forward. They crossed a rough path and reached a wider mountain trail. There, a carriage was parked. The carriage looked stunning, with detailed carvings. Sparkling gems decorated the front, shining brighter as the sky darkened. Master, the servant whispered beside the carriage. She has arrived. Good evening, Miss Zhizhi. A deep, lazy voice said with a faint smile. It's dangerous to be out in the forest at night, full of wild beasts. Why not get on the carriage? I can take you back. Who are you? The servant quickly answered. Our master is the most respected duke of the Valoran Empire, Lord Baran. As the sunset disappeared, the distant fire could no longer be seen. Zhizhi felt uneasy. During the day, she had seen how tall the trees in the forest were. Many were dozens of meters high. At night, the dense woods looked even more frightening. Sometimes, she could hear the low growls of unknown wild animals. Are you really a duke? Zhizhi asked softly. Her voice was gentle, clear, and a little nervous, making people feel a bit nervous too. Zhizhi saw a cigarette holder lifting the carriage curtain. Plolin glanced at the girl standing outside the carriage. She wore a light orange, fluffy dress with a torn hem caught on a branch. She was barefoot, her fair, pinkish face smudged with dirt, looking quite disheveled and forlorn, like a lost princess in a painting. Show her to me, the man said softly, lowering the curtain. The servant replied, Yes. He took out a badge from his pocket, holding it with both hands, and presented it to the female rabbit. Zhizhi took it. She had seen different family crests in the library. This badge was gold with intricate, noble patterns, symbolizing an imperial duke. She vaguely remembered that this Duke Plolin had attended the breaking ceremony, and Donald had hosted him. There were so many guests that she couldn't recall his face at the time. Do you believe it? The man's gentle voice asked. Greetings, Duke, she said politely. Miss Zhizhi, no need to be formal. It's late. Get in the carriage, I'll take you home. Thank you. Zhizhi stepped onto a small stool and entered the carriage. The door was embroidered with gold thread. Inside, the space was luxurious, with silk curtains and decorations filled with gold and jewels. The soft cushion at the front looked like a bed. A tall figure was leaning lazily against it. He wore a deep blue vintage robe, but his face was hidden. When she entered, Zhizhi felt a bit nervous. She sat on the outer side, hands resting on her knees, sitting upright and looking down. Seeing the girl's gentle figure, the man's lips curled into a faint smile. This little female has some wariness, but not much. Though she had learned his identity, she hadn't thought about how kindness or evil in a person's heart had anything to do with their status. Suddenly, a flickering sound came from inside the carriage. Zhizhi, lost in thought, caught a faint smell of tobacco. The tobacco was lighter than what she knew from the real world, with a hint of a bitter lotus seed aroma. For some reason, smelling this scent made her think of Dracula. The man, sitting lazily on the cushion, glanced at the girl with her rabbit ears drooping and red-rimmed eyes, looking somewhat pitiful. But he was not a kind person. Seeing her like that, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Don't cry just yet. It's not the right time to cry. Zhizhi leaned against the carriage and gradually felt sleepy. She didn't want to sleep at first, thinking that once they returned to the K family territory, she would be somewhere familiar.
But then,
her consciousness blurred, and her head grew heavier. When she woke up, she found herself lying in a bed. She moved slightly, but her hands were tied behind her back, and her eyes were covered, so she couldn't see where she was. "Is anyone there?" Zhizhi whispered softly. She hadn't had water for a long time, so her throat was dry, and her voice was hoarse. What was happening? She clearly fell asleep on the Duke's carriage, so why was she in this strange place? Did she encounter bandits on the road? Was she kidnapped? Zhizhi called out a few more times, but probably because her voice was too quiet, no one responded. Helpless, she could only call out to the system in her mind. "Where am I? System. This is unrelated to the task. Please explore on your own, host. Let me check my inventory. I want to know the reward from the last task." "Oh, I can't see anything now. Please read it to me." The system recited the last task's reward. Besides the usual postpartum care package and some nutritional liquid to fill her stomach, there was something Zhizhi had never seen before. True word potion. "Where's the main story?" she asked softly. "System. I told you on the carriage, but you were semi-conscious at the time and didn't confirm whether to use the 2-in-1 benefit coupon." Zhizhi's toes curled slightly. She nervously asked, "The benefit coupon hasn't disappeared, right?" System. "No. Would you like to use it now, host?" Phew. Zhizhi took a deep breath. That's good. She could see 2 tasks at once, and at least she could choose one, which was relatively easier. "I want to do it," Zhizhi said quietly, listening carefully. System. Benefit coupon used. 2 main story tasks unlocked. Main task 1. Win over the adult male of the snake tribe. Main task 2. Win over the fox tribe leader. Please choose, host. The adult male of the snake tribe and the leader of the fox tribe. It seems that from the content, the snake tribe does not require status or rank. Just being an adult is enough, which is simpler. Zhizhi leans toward the first option in her mind, but she needs to ask clearly. Where is this place? Are there many snakes? System. There are quite a few. In that case, Zhizhi makes her decision. I choose the first one. System. Ding. Congratulations. The host has started the 3rd main task. Within 1 month, you must win over an adult male of the snake tribe, regardless of status. If you succeed in impregnating him and having a child, it will be considered a success. Failure or timeout will result in elimination. Please act quickly. The countdown has begun. Zhizhi struggles a bit, noticing that the hands tied behind her are tightening. Footsteps sound outside the door. After about 10 seconds, the door opens. Squeak. She hears a familiar voice. "Miss Zhizhi, please don't move. The creature wrapped around your wrist is alive. The more you move, the tighter it gets. If you don't want your wrist broken, stay still and lie quietly." It's the Duke in the carriage. Zhizhi instinctively tenses up, trying to retreat, but finds her hands and feet are bound, making movement difficult. She feels something pressing down from the side of the bed. The man sits on the edge of the bed, holding a small silver teapot. "Are you thirsty?" he asks softly. Zhizhi is very thirsty. She has been walking for a long time without water. After a nap, her lips are dry, and her throat feels like it's on fire. The girl curls up on the white bed, her fluffy dress spread out messily, highlighting her delicate, fair skin. Her eyes are covered with a white silk ribbon, so she can only see a blurry figure. The Duke takes a sip of tea. His small teapot is very delicate, with a shiny silver surface, carved with a small black snake that extends all the way to the spout, lifelike. The man's voice is lazy. "Open your mouth." Zhizhi freezes. "Aren't you thirsty?" He sits by the bed, with a faint smile on his face. The little pet kept in the mansion should be hungry. It hasn't eaten meat in a long time, especially a lively little rabbit. Zhizhi's face turns pale. The same voice, the same tone, but the man's demeanor has become much more dangerous than when she was riding in the carriage. She had a dry throat that hurt even when swallowing saliva. She felt like she would die if she didn't drink water soon. Zhizhi was lying on her side. She turned her head and slowly opened her mouth. A thin stream of water gently flowed into her mouth. It had a fresh tea aroma. The man held a small teapot, feeding water to his newly found little pet. Seeing her obedient, his tone became much gentler. "Guess what kind of tea this is?" If you guess right, I will grant you one wish. Huh? Zhizhi took a couple of sips, easing her thirst. She was stunned for a moment and tentatively spoke. Green tea? The smile on the Duke's face paused briefly. Even a 3-year-old beast tribe cub knows it's green tea. Be more specific. Zhizhi started to think. She seemed to have read about different types of tea in a book. Zhengshan xiaozhong? Wrong. Prol? Wrong. You have one last chance. Bamboo leaf tea? Thinking of it, snakes like bamboo. Duke Baran is from the snake tribe, so it makes sense that he likes to drink bamboo leaf tea. The little female guessed correctly. The man smiled and took a sip of tea. You can make a request now. What would this little female want? To break free from her bonds? Or to have a big meal? Or maybe to ask herself why she is here? Although Zhizhi was very hungry, her main concern now was Dracula.
She didn't know how much time had passed.
Is he okay now? I want to know. Zhizhi's cheek was pressed against the soft bed as she whispered, How is the Eagle Tribe beast man? He's already tied up here. Do you really have the mood to worry about other males? The man's voice turned a bit dangerous. Considering it's your first offense, I won't bother with you. Did I want to eat? Zhizhi curled up and made a different request. Did you hear that? Duke Baran looked back. 2 figures bowed and saluted. Yes, they hurriedly left. Get some water ready, the man ordered. The 2 figures outside the door responded. Yes, sir. Is this your territory? Zhizhi asked softly. What do you think? Didn't you say you would take me back? Just saying I'll take you back, but not where to. Here, staying won't be worse than a wolf's den. Footsteps approach. The maids place the hot water on the bedside. The man picks up a towel, wets it, wrings it out, and then holds the girl's delicate ankle. Zhizhi shivers and tries to hide. He gently pulls her over. You're so dirty. Let's wipe it off. A warm towel covers her foot, gently cleaning away the dirt. Her small, black feet gradually reveal their true appearance, the petite, delicate feet of a rabbit girl, pure white and flawless, like fine jade, smooth and soft. Her toes curl slightly, looking very cute. He wets the towel again and wipes along her ankle to her rounded calf. Zhizhi trembles all over. This feeling reminds her of when she was in the hospital, and her mother used to wipe her body like this. The man's actions make her feel both scared and nostalgic. Why did you tie me up here? She asked softly. When I was little, I had a pet. I bathed it every day and slept holding it. Later, it bit me, the Duke Baran says gently, with a smile. So I took it to the slaughterhouse, but I really liked having pets. I kept many, of all kinds. At first, they were very obedient, but gradually, they became less so. But that's okay. I'm kind-hearted, so I sent them to the hospital. Sent them to the hospital for what? Zhizhi asks confused. Euthanasia. The Duke smiles. Compared to the first pet sent to the slaughterhouse, they are much happier. Zhizhi. Is this snake suffering from some mental illness? I really love having pets. The Duke Baran sits by the bed, wets the towel again. I want to have a small, white, gentle, obedient pet. I'd let it eat with me, go out with me, and when I work, it can curl up on my lap. If it's cute enough and obedient, I might even let it sleep in my bed with me. Zhizhi feels frustrated. What does this have to do with me, huh? How could it not matter? The man chuckled softly. You are my new little pet, he thought for a moment. Those who haven't gained wisdom are just animals. Relying on them to always understand my thoughts is too hard. Maybe it's better to raise a female rabbit from the rabbit tribe. That might be more interesting. The Duke reached out. The black snake, which was binding Zhizhi, quickly slithered up his finger and reached his shoulder. Her hands finally freed. In the next second, the person in front of her grabbed her wrists. My demands are simple. Be gentle, obedient, wash yourself every day, and don't run around dirty. I refuse. Zhizhi's voice was barely audible, like a stubborn little flower trembling but still trying to act strong. The man chuckled. You have no right to refuse. I just advanced to S rank. According to the Empire's laws, you are supposed to protect me. How naive, Duke Bolin said lightly. In everyone's eyes, you've already been taken away by the Eagle Tribe beastmen. Even if you die here tonight, no one will know. Things that no one knows. How can the Empire's law convict this Duke? The new little pet was not something Duke Bolin wanted to pressure too hard. He tossed a piece of candy. "If you're willing to be my little pet, I'll be happy to tell you anything you want to know." Zhiji's wrists were still held by the man. She lay on the bed, her breathing slightly halted. "Even about that Eagle Tribe male?" she asked softly. Mentioning the Eagle Tribe male changed her tone. Duke Bolin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Thanks for voting, everyone.
See you tomorrow."
Zhizhi curled up on her side on the bed, feeling the warm towel being used to wipe her palms. He was very focused. Just when Zhizhi thought he wouldn't respond, the man spoke. "Of course. To make the little female obedient, she needed to taste a little sweetness." This sugar of information was like a dangling carrot, leading her forward. Two maids brought fragrant food. They placed the tray on the table and bowed to leave. Blindfolded, Zhizhi smelled the delicious aroma. "Can I take off the blindfold?" She gently touched the white cloth over her eyes. After receiving the Duke's approval, she slowly pulled it off. The room was softly lit and a bit dim. Since she hadn't seen anything for a long time, everything looked blurry. The Duke sat by the bed. As Zhizhi slowly sat up and leaned against the bed rail, he slightly opened his hand. A black snake slid down his shoulder, wrapping around her wrists and holding them tightly. "Huh? Why is she tied up again?" Zhizhi stared blankly at the black snake on her wrist. It was just sticking out its tongue. The Duke saw this and shivered a little. "She's afraid of snakes." Zhizhi has always been afraid of snakes. Once, a small green snake ran into her hospital room. Her mother quickly drove it away, but she was so scared she couldn't sleep properly for a week. She didn't dare look at the snake on her wrist. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the food nearby. "I'm hungry." Zhiji's voice was soft and fragile, like a hurt little bird. She saw the man use a small knife to cut a thin pancake. The Duke used a fork to pick up a small piece of vegetable pancake and brought it to her lips. She smelled a strong aroma, and her stomach growled. Zhizhi opened her mouth, took the food, and chewed slowly. "It's delicious." She slightly widened her eyes, savoring the lingering vegetable scent in her mouth. The food at the Duke's residence was very different from the K family's taste. Maybe snakes and wolves have different eating habits? I can eat by myself." Zhizhi didn't dare look at him. She only knew that the man's figure was close, and her eyes saw his robe half open, revealing his chest. "Since I just found this little pet, I must feed it myself," he said. He picked up another piece of vegetable pancake and offered it to her. Her cheeks flushed with a pretty red. She lowered her head, opened her mouth to take the food, chewed gently, and her cheeks slightly puffed out. Click, click. The crispy pancake made soft sounds in her mouth. It was like seeing a little rabbit nibbling on a leaf of cabbage. The Duke's face showed a faint smile. He couldn't help but feel that he had indeed found a suitable little pet. At least in appearance, there was no one more fitting than her. After eating half a piece of cake, Zhizhi felt full. The Duke brought her creamy mushroom soup and fed her spoonful by spoonful. The little female seemed good-looking everywhere, but she was too thin. A drop of cream mushroom soup spilled from her mouth. The Duke raised his hand and gently wiped it away with his thumb. "Every day I watch you eat." Not a single bite left. He wanted to raise this little female into a chubby bunny so that holding her would be more comfortable. Zhizhi was full and satisfied. It was the first time she had been fed by a strange man. Feeling her cheeks warm, Zhizhi couldn't help but quickly glance at him. When she saw his golden vertical pupils, she immediately looked down, her chest feeling numb. She couldn't see his face clearly. It was that pair of golden vertical pupils so much like a snake. Oh no, he was a snake. The Duke noticed the little female secretly looking at him. He shrank back in fear after just one glance. His eyes looked tired and lazy. "You're so timid. How do you expect to please me? Learn the rules first these days. When you master them, come find me." The man stood up, ready to leave. Zhizhi softly asked, "What if I don't learn well?" He glanced at her lightly and threw out a casual remark. "Slaughterhouse or hospital, take your pick." After the Duke left, the two black snakes tied to her wrists and ankles slowly slid down the bed as he walked away. Finally, she was free from restraint Zhizhi collapsed immediately. She leaned against the head of the bed, her gaze unfocused as she looked at the luxurious chandelier above the room. The room was very large, but also empty. Besides the big white bed, there was nothing else. She wasn't sure if it was because of her human genes or because she was now a rabbit, but Zhizhi was really afraid of snakes. Just looking at them made her feel creeped out. Thinking about the task of winning him over, she felt a headache coming on. If all snake males had the same vertical pupils as the Duke. She was terrified just thinking about it. How could she get close? Soon, a maid arrived. She looked about 40, wearing rimless glasses, with a kind smile. Miss Zhizhi, the Duke asked me to teach you the rules of being a pet. When she saw Zhizhi, the maid's eyes brightened. This was truly a beautiful little female. No wonder the Duke was so patient with her. She still wanted to teach herself personally. Please call me Teacher Diley. Teacher Diley, Zhizhi couldn't help but sit up straight. Diley adjusted her glasses and smiled. Actually, the rules for servants at the Duke's residence are very strict, but they are much more lenient with the Duke's pets. Miss Zhizhi, all you need to remember is, no matter when or where, do not disobey the Duke's words and follow all his instructions. The Duke is very kind to his pets. In the past, he had a small white lion that lived more comfortably than the princesses in the palace. Unfortunately, when the lion grew up and became less obedient, the Duke sent it to the slaughterhouse. That's just a friendly tip for me. Diley walked to the bed, sat down softly, and said gently, the Duke prefers pets that are lively and enthusiastic. For example, he likes a happy little dog that wags its tail when it greets him at home, rather than a moody, hesitant cat that is indecisive and seems to want to approach, but also keep away. If you can show enthusiasm and follow all his instructions, your days at the Duke's residence will be very comfortable. Otherwise, Diley smiled. You understand, the fate of abandoned pets is only one possibility. Abandoned pets will die. At least on the Beast World planet, those small animals without intelligence cannot survive on their own. Once abandoned, they either starve or are captured by city guards. The Duke's pets are even simpler. He directly sends abandoned ones to the slaughterhouse. The better ones are euthanized at the hospital. Enthusiasm. Zhizhi softly repeated these words, as if she understood something. She now had the task of winning over the snake male and also wanted to get Dracula's latest news. To do that, she needed to overcome her fear of snakes and earn the Duke's trust. Teacher Diley, please send me to the Duke's side tomorrow. The story is now at a turning point. Dear readers, please support us. Zhizhi's movement was limited to this spacious room. When she decided to visit the Duke tomorrow, Diley adjusted her glasses and turned to the servant outside the door. Go call the tailor to come and measure Miss Zhizhi for a few outfits. As Diley said, as a pet, she didn't need to follow the rules that servants obeyed. She needed to wash herself thoroughly, change into beautiful clothes, and go to the Duke's study to patiently wait for his return. The next day, walking through the courtyard with bridges and water, Zhizhi looked at the red koi swimming in the pond. She noticed that the mansion had a more traditional Eastern style compared to the K family's castle. The buildings combined ancient beauty with a touch of futuristic technology. Zhizhi observed that the servants rarely spoke and moved very quietly. Teacher Diley, she softly called. Miss Zhizhi, please speak. Where are the snakes in the territory? For the third main task, there was no requirement to identify the male snake tribe members. If it's too hard to win over the Duke, then she would choose another one, as long as she completed the task. Besides the young master and young ladies, there are some guards carefully chosen from the snake tribe. Young master and young ladies? Zhizhi paused. Is the Duke married? No, he's not. The Duke isn't interested in marriage. Diley couldn't help but glance at the little female rabbit beside her. Actually, such a beautiful and cute S-level female is the most qualified to be the Duke's wife. Miss Zhizhi is much better than those females who try every means to get close to the Duke. But after so many years, the Duke has not taken any beast female as his partner. Seeing Zhizhi's confusion, Diley smiled and explained. The two young masters and the two young ladies are all adopted children of the Duke from the snake tribe. They are all good children. They walked through a long corridor and turned into a quiet courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw a large pond filled with blue lotus flowers. The deep, silent color was stunning, mysterious, and enchanting. This is the Duke's study. Miss Zhizhi, please wait inside. Do not be afraid or shy. The Duke dislikes pets that are easily frightened. Good luck. Daili softly closed the door. Now, only Zhizhi was alone in the study. An antique desk was piled with some official documents. Behind it, a round window with white gauze curtains fluttered lightly. The courtyard shadows were mottled, and sunlight hardly reached inside. The red floor was so clean that not a speck of dust could be seen. Zhizhi was barefoot and standing on top, mentally preparing herself. Don't panic, don't be afraid. He looks like a human, not a snake. She waited all day. Until all the light had gone out, the Duke still hadn't returned. Zhizhi turned on a small desk lamp. She sat on the ground, leaning against the table, patiently waiting. Late at night, there was movement at the door. Her rabbit ears twitched slightly. She opened her sleepy eyes, turned her head, and saw the door to the study open. A tall figure entered. Seeing the little female by the work table, the man's steps didn't pause at all. After returning, he took a bath, ate, changed into a comfortable long robe, and heard the servant say that the little pet had been waiting in the study all day. That's when he came over. He walked straight to the work table, sat down, and saw the little female with rabbit pupils, staring blankly at him. Did she fall asleep? You're back. Zhizhi remembered Teacher Daili's advice and immediately sat up straight. Missed me. The Duke's face showed a strange smile. Zhizhi was a bit flustered. Do you want me to help organize your scrolls, or I can make tea for you? She sensed the little pet was trying hard to be attentive. Her attitude had improved a lot compared to yesterday. Though still awkward, she had room to grow and could be slowly trained. No need. The Duke leaned back in a soft chair. His posture was lazy, and his deep purple robe was slightly open with his movements. You're a pet, not a servant. Just your duty as a pet. Then, Zhizhi didn't know what to do anymore. The Duke picked up a slender pipe on the table, took a pinch of dried tobacco, and lit it. Come here, he said lazily. Sit in my arms. Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. She slowly moved closer. When she reached him, she felt nervous and hesitant. The Duke in front of her looked to be in his 20s, with slightly long, wavy dark blue hair, charming features, and golden vertical pupils that looked quite intimidating. His loose, deep purple robe carried an air of nobility that couldn't be ignored. Just like the blue lotus he cultivated in his courtyard, rich, beautiful, yet with a hint of danger. The little female came beside him, and a scent of jasmine mixed with milk wafted over. He took a puff of his pipe, then gently wrapped her small body into his arms. Zhizhi immediately leaned against his chest. The man's hand moved gently upward, softly stroking her bunny ears back and forth, kneading gently. Her hair still carried the scent of bath lotion. Her bunny ears drooped slightly, as if shyly closing at the man's fingertips. Zhizhi trembled all over, her face flushing brightly. She felt the Duke's touch on her ears, like he was petting a real little rabbit. He was treating her like a pet. The Duke enjoyed the feeling of stroking the rabbit, but noticed her ears growing warm. He looked down and saw her cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes, glowing as if they were steaming. She closed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, unsure if she was comfortable or just enduring. The Duke's gaze deepened. Don't like it hearing his voice. Zhizhi shivered and instinctively hugged his waist. She remembered what Teacher Li had told her.
No.
I don't dislike it. So you like it? I like it, she whispered softly, barely audible. The Duke wasn't going to let her off easily. What do you like? Like you touching my ears. A faint, mischievous smile appeared on the man's face. He lifted her delicate chin with his finger. Then say it, please, Your Grace. Pet my ears. His golden vertical pupils reflected in Zhizhi's eyes, the atmosphere thickening with a tense, almost suffocating feeling. Her lips parted slightly, and she repeated his words, learning from him. Please. Please, Your Grace. Pet my ears. Seeing her obedient response, the man nodded with satisfaction. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. If you behave like this every day, I will fulfill whatever you want. What did she want? She wanted some information. And she also wanted the snake cub. Could he really satisfy all her wishes? Zhizhi struggled to find her words. Even when the snake male was smiling while speaking, he still seemed quite intimidating. I want to know about the aftermath of the wolf tribe altar collapse. She changed her approach. The Duke's fingers gently pinched her fluffy bunny ear, but he didn't stop his movements when he heard her question. Coincidentally, I heard a little news today. This time, 6 nobles from the wolf tribe died during the ancestral ritual, severely injured 12 times. The man's laughter was a bit joyful. Your lover is really powerful. He used an ancient sun formation that has been lost for a long time, causing chaos in the imperial city. Thank you, dear friends, for your votes.
Kisses. See you tomorrow.
This time, the people who died were all well-known figures. The K family worked hard for 2 days and nights. They had to handle things both inside and outside their territory. The Duke held a slender smoking pipe in his right hand. The top of the pipe was shaped like a blue lotus, with faint sparks from burning tobacco. He was holding a soft little pet in his left arm. He gently stroked her rabbit ears, then his hand slowly lowered and rested lightly on her back. Today, the little pet wore a pure white, thin-strapped silk dress. She was quietly lying on his chest. Her breathing was a little quick. Is there more? Zhizhi couldn't help asking. I'm a bit tired. Let's continue tomorrow, the Duke replied. He deliberately didn't mention the eagle. He saw a look of confusion on the little female's face, which gradually turned into a bit of disappointment. Oh, Zhizhi didn't ask further, just nodded gently. Are you unhappy? The Duke glanced at her. No, not at all. Remember, I don't like pets showing mood swings. Since you're just adjusting to your new role, I won't punish you today, the Duke said softly. He put down his pipe, patted her back, and signaled her to sit up. After you, Zhizhi stood up. The Duke got up barefoot and walked into the study. His purple robe dragged on the floor. Behind a delicate, luxurious screen, Zhizhi saw the Duke take off his robe. She quickly turned away. He changed into a more comfortable home white robe with a wide collar. When passing by the little pet to avoid suspicion, he cast a light glance. Your rabbit's nest is behind. Go sleep there. Seeing the little female staring blankly at him, he paused, looked at her with a focused gaze, and a smile played on his lips. What? Do you want to bathe with me? I've already taken a bath, Zhizhi hurriedly responded. She was afraid that if she hesitated even a second, he would carry her to the bathroom. After the Duke left, Zhizhi's tense nerves slowly relaxed. She was really tired now. She stood up and walked behind the screen, where she saw a bed. On the other side of the bed, there was a white, fluffy nest. Could this be the rabbit burrow the Duke mentioned? Orcs can switch to beast forms, but Zhizhi has never fully transformed into a little white rabbit. Saturn, when in doubt, call the system. How can I become a rabbit? System, awaken mental power. Then, when can I awaken my mental power? Zhizhi's 2 main abilities are still locked and gray. During the last level test, she remembers that the female Black Panther awakened her, mental power and superpower on the spot. System. It depends on the individual. There is no fixed time. Since she can't turn into a rabbit, she can't sleep in a rabbit burrow. Zhizhi sits on the soft cushion by the bed. She is so sleepy that she leans her head on the bed's edge and falls asleep. The Duke comes back from his bath. Seeing the little pet not sleeping in the burrow but resting against the corner of the bed, he pauses thoughtfully. His golden vertical pupils flicker with thought. Suddenly, he remembers that the little female hasn't awakened her mental power yet, so she can't turn into a rabbit now. She isn't sleeping in the burrow, and she didn't go onto the bed on her own. She's even more human-like than previous pets. So obedient. The Duke feels quite pleased. He picks up the little rabbit. Let her sleep on the bed. It's a reward. Zhizhi has a dream. She dreams that she is being wrapped by a snake, tightening more and more until she can't breathe. She struggles awake. Sunlight filters through the screen outside the window. She finds herself lying on the bed, with a man's arm across her chest, holding her tightly. The bed curtain is lifted by the wind. She dares not move, afraid of waking the Duke sleeping behind her. The little female deliberately slows her breathing, but her heartbeat is quickening. The Duke holds her from behind. She feels soft and comfortable in his arms. If she had a bit more flesh, it would feel even better. Are you awake? His voice is hoarse from just waking up. Zhizhi nods gently. He doesn't loosen his hold. Instead, he holds her even tighter. Come to think of it, he hasn't slept this well in a long time. A night without dreams. The pets he had before always had a smell he didn't like. No matter how much perfume he used, it only made things worse. But she smelled wonderful, a light scent of jasmine mixed with a hint of milk. It felt like he had finally chosen the right pet. The Duke gently patted the little female's head and softly touched her rabbit ears. After she woke up, he held her for a long time, quietly stroking her soft ears. Zhizhi bit the blanket lightly, feeling a gentle tingling on her ears as the man carefully brushed them from base to tip. Her rabbit ears drooped softly, and the Duke seemed quite pleased as he played with them. Satisfied, the Duke sat up. Someone, come in. The door to the study opened. Servants entered with water to help their master wash and get ready for the day. When they saw the rabbit girl lying on the bed with a blanket covering her face, surprise flashed in their eyes. It was the first time they had ever seen a female on the Duke's bed. After dressing neatly, the Duke glanced at the blanket that was still slightly raised. Still not getting up? Zhizhi slowly sat up. A maid helped her change clothes and wash up. When everything was ready, she was led to the dining table. The table was filled with delicious food. In front of her was a plate of cooked carrots, cut into small, bright pieces. Zhizhi picked up her fork. The Duke was reading the day's newspaper. Whether by chance or on purpose, he read aloud lazily. According to reports, the one who activated the Sun Formation was the current leader of the Eagle clan. Before the Wolf clan ceremony, he had already infiltrated the K family under the title of Godfather. Zhizhi paused, her rabbit ears twitching slightly as she listened carefully. Before that, the assassination of the Valoran Empire's prince might also be connected to him. On the day of the ceremony, the Empire's knights surrounded the entire mountain. The battle lasted 2 days and 2 nights before the Eagle clan leader finally fell from the sky, exhausted. Zhizhi stared blankly into the air. When she left, Dracula had already been badly injured. To fight against so many Imperial knights for 2 days and nights. He must have been completely worn out. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and the food before her suddenly lost all taste. Zhizhi cried silently. The Duke, holding his newspaper, noticed the little rabbit girl across from him quietly shedding tears. He paused slightly while holding the newspaper, his golden vertical pupils fixed on her tear-streaked face. The little female was crying so sadly, her eyelashes stuck together, and the plate on the table had become a container for pearls. She had always been a well-behaved pet, never complaining or resisting, allowing herself to be petted and touched. On the bed, no matter how tightly she was held, she never struggled. But now, she was crying non-stop. The Duke looked at her and felt a tightness in his chest. He softly asked, "Do you like him that much?" It was better not to ask at all. As soon as he heard the Duke's voice, Zhizhi couldn't hold back anymore and burst into loud tears. Since arriving on the Beast World planet, she had never cried so painfully before. It seemed like she wanted to vent all her sadness today. Woo-woo. She clutched her fork, crying so hard she was gasping for breath, even hiccuping with tears. The Duke originally wanted to punish her. In his mansion, no beast person dared to cry in front of him. Even pets weren't allowed. He was annoyed. But now, seeing her pitiful look, his tone softened unconsciously, even with a hint of helplessness. Crying too early. Let me finish reading first. She was crying so sadly. Since parting in the mountains, Zhizhi had been worried about Dracula's situation. Hearing the Duke read the news, thinking he was already in trouble, her tears couldn't stop. But the Duke said she was crying too early. Zhizhi's crying suddenly stopped. She sniffled softly, lifting her misty eyes to look at the man sitting across from her. He wore a loose dark purple robe, holding the newspaper, his golden vertical pupils staring straight at her. Next to him, his attendant poured him a cup of red tea. The Duke continued reading. The moonlight array beneath the mountain forest was activated, and the leader of the Tang kingdom disappeared in front of everyone, his whereabouts unknown. The sun and moon dual array. His skills are quite impressive. A faint, unfriendly smile appeared on the Duke's face. He disappeared. Zhizhi silently repeated these 3 words in her mind. Suddenly, she saw hope. Dracula might have already escaped. If he wasn't caught and no body was found, it meant he was still alive. Not crying anymore? The Duke glanced at her. Zhizhi's hand trembled slightly as she held the fork. She picked up a piece of carrot and put it into her mouth. The young girl ate very carefully. She seemed to have completely forgotten she had just cried, her nose still red, and tears streaked at the corners of her eyes. This new little pet was generally nice, but her tear glands were a bit too active. The Duke turned a page of his newspaper and picked up his teacup. No crying in front of me from now on. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear you, Zhizhi responded softly. Suddenly, the sound of wind chimes came from ahead. A servant arrived at the door, bowing politely. My lord, Count Grey has arrived. Please let him in. Hearing this, Zhizhi quickly stuffed the remaining food into her mouth. I've finished eating, she said, lifting her plate to show the Duke she had eaten everything. Go play, the Duke said, putting down his newspaper. Zhizhi's eyes brightened. She quickly stood up, bowed politely, and hurried outside. She almost bumped into someone. She looked up and saw a young man dressed in elegant, white noble clothes, with amber hair and eyes. When he saw her, he paused slightly. Zhizhi lowered her head and slipped past him. She was wearing a white knee-length chiffon dress, barefoot on the wooden floor of the corridor, walking lightly, full of morning joy. She was genuinely happy that Dracula was still alive. In the courtyard, there was a pond filled with blue lotus flowers. The servants cleaning were gentle and quiet, almost making no sound. Zhizhi walked past them. The servants all bowed politely. She tried to go outside but found no one stopped her. Zhizhi bit her lip softly and secretly slipped out. Leaving the study courtyard, the road outside was long, lined with green trees, and the cobblestones were neatly arranged. Ahead was a pavilion. She had only taken a few steps when she heard a girl sneer. Ugly monster, along with the crack of a whip, the girl mockingly jeered. Look at you now. What mistress would want you? I told you to behave and submit to me, and I'd give you a lifetime of wealth and honor. You're blind. Now you're just in my hands. Watch me beat you to death. Then came 3 lashes. Zhizhi hid behind a tree, vaguely seeing 2 beast men forcing a kneeling figure on the ground. He stood straight with his back, blood dripping, yet refused to bend down. Suddenly, Zhizhi heard a voice from the system. System, ding. The host has triggered a side mission. System. Completing it will reward you with a teleportation scroll, which allows a one-time instant teleport on the already lit map. System. Host, do you accept this side mission? A teleportation scroll? If I have it, can I teleport away immediately after finishing the task? Zhizhi quickly nodded. I accept. She really wants the teleportation scroll. System. Ding. Congratulations. The host has activated the side mission Save the Wild Dog. Rescue this wild dog from the snake tribe female and ensure its safety. If the wild dog survives for a month, the mission is successful and you will receive 1 teleportation scroll, single use. Save the wild dog. Does that mean the wild dog is the one who was about to be whipped to death earlier? Who are you? The servant beside the girl saw the small figure hiding behind the tree and immediately shouted. The guards on both sides of the pavilion drew their swords instantly. Zhizhi had never seen such a scene before. She was startled and looked pale. Feeling a knife hanging over her neck, she dared not move and could only slowly step out from behind the tree under the guards' pressure. The girl holding the whip narrowed her eyes slightly. Rabbit tribe? Is there a banquet recently?
No, miss.
Who are you? What is your identity? Why are you at Lady Baran's residence? Are you a spy sent by other forces? The girl approached with her whip. No, I came back with the Duke from outside. Seeing the girl approaching her, Zhizhi noticed her deep brown vertical pupils and cold gaze. The snake tribe's beastmen are very easy to recognize, almost indistinguishable from snakes. Zhizhi couldn't help but step back. The girl moved closer and pushed away the knife that was at the neck of the young rabbit female. I heard that Lady Baran brought back a pet. Is that you? Yes. Why aren't you staying with Lady Baran and came to my pavilion instead? Just out for a walk. After learning her identity, the snake tribe female waved her hand, and the guards all stepped back. The danger was gone. The girl circled around the small female rabbit. She smelled very nice, but I don't know what kind of body wash she used. Or maybe it was her natural scent? My name is Moo Moo, she introduced herself. I'm from the distant snake clan. I came as a guest to Lord Bo Lan's house on behalf of my parents. I won't be returning until the end of the year. My name is… I know who you are, the snake girl interrupted Zhizhi directly. I watched your live broadcast. Everyone is talking about you now, saying that the leader of Tsang State kidnapped you. I didn't expect it was Lord Bo Lan who brought you back. After confirming Zhizhi's identity, the snake girl's hostility eased quite a bit. She was a beautiful female rabbit, very pleasing to look at. And like her, she was a noble S-rank. Zhizhi accepted the side quest. She really wanted a teleportation scroll, so she quietly asked, what happened to him? Him? He's blind now because he offended me. The snake girl crossed her arms. He was supposed to serve me tonight, but he refused. Thinking he's so handsome, haha, I already scratched him up. Zhizhi stared at her blankly. Do you want to be his partner? The snake girl's eyes widened. No way. What's his status? What's mine? At most, I'd make him my pet, and when I get bored, I discard him. Too bad. He's disobedient and doesn't want to submit to me. So I'd kill him, the snake girl said calmly. Zhizhi's side quest was related to this wild dog. She thought for a moment and asked, Miss Moo Moo, could you give him to me? I can trade you something else. No, I can't. I'm still angry and need to kill him unless Lord Bo Lan personally agrees and decides to give him to you. The snake girl's face showed a sly smile. Miss Zhizhi, go ask the Duke. Thanks everyone for voting.
See you tomorrow.
Duke Bo Lan had never brought a beast female back to his territory before. She was very curious. Was this little rabbit a pet to Lord Bo Lan or something else?
But
Lord Bo Lan would never agree to her asking that. The snake girl held a whip, her hands behind her back, and slowly circled around the small bunny named Xiang Xiang. Zhizhi thought carefully. She nodded and said, Okay, I will ask the Duke.
But
can you please spare him first and stop hitting him? Miss Zhizhi has spoken, so I will give you this face. The snake girl slightly raised her chin. Take him to the storage room and lock him up. No one is allowed to bring him food without my orders. Yes. 2 guards stepped forward and dragged away the kneeling wild dog. Seeing that the wild dog was temporarily safe, Zhizhi felt relieved. She smiled at the snake girl with brown vertical pupils. Zhizhi had been outside for most of the day. She saw the location of the storage room, not far from the pavilion. It took about 30 minutes to walk from the study to the pavilion. It was neither close nor far. By the time she returned, it was almost dark. The yard was lit up. She saw the blue lotus flowers in the pond, faintly glowing with a gentle light, beautiful and dreamy. All the servants in the yard had already left. Zhizhi quietly and carefully approached the study. She gently pushed open the door and slipped inside. On the table in front, she saw a lantern filled with gathered fireflies. The Duke was nowhere to be seen. She slowly sat down at a low table, looking at the official documents and scrolls. She wondered how to ask the Duke for the wild dog, until the sunset disappeared and everything was silent. Footsteps sounded behind her. The door opened. Zhizhi turned around and saw a tall figure. She stood up and ran over. When the Duke saw the little bunny, her eyes brightened. Her rabbit ears perked up. She was holding the white dress's hem, bowing slightly in a greeting, fresh, elegant, innocent, and adorable. He was in a good mood and nodded slightly. Are you tired from playing? Today, he had guests and the little pet ran out to play all day. She didn't even come back for dinner. Now, seeing her with slightly messy hair, the Duke passed by her. "Come with me." Zhizhi slowly followed. She bypassed the curtain and took a small path from the back door, walking on smooth cobblestones. Gradually, warm mist brushed her face. Ahead, the sound of water was gentle. In her line of sight was a round bath filled with water, surrounded by bamboo shadows and hanging red lanterns. The hot steam rose from the pool, filling the air with a blue-tinted glow. "Your Grace, do you want to take a bath?" she asked. The Duke turned around, slightly bowing, one hand gently touching her head as he looked into her eyes. "You've been outside all day, covered in dust. You need a good wash." The young woman's eyes widened slightly. The Duke straightened up. "Sit in the water. I can wash myself," Zhizhi whispered softly. "Oh." His commanding response made her immediately alert. Quickly, she slipped into the steaming hot pool. The hot water covered her collarbones. She leaned against the edge of the pool, feeling more relaxed than ever. But someone was nearby, and she wasn't used to it. She didn't dare to take off her dress. If only I could be an animal. If I were a chubby little rabbit right now, I probably wouldn't feel so embarrassed. When will I ever awaken my mental powers? Zhizhi whispered to herself in her mind. Suddenly, she felt her hair being gently stroked from behind. It was as if someone had applied thick, wet foam, softly massaging her head. The Duke was carefully washing her hair. From the top of her head to her strands, every part was treated with great care. In his eyes, Zhizhi was like a small pet. Giving her a bath was just a normal thing to do. He also gently rubbed her rabbit ears. Foam formed in circles. The Duke sat down. He was by the pool, his palms full of fragrant soap lather. After pressing and massaging, he placed his hands on her shoulders, slowly turning them. Her skin was very smooth and delicate. Under the foam, she looked like a freshly baked cake, covered in sweet, creamy frosting. His hands slowly moved downward. Zhizhi was soaking in the hot water, her cheeks burning as if she had a fever. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and tried to hold back her trembling body. The Duke thought about his past pets, struggling and crying in the water. None of them compared to this little rabbit. He increasingly felt that he had raised the right pet. After washing her thoroughly, he wrapped her in a large towel, picked her up, and carried her back to the study. The young woman curled up in his arms, her head buried in his chest. Her wet, long hair was still dripping water, and her rabbit ears drooped as if she had just been caught in the rain, looking very adorable. After returning to the study, she sat on a soft cushion, hugging herself as he gently wiped the water from her hair. The special towel quickly dried her hair. Zhizhi closed her eyes tightly, feeling the towel move from her bunny ears to her cheeks, then lifting her chin to wipe her neck. The Duke's movements slowed down. Her delicate body was soft, and with just a few gentle strokes of the towel, her fair neck showed faint red marks. He smiled softly, making his movements even gentler. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Zhizhi hadn't eaten dinner that night. She nodded softly. Her eyes slowly opened, a faint mist reflected in them, like spring water shimmering. Her cheeks were pink, and her lips were charmingly cute. Since the Duke returned, she had hardly left the ground, always held in his arms. Now, sitting sideways in his embrace, her body slightly curled, her hands clutching his deep purple collar, she smelled his unique scent. The servant quickly brought a late-night snack. It was a bowl of sesame rice balls. The Duke held her, picked up a rice ball with a spoon, blew on it patiently to cool it, then brought it to her lips. Zhizhi opened her mouth. The rice ball was a bit big. She bit gently, sesame fillings spilling out. After eating half, she kept the rest in her mouth. The rice balls here were very tasty. It felt like celebrating the new year in the real world. As she ate, her eyes grew a little moist. "What's wrong?" The Duke noticed the slight redness in her eyes and grinned. "Do you feel touched because I've been so good to you?" He truly had never been so patient with any pet before. Maybe when she was first adopted, he would care about her diet. When she was in the bath, It was the servants who cleaned her. But she was different. The Duke believed only he could help her bathe. After washing and drying her, holding her in his arms, she smelled soft and sweet. Feeding her was just natural. After all, he was very pleased with this pet. If he could raise her like this forever. It felt quite nice. Did I miss home? Zhizhi sniffed. She swallowed the second rice ball the Duke offered, eating it whole, her cheeks puffed out. That small bowl was enough to fill her. After finishing, she gathered her courage and looked up at the man in front of her. The Duke has wavy blue hair and sharp golden vertical pupils that give off a hint of danger, like a venomous snake. When he is not smiling, his brows seem to gather dark clouds, hiding faint lightning. When he smiles, he appears lazy and relaxed, but there is little happiness in his expression, sometimes even making people feel uneasy.
I want a servant, she softly said.
All the servants in the courtyard are yours. I have my eye on someone. Who do you like? The Duke raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. A male or a female? Male or female?
Zhizhi
honestly answered. A male. During the day, she saw clearly that the one kneeling on the ground was a male of the dog tribe. The Duke's face showed a meaningful smile. He gently stroked his soft rabbit ears and thought, what month is it now? Zhizhi lowered her head. She kept her sitting posture, her nose buried in his chest, smelling his faint scent of bath lotion. At the door, the servant respectfully responded. It's April, the Duke murmured. The rabbit tribe's mating season, could it be just these 2 months? The servant replied, Your Grace, the rabbit tribe is different from other groups. Their mating season occurs every month. Female rabbits with higher innate talent are often sought after by males from other tribes. For someone like Zhizhi, an S-rank, she is considered a treasure, because they have a chance to become pregnant every month. Some tribes only have a mating season for 1 or 2 months a year. During other times, even if they mate, they won't conceive. I see, the Duke said lazily, a faint smile on his face. He looked down at the small female sitting in his arms. Although I used to find mates for my pets, raising one or a pair isn't much different. But your words, why don't you tell me first who you like? Partner? Mating season? Zhizhi was very familiar with these words. She quickly shook her head. No, I don't want a partner. I just want a servant. He is a beast man from the dog tribe, currently in Miss Mumu's care. Does he have anything special? He is injured, very seriously injured. Poor him, yes. Zhizhi nodded gently. Half of the task depends on the side quest, and the other half is because I couldn't bear to see that wild dog with blood on its back. He really might get killed. Rescuing him is possible. The Duke saw the young female's expression and knew she wasn't lying. But I can't keep him in my yard. It's too dirty. At the door, a servant bowed and replied, Sir, perhaps we can place him in the storage room outside. Bring him here first thing tomorrow morning, the Duke said indifferently. Understood. The servant gently closed the door. Zhizhi was happy inside, thinking that once the wild dog arrived, she could take good care of it. Living for another month shouldn't be a problem. Then she could complete the side quest and get a one-time teleportation scroll. Seeing the young female in her arms with a gentle smile, the Duke felt happier too. He slightly lowered his head and moved closer to her. Since I'm in a good mood now, if you have any requests, why not say them all at once? As long as they weren't too unreasonable, he would try to fulfill them. In just 2 days, the Duke had decided to keep her close, like a pet. He would dress her in different clothes every day, hold her while eating, cuddle her to sleep, and stroke her while working. As long as they were at home, they would be inseparable. The Duke even took the initiative to ask her, what else did she want? Zhizhi's heart was pounding. She looked up, very close to the man, almost nose to nose. The firefly lamp flickered softly, and the whole study was quiet. The Duke saw her cheeks flush with a blush, like a tempting cherry on a branch. Zhizhi felt very shy. Saying such things openly was really embarrassing. She tightly grasped the man's sleeve and said, I want to have snake babies with you. What? Her voice was too soft for the Duke to hear clearly. He leaned in closer.
Then
he heard the young female's breathy voice, like a gentle orchid. I want to have your snake babies. Every word was clear. This was Yuzizi's main quest, to win over a male snake of any status or background. It seemed the Duke was the most suitable. She was more familiar with him. If she avoided the Duke and looked for someone else, she wasn't sure if things would become more complicated. As a member of the rabbit clan, Zhizhi still feels fear deep down for snakes. Other snakes, just thinking about them makes it harder to get close. And the Duke, every time, holds her in his arms and strokes her for a long time. His scent almost covers her entire body. The Duke's golden vertical pupils flicker with a faint daze. He turns his head to look at the little female in his arms. Her cheeks are as red as ripe tomatoes, and she keeps her head down, too afraid to look directly at him. "Don't joke with this, Duke," he says softly. "It's not a joke." Zhizhi buries her face in his chest. "I really want to." "Want what?" "To have his offspring?" The little pet from the K family, after a bath, now sitting in his arms, softly says she wants to carry his snake babies. As an adult male, the Duke naturally understands what she means.
He's just surprised.
The genes of the rabbit clan should make them afraid of snakes. Yet she's actively seeking mating. Could her heat period be a bit intense? The Duke gently pats her back. "Get up." Zhizhi pauses, then slowly stands up from his embrace. She wears a loose bathrobe, her hands crossed over her chest, holding the fabric to prevent it from slipping. The Duke leans back on the chair, picks up a slender pipe beside him. "Tell me, who are you?"
Who am I?
Zhizhi mumbles, "Rabbit clan. S-rank female? That's your public identity. And mine? I've told you many times, haven't I?"
Who are you, a pet? Zhizhi knows this well.
The Duke has mentioned it countless times. She is the little pet he brought back from outside. Kept nearby, she's teased a little during her free time. Smoke curls around. The man's face takes on a slightly sinister look, his voice cold and chilling. "As a pet, you must always remember your status. Do not overstep. In my heart, the Snake Clan and other races are different. They are the noblest beings. Except for the Snake Clan, all others are inferior. Animals like you, rabbits, can only be pets or food. There's no third option. Do you understand what I mean?" The Duke's gaze, cold and indifferent, sweeps over the little female. She keeps her head down, lost in thought. Zhizhi probably understood what was being said. The Duke's disdain for other races. He seems to have a cleanliness obsession, whether wiping her body or bathing her himself. Every part of her skin must be thoroughly clean. Perhaps deep down, he thinks other races are inferior to them. Thinking carefully, his way of spoiling her is very much like how humans treat small cats or dogs. She was rejected. Zhizhi felt more and more embarrassed, unable to lift her head.
But
the task still needs to be done. She thought for a moment and softly asked, "Can I really not have snake offspring?" "Other male snakes are okay too." The Duke's hand, holding the cigarette, stiffened slightly. His golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly.
What? What is this little female saying?
"Other snakes?" Thank you, dear readers, for your recommended votes and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow. Still thinking about other male snakes? The man immediately refused. "No, don't even think about it. It seems the little female has truly entered her heat period. Right now, her mind is full of mating." The Duke felt a bit annoyed. He took a puff of smoke, suppressing a flicker of irritation. "Without my permission, you are not allowed to mate with any beast race males." He suddenly paused. When female beast races go into heat, mating is perfectly normal.
The Duke realized.
Not only with snake races, but even with males from other groups, he cannot allow them to approach his little pet. Although he had indeed kept a pair before, to give the pet a companion. But she is different. Anyway, stand your ground. The Duke looked away, focusing on the top of the slender cigarette holder, where a blue ghost lotus was carved. Zhizhi only asked out of curiosity. Seeing the Duke's firm attitude, with no room for bargaining, she nodded softly. "Okay. This time, the task duration is much longer than before. This means she can prepare more. Maybe the Duke will change his mind tomorrow?" "Sleep?" Zhizhi softly asked. She was a bit tired after walking outside all day. The sound of a lighter. A small flame flickered in the darkness. Gradually, the smoke drifted in. The smell of this smoke was very light, with a quiet, calming scent. I'll look at some documents. If you're tired, go to sleep. Oh, Zhizhi hugged a towel and walked inside. She saw the clothes hanging behind the screen, with a crescent-shaped lining, very loose. At this moment, she didn't think much and put on a shirt, tied the belt, and barely managed to dress herself. She slipped into the soft bedding. It was a familiar smell. She had a good sleep through the night. Early the next morning, according to the Duke's instructions, her personal servant went to the place where Miss Moo from the Snake Tribe lived to ask for that wild dog. The Snake Tribe girl widened her brown vertical pupils. Is it really Lord Bolin who asked for it? He actually agreed. Lord Bolin is very clean and wouldn't allow such a lowly servant into his sight, not even outside his yard, and especially not just to satisfy that little rabbit. The Duke's personal servant, smiling peacefully, said, Miss Moo, I need to take him back quickly for cleaning. The Snake Tribe girl was still in shock. She had heard about the pet and knew that Duke Bolin was usually very kind to his pets, though he changed them more often. But that little rabbit was a female. If the Duke kept her around, did he have no thoughts about her? Could he actually agree to her having a male companion? The Snake Tribe girl patted her stiff face and said, Go, bring out that wild dog. In this world, she finally saw a side of herself she didn't recognize. The personal servant, about 40 years old, stood nearby with a full smile. When they brought the person out, they all headed to the study together. Zhizhi was awakened by being suffocated. In her sleep, she felt her nose pressed against a sponge, unable to breathe. Her rabbit ears were completely pressed down. Suddenly, she kicked her legs and opened her eyes. What she saw was the collar on the man's chest. The Duke had gotten into bed at some point and was holding her tightly, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. A drop of sweat slid down the man's jaw and fell onto Zhizhi's eyelashes. She blinked. She saw the Duke in front of her, sweating heavily, with a furrowed brow. Was he having a nightmare? His arm was like steel, holding her tightly. Suddenly, the other person applied more force, and Zhizhi let out a small, soft sound. She was caught in a nightmare. The Duke heard the little rabbit's muffled sounds and gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the young woman in his arms, her face flushed from holding her breath. Her soft body was pressed close to his chest, and her clothes were too loose, his usual sleep robe, which looked like it was meant for an adult, but on her, it looked like a child's oversized outfit. The Duke loosened his grip slightly.
There was a small gap.
Zhizhi's breathing finally became smooth again. Good morning, the man said calmly, with a faint, almost unnoticeable smile. Zhizhi raised her hands, supporting herself on his chest, creating a little space between them. Good morning. Her voice was soft and tired, like she hadn't fully woken up. She wiped her eyes with her fingers. Are you okay? Zhizhi asked with concern in her eyes. The Duke looked at her silently for a moment. The young woman was very bad at hiding her feelings. Now, she seemed to treat him like a patient, even trying to lift her hand to check his forehead.
And she really did that.
But not to check his temperature. Instead, Zhizhi gently wiped the sweat from the Duke's forehead with her sleeve, her eyes serious and her movements very gentle and careful. A small feeling stirred in his heart. Suddenly, the man grabbed her delicate wrist. Before Zhizhi could react, he pulled her into his arms. He held her close, his face buried in her long hair. Her slender waist was so soft that it seemed like it could break with a little force. This intimate hug, with small movements, caused her loose clothing to slide slightly, revealing her small, rounded shoulders. And without any clothes covering her front, their skin was in contact. Her warm skin pressed against his chest, and the soft, silky feeling made the Duke let out a comfortable sigh. Holding her like this felt wonderful, better than all the fluffy pets he had cared for before. Zhizhi was held tightly by him. She could feel her heart pounding strongly. The Duke's body was cool to the touch, and when embraced, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. After a long while, the Duke released her. I need to go to the palace today. He casually twirled her bunny ear and said, Stay good at home. If you need anything, go see Teacher Diley, Okay, Zhizhi nodded. The little girl has always been gentle and never lost her temper so far. The Duke gently took a strand of her hair and sniffed it lightly. Remember to take a bath before sleeping. Don't bring dust into bed. I remember, Zhizhi replied softly. One more thing. What? Never mind, I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I come back tonight. He was actually very curious. I wonder what expression the little girl will have when she hears this news. He rubbed her head gently. The Duke stood up. Servants entered the room to serve. He didn't eat breakfast and left the study. The maids brought many clean, fitting clothes for Zhizhi to choose from. She picked a simple knee-length skirt with lace and small floral patterns on the collar. The maid helped her comb her hair and placed a pair of fluffy round hairpins next to her bunny ears. The bunny girl brought back by the Duke is so cute. The maid couldn't help but sneak glances at herself in the mirror while helping her style her hair. No wonder Lady Bolon loves her so much. She is so beautiful and adorable. If she were a male, she would definitely be crazy about her. Not to mention, she is still an S-class female. The maid felt very envious. Suddenly, she remembered the butler's instructions and quickly spoke. Miss Zhizhi, the wild dog you wanted to rescue has been brought back. It's kept outside in the storage shed. I want to go see it. Then I'll take you there, the maid volunteered. Leaving the study, crossing the pond and corridor, heading outside the yard. Zhizhi ate a piece of freshly steamed rice cake and couldn't wait to see how the wild dog was doing. They arrived at a small bamboo path, bathed in morning light, full of spring vitality. The maid followed beside her, holding a food box with fresh treats inside. Soon, Zhizhi saw the storage shed. It was said to be cleaned up and the wild dog was settled inside. When Zhizhi arrived, the territory's doctor had just come out. He nodded slightly when he saw the young female approaching. How is he, Zhizhi asked. The doctor said seriously, his life is temporarily safe, but he's badly hurt. Whether he can hold on depends on him. Zhizhi nodded. She and her maid went up the stairs together. The door creaked as they pushed it open. The storage room's window was only slightly open, and inside, only a table, chairs, and an old wooden bed remained. In the corner, a figure was curled up. The maid looked a little nervous. She held Zhizhi's wrist. Miss Yu, I heard that before he was sold to the Duke's house, he bit and killed the previous owner. Hearing this, Zhizhi's eyes widened slightly. Then, she thought for a moment. I'll just leave the things and go. As long as he's still alive, that's enough. Zhizhi took the food box from her maid's hand. She slowly approached, the smell of decayed wood still lingering inside. At the far end of the wooden bed, a wild dog had just been brought in. Its neck and limbs were chained with thick ropes, restricting its movement. Hearing footsteps, the brown ears on its head twitched, and its body tensed. Its fangs gradually showed. Zhizhi pressed herself against the wall and placed the food box beside the bed. I brought you some food. Remember to eat later. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, tell me. He remembered that voice. He had heard it when he was almost beaten to death in the pavilion. It was her. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I've left the food. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Zhizhi didn't stay long. She knew this wild dog was badly hurt. Getting closer, she could smell the blood and the strong medicinal ointment mixed in the air. He probably just wanted to be left alone, undisturbed. After leaving, the maid at the door hesitated and patted her chest. I was so scared. I was worried he might suddenly attack. Miss Yu, do you really plan to visit him again tomorrow? Honestly, it's better to let the guards handle bringing food. Zhizhi smiled softly. I hope he gets better. Their voices were quiet, but some animals, like the wild dog, had very sharp hearing. During their conversation, he heard every word clearly. After the rabbit female left, he moved slightly, holding the food box with one hand. He has seen too many hypocritical beast men. This one is no different. Healing his wounds might just be a way to hurt him again. That evening, the Duke returned to his residence. His personal servant bathed and dressed him. During the day at the palace, the Duke kept thinking about his little pet. What did she do today? The servant respectfully replied, My Lord Polan, Miss Zhizhi went to visit the rescued servante after breakfast. How long did she stay? She just delivered the food box and then left, the servant recalled. In the afternoon, she wandered around the estate with the maids. She also met the patrol guards. At this, the servant hesitated, looking a bit troubled, but said nothing. The Duke fastened his belt, barefoot on the cobblestone, heading toward the study. What happened with the guards? The servant, following behind, told the truth. Miss Zhizhi was very friendly with the head guard. She offered him a basket of lychees and also gave each guard a glass of lime iced tea. Oh, the Duke sat at the dining table, picked up his teacup, and asked with interest, "Which guard was that?" "Guard Geo." The servant smiled and said, "A talented young snake tribe member, whom you personally promoted to this position." "Geo?" He remembered it was a blue snake. A faint smile appeared on the Duke's face. He spat the mouthwash into the delicate porcelain held by the servant, then rubbed his sharp teeth at the corner of his mouth. "Where is she?" the servant replied, waiting for Guard Geo to change shifts. Based on the time, Guard Geo should have finished his duty and gone back to rest. The Duke's smile stiffened. Very good. He waited until the guard finished work. Was he planning to go to Guard Geo's room for more intimate contact? Go and bring back this disobedient little pet. Yes, in Zhizhi's plan. She wanted to find a snake, male she could talk to, and figure out how to complete her task. The witty and talkative Guard Geo became her second choice. They had built a good relationship throughout the afternoon. As she was about to enter the house, the Duke's personal guard used chains to lock her hands and took her away. Zhizhi stepped into the study, and the door closed behind her from outside. She didn't know what was happening. Seeing the Duke at the dining table, she happily said, "You're back. Look, the little female still looks so innocent and pure, as if she doesn't think she's done anything wrong." The Duke almost laughed out of anger. "Did you come from Jiao?" Zhizhi nodded. "Yes. Are you still satisfied with him?" When mentioning Jiao, Zhizhi's eyes brightened. "He's very good. He tells a lot of interesting stories, and he sings very well." The Duke's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he stared at the little female talking happily. This is his pet. Right now, she was praising the male green snake she met by chance, how wonderful he was. Every word sounded particularly harsh. Unable to bear it, he interrupted her. Zhizhi. This was the first time the Duke called her by her full name. Zhizhi froze. "Yes. Did you forget everything I said last night? Zhizhi thought back. Last night, they talked about having a baby. The Duke rejected her. And he refused her request to find another snake male. Seeing the little female's face change slightly, the Duke knew she remembered. Zhizhi's eyes flickered with hesitation. She saw the Duke stand up and walk toward her. Instinctively, she stepped back. Her back pressed against the door, and the tall figure in front of her looked down at her. In the darkness, the Duke's golden vertical pupils were especially striking. His voice, with a hint of charm from a spring night, also carried a hint of danger. "What do you think I should do to punish you? In the past, pets that disobeyed were slapped and locked up, saving trouble and effort." He pinched her cheeks. Her soft face was forced to pucker her lips. From this angle, she looked a bit adorable, more like a rabbit. Zhizhi stared at him blankly. There was also that black snake on his shoulder that appeared unexpectedly. Thank you, dear readers, for your votes and monthly tickets. We are now in the second round of the contest. Please continue to vote and support us. See you tomorrow. How about you? The Duke leaned forward, his golden vertical pupils approaching, making Zhizhi's body stiffen immediately. This wasn't the first time they had been close. But tonight, the Duke was much colder than usual, although he still wore a smile on his face. With such delicate skin, how many lashes can you endure? Hiss. As if responding to the Duke's words, the black snake on his shoulder flicked out its tongue. Zhizhi raised her hands gently and held his wrists. A trace of nervousness and a bit of grievance appeared in her clear eyes. The little female rabbit was used to using this innocent face to deceive and make others happy. The Duke slightly loosened his fingers, allowing her to hold his palm, and his face leaned gently closer. She blinked her eyes and softly said, "I'm hungry." The little female was acting spoiled. With a hint of pitifulness, somewhat deliberate and a little clumsy, she tried to change the subject. It seemed that this way, he could forget what just happened. He was probably going to punish her. The Duke felt the warmth of her cheek on his palm. His golden vertical pupils were deep and focused as he watched her try her best to please him. Zhizhi gently held his cold hand, pressed her cheek against it, and nuzzled affectionately. In the past, pets that made mistakes would accept punishment. This was when the Duke was very patient. Training meant it took time, and his time was precious. But this poor little rabbit came over pitifully, and the unpleasant feelings in his heart gradually faded. He gently stroked her face with his fingers and slightly curved his lips. "Finish your meal, and then we'll settle this account properly." He wouldn't let her go so easily. If a pet wasn't properly disciplined, it would only become more troublesome later. When he lost patience, the little pet wouldn't have a good ending. The Duke withdrew his hand and walked toward the dining table on the other side of the room. Zhizhi followed. She was truly hungry. In the afternoon, she had only eaten a few lychees. She had been sitting under the eaves, dazed, waiting for guard Jiao to change shifts. She hasn't eaten anything. On the dining table, a candlelit lamp burns quietly. There is a table full of delicious food. The colors are softened by the candlelight, giving a hazy look. The Duke sits down and looks at the young female behind him. "Come here." Zhizhi walks to his front. In the next moment, the Duke pulls her into his arms, sitting sideways on his lap. Her cheek almost touches his shoulder, and her back straightens immediately. Her body stiffens uncontrollably. The Duke glances faintly at the black snake. The black snake quickly slides along another arm and disappears into the darkness. The owner's meaning is very clear. She must not scare this little rabbit. "Today is busy, so I don't have time to feed you. Are you eating well?" The Duke wraps his arm around her waist, picks up a piece of cucumber with salad dressing on it with a fork, and brings it to her lips. The young female eats slowly. She gently nods. Yes, Zhizhi always eats her meals fully. Tonight is special. She was just wandering aimlessly around the Duke's mansion when she saw guards patrolling. She learned from the maid that there was a young, talented guard named Jiao. She heard he came to the Duke's mansion at 16, and in just 3 years, he became the head guard, trusted by the Duke. Most importantly, he is not only capable but also handsome, with a polite personality. Many females in the Duke's mansion like him. In Zhizhi's mind, such a male snake is a good second choice for the main mission. After all, the Duke's mind is hard to read and difficult to win over. With limited time, Zhizhi needs to complete her task early. If she delays until the last few days and fails, she will be out of luck. After finishing the cucumber, she sees the spoon handed to her by the Duke. She gently licks it. It tastes like sticky rice porridge. Zhizhi likes eating sticky rice. A smile appears on her face as she takes the spoon, swallowing the food. The young female eats quietly. Whatever is fed to her, she eats. The rabbit clan's recipes have been handed over to the kitchen, which prepares different dishes that rabbits like. The Duke looks down at the young female in his arms. Under the candlelight, she ate with focus, her eyelashes casting a shadow, her nose slightly upturned. Occasionally, she looked up to secretly glance at herself, her cheeks slightly puffed with food in her mouth. She chewed slowly, and after finishing the porridge, she licked the remaining sticky rice on the spoon. She finished the small bowl of porridge completely. She looked up at the Duke with a little look of, "Please praise me." The female rabbit of the rabbit tribe is a good pet, which he liked very much. Besides, she has physiological needs, she can't control herself. He put down the spoon and used a napkin to wipe her mouth. "I don't usually keep beasts as pets. They are too dirty. Besides this, I can satisfy you in everything else." "This thing?" Zhizhi's mind briefly froze. The Duke sipped his tea slowly. "Other pets can be kept in pairs to keep each other company, but not you. I only keep one." Zhizhi lowered her head. She was tired of eating and leaned weakly into his arms. Seeing the little rabbit looking listless, the Duke gently stroked her head. The anger in her heart had long since disappeared. Actually, today's events weren't entirely her fault. It's natural for pets to go into heat. No matter what you raise, you need to be careful. Smelling the sweet, rich scent on the female, he spoke softly. How about I tell you 2 things you might find interesting? What are they? The rabbit ears twitched curiously. Next week, the K family will visit the Duke's mansion. It's those twin brothers. They seem to like you a lot. The K family, the last time she saw them was on a high platform, 2 white wolves dressed in vintage robes. Want to go back to the wolf den? The Duke gently rubbed her rabbit ears. No, I don't want to, Zhizhi replied without much hesitation. That's what's in her heart. She originally planned to leave with Dracula. Thinking of Dracula, he should have already returned to the Tsongshan territory, right? He had said before that he would come to find her someday. Is there one more thing? Zhizhi asked. The Duke said there were 2 things she would be interested in. As soon as she asked, she felt the hand on her rabbit ear slowly lift. 5 fingers gently slid into her hair, tracing down along the strands. Zhizhi tilted her head slightly, feeling his breath approaching her neck. News has arrived that the leader of Tsongshan has obtained a young eagle. The hatchling just broke out of its shell. If we trace back in time, it probably appeared during the time in the Imperial City. So, the question is, who is the mother of this eagle chick? Zhizhi.
She didn't speak.
Seeing her like a quail egg, the Duke understood everything. That eagle was willing to risk its life to save her. Their relationship is extraordinary. Unexpectedly, even the chick has appeared. For a moment, the Duke didn't know what this heavy feeling in his heart was. He only knew that the little female experiences a heat cycle every month. It seems I need to find a way to satisfy her. The genes of beastmen lean more towards animals, influencing their words and actions. Both males and females go through heat periods. If not managed, the little female will think about mating every day. She might run to another male's side, feeling bored and restless. When that happens, her body will be covered with the scent of other males, and it could take a long time to wash off. With the Duke's picky nature, such a small pet would be hard to keep by his bedside. To prevent her sense of smell from being polluted, and to be able to hold her while sleeping, Duke Bolin made a decision. Zhizhi was still very confused. She didn't understand what the Duke meant. To satisfy her? Satisfy what? But the Duke's tone suddenly turned playful, with a hint of a low laugh. But first, he said, you need to be punished before you can be rewarded. A slight pain came from her neck. Zhizhi suddenly frowned, clutching the deep purple robe of the man in front of her, feeling his teeth gently biting her neck. He didn't bite hard. The little female was delicate and soft. If he bit too hard, she might bleed heavily. That itchy snake-like tooth, which hadn't been sharpened in a long time, just barely embedded into her delicate skin, not even breaking the skin. The little rabbit whimpered and tried to struggle. He called it a punishment. But with this level of force, what kind of punishment was that? He loosened his grip, licked the bite mark. Zhizhi's eyes reddened, looking like she had been bullied, feeling wronged. He sneered, fragile. The little female was more delicate than any pet he had raised before. She would cry easily. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Now, what is he doing? He is pleasing a young pet during its mating season. Although the Duke believes that females other than snake species are not suitable for mating with him, he can't just ignore this little female rabbit. Letting her vent her desires is also a reward for her obedience these past few days. Zhizhi leans against the Duke's chest, trembling all over. She hears the man's light laughter in her ear. So much fluid. Does it feel so good? Zhizhi keeps her eyes tightly closed, biting her clothes on the man's shoulder in silent protest. On this spring night, the air in the study gradually becomes thinner. A faint, salty scent fills her nose. Her scent after being aroused is stronger than during the day. The little female rabbit's ears twitch faintly. Zhizhi bites harder. Through her clothes, she can feel her small rabbit teeth. She can't even tear the meat on the dining table, only holding onto the Duke's wrinkled, deep purple robe. As waves of intense feelings surge inside her, her breathing becomes more rapid, and she finally lets out a soft moan. She slowly opens her eyes, her gaze misty, like a pool of spring water. Afterward, Zhizhi hides under the blanket, curling up tightly, not revealing any gap. Her cheeks are hot. Thinking about what just happened, she doesn't know how to face it, so she hides for now. The little pet seems to be throwing a tantrum. He is in a very good mood now, feeling unexpectedly happy because of her. Zhizhi senses the bed sinking behind her. The next second, she is pulled back into his arms along with the blanket. The Duke gently coaxes her. "Tomorrow, I will find a better doctor to treat the servante you saved, that wild dog. His injuries are indeed too serious." Zhizhi keeps her head under the blanket, silent. The Duke continues, "There will be guests at home. Just in case, I will have Jiao guard you secretly. He is willing to fulfill her small wishes. But you can be friends with him, and only that. If I find out you have closer contact, I won't let you off so easily next time. Did you hear me?" Zhizhi gently held her rabbit ears and let out a soft, "Oh." She still felt weak. When the Duke carried her over, her legs went limp. Suddenly, the blanket was pulled back. A cool breeze swept in. Her flushed cheeks were exposed, along with her 2 rabbit ears, which drooped slightly as if she were lost in thought. A man's low laugh came from behind her. "What? Are you trying to suffocate yourself? This silly rabbit." The Duke skillfully wrapped her in his arms and realized he increasingly enjoyed sleeping with her. Over the years, the nightmares that haunted him had become less frequent. Holding her, the empty space in his heart felt as if it was being filled. If only he could keep her close all the time, take her everywhere, hold her, stroke her, tease her whenever he wanted. Or perhaps, like tonight, help her with her urges during her heat. Thanks, everyone, for voting. See you tomorrow. This was something the Duke would never have done before. Once he broke the rule, he kept doing it again and again. If it was her, maybe she could accept it. In fact, he started to look forward to it. This little pet could bring him even more happiness. But Zhizhi felt a bit frustrated. Her main quest, win over the snake male, faced an unprecedented obstacle. Her opponent was the Duke himself. He not only refused to cooperate but also wouldn't let her contact other snake males. What should she do then? She thought about the item in her inventory, a bottle of pheromones. She wasn't sure if it would work on the Duke. If she decided to use it, she'd need to find the right moment. The next day, when Zhizhi woke up, the Duke had already left. After washing up and having breakfast, she headed down the corridor toward the storage room. Just as the Duke had promised last night, he had called in a more skilled doctor to treat the injured wild dog. A servant was standing outside the door and bowed when she saw Zhizhi. "Good morning, Miss Zhizhi." The maid who had taken her shopping yesterday was there too. She was a small hamster, with white ears hidden in her hair, only a little visible. This time, the doctor isn't just an ordinary healer but a healer who has awakened the ability to cure. The hamster maid lowered her voice and whispered softly into Zhizhi's ear. In her view, the Duke really cares a lot about Miss Zhizhi. He even specially invited a healer to treat the servante she rescued. Servants never dared to dream of such treatment. Zhizhi waited quietly outside the door. After a long while, the healer came out of the house, looking worried. The patient's condition was very bad. If he couldn't be cured, how could he explain to Lord Baran? Seeing a graceful female rabbit waiting at the door, the servants showed her great respect. She was probably the young lady of the Duke's residence. The healer bowed and asked, "Miss, are you here to see the patient inside?" "Yes," Zhizhi replied with concern. "How is he doing?" His condition is very serious." The old healer hesitated to speak further. He was a well-known healer in the imperial city of Valoran and had never encountered such a difficult case before. "Miss, do you know that the golden beast bone on his back has been taken away?" Hearing this, Zhizhi's expression showed a hint of shock. When she was in the K family, she often visited the library and read about beast world legends. She had also heard how important the golden beast bone was to male beast men. Next to her, the hamster maid gasped sharply. The golden beast bone was taken. What a ruthless act. On the beast world planet, the social hierarchy was strict. For male beast men, the golden beast bone that carried spiritual power and talent was extremely important. Without it, they were essentially disabled. The injuries on his body can be treated. The scar on his face, with medicine and proper care, can heal over time. But the bone in his back is almost impossible to regrow. Only a Moonlight Divine Roll might have a chance to cure him. Moonlight Divine Roll? This was the first time Zhizhi heard this term. The old healer explained, in the realm of superpowers, if someone awakens a talent called evolution over time, they might grow into a formidable Moonlight Divine Roll. It's less about healing and more about evolution. The hamster maid nodded in agreement. Yes, on the entire Beast World planet, there are no more than 3 people with the Moonlight Divine Roll. Our Valoran Empire doesn't have even one evolution talent. Zhizhi silently repeats these 4 words. She remembers. In her records, both abilities are still gray and unlocked. Her mental strength and superpower talent have not yet awakened. The hamster maid looks hopeful. If only I could meet the Moon God Cleric. Maybe with their guidance, I could also evolve. Does our empire have that? Zhizhi becomes interested. The hamster maid shakes her head. No, the Valoran Empire lacks a Moon God Cleric, which is why it's gradually declining. Suddenly, she covers her mouth. She must not speak carelessly, especially in the Duke's mansion. If it reaches the Emperor's ears, that would be terrible. The old doctor says goodbye to them, and the servant sees him off. Zhizhi picks up her food box and slowly walks toward the room. It's the same as yesterday. He sits alone in the corner of a wooden bed, wearing a blue outfit, with his hair tied up and a fierce, terrifying scar on his face. But his eyes are very beautiful, like a clear ocean, pure and transparent blue. Despite the scars on his face, his handsome features are still visible. He remains handsome. He looks to be between a young boy and a young man.
But,
thinking about how he was forcibly stripped of his golden beast bone, Zhizhi feels a bit heartbroken. That must have hurt so much. Moreover, a male orc without the golden beast bone has no chance to rise and will be a lifelong servante. When he smells the familiar scent, he lifts his eyes and stares directly at the female rabbit approaching. She wears a light pink gauze dress, with snow-white skin and water-like eyes, moving gently as she places the food box down. Zhizhi doesn't say much. She steps back, hiding behind a pillar, secretly watching him. The wild dog's condition seems better than yesterday. At least he can sit down now. He remains still, coldly staring at the food box. Occasionally, he glances at the figure hiding behind the pillar. She quickly hides her face, pretending she's not there. Childish rabbit. His body has been healed by the healer, pulled back from the brink of death. He should be grateful to this female rabbit. Unfortunately, he has seen too much of the treacherous nature of beasts. He can no longer trust her, even a little. The stray dog pulled the lunchbox back beside it and silently ate its meal, head lowered. "What's your name?" Zhizhi, hiding behind a pillar, asked curiously. She also introduced herself. "My name is Zhizhi." The stray dog was eating the roasted meat from the plate and did not reply. Just when Zhizhi thought he wouldn't respond, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Every owner I've had has given me a name. You can also give me a new one." "What about your own name?" she asked. "I don't have one. He was born without a name. After his parents died, his golden bones were taken, and his tribe abandoned him. He had been wandering ever since." "Then I'll think about it carefully," Zhizhi whispered softly. Choosing a name is very important. It should have a good meaning and carry the blessings of the person who gives it. The stray dog chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just a dog. What good name could he have? Who would bless him? Peace. Zhizhi's eyes brightened. How about calling you Peace? Just 2 simple words, a simple wish. The stray dog's body stiffened slightly. A word of peace, a lifetime of peace. May you be safe all your life. Zhizhi's voice was soft and clear. At the door, the hamster maid whispered, "Miss Zhizhi, a guest has arrived. The Duke asked you to change your clothes and go meet an old friend." "Old friend?" Zhizhi's pupils flickered with confusion. She remembered that last night, the Duke said the K family would visit, but that was a week away. If it wasn't the acting head of the K family, Don Nard K, or his younger brother, Tang Nail K, Then, who could it be she knew? Zhizhi stepped out from behind the pillar, tidied her skirt, and headed outside. Before leaving, she told the stray dog, "Take good care of yourself. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Back at her residence, she changed into a more formal, noble dress. Following the Duke's instructions, her little pet needed to be dressed beautifully before going out to meet people. Led by the hamster maid, Zhizhi headed to the reception hall. The ancient building, bathed in sunlight, looked more mysterious and elegant. The old tiles shimmered with a golden glow, and every blue stone slab was polished smooth as a mirror. From a distance, you can see the golden trees in the courtyard shining brightly. Zhizhi followed behind the maid as they entered the yard, bypassed the water corridor, and arrived at the Duke's reception hall. On both sides of the porch, there are several bronze flower pots filled with strange and beautiful plants, emitting a faint fragrance. She pushed open the door, revealing a spacious hall. The floor was covered with a deep red carpet. Antique, elegant wooden furniture was neatly arranged. A tea table sat near the window, and a mural carved with mountain and water scenery decorated the wall. Everything complemented each other perfectly. Zhizhi stepped onto the carpet and saw several figures standing inside the hall. Sitting in the main seat was the Duke of Poland, who had just returned from the palace. In the Valoran Empire, the Duke of Poland held a very high status. He handled many official duties every day. Unlike the loose, dark purple robes he often wore at home, today he was dressed in a dark blue noble suit, with a medal symbolizing his honor hanging on his shoulder. When he saw Zhizhi, a mysterious smile flickered in his golden vertical pupils. "Zhizhi, come meet the distinguished guest of the Duke's house." Zhizhi stepped forward. Just by looking at the young man's back, she recognized him. He is the talented rabbit tribe member, Noor. They had met before at the ancestral ceremony of the K family. The young man slowly turned around. When he saw the familiar figure, his pupils paused slightly.
Isn't she?
Was she kidnapped by the Eagle tribe leader? The girl stepped forward gracefully, lifting her skirt slightly and bowing politely. Her charming face was even rosier than the last time they met, like a peach blossom in spring, and she exuded a faint fragrance that suited the Duke's house perfectly. In that moment, Noir understood why the Duke had tried to arrange a marriage between himself and a female of the Snake tribe when he was in the palace. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he gave a gentlemanly bow. "Nice to see you again, Miss Zhizhi." Zhizhi slowly approached the Duke. The man gently brushed a few stray hairs from her cheek, his tone ambiguous. "Did you sleep well?" Zhizhi's cheeks immediately turned red. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "It was fine." Noir, the black rabbit, watched them with a smile. Their relationship seemed very close. He was invited to stay at the Duke's house for a while, to build a bond with his fiancée from the Snake tribe. "I initially thought it would be very boring, but after meeting you, Zhizhi, I found it interesting. This is Noel from the Rabbit tribe. You've seen him before." The Duke also watched that live broadcast. The handsome male rabbit and the S-grade female together made a very eye-catching scene, which appeared in my mind, and the comment section was lively. Everyone said they were a perfect match. If a small pet were to choose a mate, they might consider a male rabbit first. But unfortunately, now there's no chance. The Duke's smile was obvious. His Majesty the King has arranged a marriage for Mr. Noel. The Rabbit tribe will marry into the Snake tribe. Zhizhi blinked. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Noel again here. Since I'm not very familiar with him, I feel more relaxed. She smiled and unconsciously leaned toward the Duke. "And your matter, His Majesty also knows about it." The Duke affectionately patted the little female's head. "To prevent you from being taken away by bad people, you need to choose a mate quickly. However, I've asked His Majesty for more time for you, so you can take your time." Zhizhi was slightly stunned. Everyone knew about her situation at the Duke's residence. The bad people the Duke mentioned are well known among the nobles of the Valoran Empire. If the Eagle tribe leader really took the S-grade female rabbit away, she would have a bunch of eagle chicks in 3 years. If the chicks had higher talent, they would eventually become a big problem for the Valoran Empire. Every empire's S-grade female is carefully protected. No other empire is allowed to covet her. The higher her rank, the more mates she needs. Besides reproducing, she also needs stronger males to protect her. The Duke certainly didn't want to just give her away. He had worked hard to find this pet. Before she got tired of him, he wanted to keep her close. So he made an excuse to delay 3 or 5 years, or even longer. He wouldn't let go, so the little female rabbit had to stay at the Duke's house as a guest. In secret, he still wanted to pet her and hold her. She was his exclusive little pet. When he felt bored someday, he would choose a suitable mate for her. Until then, no one else could have her. At the same time, Duke Bolin also had the responsibility to protect her and prevent other forces from kidnapping her. Under the guidance of her servant, Noir the Black Rabbit went to meet his fiancée. Zhizhi watched him leave. Just as she was looking, someone suddenly bent down and hugged her from behind. Earlier, there were others around, and the Duke had been holding back, not making any more intimate moves. He had only been gone for an hour in the morning, but he already missed the scent of his little pet. Zhizhi leaned into his arms, still thinking about the main task. Suddenly, she heard the Duke's lazy voice in her ear. "Who do you plan to choose as your mate?" "I don't know. Tang is about to come out. Don't you want him? Kay's family's strongest wolf cub in 100 years, also the Empire's most valued war weapon." To Duke Baran, Tang Luaka now had a new identity, the former pet. Thinking of Tang Luaka, Zhiji's face turned pale. During the few days they spent on the 13th basement level, she thought she might die in his arms every day. This made her legs weak just at the thought of him. No way. To be paired with him. But now is not the time to think about that. Zhizhi raised her head and looked at the man behind her, softly asking, "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" She needed to find a way to complete the main task first. That remaining bottle of fierce male beastman's madness pheromone also needed to be used. Right now, the most important thing was to win over the snake. Everything else could be put aside. Seeing that the little pet didn't seem to have any other thoughts about that wolf cub and only cared about whether she would come back tonight, the Duke's lips curled slightly. He admitted he was very happy. Because of the little pet's attachment. "Of course I'll come back," he said, rubbing the little rabbit's head. "Be good and wait for me. Thank you for your support with your votes and monthly tickets. See you tomorrow." Zhizhi returned to her place and soaked alone in the bath, opening her system inventory. There were some special items, including Fierce Male Beastman's Madness Pheromone X1 and Eavesdropping Card X1. There was also Perfect Hidden Aura Elixir, which she used more often when she was with the K family. She still had 5 left. The rest included a foundation that was not yet unlocked and a pet egg that had not hatched. Currently, her level is 2, and she needs 1,500 points to level up again. She can earn points by completing main quests, and some side quests also give extra points. Zhizhi casually looked at her personal information. Name, Zhizhi. Race, rabbit, adult. Mental power, not awakened. Superpower talent, not awakened. Fertility, top level. Number of children, 2. Overall rating, S. Her mental power and superpower talent are still in an unactivated, gray state. Thinking about what the old doctor and the hamster maid said about evolution talent during the day, she felt a bit curious. It would be great if she could awaken her evolution talent. If not, other talents are also good. She heard that some very strong orcs have awakened dual talents. However, awakening mental power and superpower talent is a male-only path. Their levels are closely related to these two abilities, and the social hierarchy is very harsh. Most females do not awaken superpower talents. Female mental power usually ranges from 1 to 50, which makes it easier to switch between beast form and human form. Zhizhi still remembers Miss Nana from the Black Panther clan, who awakened 20 points of mental power and a super ability called Sleep for 3 days. Compared to other talents, this super ability seems quite ordinary. On this planet, there is a special medicine developed for sleep. Full name, 1-hour sleep medicine. Top players can also achieve this effect by taking the medicine. In her information panel, females value fertility the most, which accounts for about 70% of their score. As for number of children, it probably refers to how many times a female gives birth. The more times, the higher the score, and the greater the chance of advancing. She opened her quest menu. The shiny main quest, win over the Snake Clan male, and the white side quest, rescue the wild dog, are both marked in progress. Leaning by the pond, her body slightly flushed, cheeks tinged with red, she took pheromone from her inventory, hesitated for a moment, then drank it all in one gulp. The round stone pond was large, filled with dark blue flower petals floating on the water. When she entered the pond, she was wearing a white dress, which was completely soaked. Leisurely leaning by the pond, she twirled a flower petal in her hand, quietly waiting for the Duke to arrive. Today, the plan should succeed, right? Her pheromones were all arranged. Just one attempt needed. Most likely, she could conceive snake offspring. The Duke might be angry. Think she's tempting him like a pet? That's okay. Anyway, after conceiving the snake babies, she would stay far away. Once the task is done, she needs to find a way to leave the Duke's residence. She can't be his pet forever, nor can she rush to choose a mate.
So,
she can only hide for now. Thinking about the mission, Zhiji's body slowly lowered, her nose submerged in the water. Gurgle,
gurgle.
bubbles spread outward. The water in the pond was just right, slightly warm, making it hard to leave. The pheromones she drank would last for 24 hours. Zhizhi felt her body temperature gradually rising, unsure if it was from the bath or the pheromones. Outside the study door, originally waiting for the Duke, the black rabbit Noel frowned slightly. He looked up at the closed door, faintly smelling the scent of a female rabbit. A mating scent. Noel turned away, unfamiliar with this smell, which he often encountered in Greenfield City. But this time was different. He felt his blood stirring inside. As a member of the same species, Noel was more sensitive to this scent than any male. His previously sleepy eyes clouded with a thin mist, sweat on his forehead becoming more noticeable. His face grew paler, and desire flickered in his gaze. Trembling, Noel took out a syringe and stabbed it into his arm forcefully. A suppressed, muffled sound. Greenish liquid flowed from the syringe into his skin. The mist over his eyes slowly dispersed. His rare, black pearl-like eyes were free of sleepiness. His damp gaze fixed on the door, as if he could see the little female rabbit inside. Noel didn't expect the tranquilizer to be used at this moment. He pulled out the syringe, a trace of blood slowly coagulating. He leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. In that instant, his desire to dominate nearly burst out. The scent of the female rabbit was simply irresistible. Even through a door, he almost couldn't hold back. Like when he used to dissect bugs as a child, he also wanted to destroy this pure, clear, and beautiful little rabbit. He slowly walked outside the courtyard. The servant followed. Lord Noor, shall we wait for the Duke? I'm tired. Duke Bolin finished his official duties and returned when it was already late at night. Since the little pet arrived, he rarely returned to his own bedroom. Most of the time, he stayed in this courtyard filled with blue ghost lotus flowers. The moonlight was faint. He pushed open the door and smelled a light jasmine and milk scent in the air. It was the scent of the little pet. But compared to usual, it seemed sweeter, thicker, and more sticky. He followed the cobblestone path to the bamboo grove where the bath was. In the round pool, a delicate figure was soaking. In the misty water, a small female rabbit with skin like jade and looks like a fairy leaned against the pool edge. Her snow-white dress clung to her body, her curves faintly visible. Her wet long hair draped behind her, and her bright eyes, like a newborn deer, also held a hint of nervousness that was hard to hide. Zhizhi finally waited for the Duke. The man, tall and slender, wore a deep purple robe and stood by the pool, looking down at her. His golden slit pupils held a faint, mysterious smile. When he saw her, he didn't speak but watched her every move with interest. The Duke wanted to know what his little pet was planning to do. The entire outdoor bath was filled with the scent of jasmine and milk. As a cold-blooded snake tribe, they rarely had desires beyond hunger for soft-haired rabbits. Zhizhi soaked in the hot water for a long time, her cheeks flushed. She looked up through the mist and whispered, "Lord Bolin, can you pick me up? I think I don't have any strength left." It was the first time the little pet called him by his name. Duke Bolin walked to the edge of the pool. He knelt on one knee and saw the girl with her elbows resting on the stone. He reached out and gently touched her cherry lips. Of course, the girl's face became even more beautiful in the mist, pure yet tinged with desire. The jasmine and faint milk scent filled the air, and the enchanting water mist surrounded them. The Duke easily lifted the girl from the pool. She was like a small cat soaked in rain, curled up against his chest. Her wet, long hair dripped with water. Her tiny, cute toes curled slightly, and her gentle breath blended into the mist. Her bright, sparkling eyes flickered, tempting and charming. The Duke stepped carefully over the clear, rounded stones, carrying the little female back into the house.
He sat by the bed.
Using a towel, he gently dried her long hair. Her small, rabbit-like ears twitched slightly as the towel wiped over them. Zhizhi nervously bit her lip and occasionally glanced at the man in front of her. Shouldn't the pheromones be useful? She thought to herself. To prevent her from catching a cold, the Duke opened his hand, and warm air slowly spread from his palm. The Duke's special ability seemed to be related to mist or clouds. Zhizhi had never seen it before. She froze in place. Fine mist slowly surrounded them, and her damp rabbit ears gradually dried, returning to their soft, snowy white appearance. The main point isn't just drying. Zhizhi leaned into his embrace, gently nudging him. When she noticed his action pause, she looked up, staring into his golden vertical pupils, which led down to a firm nose and thin lips. As if she had gathered her courage, she supported herself with her hands and lifted her upper body to kiss him. This was her first time actively kissing a man. The Duke carried a faint scent of tobacco mixed with mint. His golden pupils flickered with surprise as he felt the restless little female in front of him suddenly kiss him. Their lips touched lightly, but at this moment, he didn't know what to do. Zhizhi could only clumsily try a gentle kiss. And then, what should she do next? She felt a little anxious. The Duke, Lord Baran, seemed unaffected. His eyes showed some surprise, but soon he looked thoughtful again. He even lazily stroked her back, curious to see what other surprises this little pet might have in store for him. This clumsy bunny. She didn't even know how to charming a man. He admitted that today, her scent was especially strong and captivating. But the snake tribe itself was cold-blooded. Aside from mating season, they had no interest in mating. Zhizhi kissed for a while and then realized the Duke wasn't reacting. Her face was already flushed. Feeling defeated, she lowered her head. Her forehead rested on the Duke's shoulder, and it seemed she hadn't gained anything today. "Is that all you've got?" The Duke's lazy voice carried a hint of charm. Almost I was about to be moved. "Really?" Zhizhi suddenly looked up, staring directly into the Duke's snake-like eyes. When she saw the smile in his eyes, she realized he was teasing her. She felt a bit annoyed and a little sad. She pouted, and tears started to form in her eyes. The little pet was about to cry. The Duke's smile stiffened slightly. The little female he cared for was perfect in every way, except she loved to cry and was easy to tease. He gently held her and patiently comforted her. "Be good. I was just joking with you earlier." He gently touched her rabbit ears and whispered, "Didn't we just deal with this last night? Why are you in heat again? There's no such thing as being in heat." Currently, Zhizhi had never felt the restrictions of being in heat. Maybe she would in the future, but she was 100% sure that now was not the time. So, raising rabbits was quite troublesome. The Duke held her soft body and reached into the nearby bedside table drawer, taking out a small crystal carrot. Its transparent color looked pure and clean.
Huh?
Why did he suddenly take out something? Zhizhi looked at it with confusion. "What is this?" she asked. The Duke smiled. "Something for you to eat." Zhizhi's eyes widened like a rabbit's. "Huh?" She reached out and touched it. It was cold and smooth, like glass. It wasn't food, so how was she supposed to eat it? The Duke's golden vertical pupils fixed on the little female in his arms. He said seriously, "You have to eat it all." Zhizhi bit her own hand and leaned against the Duke's chest. A light layer of sweat appeared on her body. The cold sensation was very clear and made her feel tingling. The Duke moved very gently. His eyes darkened, as if filled with desire. Zhizi's eyes gradually reddened. Thinking about her failed attempt to win him over today, she felt wronged and started to cry. Troublesome little female rabbit. The Duke lowered his head and licked away her tears. Just like last time, even when she was emotional, she still cried. When the tide receded, she still cried. Her eyes are always red, and a faint blush appears on her face, like a layer of strawberry jam on a cream cake. Zhizhi is crying very sadly. She tightly grips the Duke's coat, feeling the coolness of his clothing. Her crying voice hides a hint of hidden happiness. Seeing her pitiful crying, the Duke holds her neck and presses her against himself. He gently kisses her. Sometimes it's okay to kiss a little pet, just as a comfort. Duke Bolin carefully kisses her lips, gently nibbling. Her crying gradually turns into trembling sounds. She opens her watery eyes and looks into the deep, lazy, gentle eyes of the man in front of her. It's as if she has received her owner's affection. The little pet forgets to cry and stares at him intently. The Duke affectionately holds her, kisses her rabbit ears. It's so nice. She sits obediently in his arms, being held all the time, day and night. Although her heat period is a bit troublesome. But no matter how many times, he is willing to handle it for her. Zhizhi doesn't remember when she fell asleep. She was completely exhausted, with no strength left in her body. The Duke gently laid her down on the bed, and as her head touched the pillow, she fell into a dream. When she woke up, she was in the Duke's arms. He was holding her tightly, his pale face covered with dense sweat. Zhizhi stared at him blankly. Gradually, the Duke woke up. He saw the first rays of morning light coming through the window and the bright, focused eyes of his little pet. He felt very at ease. He lowered his head and kissed her rabbit ears. "Good morning." His voice was hoarse and charming. "Good morning." Zhizhi thought about last night's events and felt a little shy. She lowered her head, wanting to hide her rabbit ears too. And that last wet, sticky crystal object, she didn't know where he had thrown it.
Ugh.
When he goes to the palace, she will find it and throw it away. These days will be busy. I'll come back very late every day. You don't need to wait for me to eat or sleep, the Duke specially reminded her.
Oh.
Zhizhi rubbed her eyes. She looked up at the Duke as he got up. His pillow was soaked with sweat.
You.
She was a little worried. Did you have a nightmare? Can I use medicinal food to help with my condition? Sometimes I can feel his pain even in the middle of the night. It's no use. It's an old illness. Since he was very young, he has been haunted by persistent nightmares that follow him every night. He wakes up many times in fear. Maybe
You could try talking about it.
I've heard that sharing nightmares can help them get better. Zhizhi softly suggested. Thanks for supporting the update. Don't forget, tomorrow at noon, we'll meet again. Please vote and follow. Who said that? Duke Bolin asked for the first time, surprised by this reason. Zhizhi replied seriously. My mother told me. When she was little, she was afraid of nightmares and would crawl into her mother's arms. Every time, her mother would gently comfort her. She would tell her mother what the nightmare was about, as if talking about it made her less scared. Zhizhi also sat up, clutching her blanket tightly. If you want to talk about it, you can tell me. I'm willing to listen to your nightmares. The Duke's body stiffened slightly. He had never thought that a little pet would say such warm words. Unlike pets that are not yet intelligent or cannot speak human language, only she would say such things. And only she would ignore his noble status, daring to speak openly from her heart. Today, he was not wearing his royal uniform but a luxurious, deep purple robe. Barefoot on the redwood floor, he walked to the desk, sat down, and picked up a slender pipe from the shelf. Through the screen. Some words. Maybe it would be easier to say them out loud. When I was little, if I made a mistake, I would be locked in a completely sealed box and submerged in water. Deep in a lake, I couldn't hear anything. A small, dark, enclosed space. Only me. Whether I spoke or admitted my mistake, no one would pay attention to me. Zhizhi listened quietly. How small was that box? And so dark, submerged at the bottom of the lake, cut off from everything outside. The smoke slowly rose. Bolin leaned against the soft chair, holding the silver slender pipe with his right hand. The carved lotus at the top held the burning tobacco quietly. When he mentioned the past, his golden vertical pupils showed little change. To him, those memories seemed like things from a past life. As the only heir of the old duke, he must not be harmed. The punishment for him is daily confinement in a deep-water chamber. He curls up inside a small, cramped box, clutching tightly the gift his mother gave him at birth, a white plush teddy bear. Bolin longs for touch. Whenever possible, he wants to hold something soft and furry. Because of this, he has kept many pets. It seems that only when holding a pet does he feel a moment of peace. But those pets are not always what he wants. After all, they are animals. They lack human understanding. Until he brought back a female rabbit from the rabbit tribe, Bolin takes a puff of his cigarette, looking at the screen behind which a young female listens carefully to his nightmare story. She is his most satisfying pet so far. Although she hasn't awakened her mental powers and can't transform into a beast form, she is more suitable to hold than any of his previous furry pets. However, she is a bit too emotional, and her heat cycle causes some trouble. Compared to the joy she brings him, these are minor problems. Someone come, he calls. The door to the study opens, and several maids enter. Assist Miss Zhizhi with her washing and meals. Yes, Lord Bolin. The Duke puts down his pipe. He stands up. He puts on his cloak and walks away gracefully. Zhizhi has been living in the Duke's residence for a few days now, and is gradually getting used to the pace here. Unlike the K family, her quiet courtyard rarely sees visitors. The entire estate, like its owner, is lazy. The backyard is shaded with bamboo, and sunlight hardly reaches inside. After breakfast, Zhizhi walks to the desk and looks at the scrolls spread out on it, with elegant yet hurried calligraphy. Next to it is his frequently used slim smoking pipe. Zhizhi can't help but touch it, the smooth, cool silver pipe, topped with a lotus-shaped bowl, with some ashes inside. The mouthpiece is gold, as if made of pure gold. The Duke often smokes while reviewing documents in his study. His scent clings to it. Zhizhi thinks about his previous mention of nightmares, which are all things he experienced firsthand when he was very young. The Duke's face always bears a smile that is hard to read. Even today, you can't tell what he's feeling just by listening to his words. Thinking about the mission, Zhizhi's rabbit ears drooped, and she suddenly felt very tired. Every time she tries to win over Duke Baran, she not only fails but also gets teased in many ways. How much time is left? She couldn't help but ask silently. System. 19 days remaining until the deadline. Zhizhi deflated like a flat balloon. If I had known pheromones wouldn't work on him, I would have saved them for other snakes. System. Snakes are cold-blooded animals. They respond more slowly to pheromones from other species. However, in most cases it is enough. Then why isn't Duke Baran affected? Zhizhi froze. Yesterday, he was very rational. His golden vertical pupils were as clear as usual. He was fully awake and calm, but he was playing with her alone. Zhizhi's forehead pressed against the table, refusing to lift it. System. Please explore on your own. Many things the system won't reveal, even if asked. The only things it can say are related to the mission. Suddenly, Zhizhi remembered something. Then, what about the affection level? How much does Duke Baran like me now? Since pheromones don't work well, maybe increasing affection could give her a chance to have snake offspring. System. Name. Baran. Race. Snake. Adult. Affection level. 12. Note. It's the affection of a pet. Please keep trying. Zhizhi. Only 19 days left. And her affection level is so low. She really needs to find a different snake. Earlier, she had her eye on guard Jiao, but these past 2 days, he's been avoiding her. Since the last incident, she hasn't seen him again. Duke Baran even said they could be friends. Without even a trace of snake shadow, there's no chance for close contact at all. Guest, Zhiji's eyes lit up. She happily said, "Aren't we supposed to entertain guests? There will definitely be other male snakes visiting that day, right? Besides the K family, there should be other families too." It seems she needs to find Teacher Dai Li to learn about the situation on the evening of the banquet. While watering the plants, Teacher Dai Li heard the female rabbit's question and adjusted her glasses. "Miss Zhizhi, many distinguished guests will attend the dinner, including our snake tribe. Do you know Count Gray? Last time he visited our residence and you met him at the door of the study." Zhizhi thought for a moment and nodded. "I remember now. I did meet a young man in a white uniform that day. That is Count Gray." Teacher Dai Li mentioned him with pride on her face. "Honestly, he is a talented member of our white snake tribe, highly appreciated by the Duke and the King. He has a gentle and humble personality, and he is very talented. 2 years ago, he traveled through the mountains and rivers and published a book about local scenery called Mountain and Water Mist, which is very popular in the Valoran Empire. Count Gray is a best-selling author loved and admired by many beast men. It sounds pretty impressive." Zhizhi softly asked, "When will he come to the Duke's residence?" Teacher Dai Li replied, "He has already arrived for the marriage alliance and is staying in the guest house." Seeing Zhizhi look a bit confused, Dai Li smiled and said, "Miss Zhizhi, you might not know. The lady from the White Snake tribe who will marry Lord Knower of the Rabbit tribe is also Count Gray's younger sister, Nicole. Did I want to meet them? Please follow me." Dai Li is responsible for all the minor matters of Zhizhi at the Duke's residence. Her position is similar to a housekeeper, but more like a teacher, regularly giving lessons to the young masters and misses of the Duke's family. She is highly respected within the estate. They walk to the guest house. From afar, the scenery is beautiful. Large lotus flowers grow in the lake, and unlike the blue lotus in the study, these lotus flowers are snow-white and very pleasing to the eye. They pass through a corridor. From a distance, they hear the sound of silver bells ringing with laughter. A girl in a pink dress stands on a flower platform, holding a paintbrush and a palette of colorful paints. Next to her is a sofa chair. Miss Moo Moo from the Snake tribe is holding a bouquet of flowers, posing as her model. Seeing the arrival of the rabbit girl, her brown vertical pupils flash with a smile. "Miss Zhizhi," she greets proactively. "Are you here to see Nicole too?" The news about Nicole from the Snake tribe marrying Lord Knower of the Rabbit tribe has spread throughout the Valoran Empire. All the orcs thought this was a very good marriage. It was said that the Duke personally arranged it, and the King publicly blessed the union. Everyone in Greenfield City was very happy. They were ready to welcome the bride from the Snake tribe.
"Miss Mumu, Zhizhi bowed politely."
She looked at the girl in front of the drawing board. The girl's amber eyes were especially beautiful, and she was watching Zhizhi with interest. "It's you." Nicole recognized her immediately. In a previous live broadcast, she had seen this newly promoted S-Class rabbit girl. She was originally a guest of the K family, but was now invited to stay permanently at the Duke's residence. Mumu had also said that the Duke was special to her. Nicole was curious. What exactly was so special about her? While drawing, Nicole's attention was completely drawn to this rabbit girl. She saw the rabbit ears on Zhiji's head and wanted to touch them, but her hands were covered in paint and might get her dirty. Nicole held back her impulse, a clever glint flashing in her amber vertical pupils. "Miss Zhizhi, if you have free time, come visit me in the private garden.
"I am currently painting Mumu."
"If you like, I can also paint just for you later." "Okay," Zhizhi agreed happily. She could feel Nicole's warmth and kindness. Usually, at the Duke's residence, Zhizhi didn't have much to do. Making some friends was quite nice. Moo Moo, standing nearby, was a bit unhappy. "Miss Zhizhi, why do you always avoid me when we meet? I've invited you several times, but you don't want to have dinner with me? I just happen to be busy those days." Zhizhi looked a little guilty. Nicole made a playful face. "Of course, it's because Moo Moo is too fierce most of the time. Unlike me, I'm always so understanding." The snake girl Moo Moo, holding a bouquet of flowers, posed more beautifully, her brown vertical pupils full of smiles. Zhiji's attention was on the room. She saw a figure sitting and writing. When Nicole saw this, she smiled. My brother is inside. If you want to say hello, go ahead. But, Nicole added, he's working on a new book now and doesn't like to be disturbed. I suggest Miss Zhizhi wait until after sunset to go inside. Since writing the book Misty Mountains and Water, Count Grey's brother has been asked for his signature by countless beastmen every day. Now, just a few days after arriving in the Duke's territory, many fans have come to visit. And this rabbit girl is also a fan. With an excuse, Zhizhi feels a bit more relaxed. She nods. Then I will visit Count Grey in the evening. Perfect timing. Miss Mumu waves her hand. Zhizhi, come be a model with me. 3 young girls of similar ages play together until sunset. Zhizhi hasn't forgotten her main goal. She slowly walks toward the house. Grey, who is writing with a pen, hears footsteps and thinks it's a servant. He asks, are the rose pastries ready? Cough. Zhizhi softly replies, I passed by the villa today and wanted to visit Miss Nicole and Count Grey. Her sweet, clear voice makes the Count pause his writing. He looks up. Next to his desk stands a small figure. She wears a simple white gauze dress, her skin as white as jade, and her bright eyes sparkle like stars. She has a pure, cute aura, and upon closer look, she seems a bit familiar. Where have I seen her before? May I ask your name, miss? Zhizhi. It's her. Count Grey remembers now. He saw her at the Duke's study door. At that time, this rabbit girl almost bumped into him. He puts down his pen and bows politely. Miss Zhizhi, you're too kind. He has heard a little about this female rabbit from the tribe. Their first meeting was from afar, when she was blessing the young beastmen. Later, he caught a fleeting glimpse in the bookstore, which left a deep impression. Looking at the book on the desk, he seems to be writing a new article. To ease her nervousness, she softly says, I want to get Count Grey's signature, but I forgot to bring a book. No problem. Grey shows a gentle smile. I have many books here. I can give you one, Miss Zhizhi. Today, the young snake tribe member is also dressed in a white uniform with amber vertical pupils that look as gentle as water. He shows no hostility. This is very different from the impression given by the Duke. Just a moment. After saying this, he turned and walked to the bookshelf, took out a brand new copy of Mountain and Mist. He used a black pen to carefully write his name and a blessing for Zhizhi. Grey approached her. He solemnly handed the book with both hands. The scent from the female rabbit's body had been filling his nose ever since she entered the room. At this moment, seeing a trace of paint on her rabbit ears, he couldn't help but smile. Zhizhi took the book. She saw the young man quickly bring over a clean handkerchief. His amber vertical pupils shimmered with a smile, like warm spring sunshine, soothing to the soul. Here, Grey pointed to the air above his head. Your ears have some paint on them. Oh. Zhizhi hurriedly tried to wipe it with the handkerchief, but holding the book with one hand made it difficult, and she kept losing her grip. Grey reached out and took the handkerchief from her hand. Let me do it. Under the gentle glow of the setting sun, he lowered his head and carefully wiped the red paint off her rabbit ears with the handkerchief. Zhizhi held the book with both hands, remaining still. Count Grey. He is gentle and warm in voice, making interactions very comfortable. Perhaps because the hand wiping her rabbit ears was too gentle, Zhizhi unconsciously leaned forward toward him. From afar, they looked like lovers, sweetly embracing. At the door, Nicole, who was tidying up the paints, was surprised and widened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw, until she heard Teacher Dai Li's voice. Your Grace the Duke. Thank you, dear friends, for your votes. See you tomorrow. Duke Bolin had unknowingly arrived at the villa. When Teacher Dai Li noticed, he was already standing in the shadows of the corridor, staring intently at the open door and what was happening inside. Inside the room, the young female rabbit was facing away from the outside, obediently lowering her head, allowing the male in front of her to gently wipe her rabbit ears with a handkerchief. Every stroke was done with great care and attention. The girl was almost leaning into his embrace. They looked very close and intimate. When the young man looked down at her, his eyes held a gentle smile. Nicole had never seen her brother so close to any female before. She paused her drawing and remained still for a long time. Mumu from the Wolf clan couldn't help but turn back along Nicole's gaze. When she saw what was inside the room, her eyes widened suddenly. Dai Li was closest to the Duke. She no longer cared about what was happening inside. All she knew was that Lord Bolan's pressure was very low, and she didn't dare lift her head. The Duke was watching the two sweet figures inside, his jaw tight, and his golden eyes swirling with emotion. He was trying hard to suppress something. "All right." Count Grey released her hand, still smiling gently. "My little sister is mischievous. I hope Miss Zhizhi won't mind." Zhizhi reached up and touched her bunny ears, gently shaking her head. "Miss Nicole is very nice. I like playing with her. She didn't care about getting paint on herself. Just wash it off when she gets back." The young Snake Tribe youth looked up and saw two dazed females outside the door, and, standing long in the corridor, was a figure. Count Grey stepped aside and bowed seriously. "Your Grace." "The Duke?" Hearing this title, Zhizhi instinctively trembled. She felt a little guilty and moved to the side, carefully turning her head to look at the man walking toward her. They had just said goodbye that morning. Not seeing him for a day, his aura felt much more unfamiliar and cold. Bolan Duke entered the room, a faint smile on his lips, his voice as lazy as usual. "There are some official matters to discuss with Count Grey." As he spoke, his gaze flicked to the female beside him with drooping ears. "I hope I didn't disturb you too." Count Grey was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, "My lord, you misunderstood. Miss Zhizhi has some paint on her ears. I was just trying to clean it." Her actions were a bit abrupt. "I hope Miss Zhizhi will forgive me." Count Grey looked at Zhizhi with an apologetic face. The Duke said calmly, "Count, no need to apologize. Perhaps she doesn't mind. Not only does she not mind, she might even like it." Zhizhi followed the Duke's words. "Yes, Lord Grey, no need to apologize." The Duke coldly shot her a glance. Zhizhi shrank her neck. What's wrong? Wasn't she just agreeing with the Duke? Why does his look at her now seem even scarier than at the beginning? Nicole and Mumu, members of the Snake Tribe, also came to pay their respects to the Duke. They needed to discuss official matters. Nicole quietly pulled Zhizhi aside. Mumu was secretly having fun, simply watching the scene unfold. She loved watching drama. As the highest-ranking male beastman of the Snake Tribe, the Duke had never shown such an expression before. Mumu almost wished she could see through the scene with her eyes. Thinking about the pet matter, Mumu believed that in the Duke's heart, this rabbit female must be very special. He even allowed her to have a male companion. Of course, Mumu also heard that the wild dog was just kept in a storage room beside the yard. Maybe Miss Zhizhi was just feeling sorry for him, treating him like a servante. No matter what, Mumu felt that the Duke was especially patient with this rabbit female, different from how he treated other beastmen. Even among Snake Tribe members, he wouldn't behave like this. The door was wide open, revealing the Duke sitting at his desk, with Count Grey standing respectfully opposite him. They were probably discussing something. Miss Mumu from the Snake Tribe had already left, and Nicole was tired of playing and went back to rest. Dai Li was sitting quietly on the sofa with Zhizhi, waiting patiently. Just as Zhizhi was about to fall asleep, she heard Dai Li softly call, "Miss Zhizhi, the Duke has come out." Zhizhi hugged her pillow, groggy, and opened her eyes. She saw the Duke's figure walking past her, followed by a group of servants in an orderly manner. Dai Li showed a hint of sympathy. Seeing the Duke's cold attitude, Miss Zhizhi wondered if she would be punished when she returned. Zhizhi followed behind. Night fell, and the streetlights shone quietly. The servants kept their distance. The Duke and Zhizhi walked along a shady path. He asked casually, "Did you have fun today?" Mumu and I were models for Nicole. She's really good at drawing, and she even gave me a picture. She started flipping through a book, unfolding the folded drawing paper. The Duke glanced at the book cover, which had Grey's signature and a blessing. "May the gods bless you." Count Grey, the most outstanding young male of the White Snake Tribe. He has a good status and reputation. If you choose him as your beast husband, It would be a wonderful story. Duke Baran spoke calmly, not like he was joking. Zhizhi was stunned. Choose him as a beast husband? She had never thought about that before. But now, the third main quest card has appeared. If she doesn't act quickly, and the quest times out without completion, she will be erased. Compared to that, choosing a beast husband to complete the task might be possible, though it could be a bit complicated. Seeing the young female deep in thought, Duke Baran's face showed a hint of a cold smile. He walked faster with a serious expression, and Zhizhi hurried to keep up. She was tempted. This little thing. From the moment she heard she could choose Count Grey as her beast husband, her eyes showed she was truly wavering. Unlike her previous firm rejection of the K family, her eyes told the truth. The scene she saw at the door was harmonious and sweet. Although the young female was facing away from the door, her shy smile was easy to imagine. It was just like her usual gentle expression when being held and caressed. They reached outside the courtyard. Suddenly, the Duke stopped. Zhizhi almost bumped into his back. Confused, she saw the man turn around. He grabbed her chin with one hand, leaned down, and his golden vertical pupils shone coldly. Do you like him? Him? Who? Count Grey? Zhizhi was caught by his grip, forced to lift her head. Even standing on tiptoe, by others, it looked like the young female was about to be lifted up. Duke Baran didn't get the answer he wanted. At this moment, the young female should have said no or nothing, a clear denial. But she said nothing. Until she saw tears in the corner of her eyes, the Duke indifferently released her. Zhizhi covered her chin, looking at the man in front of her with a bit of fear. Why did the Duke suddenly get angry? During the day, everything was fine. In the morning, when she woke up, he even gently said, "Good morning." Someone come. The Duke turned sideways. A group of servants and guards behind him quickly approached and knelt down in unison. From today on, this courtyard is locked. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes. Zhizhi froze in place. The Duke walked down the stairs. Zhizhi wanted to follow, but a guard with a sword stopped her. Miss Zhizhi, please go back to your room. Is the Duke not returning to his study tonight? He headed in another direction, accompanied only by a personal servant. Teacher Daili, who was following behind everyone, took a deep breath. It seems the Duke has decided to temporarily keep Miss Zhizhi confined. As for any further punishment, that will depend on how the Duke feels after tonight's dinner party. Zhizhi stood at the door, watching the man walk away. She looked at Teacher Daili for help. Daili smiled. It's okay, Miss Zhizhi. You should go back to rest. Dinner will be delivered soon. Zhizhi softly responded. She held her books, stepped over the threshold, and entered the familiar courtyard. A pond of blue, ghostly lotuses shimmered faintly. She was alone. Zhizhi stepped onto the wooden floor at the door, took off her shoes, and entered the study barefoot. A firefly lamp lit the desk. She placed her books on the table, then looked back outside. The moonlight was quiet, and the ghostly lotuses swayed in the breeze. The servants soon brought dinner, but they dared not enter the courtyard. They left it at the door. After hearing the noise, Zhizhi went over and saw a small, low table with 4 delicate dishes on it. She crouched down, sat on a cushion, silently picked up her chopsticks, and started eating the roasted vegetables in front of her. In the past, dinner was always inside with lights on. The Duke had a faint, calming scent, like blue lotus flowers in the pond. Sometimes he would hold her and feed her spoonfuls of food. Compared to that, now she sat alone at the door, looking especially lonely and sad. The servants didn't dare come closer. Teacher Daili only stood by the door, her eyes filled with gentle pity. Actually, it's already very good. The Duke usually wasn't so patient with pets. It will get better, Daili comforted her. Once this busy time is over, the Duke will come back. He wouldn't ignore her forever. Zhizhi ate half a piece of bread, spread some milk sauce on it, and nodded slightly. After finishing her meal, she returned alone to her room. The hot pool in the backyard was used for bathing. After cleaning herself, she got back into bed, hugging a pillow and falling asleep. This time, no Duke was there to dry her hair, and she woke up sneezing in the morning. Her nose was red, and her throat felt itchy, probably from the cold. When Teacher Dai Li found out, she gave her a small pill. For several days, the Duke did not come back. Moreover, no beastmen were allowed into the yard, and Zhizhi was not allowed to leave. She could only move around in the front and backyards. Zhizhi understood she was imprisoned. She felt anxious and worried, but she never saw the Duke's figure. According to Teacher Dai Li, he had been staying in the sleeping quarters. Even her work was moved to a table set up in her room. The library was only for Zhizhi to live alone. Until the evening of the banquet, Zhizhi still could not go outside. She had cut off all contact with the outside world. Only a week left. Zhizhi sat in a soft chair, counting the days. There was exactly 1 week until the deadline for her third main task. Tonight, the Duke's house was focused on the banquet. This side was quite remote, with only 2 guards at the gate. Perhaps because Zhizhi had behaved well this week, eating and sleeping on time, never trying to escape, the guards had become less alert. A grand banquet was being held ahead, and everyone wanted to join the fun. Zhizhi quietly sneaked to the corner of the backyard. She had previously found a passage there. It was small and low, but she could crawl through it by lying down. However, this made her hands and clothes dirty, and her cheeks brushed against dust. She ran a few steps from the backyard to the storage room. She took advantage of the night to sneak over. Unlike during the day, the path at night was eerily quiet. The shadows of the trees stood still, and there was not even a breeze. Seeing the storage room, she felt a bit more at ease. Anyway, first she would wash her face and hands inside, then think of a way to possibly meet the male snake tribe member. When Zhizhi approached, she gently knocked on the door. "Ping'an, are you inside?" It had been a week since she last saw him. According to Teacher Dai Li, servants brought him food every day. Most of his wounds had healed. The wild dog lying on the bed heard the familiar voice, and his eyes paused briefly. He hadn't seen her all week. He thought she might be tired of him. He quickly got up and walked to the door, turned sideways, and opened a small crack. Standing outside was indeed a female rabbit. Zhizhi saw the door open and spread her hands. "I just want to wash my hands. I won't bother you for long." The girl's eyes were bright like stars, and the wild dog couldn't help but look away. "Oh." He turned around and opened the door wider. After she entered, he gently closed the door, but then hesitated, leaving a small gap. Zhizhi knew his washing area was inside. Inside the bathroom, she turned on the tap and rinsed the dust off her hands. She tried to turn on the light, but found it was broken. Fortunately, there was a small window letting in some moonlight. Zhizhi crouched under the sink, silently thinking, "I need to take out the listening card." Tonight was very important. At the most critical moment, she planned to use this last listening card. A faint blue floating menu appeared before her, slowly opening, and a card dropped into her hand, gradually transforming into a real object. She held the card with both hands. Because of the time limit, she planned to keep it until the moment she needed it. Footsteps sounded at the door. Seeing her stay inside for a long time, the wild dog came to check. He found her crouched under the sink, muttering to herself. He couldn't understand what she was saying. "Are you done?" he asked. Zhizhi nodded softly. "Yes." "Then hurry up and leave." It was so late. If she went to the storage room and other beasts saw her, rumors would spread through the Duke's residence by the next day. Zhizhi looked at him, hesitant to speak. "Is something wrong?" he asked, his eyes focused on the girl kneeling on the ground. "I need your help." Zhizhi felt nervous. "Many distinguished guests are at the banquet today. I want to avoid them and find Count Grey. Could you help me send a message?" The wild dog listened carefully, his ears twitching. Suddenly, he entered the bathroom, squatted down, and covered her mouth with his hand. He made a gesture to be silent. "Someone is coming." This scent carried a strong smell of decay and malice. The sharp-nosed wild dog frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Soon, they heard a creepy, exaggerated laugh. "Don't hide anymore, Miss Zhizhi. I know you're inside. It's the start of the third round of the contest. Please vote. Please keep following." See you tomorrow, dear Momo. That voice. It sounded a bit familiar. Zhizhi was covered by the wild dog, who muffled her mouth. Her eyes widened slightly as she heard footsteps approaching, stopping at the bathroom door. Tonight's dinner was lively. Miss Zhizhi, won't you come take a look? The young man's voice was full of a smile. He leaned against the wall, his gaze deep as he looked at the wooden door, as if he could see inside. The beastman's nose was very sharp. He followed the scent of Zhizhi and tracked it here. To him, the little rabbit girl was already caught. There was nowhere to run. But one thing made him unhappy. Besides the little rabbit, he also smelled a wild dog, which annoyed him. Miss Zhizhi, why don't you answer? His amber eyes, which had a slight smile, gradually turned cold and indifferent. Do you want me to call you out? Zhizhi reached out and gently held the wild dog's arm. The hand blocking her at the front loosened slightly. She softly said, I'm here. The wild dog's expression tightened. He instinctively blocked the female behind him. Danger. Zhizhi used a listening spell through the door. She didn't know why she used it right away, without looking more closely into Count Graeber's eyes. She just felt a bit scared inside. Count Graeber, is there something you want to talk to me about? Hearing the young female call his name, the snake tribe youth smiled. Tonight's moonlight is beautiful. I want to invite Miss Zhizhi to the door to enjoy the moon. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open slightly. Zhizhi could clearly see the young man standing at the front, dressed very formally in a white suit, with a rose pinned to his chest. His amber eyes looked like they were shaded with darkness, and his smile was cold and frightening. This was completely different from how he looked during the day. The moonlight is too bright. It needs blood to add some color. There is nothing more suitable than this little female rabbit. The cold body looks like a faded rose. It needs new color to bring it back to life. Haha. These thoughts confused Zhizhi, making her feel lost. But overall, it's not a good thing. She softly said, I'm a little tired and can't look at the moon. I see. The young snake tribe man nodded slightly. I understand. Then let me take Miss Zhizhi back to the courtyard. He looked at the door crack and slightly reached out his hand. Come, I'll take you home. I don't want to wait even a second. From the moment I saw the little female rabbit, I wanted to touch her cold body. Hearing Count Gray's thoughts, Zhizhi's body trembled uncontrollably. She timidly said, The Duke will find out. No matter what he plans to do, it's hard to hide from the Duke's eyes. Once Duke Bolin knows, he definitely won't ignore it. Count Gray smiled softly. Lord Bolin, it's been a long time since I saw you. Pets that disobey can be simply discarded. He's just busy. Not even invited to the dinner? That's just being busy? Oh, by the way, tonight, the 2 white wolves from the K family mentioned you. The Duke said you were sick. The snake tribe young man kicked open the door. Admit it. He looked down from above at the fragile female rabbit hiding behind the door. You've lost favor. Count Gray's amber vertical pupils darkened, a smile gathering in his eyes. The guards are in the front yard. No one will know you came here. I originally wanted to sneak into the study directly. Now I think, maybe this is the best place. After all, even the scapegoat is here. The snake tribe young man glanced at another shadow in the bathroom. The wild dog's desire flares up, and he accidentally kills a savior. This scene, I believe, everyone will love to watch. The right timing, the right place, and harmony among people. All 3 are present. Tonight is the most convenient night for the crime. While the banquet distracted everyone, in a remote corner no one paid attention to, the prey he had been watching finally fell into his trap. Count Gray, you're different from during the day, Zhizhi murmured. Seeing the female's face lose all color, he chuckled softly. I don't like living females. I only like corpses. The smell of decay, cold and silent bodies. Too bad I can't take you home and keep you well preserved. It's okay. Being able to give me temporary happiness is enough. The young snake tribe member drew a thin sword from his waist. Its gleam reflected his dangerous amber eyes. His long snake tongue licked his lips. Hiss! In the quiet storage room, the sound of a snake tongue flicking was very clear. Zhizhi's body trembled uncontrollably. Count Gray was completely different from before. Back then, he was humble, gentle, and polite. Now, He looked very unfamiliar. If he didn't have the same face, Zhizhi wouldn't dare to recognize him.
Bang!
The bathroom door suddenly slammed shut. The wild dog pressed one hand against the door and whispered, "Quick, escape through the small window and call for help. But this window is too small for me to get out." The wild dog turned around, staring hard at the door, feeling the male outside kicking repeatedly. Count Grey's intention was very clear. Kill the young female and frame this wild dog. Who would believe that the noble, talented Count Grey of the Valoran Empire, with countless fans, would cruelly kill a level S female rabbit? Instead, the lowly Cervanti beast, in a fit of cruelty, killing its master, would make the crowd more convinced. Hurry up, the door was about to crack. Seeing tears in the young female's eyes, the wild dog chuckled bitterly. "I, a worthless dog, am not worth dying for. Oh, just a stray dog rummaging through trash. A humble beast used for the pleasure of the powerful." From the moment the golden beast bone was taken from him, his life was fixed on that day. But somehow he was saved. Maybe her kindness had other motives. But it didn't matter anymore. Since the day Zhizhi brought food to deliver, it seemed his life had some hope. Later, she disappeared for a week. When he heard her voice, the wild dog couldn't hide his joy. Soon after, he fell into endless self-mockery. "Pingin, hold on." Zhizhi dared not delay any longer. She stood up and pushed open the small window, trembling as she said, "I'll go call someone. I'll do it right now." She climbed onto the windowsill, but her legs slipped and she fell down. Her knees hit the bathtub, and she cried out in pain. Ignoring the sharp pain in her leg, Zhizhi climbed back up again. The small window was usually only used for ventilation, and its size was just enough for a child to squeeze through, along with a petite female. The wild dog was blocking the door tightly, refusing to back down. Guang caught sight of the small female already stepping out of the window, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Count Grey behind the door had lost patience. He thrust his long sword through the wooden door, pinning the wild dog firmly. She will only try to run away desperately, running farther and farther. Calling for help? Do you think you're something special? She might come back for you, but the Duke's territory is so large. Can she run faster than me? That's pointless. Swish. Count Grey drew his sword, blood splattering onto the door. The road ahead was dark and gloomy, with faint insect sounds heard among the bamboo shadows. Zhizhi injured her knee, and each step brought a stabbing pain. She endured it, limping toward the front yard of the study. But she was moving too slowly. Without awakening her mental powers, even running was no match for an ordinary beastman. She looked back and saw a dark shadow approaching, holding a blood-stained fine sword. The young man's smile was unclear, revealing a strange expression. Whimper. Why has Count Grey become so terrifying? Was his usual appearance just a disguise? He deceived everyone. Zhizhi was still worried about her safety, afraid something might happen to him. Tears welled up in her eyes, falling with the wind. This long, narrow path seemed endless. Thud. Zhizhi tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Count Grey didn't even need to use his mental powers. He easily caught this fragile little rabbit. The sword in his hand had bloodstains frozen in the wind. He reached the small female's side. Seeing her in such a mess, his murderous desire grew uncontrollably. Count Grey had killed many females before, but this was the first time he had killed a noble S-rank. The taste of enjoying a corpse might be different from that of ordinary things. I'm becoming more and more eager. Zhizhi looked in horror as Count Grey approached her, his amber vertical pupils shining with a sinister and malicious light. Don't be afraid. My movements will be gentle. The young snake tribe member smiled. He slowly raised his silver dagger, aiming at her small chest. Right here, Count Grey's voice was very gentle, like when they first met. I promise to end it quickly. Killing isn't very interesting. Only the corpse is fun. Those female fans who come to me willingly, like roses, are kept frozen deep in the ice cellar. Every time I look at them again, I can add new white paint to them. Who would believe that the noble and famous Count Grey would secretly do such things? Zhizhi heard his thoughts and felt a shiver run down her spine. Her legs were out of control, and she couldn't move at all. She closed her eyes tightly, trembling all over, tears rolling down her cheeks. She thought, I am going to die. Ding! A sharp sound rang out. A gust of wind blew, and Zhizhi smelled blood. The small sword aimed at her was knocked away by a force, and Count Grey cut himself. Zhizhi sat on the ground, trembling as she opened her eyes. She saw a guard in black armor, Jiao Guard Commander, who appeared behind Count Grey. From the quiet bamboo forest, many footsteps could be heard. The Jiao Guard Commander bent down and said, Sorry, Miss Zhizhi, I arrived late. His duty was to protect Zhizhi. But recently, she had been kept in the study, and with tonight's banquet, her long-lost family members came to the Duke's house. She had drunk too much. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to stop. If not for the Duke's reminder, the ending would have been terrible. More and more beast men gathered around. They had come from the banquet, or rather, they followed the Duke. Most of them wore evening dresses, with wide, fluffy skirts that made walking difficult, requiring servants to hold their hands. Zhizhi stared blankly at the familiar figure as he pushed through the crowd and came to her. Tonight, the Duke wore a deep purple robe with a black belt embroidered with a snake around his waist. His golden vertical pupils looked past Count Grey and fixed on Zhizhi. The young girl's white gauze dress was covered in dust, her cheeks dirty, her nose red, and her bright eyes stared blankly at herself, as if a spring of water was trembling and slowly spilling out. Tears fell from her eyes one by one. She must have been very frightened. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyelashes trembled softly, and she cried silently. What happened? I'm not sure. The guests around didn't come too close, just standing far away and whispering to each other. Mumu, the snake girl, stood among the animals, clutching her sky-blue dress, looking at Zhizhi in shock. I heard she was ignored by Lord Baran and kept in a remote courtyard. She wasn't even allowed to attend the dinner. Now, seeing her again, she was in such a sorry state. Is she related to Count Grey? Is there something going on? Brother. Nico, the white snake, pushed through the crowd and came to Count Grey's side.
What?
What's wrong with you all? The young snake man's face showed a gentle smile. He put away his small sword and said softly, It's a misunderstanding. Jiao, the guard captain, suddenly frowned. He arrived the fastest and saw everything clearly. What misunderstanding? It's obvious that Count Grey tried to attack Miss Zhizhi. But the guests who were watching arrived late and only saw Count Grey's arm being cut, with blood flowing down like a thin thread. Count Grey was confident. He just smiled gently and bowed politely to the Duke. Lord Baran, I can explain what happened tonight. I received a letter from Miss Zhizhi, so I came here secretly. Oh? The Duke looked at him with interest. And then, when I was in the storeroom, I noticed something unusual. There was a male dog tribe member trying to do something inappropriate to Miss Zhizhi. Count Grey's expression was serious. He said carefully, I wounded that wild dog, and Miss Zhizhi took the chance to escape. I was worried about her safety, so I followed her. It was just Miss Zhizhi who misunderstood. Maybe she saw the sword in my hand with blood on it, or perhaps she was frightened. He looked at Zhizhi again, full of apology. I'm really sorry for scaring Miss Zhizhi, and am willing to accept punishment. Count Grey was lying. He knew that without evidence, no one could accuse him. That wild dog was just a servante. No one would believe otherwise. Even if Guard Commander Jiao saw him holding a sword, it wouldn't prove he intended to harm Zhizhi. After all, the little rabbit girl had no wounds on her body. Besides, she had a red mark on her knee from falling. Not to mention, this little female rabbit had already lost favor. The Duke would never hurt his own people for her. Even if he was truly guilty, Lord Polan would cover for him. Seeing Count Grey's sincere attitude, Guard Commander Jiao even thought he was seeing things. The Duke listened quietly to everything Count Grey said. He looked at the girl sitting on the ground, softly crying. She was dirty all over, her white dress now gray, her rabbit ears drooping in grievance. Pearly tears rolled down her pale cheeks as she kept crying. Miss Zhizhi, do you have anything to say? Duke Poland's voice was calm, without any emotion, still slightly hoarse, with a hint of lazy indifference. Zhizhi felt very scared inside. With misty eyes, she raised her delicate finger and pointed at the white figure ahead. Her voice was choked with emotion, soft and weak, but with an unprecedented firmness. He is lying. Thank you, everyone, for voting. So many. I'm so happy.
Hee.
Thanks to Jia for the 588 points tip.
Mwah.
See you tomorrow. The little female rabbit's trembling, clear voice reached every beast's ear. Guard Commander Jiao's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Zhizhi. Although everyone knew she was the Duke's newly adopted pet, in Jiao's heart, she was a guest of the Duke's house, to be well treated and protected. Faced with Zhizhi's accusations, Count Gray showed no sign of panic. His amber vertical pupils showed a hint of apology. It seems I really scared Miss Zhizhi. All the beastmen's attention was focused on this side. The Duke looked at the small female sitting on the ground. Why did he lie? This was the first time Zhizhi had experienced such a situation. Facing someone directly, feeling very nervous, she raised her pale face, tears in her eyes, and stubbornly said, I didn't send him a message. Hearing this, a faint smile seemed to appear in the Duke's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He nodded encouragingly. And what else? There's also the male dog from the storage room. He didn't want to hurt me. On the contrary, he saved me. He saved you. Yes. The real person trying to hurt me. Zhizhi looked at Count Gray, who was dressed in a white uniform nearby. His amber vertical pupils were full of apology. His gentle and humble demeanor made him the model of a noble male in the Valoran Empire. Many females considered him a future mate. He was an aristocrat of the empire, with a hereditary title, talented, and supported strongly by the Snake tribe. His future was promising. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhizhi called out his name. The person who really tried to hurt me is Count Gray. It's him. The man standing in front of her. This beast. This caused a huge stir. The watching beastmen were all surprised. Nicole, closest to Count Gray, widened her amber snake eyes. Impossible. My brother would never want to hurt you. Miss Zhizhi is a newly promoted S-rank female. On the beast planet, harming an S-rank female is a serious crime. My brother always follows the rules and laws. There must be some misunderstanding. Count Gray's face showed a hint of a bitter smile. He gently patted Nicole's shoulder to comfort her. It's okay. I understand how Miss Zhizhi feels. Tonight, no matter what, it's my fault. Please, Lord Duke, punish me. Count Gray's attitude was very sincere. The fleeting bitter smile on his face was noticed by all the beastmen. It was as if he had suffered a great injustice. But for the greater good, everyone swallowed their feelings. It should be a misunderstanding, right? The beastmen nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves. How could Count Gray do such a thing? Maybe he offended that S-rank female from the rabbit tribe. Exactly. Without any reason, why would Count Gray hurt her? The Duke's expression remained calm, and he made a firm decision. Miss Zhizhi, how would you like to punish him? Nico's face showed anger. Your Grace. My brother is definitely innocent. Duke Baran's golden vertical pupils briefly glanced at her, and the snake girl immediately fell silent. Is punishment really necessary? Moo Moo, standing nearby, also felt surprised. Count Gray is a talented member of the snake tribe. The Duke values talent highly and should protect him, right? But seeing Duke Baran's attitude, it seems that the final decision is up to Miss Zhizhi. If she says to punish him, then punish him. If she says how, then do as she says. According to the Empire's laws, offending an S-rank female can lead to detention for 10 to 30 days, depending on the severity. In very serious cases, detention can exceed 30 days, up to a maximum of half a year. The Duke briefly explained the law. He was mainly explaining this to the young female. The beastmen's expressions varied. Yes, S-rank females are very rare and are protected by law. No beastman is allowed to harm or upset them. Any reason can be used to imprison someone.
Half a year.
If the rabbit tribe female really chooses to be detained for half a year, it would be an unfair disaster for Count Grey. Hearing the Duke's words, Zhizhi's eyes gradually filled with tears. Punishing Count Grey wasn't because he made her unhappy, but because he had to pay the price for what he did. She tightly clenched her skirt, her fragile body trembling helplessly in the night breeze. The Duke quietly watched her. The observing nobles' gazes also grew strange. To them, this S-rank female wanting even harsher punishment was unreasonable. But the Empire's S-rank females are all quite proud, and they are used to it. At first, when watching the live broadcast, they thought she was different. Now, it seems they're all the same. Count Grey is really unlucky to have offended her, some beastmen watching quietly muttered. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Zhizhi pursed her lips tightly, desperately holding back tears, unwilling to cry anymore.
Count Grey was lying.
He was acting. He was being fake. But no orc believed that Count Grey would do something so cruel and wrong. The power to punish was in Zhizhi's hands. But she didn't want to condemn him just like that. In the orc's eyes, Count Grey was oppressed by a level S female. How pitiful he was. Seeing the young female desperately trying to hold back tears, the Duke's heart finally felt some sympathy. He reminded her, Miss Zhizhi, do you need to add more evidence? Evidence? Zhizhi looked up, staring blankly at the Duke. Suddenly, she remembered. A hint of excitement appeared on Zhizhi's face. She reached out and grabbed the Duke's sleeve. I have it. I will tell you. The Duke slowly crouched down. All the orcs saw the female rabbit lift her upper body and whisper something into Duke Baran's ear. She only told the Duke alone. Evidence? Could it be that the level S female really has proof? Is the story about to turn around? All the orcs held their breath, watching them closely, afraid to miss any detail. Zhizhi finished speaking. She whispered, That's all. Actually, Zhizhi was very nervous. Her evidence was heard when she used the mind-voice listening card. Count Grey had killed many females. The bodies were hidden in the ice cellar. The Duke's golden vertical pupils showed a cold glint. He stood up, slowly opened his right hand, and a swirl of smoke appeared in his palm, gradually rising. This smoke gathered into the shape of a ghostly lotus. In everyone's sight, it transformed into a blue lotus flower, slowly blooming. Its crystal-clear glow radiated outward, and this beautiful, enchanting ghostly lotus was breathtaking. Long-distance voice transmission. The Duke's order had been given. Is there really proof? The orcs looked at each other, many noble females dragging their fluffy skirts, moving closer. They all wanted to get nearer to the ghostly lotus to see the truth more clearly. There will be an update at 7 p.m. tonight. Count Grey knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. What evidence can this little female rabbit provide? Most importantly, he never expected the Duke to directly use his mental power to search for her. The blue ghost lotus can connect to another location in real time, leaving him no time to prepare. The young snake tribe youth looked nervously at Zhizhi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he dared not make any unnecessary moves. Almost. He nearly killed her in the storage room. If it weren't for that stray dog blocking him. The Duke looked at the ghost lotus blooming in the air, his golden vertical pupils flickering with a dark, mysterious emotion. All the beast men looked on as well. In the night sky, the blue ghost lotus slowly spun, and a clear projection gradually appeared on it. Nicole saw the scene and whispered, Count's residence. Is the Duke using his mental power to investigate the Count's house?
Why?
According to the female rabbit story, if her brother wanted to harm her, how could the evidence be at their home? In the scene, a snake tribe guard appeared. He knelt on one knee and saluted the Duke. After standing up, he quickly moved through the night. Behind him, there were invisible cameras projecting everything around onto the ghost lotus, visible to all the beast men present. Zhizhi nervously clutched her skirt. If they could find the ice cellar, in Count Grey's mind, everyone would know he was a murderer. His usual gentle and humble demeanor was just a disguise. The scene gradually became clearer. The snake tribe guard followed the Duke's instructions and found an old building at the Count's residence. It looked like a ruin after a war. Few servants came there normally. The snake tribe guard went inside, reached a stone door, placed the key on the wall, and slowly opened the 3-meter-high stone door. A blast of icy fog hit him. The guard put on a black mask for protection, carried a lantern, and moved deeper inside. The further in he went, the colder it became. The ground seemed frozen with ice, and no scenery could be seen along the way. At the very back, there was an ice cellar. Pushing open the frozen door decorated with butterfly specimens, the scene that comes into view is a row of glass-like ice coffins, about a dozen in total. Each one clearly shows a young female lying inside. They have their eyes gently closed, rosy cheeks, and bright red lips, looking as if they are peacefully sleeping. The images on the Blue Lotus are like scenes from a documentary with clear, high-quality visuals. All the beast men stare blankly at the scene. A snake guard stops in front of an ice glass case. He lifts a lamp, shining it on a female of the deer tribe, whose antlers look withered. Her face still shows traces of dirt and grime. The guard turns around and kneels on one knee. "Your Grace, as you instructed, we have found the bodies hidden in the ice cellar. There are 13 in total." Nicole stares blankly at the images on the Lotus. This place is a forbidden area of the Count's mansion, rumored to be cursed, and no one is allowed near. But here, there is an ice cellar? And so many young females' bodies are hidden here? Count Grey's face stiffens with a forced smile. His hand, hanging by his side, trembles slowly. Yet, in his mind, he quickly calculates, finding the bodies is just the beginning. If he denies everything, who can prove these females were killed by him? Later, he can find a scapegoat within the Count's territory. The Duke listens to the guard's report, his tone calm and distant. "Check the marks on the bodies." "Yes, Your Grace." Count Grey's face suddenly turns pale. He didn't expect the ice cellar to be discovered. The careless traces he left earlier tonight have now become evidence of his guilt. The beast men look at Count Grey again, their expressions unreadable. Nothing is more shocking than seeing it with your own eyes. Some of the more timid females cover their mouths with their sleeves, trembling all over. Until the results are revealed. The snake guard speaks clearly, the bodily fluids left by Count Grey. That one sentence seals his fate. Nicole looks in shock at her kneeling brother. She can't believe that her polite and gentle brother could secretly kill so many females.
And tonight.
Thinking of what Miss Zhizhi said, could her brother really be so ruthless as to want to kill the Empire's S-rank female? Is he crazy? Everyone around the orcs understood what was happening. Some female orcs covered their chests, almost vomiting. Everyone saw the marks left on the body. They weren't recent, but from a while ago, or they wouldn't have been taken for testing. At the banquet, many females gathered around Count Grey, asking for his signature on his written book. They really liked this talented snake noble. So much so that when Zhizhi accused him, many orcs thought it might be a misunderstanding, or that the rabbit female simply didn't like Count Grey. In short, Count Grey must be innocent. And the truth is always hard to believe. Count Grey's face turned pale as paper. When the snake guard said those words, he knew everything was over. No one would believe his excuses anymore. This was a secret habit of his. He had hidden it well all along. But this rabbit female, how did she find out? No one heard her say anything to Lord Baran. Only that after that, Lord Baran found the hiding place exactly. Many male orcs at the scene looked angry. In the Valoran Empire, females capable of giving birth are very precious, especially S-class females like Miss Zhizhi. Count Grey wanted to harm her. Unforgivable. Jiao, the guard captain, clenched his sword and knelt down. "Duke, according to imperial law, harming an S-class female will result in losing her title, lifelong political rights revoked, and a life sentence." As a snake, Jiao felt very ashamed. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen if he arrived half a step later. What would happen to Miss Zhizhi? Among the herd, a crane female angrily threw the book mountain and water mist onto the ground. It still had Count Grey's signature on it. It looked very ironic. Moo Moo, a snake, tightly held her whip, her brown vertical pupils dark and cold. She gritted her teeth and said, "Such a snake disgrace." She thought of the bodies in the ice cellar, like sleeping corpses. She thought of what they had suffered. She thought of the rabbit female being chased tonight. Mumu was so angry she wanted to whip him hard. Everyone was waiting for the Duke's punishment. The truth was finally revealed. Zhizhi slightly pressed her lips. The tears in her eyes had already dried up. At this moment, she looked even stronger than usual. She tried to stand up, but the sharp pain in her knees made her sit back down immediately. The Duke's gaze shifted to the young female's knee. It was scraped and bleeding quite a bit. He thought, usually, he didn't dare to hold her too tightly, afraid of breaking her delicate waist. He would hold her in his arms and feed her little bites of food. He hoped she would gain some weight. Even during punishment, he didn't use much force, just lightly bit her soft skin, without drawing a single drop of blood. But tonight, his precious little rabbit was targeted by a malicious spirit. "Guard Jiao, you're right," said the Duke. His golden vertical pupils darkened. His tone was cold and stern, lacking his usual laziness and smile. According to the Empire's law, he should be imprisoned forever. But today, I want to follow the rules of the Snake Tribe. The rules of the Snake Tribe? What does that mean? If they used the Empire's law openly, he would be imprisoned for life with no escape. The female of Level S personally accused him. Tonight's incident clearly involved Count Grey, attempted murder. The 13 bodies might not matter. But Miss Zhizhi's accusation was very important. With so many beastmen as witnesses, Count Grey would definitely face the harshest punishment under the Empire's law. However, the Duke said he wanted to follow the Snake Tribe's rules? Could it be that the Duke wants to downplay the matter or settle it quietly? Thinking carefully, Count Grey was a talented member of the Snake Tribe, the most outstanding young man of the White Snake clan. If the Duke wanted to protect him, he could find a reason. Most of the beastmen present were nobles, and they wouldn't interfere in the Duke's family affairs. In the current Valoran Empire, Duke Polan held supreme power and was the most trusted beastman of His Majesty the King. If he wanted to save Count Grey, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Countess Grey's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He quickly knelt on both knees and faced the Duke. "Your Grace, I know I was wrong. I am willing to accept any punishment. Even if he killed a dozen females, so what? He had carefully chosen some lower-ranked, weak family females. If they died, no one would notice. Even if their identities were discovered, it wouldn't matter." Duke Baran spread his hand, and the guard leader Jiao immediately presented a fine sword. He held the sword, his golden vertical pupils fixed on the kneeling female. Her eyes were red. She had been pampered in the courtyard and had never looked so helpless before. According to Snake Tribe rules, if a beastman in the tribe makes a mistake, as the leader, he has the right to decide the punishment, right? Jiao responded, "Yes, Your Grace Baran. Every country has its laws. Every family has its rules. Duke Baran is both an Empire Duke and the leader of the Snake Tribe. Count Grey is from the Snake Tribe. His fate, whether harsh or lenient, depends entirely on the Duke's decision." The young white snake no longer cared about appearances. He supported himself with both hands on the ground and bowed deeply, his forehead hitting the ground heavily. "I swear, after tonight, I will turn over a new leaf. I will serve the Duke loyally." Duke Baran touched the smooth side of the fine sword, already having made his decision. According to Snake Tribe rules, daring to harm a noble guest of the Duke's residence should be punished by the harshest penalty. What? Count Grey thought he had misheard. Even if he were to be taken before the king, the worst punishment would be lifelong imprisonment. Why, here with the Duke, does it become the harshest penalty? "No," Count Grey shouted uncontrollably, "you can't execute me without permission." Then, the Duke's cold gaze made him unable to speak any further. "Miss Zhizhi." Baran looked at Zhizhi, his expression softening a little. "Close your eyes, be good." Zhizhi stared blankly at him. After hearing this, she lowered her head and tightly closed her eyes. She couldn't see anything anymore. She only vaguely felt a flash of sword light across her eyes, then heard the surrounding crowd gasp. Many females stepped back, some falling to the ground. After Zhizhi closed her eyes, the Duke raised his sword, almost without giving any orc a chance to react. There was only a sharp, piercing sound. Swish! A burst of blood sprayed out, and the kneeling Count Grey instantly became an unheaded orc. His head rolled through the air like a ball and fell onto the blue stone slab. It stopped near a female crocodile tribe member. The crocodile girl screamed sharply, covering her face and stepping back.
Ah!
The beast herd became agitated. No one expected the Duke to sentence Grey to death. Nicole's face turned pale as paper. Her body wobbled, and she sat down with a thud. Guard Gio bent down to pick up his small sword. "Take good care of the guest," the Duke said to his personal servant. The servant bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." The chaos settled. Count Grey was very good at hiding his true self. On the surface, he looked elegant, but secretly, he had harmed many females. Today, he was even more reckless, trying to attack the Empire's S-rank female. Duke Plorin used tribal law to sentence him to the harshest punishment. Zhizhi still had her eyes closed. All she heard were screams, noise, and the Duke's voice approaching her. "All right." Plorin looked at the young female in front of him. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet she looked so disheveled. "You can open your eyes now." Count Grey's body had already been taken away. It wouldn't scare his little pet. Zhizhi slowly opened her eyes. The surroundings were noisy, with dim lights. All the chaos had passed. "Your Grace," she said nervously, "I want to see the storeroom." Zhizhi wanted to check on Ping An's condition. When she escaped, Grey quickly chased after her. She wondered how Ping An was doing now. Okay. The Duke understood her concern about the wild dog. Zhizhi wanted to stand up, but it was difficult. The Duke simply picked her up. The nearby guests saw Duke Plorin gently lift the little rabbit girl. His movements were very gentle. Next to them, Guard Gio thoughtfully draped his cloak over her. All the orcs witnessed this. The Duke really cares about this rabbit girl. Thinking of the king's orders. Do you think he also wants to run for Beast Master? Everyone thought the same thing silently. Outside the animal herd, 2 male wolves stood far away, watching silently. Until the event ended, Donner K sighed. "Little Bunny said it's really bad luck, but also true that she's very lucky. Everyone had thought she was taken away by an eagle. But unexpectedly, she was visiting the Duke's mansion. Now the king also knows she's here, and the K family has already been notified about the Beast Master competition. They need to prepare in advance and submit a list of candidates. Who else could it be?" Although Donner really wants to put his own name on the list, for the sake of better chances, he can only write Donner Lock K. The Duke held his little pet and went to the storage room. At the door, the young female struggled to get down. He gently set Zhizhi on the ground. Accompanying him was the Duke's doctor, who carried a medical box and smelled the air to find the severely injured wild dog sitting by the door in the bathroom. The light was broken, so he placed a glow pearl on the ground. Carefully examining the dog's wounds, he sighed. "Miss Zhizhi, this cut was very harsh. Even if she survives, she might become a vegetable. Look, a wild dog with no family background, a stray without a name, currently just a servant in the Duke's mansion. Rescued, but in a coma, with no value. Should we save her?" The wild dog leaned against the cold wall, unable to open his eyes, but he could faintly hear the doctor hesitating. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. This is who he is. An abandoned, homeless stray dog. Better to die here. But then he heard the girl's trembling, excited voice. "Save. She's back." The wild dog's fingers twitched. "She came back for me. Thank you for your support. Thanks to the editor for encouragement. Thanks to Happy Spicy Hot Pot for the 588-point reward. See you tomorrow." Zhizhi supported the wall beside the door and looked at the stray dog lying in a pool of blood. The glow beads on the ground emitted a faint light. The old doctor helped him up, leaning against the wall, and took a syringe from his box. Inside was a greenish liquid. He injected the stray dog with it. First, strengthen its heart so it doesn't stop beating during surgery. This stray dog left a deep impression on him. During the last treatment, he knew that its golden beast bones had been removed. It couldn't awaken its mental powers or supernatural talents now. It couldn't even guard the house properly, let alone hold a higher position. All it could do was serve as a servante, pour tea, and be at the owner's command. Its bones are actually very good, and it has a strong sense of strength. If it can awaken its mental powers, it could be a good candidate, the old doctor said regretfully.
So,
When will it wake up? Zhizhi asked with concern. The old doctor replied, there's no fixed time. Such serious injuries can leave lasting effects. It might be in a coma for 3 months, or even a year or more. Possibly longer. Outside the storage room, the Duke overheard their conversation. He spoke, considering its role in saving lives. The Duke's estate will take good care of it. It can sleep as long as it needs, until it passes away. All medical measures will continue. This was meant for the young female to hear, to reassure her. Next to them, Guard Commander Jiao looked full of guilt. If he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have given Count Grey a chance. Tonight's drinking was a big mistake. He was about to kneel when he heard the Duke say, it's too late.
go back.
Your punishment will be decided tomorrow. Yes, sir. Jiao immediately responded. He bowed and said, I will take my leave. As Jiao left, he saw the rabbit tribe's Noir approaching and respectfully saluted. Noir had been paying attention to this matter. He arrived outside the storage room and said softly, I have a way to wake him up quickly without leaving lasting effects. The Duke smiled. Thank you.
Please.
Zhizhi heard the voice and turned around happily. Seeing it was Noir from the rabbit tribe, he remembered that he was the most renowned doctor in the Valerian Empire. His awakening superpower is healing. The old doctor saw who was coming and looked surprised. Lord Noir, please come in quickly. This was the first time he had been close to this rabbit tribe boy. The healer's power is much more effective than lying in a cold hospital. The old doctor quickly treated the wound, making sure the wild dog's vital signs were stable. Originally, he wanted to take the dog to the surgery room in the territory, but seeing the healer, he hurriedly stepped aside. Noir from Greenfield City is very hard to meet, like finding a treasure. Zhizhi saw the boy walk past her. She softly said, Thank you. Noir, the rabbit tribe boy, slightly smiled. He looked straight ahead and lightly said, This kindness in the future, he whispered so only Zhizhi could hear, I will repay it. After the old doctor stepped back, he saw the wound on Zhizhi's knee and made a gesture asking her to come over. Miss Zhizhi, come here. I'll treat your knee so it doesn't get infected. Okay. Zhizhi agreed. She slowly moved to a stool in the storage room and sat down. Behind her, she watched the old doctor take out disinfectant and clean her wound. The special medicine he used doesn't hurt and feels a little cool. The scraped area had dried blood and scabs. After cleaning, he covered it with a waterproof bandage to keep out bacteria from the air. The old doctor handed Zhizhi a bottle of white medicine. This helps with blood flow and pain. It might taste a bit bitter, but it's good for your health. After drinking it, she could walk normally. Zhizhi took it and drank it all at once. It was just as the old doctor said, bitter and a little astringent, like licking metal. The effect was quick. Right after drinking, her pain disappeared. Zhizhi tried moving her leg. She could straighten and bend it normally. Outside the door, a few servants arrived, including teacher Daili. She came over and softly said, Miss Zhizhi, it's so late. You should go back and rest. I'll stay here and watch over things. Zhizhi nodded gently. In the bathroom, Noir had already drawn the healing array. Even from a distance, she could feel the holy light surrounding him. Zhizhi stood up and slowly walked to the door. Outside, the moonlight spread across the ground. The Duke stood alone beside the bamboo shadows. He looked up, staring at the distant night sky. His deep purple robe fluttered in the wind, and a hint of tiredness and loneliness showed in his eyes and brows. A black snake wrapped around his shoulder. When it saw the girl, it slid down his body and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Zhizhi walked up behind him. The Duke heard her footsteps and turned his head. A faint, almost unnoticeable smile flickered in his pupils. I'm fine now, Zhizhi said, gently lifting her skirt to show her recently bandaged knee. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go, the Duke said, heading toward the study. Zhizhi followed behind. She noticed that this time, the Duke was walking very slowly. She didn't need to run. She could easily keep up. They walked along the shady path, one behind the other. Passing the back wall, the Duke casually glanced at the hole beneath it. Did you come out through here? Zhizhi blushed. Yes. It's impressive that you found it. The Duke's lips curled slightly. That hole was made many years ago, when he kept a small lion cub. Over time, it was covered with plants and became hard to see. Unless a pet sneaked out secretly, he would have forgotten about it. They returned to the study. Zhizhi took off her shoes at the door. She carried them in her hand and didn't go inside. Instead, she took a small path to the backyard. Today, she was very dirty and needed to clean up properly. There was a round hot spring bath, steam rising gently. The moonlight in the sky was bright. A small yellow lantern hung by the pool. She could almost see the moon's reflection dancing on the water, soft and beautiful. Zhizhi placed her shoes down and slowly sat by the pool, soaking her legs in the hot water. When the Duke arrived, he saw the young girl sitting by the pool, lost in thought. He also sat down. Zhizhi was thinking about what happened tonight, feeling still a bit scared. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, as if she had just escaped from the scythe of death. If she hadn't had the eavesdrop heart card, she might have already been killed by Count Grey. She had checked the system shop before, but couldn't find this card. She couldn't help but ask in her mind, can I buy 2 more eavesdrop heart cards? System. Sorry, not for sale at the moment. Completing the main quest may drop it into the reward pool. Zhizhi remembers. Both the first and second tasks did not reward the listening to heart card. These 2 cards were still from the beginner gift pack. Hopefully, the third main story task will reward it. But thinking about the third main story task, Zhizhi couldn't help but lower her head, drooping her rabbit ears, feeling very confused. The Duke has never felt romantic desire for me. The Duke noticed the little rabbit looked sad. She didn't seem happy. He couldn't help but ask, what are you thinking about? Zhizhi didn't think and blurted out, I'm thinking about you. The Duke has never had romantic feelings for her. A few times. It was her who was teasing him unilaterally. Zhizhi thought, in real life, she probably wouldn't have any extra feelings for the small cats or dogs she raised, right? Even if she liked them, her affection for pets was different from her feelings for humans. The Duke had always treated her as a pet. When Zhizhi realized what she had just said, her face turned slightly red. She looked down at the steaming water, about to step in and hide herself underwater, when she suddenly noticed her shoulders were held down. Thinking about you. The soft, sweet voice of the little female was irresistible. Thinking about me. The Duke wrapped his arms around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. He pinched her chin with his other hand, his golden vertical pupils fixed on her eyes. What are you thinking? The mist filled the air. In the warm steam, the little female's damp, shimmering eyes reflected the light. Her snow-white cheeks flushed with a faint red, spreading gradually. Even the tips of her rabbit ears turned red.
But
what should she say? She had tried her best earlier, but the Duke remained unmoved. He only had a faint smile on his lips, his cold fingertips teasing her freely, gazing at her as her emotions rose and fell. Zhizhi felt a little sad. Seeing this, the little female's eyes flickered with a faint light that slowly dimmed. She lowered her gaze, as if hiding her inner feelings. What's wrong? Why isn't she happy anymore? The Duke realized he cared deeply. Was the little pet frightened tonight? Or was she worried about that nearly dead stray dog? Why does it look so sad? Tears slowly stained her eyelashes. Zhizhi pursed her lips. She didn't want to cry, but when she thought about her snake tribe's third goal, failing and the approaching end of her mission, tears couldn't be stopped. Being erased.
what would that be like?
Would it hurt? Would her memories disappear? Would she leave any mark on this world? She hadn't gone home yet, nor seen the person she wanted to see. The Duke watched the shimmering tears in her eyes, feeling a slight movement in his heart. He gently wiped away her tears with his finger. Then he leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. "What's wrong, little one?" His voice was deep and husky, full of charm. No matter what, at this moment, he hoped she could feel a little happier. Zhizi's tears flowed even more fiercely. She felt the kiss falling on her lips, soft and ticklish. The Duke lightly pecked her lips, then seemed enchanted, kissing her again and again. Noticing her tears gradually stopping, he slightly smiled, realizing she liked kissing. The Duke gently used his hands to lift her up from beside him, sitting her face to face on his lap. Zhizhi instinctively hugged the person in front of her, afraid of falling into the water. Before she could react, she felt the Duke hold her waist tightly and support her head, then kiss her again. This time, it was not a light peck or a test kiss, but a deep, lingering affection. Her unique jasmine scent, sweet and fragrant, was carefully savored by him, like a lover in love, full of tenderness. To comfort her, to make her forget the unpleasant night, to hope she could feel happier. At first, Zhizhi was stunned. She didn't expect the Duke to take the initiative. His cool fingers gently stroked her delicate, smooth back. She sat on the Duke's lap, her toes touching the hot water below, trembling uncontrollably. Zhizhi felt her whole body relax. Her rabbit ears shyly drooped. Her face blushed, her heart pounding. The Duke ended this long kiss, his voice husky, with a hint of desire in his golden vertical pupils. "Do you want it?" Like a devil offering a poisonous apple, asking a lost girl. His words were full of temptation. Thank you, dear readers, for voting. Thanks to BookFriend8215 for the 400-point tip. See you tomorrow.
Mwah.
Without her these days, he feels very lonely at night. He misses her scent, her body heat, her voice, her heartbeat. He misses everything about her. The Duke is struggling with his own feelings. He shouldn't develop any affection for pets, especially not for females outside the snake tribe. But at this moment, all that is forgotten. When the Duke asks, Zhizhi slightly curls her toes and softly replies, "I do." She responds very quietly.
Some words are hard to say out loud.
The Duke's golden vertical pupils darken as he looks at her. Her breath and the fresh scent of her body become very tempting. Zhizhi feels a bit braver. She wants to complete her task. So she leans forward, lifts her head, just enough to kiss the man's Adam's apple. "I want." She's afraid he didn't hear clearly.
She hums again.
Feeling her need and attachment, a ripple of emotion opens in his heart. He admits he really likes her initiative. The Duke's arms hold the small female tightly, his fingertips gently stroking her soft waist, and he leans down to lick her shoulder. His gaze falls on her, and her jasmine-like fragrance becomes even more noticeable. His throat moves.
Ugh.
Zhizhi lets out a muffled sound and hugs the person in front of her. She is held in his arms, facing him. Her rabbit eyes gradually turn red. The moonlight flickers over the steaming water. A delicate figure like a flower floats and sinks. Suddenly, she feels a chill. The late-night wind blows through her hair, sending a cool sensation. The moon hides in the fog. Zhizhi also ducks into the water, hot water covering her shoulders, her heartbeat pounding. The Duke sits by the pool, his deep purple robes wide open. He looks at the small female hiding in the water, his voice full of desire. "Why are you hiding to know more?" Zhizhi blushes, her face red. The warm water makes her feel safe. The Duke chuckles softly. "Where are you going?" In the morning, she is carried back to the room. Zhizhi buried her face in the quilt, feeling weak all over, almost too tired to speak. The Duke, who had never been swayed by her attempts to charming him, seemed to have opened Pandora's box. He repeatedly called her from the water, tireless and persistent. Now, seeing only her hidden body and forgetting the white rabbit ears exposed outside, the Duke chuckled softly. "Sleep for a while." His voice carried a satisfied tone after a meal. "When you wake up, go see them." The two distinguished guests from the K family seemed to have something to tell you. During the dinner, they specifically asked about Zhizhi. They heard that a problem had arisen with a creature from the K family, but it was a secret matter. Only the current acting leader probably knew the details. Zhizhi heard the Duke's footsteps leaving. He changed clothes and went out directly. Did it succeed? She couldn't help but wonder. But she knew it would take a week to know if she was pregnant. System. Please be patient, host. With so many attempts last night, it should be fine. Zhizhi slept until evening. When she turned over, she only felt her waist and legs ache. Her throat was dry, and she managed to sit up, noticing a cup of tea on the bedside table. A clear, fragrant bamboo leaf tea. The snake's favorite flavor. Zhizhi sat by the bed, holding a glass teacup, sipping slowly. Unconsciously, she thought of the Duke again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Let's see if it passes the review. QQ, see you tomorrow, everyone. The hamster maid's voice came from outside. Miss Zhizhi, are you awake? She heard some movement inside. Zhizhi softly said, Come in. The hamster maid entered, smiling warmly. Teacher Daili asked me to help you get up, Miss Zhizhi. On the soft bed, the sheer curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Zhizhi held the quilt with one hand and nodded gently. After approaching, the hamster maid noticed the red marks on her shoulders and neck and couldn't help but smile. She really likes Miss Zhizhi. This is an S-class female from the Empire. Although she is very noble, she treats her servants very well and never makes fun of them. It would be great if Miss Zhizhi could stay forever at the Duke's house. Teacher Dai Li said she is now Miss Zhizhi's personal maid. Zhizhi put on a light purple chiffon dress. Sitting at her dressing table, she saw the mark on her neck and couldn't help but pick up her brush, dip it in powder, and gently cover it with water-based makeup. The hamster maid was combing her hair. After finishing, she softly said, After dinner, we will go meet the guests. Lord Nade and Lord Nair from the K family are waiting in the reception hall. The Duke told her about this earlier. She had met Donald once before in private, so she had a little impression. As for Donald, Zhizhi felt unfamiliar with him. She had never interacted with him privately. She still remembered the day she went up to the high platform and the two white wolves standing at the door, exactly the same. Donald is the acting head of the K family, handling all their affairs. Nair is his twin brother. Although they look alike, their personalities are very different. Oh, how is Ping'an doing? Zhizhi asked as she approached the dining table. The hamster maid smiled slightly. Don't worry, Miss Zhizhi. Ping'an is doing very well. He is now in the hospital, receiving 24-hour treatment and care. He woke up once 2 hours ago, drank a lot of nutritional fluid, and is sleeping again now. He woke up. It seems the rabbit tribe boy was not exaggerating. He really cured the wild dog. That's wonderful. Zhizhi sincerely hopes the wild dog is safe. Besides her personal feelings, there is also a side quest. In a week, if she completes the side quest, she will get the long-awaited teleportation scroll. The Duke also said, the hamster maid brought a small bowl of nourishing medicinal food. Once he fully recovers, he will be allowed to guard the study. Zhizhi picked up her spoon and slowly ate the soup. After finishing her meal, she followed the maid toward the reception hall. The gentle sunset cast a faint golden glow on the ground. She saw the golden tree in the courtyard again. Crossing the courtyard, she saw Nair standing by the door. He is dressed in a dark green uniform, with a bright smile on his face, and his white hair looks like a thin layer of snow. Good evening, Miss Zhizhi. Zhizhi lifts her skirt slightly and bows politely. The young wolf clan man stands straight, placing his right hand over his chest, and bows back in return. At the entrance of the reception room, she looks inside. Besides the servant attending her, no one else is there. Donald knows what she is thinking and smiles. My older brother has something to do today, so I am here to help. Please come in. Zhizhi enters the reception room. She sits on a chair, and a male servant nearby brings over a tray of tea and snacks, pouring her a cup. Is it comfortable living here? Donald asks directly. How does Duke Baran treat you? If you don't like it, the K family is always happy to welcome you back. The young wolf clan man speaks in a caring, family-like tone. His ruby-like eyes are always full of a gentle smile, making people want to get close. The Duke, Zhizhi pauses, then nods. He treats me very well. I want to stay a little longer. Donald K doesn't say anything unnecessary. He reaches out and a servant nearby hands him something. The young Wolf Clan man slowly walks over to the girl. "This is something Tang asked us to give you." "What is it?" Zhizhi takes a black, cloth-wrapped object. He said, "This is a gift." "A gift?" Zhizhi unwraps the black cloth, revealing an intricate drawing board. She slowly turns it over and sees an abstract pattern on the canvas, endless black spreading out, with a faint red shape that looks fierce, like a demon, and a small white shape, strange in form, but with very noticeable rabbit ears. The drawing is very rough. It's hard to understand. Zhizhi lifts her teacup with one hand and takes a sip. Her eyes catch the red shadow, and she feels it's very frightening. It looks like a huge beast, with fangs piercing a small white rabbit. She seems to understand something. Her hand trembles, spilling the tea, which flows down her chin and onto her neck. A servant nearby quickly offers a clean handkerchief. Zhizhi puts down her cup. Her heart pounds loudly. She takes the handkerchief, wipes her mouth, and then slowly wipes her neck. Her eyes are fixed tightly on the drawing. This large red shadow represents Tang himself. And the white ball, its rabbit ears are very clear, symbolizing something obvious. Why did Tang send this picture? Was it a threat, a warning, or a sign? Besides that, it also hides a strong feeling of
desire.
Zhizhi is not sure. She's just confused, wiping away spilled tea stains, with innocent-looking rabbit eyes. The young wolf youth smiles as he watches the little rabbit girl's face change. From confusion to fear, and now to innocent pity. She holds the picture, slowly wiping her neck with a handkerchief and gradually. After the makeup is wiped away, the ambiguous red mark looks like it's burned into her white neck, very clear. Donag's deep red eyes flash with a mysterious smile. This really is something he didn't expect. Duke Baran has a nearly obsessive cleanliness when it comes to choosing a mate. Over the years, no matter how much the king tries to persuade him, he refuses to choose females outside the snake tribe. Maybe in his mind, everyone outside the snake tribe is different. The rabbit tribe looks very weak in the eyes of the snake tribe, barely enough to be food. The little female in front of him, wearing a light purple waist-length dress, looks cute and charming. Her lace headband matches her dress, and her 2 rabbit ears stand upright. If it weren't for the many servants around her, Tang would really want to gently pinch her. Especially the red mark on her neck. It sparks the imagination. "Miss Zhizhi, are you curious about Tang situation?" Zhizhi holds her drawing board, looks up at the wolf youth in front of her, and softly asks, "How is he?" It's been almost a month since she left the K family. When she left, Tang hadn't come out yet.
Now.
Donor smiles slightly. His mental state has worsened. He is now under strict control. The family is urgently developing medication. He also has a message for you from him. Doughflower usually is very punctual. If nothing unexpected happens, see you again at 7 p.m. The words Tang sent her. Hearing this, Zhizhi can't help but feel nervous. She looked at the young man with white hair in front of her, noticing his ruby-like wolf eyes. His smile was obvious, but his voice was deliberately lowered a bit. "Don't catch me." He imitated each word, even recreating the smile at the end. He. Zhizhi suddenly shivered, almost dropping her drawing in her hands. Donner returned to his usual look, smiling gently at her. "Whenever you want to come back, just do so. We will always welcome you." The rabbit is timid, so she should be treated gently. Currently, other forces in the empire are restless. Everyone wants to compete for the beast husband of the rabbit tribe, a level S female. Zhizhi adjusted her drawing board and forced a small smile. With Tang here, she didn't dare to go back. And the 4th main quest is still unknown. Donner sat back in his seat, picked up his tea, and gently blew on it. Last night's events are already known throughout the Empire today. When mentioning this, Donner's expression rarely turned cold. Count Grey was disgraced, and the White Snake clan had expelled him from their family tree. His headless body was thrown into the mass grave, eaten by vultures, and no orc was allowed to bury him with water. On the beast planet, orcs usually bury their dead in water. Their belief is, all things come from the ocean. After death, the soul should return to the sea. For orcs, not being buried in water is like falling into the abyssal hell, and their spirits will never find peace. Donner continued, his fans have been deceived by his false image all along, and they wish they could burn his mansion to the ground. Some are crying bitterly, unable to accept their idol's fall. Anyway, Count Grey lost his reputation overnight, which was quite satisfying for many beasts. Many orcs present actively posted about what happened that night. In their words, they also expressed admiration for the rabbit female who exposed his false mask. Remember, the young female was in a very bad situation at that time. Most orcs doubted her. Who would believe that the gentle and humble Count Grey would have murderous thoughts toward the noble S-rank female of the Empire? But the evidence proved she was not lying. Zhizhi quietly held her drawing board. It was good that Count Grey received the punishment he deserved. The 13 bodies hidden in the ice cellar can now rest in peace. Thinking about how she was once deceived by Count Grey's appearance, Zhizhi genuinely felt that he was kind and easy to get along with. Since the Duke was unable to conquer her, she truly placed her last hope on Count Grey. Fortunately, she didn't follow him blindly. Seeing the little rabbit's face turn slightly pale, Donald knew she hadn't fully recovered from last night's events. I have nothing more to say. If Miss Zhizhi didn't sleep well, you can go back and rest more. Zhizhi stood up. Alright, I'll go back to my room first. On the way back, Zhizhi walked very slowly. The soreness in her body hadn't gone away. She felt like she hadn't slept well at all. She wished she could fly straight back to the study and sleep for 3 days and nights. The hamster maid followed beside her, taking the drawing board from her hands. She looked at it for a long time, but she couldn't understand what was in the picture. It was too abstract. Black, red, and white colors blended together. She couldn't tell what the beast artist was thinking. The only thing clear was a white shape with 2 ears, like a rabbit. When Zhizhi returned, the guards outside the courtyard whispered softly, Miss Zhizhi, walk more quietly. The Duke is sleeping. Hearing this, the hamster maid didn't enter the courtyard. Zhizhi nodded. She stepped over the threshold, along the corridor by the pond, and reached the study door. She took off her shoes and quietly entered the room. It was already evening when she woke up. The sky was just darkening, and the study was unlit. On the desk was freshly boiled tea, bubbling softly. She didn't see the Duke. She moved toward the curtain and saw the man's figure. He hadn't changed clothes, still wearing his deep blue noble attire from going out, leaning against the door, as if taking a short rest. Next to him was a slender smoking pipe. In the night, his delicate and handsome features looked less lazy and mischievous than during the day, more gentle and kind. As she approached, she realized he might really be tired. He hadn't slept all night. He left in a hurry early in the morning, and now he was resting with his eyes closed. However, a light sweat had appeared on his forehead. Zhizhi couldn't help but take out a handkerchief and gently wipe it. The Duke, who was dozing, gradually woke up. A hint of pain flashed in his golden vertical pupils. He smelled a light jasmine milk scent coming from in front of him. He looked over and saw the young female who had just returned from the reception hall, wiping sweat from his face. Did you have a nightmare? Zhizhi softly asked. Yes. He unbuttoned a small metal button on his front, letting the evening breeze flow into his clothes. He was sweating too much and felt uncomfortable. Zhizhi wiped the sweat from his forehead. She thought that the Duke always liked to hold her, maybe because he often had nightmares. After hesitating for a moment, she knelt on her knees, sat up straight, and hugged the man in front of her, just like he used to hold her, gently embracing her, stroking her head with his palm, comforting her again and again. The Duke's golden vertical pupils flickered with a slight surprise. The young female was hugging him,
comforting him.
Perhaps because of childhood experiences, he longed for physical contact very much, but due to his dislike of other species, he couldn't accept females outside the snake tribe. But snakes are cold-blooded animals. They have no warmth. He didn't like it. And this rabbit in front of him was so soft, fragrant, with a light jasmine and milk scent that became more noticeable. He grew more fond of her scent. The Duke buried his face in her front and couldn't help but reach out, holding her waist tightly. She was fragrant and soft, with a slender waist that seemed fragile enough to break with a gentle bend. He wanted to make her more rounded, but she ate so little. He had to think of a way. "Would this make you feel better?" Zhizhi softly asked. The Duke couldn't help but laugh. How could it be better? He had slept for a while, and when the young female came, it stirred his deepest desires. Once some things break through the constraints in the heart, they become reckless. The first time, or countless times, with no middle ground.
But
the Duke slowly released his hold, stroked her head, and let her sit beside him. He leaned against the door, blowing the evening breeze, and lit a slender pipe. Zhizhi quietly leaned into his arms. "There's something I need to tell you in advance." The Duke's voice was hoarse, with a rare seriousness. "Sorry." Zhizhi looked at him blankly. Why did the Duke suddenly apologize? "Thank you, dear friends, for your votes and support, monthly tickets and Xiaoxiang tickets. Thanks to book friend 8215 for the 100-point tip, see you tomorrow noon." The moonlight was quiet, and mist curled around. The Duke took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the distant lake. "As for me, besides female snake tribes, I won't choose members of other groups as my wives." This was a belief instilled in him since birth. His mother was the most respected female of the snake tribe, and his father was the strongest male of the snake tribe. They had 11 children together. Only the Duke was very particular about this. He couldn't accept the idea of his wife coming from another tribe. Bolin couldn't remember exactly when this idea started. It seemed to happen overnight. He developed this stubborn thought. The Duke tapped the slender cigarette in his hand, glanced at the little female in his arms. Seeing her a bit confused, afraid she wouldn't understand, he explained more clearly. "I won't compete to be your mate. Even if they were close skin to skin, even if they had a child, he wouldn't pair with females from other tribes, including the rabbit tribe." Zhizhi understood. She nodded. The Duke carefully watched her expression, afraid to see her upset, yet also afraid he might not see her sadness. Seeing that she didn't react much, he felt a little uncomfortable inside. But perhaps this was for the best. He could openly tell her his true feelings. "When you decide who your first mate will be, the king values this very much. I will personally watch over this matter. In the future," his voice lowered a bit, "when I think you're ready to leave, I will prepare your wedding and personally send you to the church." Until he no longer clung to this little pet. Until he got tired. Until he found a replacement. Or until he stopped having nightmares. Until he met a female snake he liked.
Wait.
He didn't know exactly when that day would come, but he felt it might be very soon. So, before that, he hoped this little female could stay by his side forever. Zhizhi softly replied, "Thank you." The Duke's cigarette trembled slightly in his hand. He thought he had heard her wrong. He looked down at the small female in his arms and squinted. Why did she say thank you? Shouldn't she be angry? Her reaction was as if she had never considered him as her mate. The Duke didn't want to analyze it further. A flicker of restless frustration crossed his mind. He tightened his grip on the cigarette, his knuckles turning white. Seeing that the Duke remained silent, fearing he might misunderstand, Zhizhi wanted to explain that she wasn't clingy or demanding him to take responsibility. After all, her task was assigned by the system to win him over. In truth, she had been hiding the real truth. She looked up seriously at the man before her and said clearly, "You said I am your pet. Lord Baran, don't worry, I will always remember my role and never overstep." This was what the Duke had once told her. To remind her of her place. To not think too much. Now, hearing those words again, the Duke found them very irritating. He frowned, silently smoking, and didn't respond for a long time. For a moment, the Duke wondered if this little rabbit was doing it on purpose. But she wasn't that kind of person. She wouldn't speak ambiguously or be full of schemes. Her happiness and sadness were all on her face. After a long while, Zhizhi heard the Duke sigh helplessly. He lowered his head in frustration and gently kissed her forehead. "Once, you were just a pet. Now, there's an extra role." Zhizhi's rabbit ears twitched. She curiously asked, "What is it?" The Duke pinched her cheek with his fingertips and his voice returned to its usual lazy tone. Lover. She was both a pet and a lover. After that, he didn't want to think about anything else. It seemed that if he didn't think about it, time could stay frozen in this night. Tonight's wind was very peaceful. Zhizhi looked up at the man's golden snake-like eyes. Being stared at like that made her feel a little shy. The Duke lowered his head and kissed her. He took a puff of his cigarette. Then, he looked down again. A faint smell of smoke spread between her lips and teeth. Zhizhi tilted her head back, enduring this slightly aggressive kiss. Zhizhi clutched the collar of the Duke's deep blue dress. His eyes looked a little darker as he reached behind her to loosen the waist of her light purple long dress. "What are you doing?" Zhizhi held his restless hand. The Duke chuckled softly, doing what lovers do. Later that night, the Duke carried Zhizhi to the bath to clean her up. After washing, he brought her back to the bed. He held her from behind. Zhizhi gently placed her hand on her belly, whispering in her mind, "It should have worked, right?" The past few days had been very intense. She was now completely exhausted and didn't want to move at all. The Duke was sleeping behind her. Zhizhi was so sleepy she couldn't keep her eyes open and gradually fell asleep. In the following days, the meals at the study became more frequent, with 5 meals a day, sometimes including late-night snacks. After a week, she finally heard the system's voice. "System. Congratulations, the host has been detected to be pregnant. Please rest assured and take care of the fetus." "This is wonderful." Zhizhi was very happy. After becoming pregnant, the countdown froze. Once the baby was born, her task would be completely finished. She sat at the dining table, holding her spoon, but couldn't bring herself to eat the fish balls in front of her. When the Duke returned, he saw she had left a lot of food. Before he could speak, she saw the little female eagerly run over. Zhizhi took the man's hand and softly said, "I'm pregnant?" The Duke's eyes showed a moment of surprise. "How long has it been?" On this beast world planet, it usually takes a long time to get pregnant. But this little rabbit was already pregnant? The Duke's golden vertical pupils looked at her flat-bellied. "Mine?" Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. She looked down, her cheeks turning pink. "Of course it's yours. During this time, there's been no other male." She spoke very subtly. A hint of a smile appeared in the Duke's eyes. He wrapped his arm around the little female's shoulders and headed toward the dining table. "Since you're pregnant, you should eat more."
Oh.
After dinner, the old doctor came to check Zhizhi's pulse. He reminded her of some things. As the weather gradually gets warmer, although the Imperial City is spring-like all year round, she should be careful not to sweat too much. This is not good for the baby inside her belly. Besides, pregnant females should take more walks. 3 days later, Zhizhi, accompanied by her hamster maid, was slowly walking beside the pond in the study. Suddenly, she heard a system notification. "System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, Rescue the Wild Dog. Rewards are being distributed." System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a teleportation scroll, single use, comma. System. The host can open the inventory, click to check or use. The side quest time was also up. Counting the time, the wild dog had survived for a month. Zhizhi found an excuse to sit in the pavilion while her hamster maid went to bring her some fruit. She summoned a light blue floating inventory. She noticed a shining golden scroll had appeared inside, slowly spinning. Eagerly, Zhizhi clicked on it. The golden teleportation scroll slowly unfurled. Inside was a complete map depicting the entire Beast World planet. Item information appeared below. Name, single-use teleportation scroll, description. Choose an unlocked location to teleport quickly. Tip, teleportation takes 10 seconds. During this time, dizziness or nausea may occur, which is normal. Note, unlocked places can be exchanged with points for some areas that are not unlocked. Zhizhi roughly understood how to use the scroll. She carefully examined the map. She found her current location, Valoran Empire, Imperial City, and clicked to see more detailed area descriptions. Next to the Imperial City, there was a small note. The unlocked areas are Cave Family and Duke's Residence. Zhizhi paused for a moment. Using the teleportation scroll is convenient, but has strict requirements. Unlocked probably means places she has been to. In the Cave Family and the Duke's Residence, she can choose any unlocked scene as her destination. Other places are still locked. To go there, she needs to exchange points in the shop. Zhizhi looked at it for a while longer. She found the location of the Tsongshan Empire. It is very far from the Valoran Empire. In the lower right corner, there is an area marked in purple text. Host territory. Zhizhi thought about her previous reward, which included an unrevealed foundation. Could this be the place where she might settle down in the future? Hearing footsteps, she put away the scroll. The system panel disappeared. The hamster maid brought a plate of fruit, grapes, apples, watermelon, and bananas. She placed it on the table in the pavilion, smiling happily. Miss Zhizhi seems very happy. Zhizhi smiled slightly. Today, the wind is very comfortable. Yes, the weather in the Imperial City is always good. Here, it's like spring all year round. What is the outside world like? Zhizhi has not seen it yet. She only heard that it's not very peaceful. Many places are under attack by monsters, and the mutations caused by pollution have made many forces vulnerable. With this scroll, Zhizhi has the right to choose. Although she hasn't been to many places and they are not unlocked yet, as long as she can exchange points for access, it will definitely be useful in critical moments.
She thought of the wild dog.
This side quest was rewarded because she saved its life. Let's go see Ping. And Zhizhi picked up an apple. The hamster maid said, "All right, Miss Zhizhi, please follow me." The Duke's territory is large. After leaving the courtyard of the study, the maid called a convertible carriage. Zhizhi got in. The wild dog is now in the medical ward of the territory, a building near the lake with red-tiled eaves and gray walls. The hamster maid led the way. Encountered doctors and caregivers all bowed respectfully. In their eyes, this noble female rabbit might very well become the future duchess. Zhizhi arrived at the room where the wild dog was staying. He was leaning against the bed, holding a newspaper. When he heard the footsteps, his furry ears twitched, confirming the visitor's identity. His black pupils flickered slightly. "Hello," Zhizhi greeted him happily. It's been many days since they last saw each other. He looks very healthy. The wild dog quickly looked at the girl and hid the newspaper. "Here you go." The next moment, a deep red apple was handed to him. "Thank you," he said hoarsely as he took it. Zhizhi sat down on a nearby chair and softly said, "I haven't properly thanked you for what happened last time. If it weren't for you, I might have already died. It's not important," the wild dog replied with a cold look in his eyes. She remembered that night in the storage room when he said he had a worthless life, not worth saving. Zhizhi gently pressed her lips together and said seriously, "But your life is very important to me." The wild dog held the red apple, his ears twitching slightly. He didn't look up, not wanting the girl to see the emotions in his eyes. This was the first time in all his years alive that someone had said such words to him. The hamster maid nearby smiled admiringly. "Miss Zhizhi is very gentle. Besides her, no noble would care about the life or death of a servant. I truly hope everything goes well for her and she stays safe and happy forever. It would be even better if she wanted to become a duchess, so. Do you have any wishes?" Zhizhi asked softly. He had saved her. Healing him was the right thing to do. Besides that, she wanted to be kind to him. "If you don't want to be a servant, I can." "No need," the wild dog interrupted her. This female rabbit from the rabbit tribe didn't seem to understand that being a servant wasn't his choice. Without the golden beast bone, he couldn't hold any other job besides being a servant. He clenched his hand, holding the newspaper slightly tighter. On this beast world planet, males without fighting ability, like females without reproductive ability, were the lowest class. In the Duke's mansion, besides serving tea and guarding the door, what else could he do? He couldn't even patrol. If he could awaken dual abilities, he wouldn't have been seriously injured by Count Grey that night. Even a male who usually only holds a pen could kill him with a sword. Even if he wanted to be a guard and to protect her, he didn't have that ability. Zhizhi looked at the wild dog thoughtfully. She nodded and said, "Then you eat the apple first. I'll come to see you tomorrow." Zhizhi left. The wild dog's gaze followed her figure. After she left, he took out the hidden newspaper. The front page headline read, "Night Alliance in Turmoil." "Miss Zhizhi, are you thinking about safety?" the hamster maid asked curiously. "Yes, if it's a wish. I think he definitely hopes to awaken his mental power and supernatural talents." The hamster maid sighed, "But that's very hard. After all, the Valoran Empire doesn't have any bright moon divine cleric with awakened evolution talents, so they can't help him reshape his golden beast bones." So, that wild dog didn't share his thoughts either. Deep inside, he felt that this wish was impossible to fulfill. Zhizhi murmured, "First, find a way to free him. Maybe there will be a chance later." If only she could awaken her evolution talents. Entering the courtyard and returning to the study. As soon as she stepped inside, a strong arm restrained her from behind. The door was blown shut by the wind. Zhizhi was startled. She supported her neck with her hands, and the Duke leaned over, whispering in her ear, "Your life is very important to me. Tell this Duke, how important is that wild dog?" "Huh? Thanks for the adorable votes. See you tomorrow." This map of the Beast World planet was made for a long time. Haha, I'm very happy with the result. Thanks to Book Friend 8215 for the 100-point tip. Carrot. In the Duke's deep, tender voice, there was a hint of an ambiguous smile. He held her tightly. Zhizhi softly said, "He saved me. I hope he will be well." The Duke smelled of pleasant bath lotion. His collar was wide open, and her back pressed closely against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Hiss. She suddenly felt his tongue licking her neck. That sensation was too much like a snake. "Is the apple delicious?" The Duke's golden vertical pupils smiled. "Why didn't you give me a gift?" Zhizhi reacted, gently tugging at his loose sleeve. "Tomorrow, okay? I want to think about what to give you." Hearing the servant's report, I felt uneasy inside. It was clearly just a wild dog. He must be crazy. He cares so much about even a single apple. When he heard the soft, gentle voice of the young female, he relaxed his attitude. "Okay, there's one more thing." Zhizhi turned around proactively. "I want to give him his freedom." Was his contract of sale signed at the Duke's residence? "Yes. That's simple. I can give you that contract." The Duke looked down at the young female in front of him. "But even if the contract is torn up, if he leaves the Duke's estate as a free man, he might be caught by other beastmen. Anything could happen." Seeing a hint of confusion in Zhizhi's bright eyes, the Duke couldn't help but gently pinch her fair little face. For male beastmen, without strength, true freedom is impossible. This is a planet where the strong eat the weak, and only the fittest survive. The weak can only cling to life. Staying at the Duke's estate is at least safe for him. I can find him a simple job, front hall, kitchen, garden, except the library, the Duke added. He had previously thought about waiting until the wild dog healed to have him watch over the library. Now it seems he needs to send him far away, as far as possible. The Duke put his arm around her shoulders, and they headed toward the dining table in the next room. The table was full of delicious food, emitting tempting aromas. After sitting down, he pulled Zhizhi into his arms. "It's been a long time since I fed you," the Duke said, handing her a spoonful of soup. She obediently lowered her head and slowly drank it. "He might want to leave," Zhizhi whispered softly. The Duke's golden vertical pupils flashed with a faint smile. "You want to send him away?" "Yes. I heard that many female beast men in the territory often visit him in the infirmary, bringing so many gifts they can't fit. Are you willing to let him go?" "That wild dog. He has a good appearance. The key is, without mental power, he is easy to control. Some female beastmen think that although he can't be a mate, he can still do other things. After all, most female beastmen on this planet are quite free-spirited. When they have a choice, strong males can be mates for breeding, and handsome males can be kept for their amusement. As long as they are of high enough rank, the Empire's laws support their actions. The stray dog is only slightly higher than a disabled male and is often oppressed by many females. When faced with them, it can only accept its fate. Moo Moo from the snake tribe once liked him and wanted to take him home to raise, but he refused.
He was almost beaten to death.
Now, Mumu has found a new male companion and is out exploring the mountains and waters. Zhizhi is eating noodles with chopsticks while the Duke slowly feeds her. The food smells delicious, and the soup is very tasty. Hearing the Duke's words, she softly says, "I always feel he doesn't want to stay here. He probably doesn't like living in confinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected Mumu." The Duke puts down his bowl, picks up a tissue, and gently wipes her mouth. "Do you know Sun Ridge?" Zhizhi feels this name sounds familiar. She thinks for a moment and remembers seeing it on a map before. "I know, it's not far from the World Tree. The World Tree is the source of all power. It doesn't belong to any empire. The continent where the World Tree grows is an isolated island with the Sun Ridge and the Night Alliance. The Night Alliance is very chaotic now." The Duke uses a napkin to carefully wipe the girl's fingers. "The war is very intense, and it seems it will last a long time. I heard that the holy moon deity of the Moonrise Empire went to Sun Ridge. The stray dog's bones were taken away, so if we can find the holy moon deity, there might be hope, but it's very dangerous there. He has no spiritual power, and going there means risking his life. If he finally chooses to go, I will give him a pass to ensure he can reach Sun Ridge." Zhizhi understands. She looks up at the man in front of her, who is focused on wiping her hands. The Duke's deep purple robes are half open, with slightly curly dark blue hair, his golden vertical pupils hidden behind his eyelids, and a perfect jawline that exudes nobility. A lazy, unruly smile plays on his lips. Zhizhi feels a bit touched inside.
I
thank you on his behalf." The Duke pauses slightly, raises his eyes, and clenches her small hand. "You can't speak for him. It's as if the stray dog is already her person." The Duke places the used tissue on the table. He gently touched the little female rabbit's lips. "Are you full?" "Yes, I'm full." "Then, now it's my turn." In the next moment, his lips covered hers. Zhizhi's hands rested on his chest, trying to push him away, but he held her wrists with one hand. The Duke lifted her two fair wrists, and a white mist appeared, slowly wrapping around them. She sat there, her hands seeming to be tied by a rope. Now, she couldn't move at all. Gradually, a light blush appeared on Zhizhi's face. She bit her lip but still let out a muffled moan from time to time. The next day, Zhizhi went to the hospital again to deliver the Duke's message. Lying on the bed, the wild dog was stunned for a long time. He never thought he would leave this place one day. Seeing the girl sitting by the bed with a sweet smile, she handed him the Sun Ridge pass. The wild dog's gaze lowered, and tears welled up in the corner of his eyes. Zhizhi changed the subject. "If you want to stay at the Duke's residence, that's fine too. Besides guards, there are many other positions. Leaving might mean death at any moment." "Thank you." The wild dog held the golden black pass. He was determined to go to Sun Ridge, to find the bright moon deity. Even if it meant sacrificing his soul, he wanted to become incredibly strong.
Death is okay.
He was never afraid of death. He only feared that he had no strength and could only watch helplessly as she was hurt. The wild dog was about to leave. According to the Duke's orders, once he made his decision, a carriage would come to pick him up at the door. Zhizhi stood by the window of the hospital room, watching him get into the carriage. The moment he sat in the carriage, he looked back at the window of the room and saw the girls smiling and waving at him. He gazed deeply at the female rabbit's face, as if wanting to carve her into his bones. She didn't know. Long ago, that night in the storage room, he had made up his mind. If he could survive. As he lay in the pool of blood, his consciousness fading, he softly whispered, "Tame me," in his long, dark years. A rose bloomed on his dried heart. He really wanted to protect his little rose. "Miss Zhizhi, here is a letter for you," the hamster maid said as she approached. "A letter?" Zhizhi saw the brown paper envelope. She took it, feeling the matte texture, which was very comfortable. But the letter was sealed. She couldn't open it for now. On the envelope, there were faintly glowing dark red characters. "Temple Alliance," Zhizhi murmured. "Why would they send me a letter?" She had heard of this organization. On the Beast Planet, many rare talent users with special abilities chose to join it. How do I open this letter? Zhizhi was curious about its contents. Once you awaken your mental power, you should be able to open it, the maid replied. Can I ask someone else to open it for me? Zhizhi asked. No, that's not possible, the maid quickly said. The seal of the temple is on the letter. Without you, it's easy to get backlash. Zhizhi nodded thoughtfully. She looked toward the street corner. The guard escort's carriage had already disappeared around the bend. Holding the letter gently by the window, she thought about how she might never see the wild dog again. A feeling of sadness filled her. It seemed that coming to this world meant learning to say goodbye. She hoped he could achieve his dreams. Please don't get into trouble. He was headed to Sun Ridge, where monsters roamed freely, and the Temple Alliance, like the Knights Alliance, was not part of any power and was falling apart. Going there under such circumstances, it was very dangerous. But she still hoped he could succeed. If he could find the Bright Moon Divine position and evolve the Golden Beast Bone again, the wild dog could awaken his dual talents. She heard that his ancestors were from a branch of the Great Dog family, born into a noble family in childhood. Later, after his parents died in battle, his Golden Beast Bone was taken out by the elders of his clan, leaving him as he was now. Family conflicts were very brutal. Without the protection of close relatives, she wondered how he managed to survive. If he could evolve a new Golden Beast Bone with his parents' genes, the talents he could awaken would likely belong to the first sequence. The hamster maid sighed nearby, saying, "He is really brave. If it were up to her, she would never choose to leave the Duke's residence." Given her current situation, since she has a favor with Miss Zhizhi, the Duke's house would take good care of her. The outside world is so dangerous. Not to mention the Sun Ridge. Even if she leaves the imperial city of Rallen, she could die at any moment. Zhizhi couldn't help but touch her belly. Once she successfully gives birth to the snake baby, the main quest will be completed. She wonders how many points she will be rewarded then. Oh, right, she also needs to prepare a gift for the Duke. She promised him yesterday. But the Duke doesn't lack anything. What should she give him? Is there a market or something? I want to go shopping. Yes, Miss Zhizhi. Today is the weekend and the Imperial City's market is very lively. I will prepare the carriage. Okay. Since arriving at the Duke's residence, Zhizhi has never gone out before. As for the Imperial City, she doesn't know what it looks like. In the past, on the K family's land, everything was available and no one ever took her out for a walk. The hamster maid quickly came over, accompanied by guard Captain Jiao. Zhizhi saw that a whole guard team had gathered downstairs, about 20 guards. So many people? Seeing her surprised expression, guard Captain Jiao smiled and explained, "Miss Zhizhi, your status is special. We must ensure your safety 100%, so there are more guards accompanying you. Please understand, the Imperial City is bustling and lively, but also full of hidden dangers." Especially after the incident with Count Grey, Jiao was fined half a year's salary and received 40 military lashes. He had just recovered from his injuries, and guarding Zhizhi, he was more dedicated than ever. Zhizhi sat in the spacious carriage. Guard Captain Jiao was at the front, hanging a dark blue lantern with the Duke's crest. The group headed to the Imperial City Market. This was her first time going out. Hearing the lively sounds, she couldn't help but lift the curtain of the carriage. The tall, magnificent buildings, the staggered towers, and the colorful banners hanging from the sails. At the shop entrance, various strange decorations were tied to the eaves. The beasts on the street wore all kinds of clothes, with different shapes. Across the street, a shop displayed many exotic items at its entrance. "Let's go to this one," Zhizhi said softly. The carriage slowly stopped. Jiao stepped down the stairs, and Zhizhi got out of the car. Passing beast men turned their heads to look at this noble female. Today, she wore a light blue, fitted long dress. Her skin was white, her eyes sparkling, and her long hair flowed behind her. Her white rabbit ears stood quietly upright, drawing everyone's attention. Her guards carefully stood beside her. Ordinary beastmen dared not approach. They all made way. The shop owner, wearing a half mask and holding a cane, looked about 50 years old. He bowed politely. "Miss, may I ask what you need?" Being able to open a shop in the city center, he was observant and attentive. He had already noticed that the female in front of him arrived in a duke's carriage. Even if she wasn't from the snake tribe, her status was either very rich or very noble. Looking at the row of guards behind her, such a grand display, she must be a guest of the duke's estate. He must not show any disrespect. Zhizhi looked at the various items in the shop. I want to buy something as a gift. May I ask if you're giving it to a male or female? A male. Which tribe does he belong to? Snake. Male. Snake. Duke's carriage. The shopkeeper's eyes twitched slightly. Could this beautiful, adorable rabbit girl be buying a gift for the most esteemed duke of the Valoran Empire? His small shop was truly honored. Just as he was considering whether to take out his most valuable item, a sneer came from nearby. Lord Poland's birthday is coming soon. Are you trying to flatter him out of fear of being expelled from the duke's estate? The shopkeeper was startled and quickly turned around. Another noble guest had arrived. A young, beautiful snake female, dressed in a light gold, fluffy noble gown, holding a white lace parasol. Her dark, waterfall-like hair and her luxurious, charming golden eyes made her look proud. Her tone, however, sounded arrogant. Her attendant loudly said, "What are you looking at? Princess Fiel is here. Hurry and kneel." Princess Fiel. The shopkeeper gasped and immediately knelt down. The beast men at the door, realizing what was happening, also knelt. Among them were guards from the duke's estate and a hamster maid. In an instant, only Zhizhi remained standing alone. The hamster maid trembled with fear. Outside the door, a large group of orcs knelt with their heads pressed to the ground, too afraid to lift their heads. The shop owner was closest. He thought to himself, "Does this rabbit girl not fear death?" Zhizhi looked around at the crawling figures with some confusion, just as the sound of heels clicking on the wooden floor approached her. "How dare you look down on this princess?" An arrogant female snake from the snake tribe glared at the girl in front of her with displeasure. She sneered, "Someone, break her legs." Suddenly, a loud laugh broke out among the beast group. "Ha ha ha. Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh for a moment." Sitting on top of a carriage, a boy swung his legs and wiped tears from the corner of his eye with his finger. Whether from waking up or from laughing, he wasn't sure. He tiredly said, "Honorable princess, I advise you, it's best not to provoke this little female, otherwise you'll definitely regret it. Thank you, dear reader, for your support votes, monthly tickets, xiaoxiang tickets. Mwah mwah mwah. Thanks to Jia for the 200-point tip. Tomorrow at noon, we will meet again with the dear reader. Fear, a top noble of the snake tribe, was adopted from the royal family of the Valorant Empire when she was young. Now, she is the most favored and noble princess of the empire. Seeing the figure of the rabbit prodigy, she frowned with displeasure, her golden pupils narrowing. "Noelle, are you still not awake? Listen to what you're saying." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I slept well last night. However, since Your Highness has been in the Moonrise Empire for a long time, you might not know." "I know," the female snake interrupted impatiently. "She is a pet raised by the Duke." "You don't know," the boy said calmly, resting his chin on his hand. "She is pregnant with the Duke's child." Noelle from the rabbit tribe said clearly, "According to imperial law, a pregnant female does not need to bow to any noble, including the royal family. Are you going to punish her? Or break her legs? The Female Protection Association will report you to the Holy Law Hall. Even if you are an imperial princess, you will face severe punishment." "What?" Fierce golden eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the small female rabbit in front of her. She was pregnant? And with the bloodline of Duke Platin? The words of the rabbit prodigy were heard clearly by all the beast men present. The shop owner looked shocked. She had guessed that this young female's status was noble, but she never expected it to be so high. No wonder so many guards accompanied the Duke's mansion today to protect her. Fierce with anger, fire clenched her teeth. She glared coldly at the girl in front of her. She had only been in the Moonrise Empire for half a year, yet this annoying rabbit girl had already taken the lead. When she met her at the market today, she thought the Duke was just showing off, trying to intimidate her, but she never expected the girl to be pregnant. On this beast planet, pregnant females enjoy many special privileges. They even surpass their own social classes. Whether C or S, as long as they are pregnant, they receive full protection. Beast men who mistreat them will be reported to the Holy Law Hall by the Female Protection Association, and that place is not a good spot. Even the most arrogant nobles would be stripped of their titles if they went there. Although Fire was furious inside, she had to step back a few paces. If this little rabbit girl was scheming and deliberately tripped, she would be in big trouble. Humph. Princess Fire held her umbrella, circled around, and deliberately chose the farthest route out of the shop. She coldly glanced at the young female rabbit. Even if you are pregnant with Duke Bolan's child, he will not be your mate.
He's just playing with you.
At the door, the beast men knelt down. After the princess left, they slowly stood up. They looked at each other in surprise. They never thought that a simple market visit would reveal such big news. The most noble duke of the empire had a child? They knew he had never married, but had adopted 4 children from the snake tribe. If the rabbit girl was carrying the duke's bloodline, she would likely inherit his talents perfectly. This was a huge good news for the Valoran Empire. Remember, the duke had awakened a rare, cloud mist talent, and his mental strength, though not publicly known, was rated SSS. It's easy to imagine how strong his mental power was. Originally, only those in the duke's mansion knew about Zhizhi's pregnancy. Now the entire imperial city knew. They looked at Zhizhi with respect, and as she left, they all bowed in farewell. The shop owner repeatedly wiped his hands with a handkerchief, moving very gently while leaning on his cane. Miss, if you're thinking of giving a gift to the duke, I have a treasure just brought from Song Mountain. Would you like to take a look? The duke's birthday is coming soon. The nobles of the empire are all preparing gifts, and His Highness Fair even personally went to the market to choose. The young female rabbit in front of her probably shares this kind of thought. Song Mountain, Zhiji's eyes flickered slightly. She gently shook her head. I don't think so. The duke didn't seem to like Song Mountain very much. Especially not when she mentioned Dracula. So far, it seems no one knows his real name. Zhizhi kept it hidden deep in her heart and didn't tell any of the beast men. She looked at the lucky bags hanging from the shop's beam. Most of them were red, embroidered with beautiful vintage patterns. One of them was a dark blue embroidered bag with vintage blessing characters, tied with a red silk ribbon and a small copper coin pendant hanging below. Zhizhi immediately chose that one. I want that. The shopkeeper looked in the direction she pointed and saw the lucky bag. A flash of realization appeared in his eyes. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you. In the Valoran Empire, lucky bags are offerings to the gods, usually bought as gifts for loved ones. He forgot. The female in front of him has a very close relationship with the duke. Even though His Highness Fair's words are very harsh, they can't hide the fact that the rabbit female is carrying the duke's child. Just because of this, even if they part ways in the future, this lady will always be a distinguished guest of the duke's residence. And when the beast children grow up, they will be extremely filial to their mother. The shopkeeper brought the blue lucky bag. Zhizhi held it carefully, examining it closely before making her decision. Besides that, Zhizhi also ordered a red lucky bag. The hamster maid paid the money. She, surrounded by guards, headed toward the carriage. She looked up at the young rabbit sitting on the roof of the carriage. He sat with his legs crossed, lazily resting his chin on his hand, with a calm gaze. Zhizhi smiled at him, placing her hands on her chest and giving a slight nod. Thank you for helping me today. You're welcome. He was just at the market today and saw the duke's carriage, so he wanted to take a chance. Then a wonderful scene unfolded. Princess Fiel, proud and spoiled, was causing trouble for this little rabbit. Publicly, as a talented member of the rabbit tribe, he should protect his people. Privately, this young female rabbit caught his interest, and he naturally didn't want her to suffer. Zhizhi was feeling around in her bag and took out something she had just bought at the shop. Here, this is for you. Earlier, Noir had saved a stray dog, and she hadn't had a chance to thank him. Now, he had helped her again. After choosing a gift for the duke, she saw a beautiful red lucky bag and bought it too. Noir, the rabbit tribe member, looked surprised. He lowered his head. Looking at the girl by the car, raising her right hand, holding the red lucky bag with silk fabric fluttering in the wind, her delicate fingers like jade. The wind blew her short hair across her face, lifted her light blue dress, and revealed her bright, cheerful smile. The guards around them looked shocked. The hamster maid was holding various small items, almost dropping them. Soon, they all turned away, afraid to look any longer. Jiao, the guard captain, looked stunned. Miss Zhizhi actually gave Lord Noir a lucky bag? Does she like Lord Noir? Noir, the rabbit, stared at her intently. After a long moment, he smirked playfully. You're giving this to me? Yes, Zhizhi nodded. She was worried the boy on the car roof couldn't reach.
So, she tiptoed.
There will be another update at 7 p.m. The weekend market was lively and bustling. The bell on the shop door jingled cheerfully in the breeze. Noir looked into the girl's clear eyes. He reached out, slightly bent down, hooked his finger around the red string of the lucky bag, and gently pulled. The item, a gift to the gods, fell into his hand. Such a gift is not necessary. The boy's voice was clear like a spring. I accept your kindness. The young female rabbit didn't seem to understand the true meaning of giving a gift to someone of the opposite love. But that was okay. He rubbed the golden embroidery on the lucky bag. The warm sunlight above made him sleepy. Meanwhile, the girl was already seated in the carriage, supported by the hamster maid. The guards looked at each other, each with different expressions. They dared not speak. On the Beast World planet, S-level females can have multiple mates, but only if the males are of lower rank than her. Whether it's the Duke or Lord Noir of the Rabbit Tribe, they are both top males in their group. Miss Zhizhi is currently an S-level female and wants to have both of them, but that probably won't work. If she advances to SS level, she would still need both high-ranking males to agree. And Lord Noir wouldn't be willing. Duke Bolin, how could he possibly give in? His status is so high that only an SSS-level sacred female could challenge him. Otherwise, the future Duchess must stay in the Duke's mansion and behave herself. On this planet, no sacred female has appeared for over 100 years. On the way back, the hamster maid wanted to speak several times but saw Miss Zhizhi quietly reading, so she held back. What is Miss Zhizhi thinking? Does she not like Duke? But when they are together, they seem very close. The hamster maid often serves in the study. She can see it clearly. The Duke often holds her, carrying her everywhere. Miss Zhizhi looks like a newborn animal, curled up in his arms. But no matter who Miss Zhizhi favors in her heart, the hamster maid always wishes her well. Because she is an S-level female, she has the right to choose her partner freely. The carriage entered the Duke's mansion and traveled a long way before slowly stopping outside the study courtyard. After getting out, Zhizhi sneezed. She rubbed her nose with her fingers. I think I caught a cold. The wind in the Imperial City has been quite strong these days. The hamster maid bent down and said, Miss Zhizhi, go inside first. I'll make you a ginger tea to warm your body. Thank you. She returned to her room, sat at the small desk, and sat on a cushion. She put down the half-read book on the desk. Zhizhi felt a little sleepy. She rested her arm on the desk and fell asleep. The hamster maid finished making the ginger tea, saw that Miss Zhizhi was asleep, and didn't disturb her. She placed the tea on a small insulated stove. Quietly, she left and stayed at the door. It was getting dark. The Duke's figure appeared at the gate, and the guards and attendants saluted together. He returned at sunset, holding a few dark blue water lilies in his hand. As soon as he entered the study, he saw the little female pet sleeping peacefully. The Duke's lips held a faint smile as he slowly approached, placing the water lilies into a vase on the table. Zhizhi was sleeping soundly and sweetly. He made no sound. He simply sat quietly, watching her intently. The little pet's rabbit ears drooped. Her fair cheeks had a faint red imprint from sleep, and her long eyelashes were pressed tightly against her face. It seemed she was having a good dream, with a slight smile on her lips. Even when she was sleeping and smiling, she looked so adorable and innocent. The Duke's heart felt like a soft feather had landed on it, and a gentle, tingling sensation spread through his chest. The The sunset was fading. The room grew dim. The Duke's golden vertical pupils looked deep and mysterious. He leaned down slowly, getting closer, and gently kissed her slightly parted lips. He just wanted to kiss her. At this moment, in her dreams, Zhizhi felt her lips a little itchy and a bit numb. She groggily opened her eyes and saw the blurry outline of the Duke. Realizing she was awake, the Duke reached out to touch her neck, not letting her escape, and deepened the kiss. Zhizhi felt her breath becoming difficult, and her cheeks flushed bright red. The other person slowly released her, affectionately licking her lips. "You're back." The little female's voice was soft and sticky, just waking up. The Duke stroked her cheek and pulled her into his arms. Zhizhi's expression paused slightly. She raised her hands to hug the man in front of her. They embraced quietly for a moment. Today, the Duke was busy with many affairs at the palace, and he missed his little pet at home very much. It seemed that holding her could make him forget everything for a while. He loved this feeling. Zhizhi had been waiting for him to return. Her face was buried in the Duke's chest, and she looked up softly, whispering, I brought you a gift." The Duke gently stroked her rabbit ears. What gift? He had just asked for it yesterday, and today he received it. This little pet was as obedient and well-behaved as always. Zhizhi fumbled for a moment and took out a blue gift bag she bought earlier that day. She solemnly handed it to the Duke. "I went to the market and saw this. I thought it would suit you." The Duke held a dark blue lucky bag embroidered with ancient blessing characters. His golden vertical pupils showed a hint of confusion. "A lucky bag?" Zhizhi smiled at him. "This color suits the Duke very well. The lotus flowers in his garden are also deep blue." The Duke looked at the red string tied around it. His throat moved slightly, and when he looked at the young female, he saw her smiling face, which was quite dazzling in the dim room. On the Beast World planet, lucky bags symbolize romance. He clenched his fist but couldn't hide his smile. "You said you wouldn't forget your pet's identity, right?" Zhizhi paused. Why did the Duke suddenly ask that? Does he dislike this gift? Just as she was thinking about asking for it back, she saw the Duke hang the dark blue lucky bag on a slender smoking pipe, which he often used. The falling blessing coin swayed gently. "Not a habit to do again," the Duke said, holding the pipe, staring at the dark blue lucky bag hanging on it with deep, mysterious eyes. He had made it clear to the young female last time. Their relationship could only stay as lovers. There was no possibility of anything more.
But why?
Is he feeling especially good right now? All the tiredness from the day disappeared. Do I like it? Or do I not like it? Zhizhi stared at him blankly, unsure of his thoughts. But anyway, the Duke accepted this gift. "Oh, I received a letter today." Zhizhi took out the letter from the Temple Alliance. The Duke's golden vertical pupils glanced at it. His servant had already reported on this letter. He didn't expect the little pet to be so honest. What could be written in the letter? Zhizhi looked at him eagerly. All her thoughts were written on her face. "Want me to open it for you?" the Duke asked, smudging his cigarette ash. Zhizhi nodded. "Thanks for the adorable votes. Thanks to Heavenly BB for the 300-point tip. See you tomorrow noon." "It's not impossible." The Duke picked up the envelope, looking at the seal, his voice lazy. "But doing so would break the rules of the Temple Alliance. You might end up on their blacklist." The Temple Alliance rarely sends letters to orcs directly, which means they think highly of you. It's also possible they want to give you some benefits. Unless you personally open the letter, its contents won't be fulfilled. Zhizhi probably understood this. She looked conflicted. The Duke took a puff of his cigarette. "What do you want?" "Should I open it for you, then?" Zhizhi took back the letter and softly said, "I'd rather open it myself." "But when will I be able to awaken my mental powers?" Zhizhi wants to awaken her mental powers. She still can't freely change her beast form. If she awakens her mental powers, she doesn't need much, just enough. She wants to try transforming into a rabbit and also wants to open this letter. The Duke gently twirled a lock of her long hair with his finger. It could happen every day. Unlike males, who often awaken dual abilities after breaking out of their shells, Females' mental powers and psychic talents can awaken suddenly on an ordinary day without warning. Tomorrow, the wizard will come to the Duke's mansion. Should I ask him to test you? The Duke asked. Zhizhi nodded softly. Yes, the Empire's wizard has the ability to test mental powers. In the Imperial City, noble families invite the wizard monthly to remove impurities. The next day, Zhizhi and the Duke went to the main hall together. The Empire's youngest wizard stood up. He took off his hat's brim and bowed. Honorable Duke, Miss Zhizhi, good morning. Zhizhi saw the wizard's goat horns. He is a half-beast in humanoid form, with a goat face, wearing a loose black wizard's robe, and a bright blue gemstone necklace that glowed enchantingly. Mumu, the snake tribe girl who was out exploring, also returned today. She dressed modestly for once, lifting her skirt with both hands to greet the Duke and the wizard. Seeing the adorable female rabbit, she blinked. Besides Mumu, other female snake tribe members also came. They came specifically to see the wizard and test if they had awakened their mental powers. The Duke sat on the main seat, holding a slender smoking pipe in his right hand, while a servant lit the dry tobacco in a lotus-shaped pipe. His golden vertical pupils focused on Zhizhi. Among all the beast men, he could only see this little female rabbit. It's quite lively. A girl, surrounded by many servants, walks with a white lace umbrella, wearing a polite smile. I knew the wizard would come to the Duke's mansion, so I brought everyone together for a test. Let's see if my mental strength has improved after half a year of exchanging ideas with the Moonrise Empire. When the orcs see her, they all bow.
Greetings, Princess Fie, Fie sa snakke tribe ork.
Though she is proud and bossy, she is very patient with her people. She notices the small figure, and her smile stiffens slightly. She glances at the flat belly of the rabbit girl and sneers inwardly. The room is full of snakes. A rabbit has sneaked in, and she feels annoyed. Of course, the wizard is an exception. Fi puts away her umbrella and hands it to her attendant. A gazelle wizard steps forward and bows. Since Princess Fi is here, let me first test her. All the orcs look on curiously. Mumu is closest to Zhizhi. She tilts her head and whispers in the little rabbit's ear, "Your rival has arrived." Rival? Zhizhi's rabbit ears twitch. She turns her face in confusion. Everyone in the main hall is focused on the princess, so no one notices the two in the corner. Mumu raises her hand to cover her mouth. Princess Fi is the most outstanding female of the snake tribe. She was raised by the royal family from a young age and is very noble. Plus, she likes the Duke. That's no secret. So, do you feel pressured? Mumu can't help but pinch the pink cheeks of the rabbit girl. If it weren't for the Duke, she'd want to spit out her snake tongue and scare her. Zhizhi listens carefully. She humphs and remembers what the Duke said earlier. I, besides snake tribe females, won't choose females from other tribes as my wife.
So,
the most outstanding female of the snake tribe, Princess Fi, is the Duke's ideal choice? The gazelle wizard holds a gemstone pendant in front of his chest, glowing with deep blue light. Fi feels a cold sensation invading her forehead. She smiles confidently. Soon, she hears the wizard praise her. Compared to half a year ago, you've improved a lot. The gazelle wizard dims the gemstone's glow. Currently, she has 500 mental strength. 500. The females around her all widen their eyes. For females, 50 mental strength is already quite high, but Princess Fire has over 10 times that amount.
Mumu looked envious.
She can stay in snake form for a whole week. No, if she just lies still, even half a month. Compared to males, females usually have lower mental strength. But mental strength directly affects how long a female can stay in beast form. Many times, everyone prefers to stay in beast form. It feels more comfortable and helps recover energy quickly. The antelope wizard's gaze crossed the crowd and landed on the female rabbit. She is currently the only female who isn't a snake in the main hall. Looking again, the Duke sitting in the main seat looked at the female rabbit with a faint smile in his eyes. He probably understood something. Today, the Duke probably just wanted him to pay special attention to Miss Zhizhi. He heard she is pregnant with Duke Bo Land snake offspring. And she is an S-level female, so she should be treated well. The antelope wizard slowly walked toward Zhizhi. Many beastmen's eyes were drawn to him. Miss Zhizhi, do you need a test? The antelope wizard asked with a smile. Zhizhi felt a little nervous. The last time she tested her fertility was back when she was with the K family. Please give me your hand. The antelope opened his palm, his expression gentle. Zhizhi slowly handed her hand over. He politely held it and used his fingertips to transfer the power of the destiny gem. The deep blue light quickly surrounded both of them. Moo, standing nearby, looked on with anticipation. On this beast world planet, males' mental strength awakens on the day they shed their shells, but females don't have a fixed time. Some awaken during adulthood, along with fertility testing, but most remain in a gray state. The antelope wizard felt the girl's mind's power. His blue gemstone emitted a gentle glow. Almost there, his eyes could see the hidden thread. The antelope wizard smiled and said, in about a month, your mental strength and superpower talent will awaken together. Zhizhi's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the antelope wizard in front of her, excited. Really? Not just mental strength. Also, supernatural talents. Next to her, Moo from the snake tribe slightly raised her eyebrows. Her brown vertical pupils showed a hint of a smile. The awakening time predicted by the antelope wizard has always been very accurate. She is very excited. She wonders what kind of supernatural talent Miss Zhizhi will awaken. Be sure to tell me immediately on the day of awakening. Moo gently tugged on Zhizhi's little pinky finger. Okay, Zhizhi happily agreed. Then she thought of something and asked seriously, but what if we are far apart? Then you just write me letters. Yes, the orcs in the main hall cheered happily. Princess Fiel snorted coldly and walked toward the Duke. A new smile appeared on her face. Contrary to her previous arrogance, she gracefully bowed in greeting, her fluffy, noble snow-white dress swaying gently. Lord Polan. The Duke sat in his chair, surrounded by smoke. Welcome back. Fiel stared at him blankly. A little sweetness filled her heart. She was so happy. The Duke said, welcome back. Since returning from the Moonrise Empire, this was the best thing she had heard. The man in front of her always sat lazily, holding a slender silver pipe. The outline in the smoke made her heart flutter even more. But there was a pendant on the pipe, deep blue lucky bag. The snake girl's gaze slightly darkened. Her golden pupils flickered with a hint of unwillingness. The Duke's pipe was his most commonly used item. Yet, he had decorated it with that small gift from the female, making it always visible. If she hadn't gone to the Moonrise Empire for half a year, how could that little rabbit take advantage of the opportunity? However, the Duke's choice of a mate was no secret in the Empire. He wouldn't consider females outside the snake tribe. Even if he was interested, he wouldn't really pair up with that rabbit female. Maybe, when he gets tired of her, he will send that little female rabbit away. And the king is concerned about the marriage of the rabbit female. She must choose a beast husband.
Fiel clenched her teeth secretly.
She was sure she could wait until the day the Duke abandons that little female rabbit.
Just like
he used to have many pets before. Didn't he give them all away? Fierce girl tidied her mood, smiled happily, and talked to the Duke about interesting things she experienced in the Moonrise Empire. In the main hall, many female testers finished sensing their mental power and went outside. Someone noticed that the Duke and Princess Fierce seemed to be having a very happy conversation. Hearing the small chatter of the beast man beside her, Zhizhi looked up and gazed toward the main seat not far away. A man sat in a chair, while a snake girl in front of him was gesturing animatedly. He watched patiently, his dark blue hair catching a soft golden glow from the sunlight outside the window behind him. Seeing their scene together, Zhizhi felt surprisingly peaceful inside. They are both snake people. They both have shining golden eyes. Moo felt a little sad as she looked at the small rabbit nearby. Was the scene in front of her a bit cruel? Let's go, Moo said, pulling her wrist and leading her outside. Zhizhi smiled and lifted her skirt with one hand to follow. She caught a glimpse of that petite figure walking away with Moo, the snake girl. The Duke handed a slender pipe to a servant beside him. He stood up. He came here to accompany the young female for testing. The antelope mage stepped forward. Master Polin, today's snake tribe test has been completed. If there are no other instructions, I will take my leave. One more thing, come with me, the Duke said, and walked outside. Fierce Girl was stunned. She called out, Master Polin, shall we dine together tonight? No. The servant holding the pipe bowed to the Duke and silently followed him. When leaving, he especially paid attention to the blue lucky bag hanging there, must not lose it. After returning to the study, Zhizhi thought that in just over a month, she would be able to awaken her mental power and superpower talents. She felt very excited.
She had been looking forward to this for a long time.
Moreover, once her mental power awakened, she could open the letter sent by the Temple Alliance. Zhizhi was very curious about what was written inside. In the evening, the Duke's personal attendant arrived outside the door. Miss Zhizhi, he whispered, the Duke will stay overnight at the palace. His Majesty said you don't need to wait for him. Inside the room, Zhizhi was reading a history book about the Beast World planet. She responded, okay. Remove the fallen Songshan Empire. Currently, the planet is left with the Valoran Empire, the Moonrise Empire, and the Deep Sea Empire. The Moonrise Empire is in a very cold area with snowstorms all year round. The Deep Sea Empire is a land where water and land coexist. Valoran has the best location, with vast land, beautiful scenery, and warm weather all year. Can I know the fourth task in advance? Zhizhi whispers in her mind. System, no. The next task will only be unlocked after the current one is completed.
Oh.
Zhizhi continues flipping through her book. She wants to learn about each faction. That way, when the fourth task appears, she will know where to go. Night falls. There is a slight movement at the door. Zhizhi's rabbit ears suddenly stand up. She, lying on the bed, quickly sits up. The door opens. The Duke's figure appears. He looks at the screen and sees the faint outline of a young female, a slight smile on his lips. It's so late, and you're not asleep? He didn't send someone to call her back. Zhizhi covers her book. I was reading and lost track of time. Lord Baran, aren't you supposed to be away? The Duke originally planned to stay at the palace tonight. He had drunk quite a bit. But, perhaps because of the alcohol, the more he drank, the more the image of this adorable young female rabbit appeared in his mind. He decided to come back. The Duke walks toward the backyard. If I didn't come back, where could I go? Zhizhi places her book on the bedside table. She barefoot steps off the bed and walks to the backyard, hearing the water flowing. She leans against the gate, deep in thought. Prince Viel seems to like you very much. The Duke pauses in pouring water. His golden vertical pupils show a moment of surprise, then quickly turn into undisguised joy. He holds the water scoop, unable to hide a smile. Does she care? Thinking about how she left without greeting earlier, her back looked a bit lonely. Did she feel unhappy at that moment? The Duke's voice carries a hint of a smile. Tonight, I didn't see her. I was drinking with the king at the palace. He's worried about the little prince's lessons. He reports his whereabouts honestly, afraid that the little pet might misunderstand. The Duke has lived for so many years and has never been so honest with anyone. He feels very happy. He sits in the pond, resting his elbows on the edge, looking up with his eyes closed. His heart is full of excitement, and suddenly, there's a splash, sending water everywhere. A dark-scaled fish is visible in the water, and the reflection of the white jade moon on the surface looks like a brand, carved onto its tail. Hearing the noise, Zhizhi walks over out of curiosity. But, because of the white mist on the water, she can't see anything clearly. All she sees is a man with his chest exposed, wearing a simple dark purple robe, with his head tilted back and his throat moving slightly. The Duke keeps still, then opens his eyes, watching the figure of a girl upside down in his deep golden eyes. Come closer, be good. The snake tail at the bottom of the pond twitches slightly. Let me hug you. Thank you for voting in the 4th round of the contest. Feel free to use your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and other votes to support.
Haha.
Thanks to Heaven Sent Baby for the 100 points donation. There will be an update tomorrow morning. Zhizhi stands by the pond. From her perspective, she can't see what's beneath the mist, only the upper half of the Duke sitting in the water, with his open robe, wet dark blue hair dripping water, flowing over his attractive collarbones and chest. Her eyes widen in surprise, and she slowly moves closer. The Duke's voice is like magic. Zhizhi steps into the pond, and the Duke lazily wraps his arm around her, causing her to sit comfortably in his lap. Gentle water splashes, and the mist blurs the scene. Her bright eyes show a hint of shyness as she lowers her head quietly, resting in his arms. The Duke smells the jasmine scent on Zhizhi, and his tail slowly moves at the bottom of the pond. He is afraid of frightening her. He tries to control his desire to hold her tightly and instead approaches slowly and carefully. His lips gently touch her small rabbit-like ears, and his voice is deep and charming. "Lift your head, let me kiss you." Zhizhi looks up, meeting his golden vertical pupils staring at her with deep desire. She can't help but close her eyes. Seeing her obedient and shy, the Duke gently holds her chin with his right hand and slowly lowers his head. The dark serpent's tail in the pool slowly drew closer. It trembled slightly with excitement, and the water rippled with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Unable to hold back any longer, the tail gently wrapped around the young girl's fragile body, layer by layer, until she was securely held. During their kiss, Zhizhi felt a cool touch on her arm and back, as if something was softly coiling around her. Just as she tried to open her eyes, the Duke covered them with a thin silk ribbon. Her vision turned hazy. She could only make out the faint outline of the man before her. What's happening? What was touching her in the water? The young girl grew nervous and a little frightened. She clutched the Duke's dark purple robe, trembling slightly.
"There's
something strange in the pool."
Ha.
The Duke chuckled softly and affectionately tapped her nose. "Don't be afraid. It's me." The stronger a beast man was, the better he could control his animal form. Normally, they would never reveal it. But this time, his joy had made him lose control, and his serpent tail had appeared. He couldn't make it disappear right away. To avoid scaring the timid rabbit girl, he gently covered her eyes. Under the moonlight and mist, her innocent and delicate expression was deeply etched into his mind. Her long hair was damp, a strand of her thin robe clinging to her shoulder. The white ribbon over her eyes, the faint blush on her nose, and her slightly parted lips made her look soft and helpless. A drop of water slid down from her forehead, tracing her cheek. A serpent. Had the Duke turned into one? Zhizhi didn't know. In her memory, his upper body was still human, warm arms, a strong embrace, but the serpent tail coiled around her waist, separated from her skin by only a thin layer of fabric.
Warm water, cool scales.
A gentle but firm hold. To calm her, the Duke softly stroked her rabbit ears. The instinctive fear of snakes buried deep in her genes slowly faded. Zhizhi took a quiet breath and, gathering courage, wrapped her arms around him. Was she really embracing a serpent? Or rather, a man with a serpent's tail? It was something Zhizhi had never done before. After overcoming her deep fear, she suddenly felt the desire to touch it. To touch the Duke's snake tail. She turned her face, her cheek pressed against the Duke's chest, feeling the warm breath. But the snake tail wrapped tightly around her was cold, switching between hot and cold. Shivering, Zhizhi couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the scales on the snake's body. Smooth, cold, making her tremble. Her deep fear of snakes made her whole body feel numb. Her eyes, behind a veil, couldn't see the snake's form. Zhizhi could only cling tightly to the Duke in front of her, causing the man to chuckle softly with a happy, deep laugh. This little female seemed almost eager to crawl inside his body. His fingers brushed her rabbit ears. His gaze was low, and his golden vertical pupils held a smile. His voice was gentle and tender. "Do you want to become one with me?" The water ripples, mist gathering and dispersing, faint and blurry. The Duke's golden vertical pupils looked deeply at the little female in his arms, catching the tears falling from her eyes with his index finger. The snake tail tightened around her even more. The water ripples spread out slowly. Zhizhi heard the Duke's deep, rich voice, tinged with a hint of desire. Only you. What? Only you are by my side. The Duke's voice was hoarse. In his heart, the only suitable partner was a female of the snake tribe. But the Duke refused the king's marriage proposal. Princess Fire, in terms of status and rank, was the best choice. All the beast men of the snake tribe believed that Princess Fire would definitely become the Duke's wife. But the Duke couldn't marry anyone else at this moment. Maybe they would part ways someday, but for now, his eyes could only see the little rabbit in front of him. He couldn't see any other females. He was happy because the little female cared about him, satisfied because of her smile. Even after they parted, he constantly wanted to see her. When they met, he always couldn't help but want to hug her, stroke her, and kiss her. Perhaps this is what they call the honeymoon phase. The Duke wanted to laugh. In the past, he thought that male and female love was boring and marriage and intimacy were just for reproduction. But now, everything was different. He was addicted, unable to stop. Cough. Zhizhi woke up from her dream, feeling a burning pain in her throat. She thought about what happened in the water pool, clutching the blanket to cover half her face. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly as she glanced at the bedside table, where a cup of warm water sat. Gently touching her abdomen, she hoped it wouldn't be affected. Would it have any impact on the little one? Is the little one still there? She quietly asked herself in her mind. System. Rest assured, host. During pregnancy, the female body is protected by the birthing system, and the animal cub will be safe. That's good. Zhizhi sat up and drank half a cup of warm water. She noticed faint red marks on her arms and around her waist. Thinking of the Duke's snake-like tail, that cold sensation, as smooth as icy silk, with a soft bounce, tightly restrained her. She held the glass with both hands, her ears turning slightly red. The Duke returned to his residence. Seeing Fei Er waiting outside the gate, she held a white lace umbrella and silently shed tears. Lady Bolin, the snake girl cried with tearful eyes, I heard you refused the king's marriage proposal. Why? In the Empire, there is no sacred female, so no one can force the noble Duke to marry. Half a year ago, Princess Fei Er awakened her dual abilities and advanced to S-level female. She couldn't directly choose Duke Bolin as her mate unless the Emperor granted the marriage, but the Duke refused. Clearly, among all the snake tribe, there was no one more outstanding than her. Fei Er was still hopeful, choking as she said, If I become the Duchess, I will be diligent and devoted, faithful to my duties, caring for my husband and raising children. I swear, I will never seek another mate. In this life and the next, I will only be with you. Other females usually have many mates, but as long as the Duke is willing to marry her, she won't look at any other males. Princess Fei Er is willing to give her full loyalty. The Duke passed by her without stopping. Your Highness, it's getting cold. Let's go back. Are you going to marry that rabbit? Fei Er called out unwillingly. Don't forget what you've always stood for. Don't forget Lady Sophia's prophecy. The Duke suddenly stopped. He turned around, his golden vertical pupils cold and dark, and the black snake on his body hissed a warning. Fear was so frightened she shivered and cried loudly. Nearby, a young rabbit from the audience crossed his arms, holding a piece of malt candy in his mouth. He thought, he came at the worst time just when I heard something terrible. Mrs. Sophia's prophecy? What kind of prophecy? Only the beast men of the snake tribe probably know. And the person involved must be important. Fear, as the most favored little princess of the Empire, was crying with tears and a runny nose. Her servant didn't dare come closer, afraid of angering her. She was crying so sadly. But Duke Baran still didn't look back. Lord Knower, the Duke's personal attendant, stepped forward with a smile. Please come with me. Recently, the snake tribe has had many busy affairs. One well-known incident across the Empire was the Count Grey case. After he was dealt with by the Duke, his sister couldn't accept that her trusted older brother was actually a serial killer of females, and she fell seriously ill. Now her health is fragile, and the White Snake clan asked the Emperor to cancel Nicole's marriage to Knower from the Rabbit tribe. The Emperor handed this matter over to the Duke. Now, the Duke wants to ask Noor what he thinks. They arrived at the reception hall, where the aroma of tea filled the air. The young rabbit sat on a chair, resting his chin on one hand, looking a bit tired. I don't have any strong opinions. I'll go along with whatever Miss Whitesnake decides. Getting married? Reproduction? That's something every capable male beastman would do. He was just going with the flow. Any suitable female would do. As long as her rank was high enough, everyone in Greenfield City would welcome her. It didn't matter if she was a snake or a rabbit. He wasn't like the Duke, who had strong attachments to such things. Noor sat on the chair, twirling a red string hanging from his waist, tied to a deep red lucky bag. He played with it quietly, a faint smile on his lips, as if reminiscing about something. Noor thought of that little female rabbit. In the bustling, noisy marketplace, she stood under the carriage, her eyes bright. She tiptoed slightly and handed him the lucky bag. Oh no, this is bad. If he thought about it more, he wished he could just take her back to Greenfield City right now. Long ago, during the Cave family era, I noticed her. We had planned for her to come to my room, but I didn't expect what happened afterward. Norrell listened absent-mindedly as the Duke's personal attendant described other female members of the snake tribe in detail. He nodded silently. All right, fine, no problem. Anything is fine. Whatever. Marrying anyone is just an alliance between two families. The sky grew darker. The snake tribe attendant rolled up the painting scroll and smiled, saying, Lord Norrell, we will discuss the rest tomorrow. After Norrell left, the Duke's gaze stayed fixed on his back for a long time before he put down his slender pipe. What is that hanging from his waist? Reporting to Lord Baran, it's a lucky pouch. The Duke thought about a possibility. His jaw tightened, and he looked half smiling. What about Jiao? Jiao, the guard captain, is watching over the library. Send for him. Yes. On his way, Jiao, the blue snake, felt confused. At this time, the Duke usually dined with Miss Zhizhi. Why was he being summoned alone now? As he entered the reception hall, he felt a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Jiao dared not lift his head. He knelt on one knee. Greetings, Duke. Get up and reply. Yes. Jiao stood up. The Duke twirled his new dry pipe, gently rubbing it. Smoke ash fell into a small white jade dish. Tell me, what happened that day at the market? Repeat everything the female rabbit said, word for word. Jiao's eyes flashed with surprise. So it was related to Miss Zhizhi. He responded with a nod and began to recall. The Duke chose some fine tobacco, packed it into his pipe, struck a match, and a small flame flickered before him. He lit his pipe. Jiao recounted what happened that day. The Duke's lips always held a faint smile. His gaze lowered, resting on the blue lucky pouch. He loved this gesture so much, treating it as a treasure. Jiao's heart pounded. He dared not hide anything. When he mentioned the girl, who, in front of everyone, presented a red lucky pouch to a fellow tribe member, Jiao felt his mouth go dry and his eyelids twitch rapidly. It seemed something big was about to happen. He had never seen the Duke like this before. An imperial noble, always calm and indifferent no matter what happens. But now, his golden vertical pupils emitted a cold glint, and the black snake wrapped around his shoulders showed its fangs. It understood its master's feelings very well. The Duke was quietly smoking. He listened to Gio's words, and his mind recalled how bright and cheerful the little female's smile was when she delivered the gift bag. The male prodigy of the rabbit tribe and the S-grade female of the same tribe seemed a perfect match to outsiders. On the day Zhizhi advanced to an S-grade female of the Empire, the whole Greenfield city celebrated wildly. If he hadn't arranged the marriage between the Snake tribe and Noor earlier, His Majesty the King might have already betrothed them. In the past, the Duke thought that raising this pet was comfortable, but for the sake of the Valoran Empire, when she got tired, he would find a good beast husband for her to reproduce and continue. But now, the Duke had to admit that deep in his heart, only one thought was screaming wildly. Claim her. Forever. Forever. I will never send her away. Just thinking about the little female smiling sweetly at other males made him feel sour and tight in his throat. The Duke's face remained calm, but his snake teeth seemed to click faintly. Go, Bring that female rabbit here. The personal attendant hesitated. Yes, sir. Not summoning her back to the study, but calling Miss Zhizhi here? When Gio left, his back was already soaked with sweat. He dared not speak more. He retreated to the door of the reception hall, following the attendant to find Miss Zhizhi. When Zhizhi heard the news, she was eating sticky rice dumplings. After swallowing the last one and drinking some sweet soup, she smiled brightly. All right, I'll go now. The Duke was looking for her. The personal attendant hesitated, wanting to remind her that the Duke was very angry now. But in the end, he said nothing. He dared not speak out. Hopefully, tonight will pass peacefully. Zhizhi, led by the attendant, arrived at the reception hall. She was like a happy little bird, holding up her skirt with both hands, and ran from the corridor into the main hall. Seeing the figure of the Duke sitting there, Zhizhi went straight to him, slightly bowed, and curiously looked at his handsome face hidden in the smoke. I am here. The girl's voice is sweet and soft, with a hint of happiness. Her rabbit ears gently twitch, symbolizing her joyful mood at this moment. In the reception hall, the lights are dim. At the main seat in the center, the Duke wears a dark green noble outfit, gently stroking a deep blue, lucky bag. A pipe rests beside him, with smoke curling up. A breeze blows, dispersing the smoke slightly. The Duke's blurry features gradually become visible. His golden vertical pupils hold a faint, unclear smile. The man has sharp features, a face like a chisel, and a charming, slightly sinister aura, like a divine creature from legend. Good evening, Miss Zhizhi. The Duke puts down the deep blue lucky bag. He lifts his eyes and looks at the girl in front of him. Zhizhi's smile falters slightly. She slowly straightens her posture, shyly pinching the hem of her dress. Good evening. The Duke looks different from usual. He is smiling, but his eyes show no warmth, cold and distant, like a venomous snake watching its prey from a tree branch. Zhizhi slowly steps back. She holds her breath, seeing that he seems to not notice her. She then takes a small step back. She wants to run. She wants to hide quickly. Seeing her attempt to escape, the Duke chuckles softly. What are you hiding for? Do I allow you to leave? As soon as he finishes speaking, a cloud of smoke envelopes Zhizhi. Her legs, hidden under a veil, tremble slightly. The smoke pushes her forward, bringing her to the man. Unseen force pushes her hands behind her back. A black snake slithers forward, binding her wrists. She stumbles and kneels before the Duke. The man lounges lazily, holding a silver, slender pipe. Tiny red sparks flicker at the pipe's bowl. How many lucky bags did you buy? He asks softly. Zhizhi's hands are tied behind her. She kneels, confused and innocent, softly replying, 2. Why not buy 4? The Duke casually pours a little water into the pipe. The sparks die out. He glances at the girl with indifference. Her rabbit ears slightly droop, looking both confused and innocent. Her clear eyes seem to ask, why buy 4? The Duke chuckled softly and wiped his pipe with a handkerchief. I only bought 2 lucky bags, one for me and one for Noelle. What about your other 2 lovers? Tang and Dracula, they didn't get lucky bags. Isn't that sad? Huh? Zhizhi looked blank and stunned. She hadn't thought about this problem before. Seeing the innocent look on the little rabbit's face, with her watery eyes full of confusion, it seemed she was seriously considering whether to buy 2 more lucky bags and send them to Tang and Dracula. The Duke was so angry that his teeth itched. He loved these gifts so much. They were treasures to him. He kept them on his most used items, so he could see them anytime. This way, he would remember the young female who gave him the lucky bag. Thinking of her sweet smile, soft voice, fragrant body, and how she shyly leaned into his arms every time, he felt so happy he couldn't hold it back. His emotions got out of control. Even his snake tail couldn't hide it. But today, he saw something different. The same gift, the same feelings in the hands of another male. It turned out she bought 2 at the same time on the same day. One for him, and one for Noelle the rabbit. And even, she gave the first one to that rabbit brat. This made his joy that night seem like a joke. What do you think I am to you? The Duke clenched his slender pipe tightly, his golden vertical pupils staring sharply at the girl kneeling before him. Zhizhi was too nervous. The Duke's mood was unpredictable, and this kind of questioning made her swallow nervously. The young female's voice was soft and a little nasal. You are Duke. She looked away, stammering. I am not your pet. The Duke's face darkened further. He lifted her chin with his pipe, forcing her to look up at him. Carrying my child and still seeking love from other males. Zhizhi's face turned pale. She quickly denied. I didn't. Noelle's engagement with Nicole from the Snake tribe had been broken. When she heard this, wouldn't she be very happy? The Duke knew that male rabbits could trigger the deepest reproductive instincts in female rabbits. I told you, before I choose a mate for you, you can only be my pet and stay by my side. The cold, carved-out lotus-shaped pipe supported the girl's chin. Do you dare to give him a lucky bag? The Duke looked at her coldly, his golden vertical pupils gradually deepening. What? Are you planning to die in bed? Zhizhi stared at him blankly. Suddenly, the Duke became very angry. Angrier than before. His voice sounded completely different, as if he was holding back something. Hearing his last words, Zhizhi shivered. I'm pregnant, she trembled, warning him nervously. Her small voice carried a hint of tears. She knelt on the ground, her hands tightly bound behind her back. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her rabbit ears drooping in grievance. Tears, like pearls, slid down her cheeks as she was frightened by the Duke. Crying? That was her usual trick. This time he wouldn't be soft. The Duke looked at her coldly. If you want to be a pet so badly, then from today on, be a good pet. Your cage will soon be moved to the backyard. Before giving birth, you won't go anywhere. Zhizhi cried even harder, sobbing. She didn't want to stay in a cage. I haven't awakened my mental power yet. I won't turn into a beast, sob. Zhizhi cried like a rainstorm, looking weak and pitiful. The cage is custom-made for you. You can fit inside. The Duke put away the lotus pipe, leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed. After you give birth, I will announce your death to the whole world. From now on, you'll stay by my side forever as a pet. I won't let you go. Even if I get married someday, marry a female from the Snake tribe, you'll still be my pet. Does she like being a pet? Then she would be his pet for life. Let him play with her as he pleased. The Duke sentenced her. Even in death, don't think about leaving me. Wah, Zhizhi cried even more sadly upon hearing this. The Duke glared at her with a grim face. The little pet was crying so softly, gasping for breath, as if she was terribly wronged. She choked and sobbed as if she would die, crying right here in the living room if he didn't hold her. Zhizhi was crying so sadly. She thought about her future life in a cage, always locked up, unable to go anywhere. Even when the Duke married, she wasn't allowed to leave. She would be confined for her whole life. Sob. Even the Duke shouldn't take away her freedom like this. Before reaching level 10, the system kept giving her tasks. Without freedom, she couldn't complete the tasks and eventually, she would be erased. As she cried, Zhizhi leaned forward. She rested her head on the Duke's lap, tears streaming from her eyes down her nose to her ears. Sniff. Tomorrow morning, there will be more updates. Thanks to everyone for voting. Thanks to Heaven Sent Baby for the 588 points of support. See you tomorrow. The Duke sat on a chair, feeling the tears from the little lady wet his pants at the knee. His face was tense, with a look that was hard to read, neither smiling nor frowning. In the past, when he saw her cry, he would pick her up and comfort her in his arms. Now, he wondered if he had been too kind to this little pet all along. Zhizhi cried for a while, noticing he didn't respond. She lifted her chin and looked at him with tearful eyes. The Duke just watched her quietly, his golden snake-like pupils showing no emotion. Are you done crying? Zhizhi looked at him with a sad face. The Duke's pupils were cold. Are you finished? Then go back to your cage. Seeing her tears quickly fill up again, the Duke lowered his voice and warned, hold back your tears, or you won't sleep tonight. Hearing this, Zhizhi immediately bit her lip, trying hard to hold back her tears. It seemed the Duke was determined to make her sleep in the cage. Afraid he might do something else, Zhizhi struggled to stand up. Her hands were tied behind her back, so she could only sway unsteadily to her feet. Her fragile little body looked like it might fall at any moment. Her long hair was a bit messy, her fair skin flushed, and her eyes misty. Her eyelashes, wet with tears, stood out clearly. The Duke turned away indifferently and picked up his pipe again. Outside the door, the attendant softly said, "Miss Zhizhi, please." Zhizhi's hands were still tied, so she could only slowly walk out, taking one step and looking back 3 times, hoping the Duke would call her to stop. The smoke was hazy, and the Duke's figure appeared blurry and distant. There was a moment when Zhizhi felt as if there was an unbridgeable river between them. Yesterday, they had been very close. Zhizhi followed her attendants and left the reception hall. The Duke watched her back, struggling to resist the urge to chase after her and pull her into his arms. Was it her recklessness? Or was he himself too bold? Did she cross a line? Or did he overstep? When it comes to a pet, one should not develop true feelings. Zhizhi returned to the study. The servants had already moved the cage to the backyard. She looked at the tall, golden birdcage, which seemed made of special material, carved with red roses. The attendants had carefully laid a soft, warm cushion inside, along with a thin blanket and a small wooden board with tea. Indeed, as the Duke said, this cage was custom-made for her. Zhizhi stepped inside, and the golden iron door locked behind her. She stood alone inside the cage, her back looking lonely. The luxurious golden cage, entwined with blood-red roses, made the girl look like a canary raised in captivity. Zhizhi sat down with her back against the cage. The thick cushion was soft and warm, and the teapot beside her still emitted a gentle steam.
But
her hands were tied, so she couldn't drink water. All the servants had left. The entire backyard was empty except for her. Not far away, the pond was steaming gently. Zhizhi sniffed softly. She hadn't rested well today, and after all this fuss, she soon felt sleepy. When the Duke returned, the study lights were off, and the backyard was quiet, with only a small night light left on. He walked straight to the cage. Long ago, when he raised her, he had specially made a birdcage for her, thinking she wouldn't need it. The young girl leaned against the iron cage, sleeping peacefully. The Duke's dark eyelashes drooped slightly as he stared intently at her figure. No one should think of making her their pet. He would never let this young girl go. Even if she cares for another male, he would keep her close, never letting her leave for a lifetime. Zhizhi slept with her hands tied, restless and uneasy. Her wrists felt icy cold, and even in her dreams, she whimpered softly in distress. The Duke slowly approached. He crouched down across the cage, trying to reach out and touch her rabbit ears. But his fingers froze halfway. Zhizhi woke up. Seeing the man outside the cage, she instinctively wanted to move closer, but was blocked by the cold iron bars. She looked up sadly at him and softly said, "I'm very thirsty." The Duke picked up a small teapot, held her chin with one hand, and fed her water, just like the first time they met. The cool tea spilled from her lips, and she pouted sadly. "My wrist hurts." The Duke didn't respond. She blinked and softly said, "I'm hungry. Do you still want me to feed you?" The Duke put down the teapot, squinted at her, and had a faint, dangerous smile on his face. Her eyes, usually soft, turned red in an instant. "Is she really made of water?" Zhizhi gently spoke. "I can eat by myself," as long as she called back the snake on her wrist. She preferred to eat on her own. The Duke seemed not to hear her, and went to the study, bringing in a plate of snacks. It was fragrant rose cookies, crispy and sweet. He cut them into small pieces with a knife, and offered one to her lips. Zhizhi took a bite, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she ate, occasionally glancing at him quickly. The Duke's presence was strong, but his actions remained gentle as always. She had crumbs on her lips, and the Duke gently wiped them away with his thumb.
just like that.
He kept her in the cage. She was very quiet, not making trouble, only sniffling twice, obediently eating her food. Every day he came back, he saw her. It was like taking care of a real pet. When lonely, he would open the cage and hold her in his arms to pet her. She was just a pet, and as long as she pleased him, that was enough. Nothing more to hope for. Zhizhi finished the rose cookies and wanted to drink water.
She didn't want tea.
In the cool night, she whispered, "I want hot milk. See?"
She knew how to make requests.
Sometimes she was hungry, sometimes thirsty. Now she wanted hot milk. Would she ask for a blanket after finishing it? She was more troublesome than any pet he had before. But the Duke had to admit, it was his indulgence that made her so unruly. Other pets that misbehaved would be scolded. What about her? How should she be punished? He couldn't bear to do it. She sipped her warm milk slowly, feeling very satisfied. Zhizhi closed her eyes comfortably. Her rabbit ears twitched as she lifted her head, licking the white stain at the corner of her mouth. "It's a bit cold tonight. I want a soft, warm blanket, preferably one that's just been sun-dried." The Duke almost couldn't hold back his laughter. As he guessed, after eating and drinking enough, the little rabbit was ready to sleep. He watched her soft, lazy appearance, her rabbit ears drooping, as if she would fall asleep very soon. She knelt on the mat inside the cage, her hands tied behind her back, looking fragile and delicate. Her clear rabbit eyes showed a hint of confusion and exhaustion. Her cheeks were pink from eating, her nose slightly upturned, her lips lightly pressed, innocent and pure. This little female always easily stirred his desire. The Duke's eyes darkened slightly. He gently touched her lips through the cage, whispering, "Please please me. Good morning, my adorable darling." Updates will continue at noon and tonight. If she could please him, then he would forgive her this time. This was a deal. The full moon hung high in the sky, hazy and romantic. The mist in the water pool was blown by the night wind, carrying warm moisture. A golden birdcage embroidered with blood-red roses. The girl's eyes reddened at the corners. She looked up, her throat tight. A fragile, broken, trembling whisper seemed to be holding back something. Her vision blurred gradually. In front of her, cold, golden vertical pupils looked down at her with a hint of playfulness. A large hand pressed against the back of her head. The Duke's face showed a faint blush. The man's muffled moan sounded. He took a step back, his cold eyes hiding intense desire. The Duke glanced at her wrist behind her back. The black snake quickly left, slipping into the grass. After pleasure, the Duke no longer looked at her and left indifferently. Her coughs, caused by the cold night wind, were soft and broken, like gentle tears. Then, the servant brought in soft pink bedding. Somehow, it felt warm to the touch. The rose cage turned into a rabbit nest. Zhizhi was very tired. She was extremely sleepy. The red marks on her wrists, now unbound, were clearly visible. She hid under the blanket, holding a dry, fragrant pillow, gradually falling asleep. Later, the Duke became busy. She rarely visits her. According to Teacher Diley, the frontline battles are intensifying and conflicts with the Deep Sea Empire are growing worse. Zhizhi has been living a peaceful and happy life lately. Her servants dare not neglect her. Teacher Diley also comes to keep her company every day. Although her activities are limited to the backyard, the rose cage has become her sleeping place. Only occasionally, she thinks of the Duke. She has many things she wants to say to him, but she can never see him. So, she writes all her thoughts in letters. As her due date approaches, she feels very hopeful. Zhizhi counts the days, and on a morning when the sky is just beginning to brighten, with dew still on the leaves, she finally hears the familiar system voice. System. The host has 3 minutes left before giving birth. Please prepare. Oh no, it's time to give birth. Zhizhi quickly spreads the blanket and lies down. With her past experience and the system's gift of the painless instant birth pill, the delivery is quick and smooth. Her heart fills with joy. 1 minute later. System. Congratulations. The host has successfully given birth. Reward, 300 points. Since 6 snake babies were born, an extra 600 points are awarded. System. The postpartum care package has been sent. Please claim it promptly. System. Friendly reminder. The host is currently level 2. 600 points are needed to level up. 6 babies. Zhizhi is stunned. Could it be because she's been with the Duke too many times? She looks at the pink blanket piled with several snake eggs, with black and dark red colors, similar to the Duke's snake tail she saw last time. The eggs have mysterious cracks, symbolizing ancient snakes. 1, 2, 3. Zhizhi counts, her face slightly red. There really are 6. That's too many. The spring morning is a bit chilly. She's worried about freezing the snake babies, so she covers them all with the blanket. The scent of the eggs will soon spread. By then, the entire Duke's residence will know she has given birth. According to the Duke, this day will also be announced publicly as her death. From then on, no one in the Valoran Empire will know that the female rabbit is still alive. She will be forever imprisoned in the Duke's residence. There isn't much time left for Zhizhi. Although she hesitated a little, she still decided to find a way to leave first. Zhizhi quickly opened the postpartum gift pack to see if there were any useful rewards. She clicked the sparkling button in the air. The red gift bag in front of her opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving postpartum rewards. Transparent bubbles appeared and rolled out. 30 delicious food sets, 1 male identification card, 1 listening to heartfelt voice card, 10 perfect concealment breath-hiding pills, valid for 72 hours, 10 nutrient liquids for smooth, white skin, 1 temporary voice loss nutrient liquid, 1 disguise evolution rune, 1 storage slot 10 cards. Some of these items she had seen before in previous postpartum gift packs, and they worked very well. Others were new to her. Male identification card, temporary voice loss nutrient liquid.
Disguise evolution rune.
What she liked most was the listening to heartfelt voice card. The first time she used it to help complete a side mission, and the second time, it directly saved her life. Without hesitation, Zhizhi immediately opened the Good Luck Mall to find a teleportation scroll for a reachable location. Before that, Satan, what is my next task? System. Not unlocked yet. Main tasks don't pop up immediately after completing the previous one. Sometimes early, sometimes late. The system will give a reminder at a certain time. Zhizhi hesitated for a moment. The cheapest place is the amusement park in the Moonrise Empire. On the teleportation scroll, other locations cost 500 points to exchange, but the amusement park only costs 100. Earning points was not easy for Zhizhi, so she was reluctant to spend 500 to unlock a region just for teleportation. Since the amusement park was the cheapest, she chose that. She immediately exchanged 100 points for the teleportation permission to the Moonrise Empire. Amusement park, area, and the green text on the scroll sparkled. Time to go. Zhizhi felt a bit emotional. She had stayed the longest at the Duke's residence, a full 2 months. Thinking for a moment, she took out the letter she had already written and placed it on the tray at the edge of the cage. Finally, Zhizhi leaned over, gently hugging the 6 snake eggs through the quilt. This was a farewell hug. The scent of the snake cubs in the study quickly filled the entire Duke's residence. On the way here, Teacher Dolly was so excited she almost fell. Before she arrived, the Duke had already returned. At the door of the study, guards and servants knelt in a large crowd. Teacher Dolly paused, then quickly knelt down as well. The Duke's personal servant trembled as he carefully took out the 6 snake eggs from the bedding. The snake eggs were very beautiful, with black and red intertwined, and the unique snake patterns arranged neatly. Looking closely, they seemed like works of art. The snake eggs also had warmth. The servant could hear the breathing of the young masters. But the Duke was not happy about having 6 babies. He stared gloomily at the empty cage, clutching his cigarette rod so tightly that it almost broke. Find her. Every word sounded like it was forced from his teeth. Search the entire empire and find her. Only then did the servant realize Miss Zhizhi was missing. He thought the Duke had sent her to rest. But with such strict guards in the study, how could she have escaped? The Duke almost lost his mind, his golden vertical pupils flashing with an endless desire for revenge. At such times, no one dared to comfort him. The servant knelt outside the cage, then suddenly saw a letter on a wooden tray. He gathered his courage. Lord Polan, it seems Miss Zhizhi left you a letter? Hearing the servant's words, the Duke suddenly turned around. He saw the white envelope and as he took it, he could smell a faint jasmine fragrance. The Duke's pupils shrank suddenly. He clenched the letter tightly, his fingertips trembling slightly. Duke's personal note. What caught his eye were 4 large characters. Today, Teacher Dolly brought me some filled chocolates. I like them very much. She said they were specially sent from the palace by the Duke. Gio brought many classical books as I requested. Among them is the history of the Snake Tribe. I've always been curious about what kind of place the Duke lives in. The habits of the Snake Tribe are quite different from what I saw when I was very young. Have things changed since then?
But
I know you wouldn't talk about these things openly. Today, I ate a lot of rice balls and drank a strawberry milkshake. Teacher Dai, Lee said you've been very busy lately and will come to see me when you have free time. I understand. I heard that many places are experiencing conflicts, and you're handling many official matters, even having little time to sleep. Actually, I want to say that I kind of miss you. After all that was said earlier, Zhizhi finally got to the main point. Although the Duke never came to see her again after that night, she still remembers the times they spent together. Seeing these words, the Duke's throat tightened. His jaw was clenched, and his golden vertical pupils stared hard at the letter in his hand. Today, I received a postcard from Moo. She went to Tsuewe Gorge and had a great time. I'm so jealous. I also want to go out and play.
what are you doing right now?
Did you have a good day? Have you eaten?
Gone to sleep?
Do you still have nightmares? When will you come to see me? Take me out to play. This letter covers a long period of time and wasn't written in one day. The content jumps around. It seems the little girl writes whatever comes to mind, in a scattered way, with no clear flow. Just looking at it, the Duke's heart aches inexplicably. He seems to see the lonely girl sitting inside her cage, waiting day after day for him to return. He deliberately neglected her during this time. The Duke knows he's about to fall apart. He needs to step back, regain his calm and clarity, and stop entangling with her.
But
she wrote, I'm a little scared. I don't know how long I'll be kept here. I envy Moo. She can go anywhere she wants. She's seen many places I've never seen. The Duke's body stiffened. He looked at every word on the letter, his heartbeat almost stopping. I'm leaving. There are many reasons, too many to tell you. I am going to a faraway place, and I don't know if I will have a chance to return. So, for now, I want to write down everything I want to say. I hope you can be a little happier. I pray to the gods, wishing you no longer have nightmares. Don't look for me. I use something like a teleportation array and have already left the Imperial City. Everyone, rest well, and don't blame them. They have all been very kind to me. It's time to say goodbye. If we really meet again someday, Lord Duke, I hope you won't punish me, and also, I hope you can give me a hug. Zhizhi didn't understand why the Duke was angry. She felt a little scared. She didn't know how to get along with the angry Duke and instinctively wanted to hide. And she still had tasks to complete. She couldn't stay here. This time, she left without saying goodbye, only leaving a letter for the Duke. In the future, if we meet again, if only the Duke would be willing to hug her. She didn't want to be locked up anymore. Finally, she left a message. Be good to the little ones. Zhizhi used a teleportation scroll, feeling a dizzy swirl, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a snowy ruin. Just like the instructions on the scroll said, her stomach was churning, feeling like motion sickness. After a moment, she felt a biting cold. Achoo! She sneezed, clutching her red backpack tightly. Looking around, she saw only white snow everywhere. Suddenly, she went from a warm, blooming place to a freezing cold area. Is this the Moonrise Empire in the far north? She remembered she chose a place called Paradise. The name, it sounded like a very happy place. And it only cost 100 points, though it was a bit cold. Zhizhi was dressed lightly, but luckily, she had put on an extra coat during teleportation. She stood up from the snow pile, wobbled, and headed toward a nearby shop. Suddenly, a system message appeared in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, the host has started the 4th main mission. The goal is to successfully impregnate an adult male merfolk, regardless of status, within 2 months. Failure or timeout will result in erasure. Please hurry, the countdown has begun. The fourth main mission has begun. Zhizhi carefully reviews the mission details. Merfolk. Race? I remember reading about them in ancient history books. They are said to be a very rare species, living in the most hidden parts of the Deep Sea Empire. But I recall that the Moonrise Empire and the Deep Sea Empire are in completely opposite directions. The girl stands blankly in place. Should I stay longer at the Duke's residence? System. Staying in place prevents unlocking the main storyline, so the key is to explore and move around at the right time.
Oh.
Zhiji's current location is the Moonrise Empire's amusement park, but she doesn't know which area she's in now. The surroundings are desolate. There are broken buildings everywhere, towering into the sky, covered in snow. Every step she takes feels like stepping into an endless abyss. As she approaches the only shop, suddenly, an alarm sounds from above. Soon, a serious broadcast message is transmitted through loudspeakers to every orc's ears. This year's fourth snowstorm is approaching. All residents must bring their ID cards to the shelter tower. Without an ID, entry to the shelter is not allowed. Please display your ID on your chest. In 30 minutes, the snowstorm will cover the entire amusement park. Please plan your time carefully and go to the shelter tower in an orderly manner. Do not crowd. Violators will face park penalties.
Huh? Snowstorm?
Zhizhi pauses, seeing many orcs rushing out of the shop, their faces anxious. One orc drives an off-road vehicle. Everyone quickly gets in, and the car speeds away, disappearing from her sight in an instant. She opens her arms and waves desperately, trying to chase after them, but the thick snow causes her to fall. No orc notices that there's a small female orc at the border area. The cold wind cuts like a knife, making her throat burn and tears almost come out. She tightly hugs her red backpack, braving the fierce cold, and steps forward toward the direction where the vehicle disappeared. But the road was very difficult to walk. Every step Zhizhi took was pushed back by the wind. Oh no! She wondered if she would die just from the harsh weather. The snow tide. The name sounded similar to a mudslide or volcanic eruption. While Zhizhi was lost to her thoughts, a pair of long brown boots appeared in front of her. Zhizhi, the person holding a walkie-talkie, quickly reported to the officer. Coordinates 223, 466 area. A female rabbit tribe member found. Her strength and level are unknown. Should we bring her back? Thank you, dear friends, for your votes, haha. To thank everyone for their support, I will post more tomorrow morning. I will work hard to write. See you tomorrow. After receiving confirmation from the law enforcement chief, the young man put away his walkie-talkie. He bent down and extended his right arm. Miss, can you still stand? Zhizhi shivered from the cold. She looked up, but the snow and wind blurred her vision. She tremblingly held onto his arm, trying to stand, but felt a dull pain in her twisted left leg. Sorry for the trouble. The young law enforcement officer didn't delay. After saying this, he directly picked up the female rabbit tribe member. He moved very quickly. In an instant, a series of heavy footprints was left in the snow. Far away, a vintage steam engine was parked. He opened the door, and a wave of warm air hit her. Zhizhi immediately felt warm enough to lift her rabbit ears. She was placed on the co-pilot seat. The steam helicopter gradually lifted off the ground and flew toward the distance. Frost and snow covered the glass window, and she could vaguely see the vast valley below, covered in snow, and the distant snow tide like a tsunami.
She was saved.
Zhizhi let out a sigh of relief. She had a moment of free time and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the beast-man young man piloting the plane. He was dressed in a dark brown uniform, focused on the front. Noticing her gaze, he spoke softly. We are heading to the Paradise Command Center now. It won't be affected by the snow tide there. Okay. Zhizhi sat obediently, holding her seatbelt with both hands, not disturbing him anymore. The steam helicopter landed on a high platform. Guards checked it as usual. At the entrance, Zhizhi tightly hugged her red backpack. She saw the young man swipe his fingerprint, and she was allowed to pass. But she swiped her finger, and the machine made no response. When the deputy guard looked up at her, his expression was a bit surprised, but he still carefully held his pen and said, "Please show your ID." ID. I didn't bring it. Zhizhi couldn't remember having such a thing. The guard glanced at the young guard who brought her, as if questioning, "Why did you bring back a suspicious female?" The young guard stood silently aside. Several guards at the entrance looked at this unfamiliar rabbit female. She was wearing too little clothing. Although she had a brown coat on, her lower body and legs were exposed, and she was shivering. "Sorry, according to the rules, you can't enter." The guard made a firm decision.
Then,
"Can I wait at the door?" Zhizhi asked timidly. "If I get kicked out now, I might be swept away by the snowstorm." The deputy guard responded coldly, "No. Please leave immediately." Nearby, a younger guard looked regretful. This rabbit female looked very pretty and cute. If she had an ID, the guards would definitely treat her as a guest of honor. But now, with the ongoing wars on the Beast Planet, no one knew if she was a spy sent by another empire. Zhizhi froze. She hugged her red backpack even tighter. Suddenly, she remembered something. She hurriedly unzipped it and took out a badge. "This," she raised her hand, hoping the tall guard in front of her, who was about 1.9 meters, could see what she was holding. "This can prove my identity." The girl held a delicate, water blue badge with the emblem of the Valoran Empire. The Moonrise Empire and the Valoran Empire had a relatively peaceful relationship, currently in an alliance. But they would never allow the Valoran Empire's beastmen to infiltrate. The guard stared at the badge, not planning to take it. Beside him, a younger guard whispered, "Deputy, maybe let her hide inside for now, and we can check her identity slowly. After all, she's from the Valoran Empire." Zhizhi was very nervous and afraid of being driven away. Just as she was trying to think of how to persuade them, the young guard who brought her over suddenly approached. He took the light blue badge from Zhizhi's hand and examined it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The S level, on the back of the light blue badge, there was a small gold S engraved. Although tiny, it was very clear. All the guards present were stunned. When Zhizhi heard this question, she nodded gently. "Yes.
this.
She only knew that she was given special treatment in the Valoran Empire, but she wasn't sure if it would work here. The youngest guard, holding a walkie-talkie, accidentally dropped it on the ground. He stared blankly at the female rabbit who had suddenly arrived. Is this real? Could it be that an S-level female suddenly appeared? Remember, in any empire, S-level females are protected key figures. Even when traveling, they contact high officials in advance and arrange protection within the country. They hadn't received any news about the visit of a Valoran Empire S-level female. Could something be wrong? Although her identity was questionable, the guard's attitude clearly changed. The young guard of the guard team saluted her for the first time. "Honorable Rabbit Lady, please wait a moment. I need to ask the commander for instructions again." He glanced at the deputy captain, who was nearly 2 meters tall. "She wants to go in with me." The deputy captain, though somewhat skeptical, thought it unlikely that a wild S-level female would get lost and happen to come to the paradise of the Moonrise Empire. He stiffly nodded. Understood. Even a 1 in 1,000 chance meant they couldn't disrespect a potential S-level female. This was the law of the Moonrise Empire. No matter which empire an S-level female came from, once she arrived in the Moonrise Empire, she must be given the highest level of reception. Her safety must be protected, and all her needs met. Finally, the guards allowed her to pass. Zhizhi followed the young guard into the secure area. He explained as they walked, "Honorable young lady, to verify your identity, we need to conduct a abilities test again. We hope you understand." "That's fine." Zhizhi was not afraid of the test. Her S-class female status is genuine and real. At the entrance, the deputy guard spoke, "Go inside and see if she truly has reached S-class. If not, immediately drive her out." The youngest guard saluted quickly. "Yes. Deputy." Valoran Empire. On the evening when Zhizhi left, 2 hot posts appeared on the Empire Forum. The first one was titled, "Duke Polan has his first offspring. 6 snake babies born." Once posted, this news quickly became the top trending topic. Duke Polan is very popular in the Valoran Empire, and any news from the Duke's residence spreads online instantly. Since the news of Miss Zhizhi's pregnancy leaked, many posts related to her and the Duke appeared on the forum. Some even created a snake-rabbit alliance for fans to support their favorite couples. At midnight, another post quickly took the top spot. Don Locke K. imprisoned for 3 years and 4 months, released tonight. The Empire's ultimate weapon is back in the open. There will be updates at noon and evening, so remember to check them out. Carrot. In the Paradise Command Center, from a high vantage point, the view was of a snowstorm like a waterfall raging through the valley, with thunderous sounds. Zhizhi followed behind a young guard, her rabbit ears drooping, trying to block out the outside noise. In a corridor filled with flashing lasers, at the end was an intelligent mechanical tank sliding forward. It had one damaged eye, dark and hollow, firepower aimed. Alien species invasion detected. Should we launch a bombing? The mechanical arm pointed toward Zhizhi. It seemed that with just one command, it would blow the head off this alien. Zhizhi's face turned pale. She instinctively hid behind the young guard, trembling with fear. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from above. Don't be afraid. It's just joking with you. Really? Zhizhi cautiously peeked out, seeing the robot happily spinning on the ground after its prank. All right, Aru, stop messing around. The guard unlocked the room door with a fingerprint. I want to bring this distinguished young lady for testing her abilities. Please patrol carefully and keep suspicious people away. Also, please brew us 2 cups of hot coffee. Thank you. The tank-like machine raised its arm, as if saluting. No problem. Hoo-hoo, the tank-like machine, about half a person tall, rolled past on small wheels. A young guard pushed open the door. Inside was a spacious room with a testing device. A blue light circle was projected on the floor. She just needed to stand inside. The young guard saluted the male beast inside the room. Following their instructions, Zhizhi stepped into the light circle. At the door, a young guard peeked around. The device spun quickly and soon displayed a level, S-grade. Now it was confirmed she was a genuine S-grade female rabbit. The male who had been sitting immediately stood up. The young guard quietly slipped away to report the news to the deputy. The male responsible for testing level spoke. Luther, take this young lady to the lounge. Whatever she needs, try to satisfy her. I need to go to a morning meeting with the officer now. Beautiful young lady, don't worry, you are our honored guest. The young guard named Luther nodded slightly and led the way. They walked through a clean corridor to the command center's lounge. There was a long dining table and comfortable soft chairs. The tank-like machine brought in a tray, placing 2 steaming cups of freshly brewed coffee on the table. It circled around the young rabbit girl. Should I collect her information? The tank-like machine asked, looking up at the young man in a brown uniform. Zhizhi sat in a chair. The room was warm, very different from the cold outside. She was a bit nervous, hands resting on her lap, unsure of what to do. Luther spoke softly. Let's collect it next time we meet. The young rabbit girl had just arrived in a strange place and needed some time to get used to it. Gathering information could wait a few days. The tank-like machine rolled away. Zhizhi looked at the hot coffee in her hands. She couldn't help but hold the cup tightly and take a sip. Zhizhi, Miss Zhizhi, is there anything we can help you with? Luther's tone was very gentle, and his words were patient. He looked at the small female rabbit who seemed to have fallen from the sky, afraid that a loud voice might scare her. I need a place to stay, Zhizhi said after drinking half her coffee. She looked up at the young beast man in front of her. Luther nodded. I'll arrange that. Do you have any specific requirements for your accommodation? I hope it's safe and warm, she replied. No problem, the young man said with a slight smile. You are a level S female from the Beast World planet. No matter which empire you go to, you'll receive the highest level of treatment. Are there any other requests? He asked further. Zhizhi hesitated for a moment before asking, Are there merfolk here? Hearing this, Luther paused briefly. He recalled the information he had seen earlier. There weren't any before, but a couple of days ago one was brought in. It was transported by air, steamship directly brought here. Tonight at 8 o'clock, there will be an auction at the amusement park. Are you coming for the merfolk? I can take you to the auction. If the female rabbit was here for the merfolk, that would make sense. Thinking of merfolk, Zhizhi quickly nodded. I want to go. The merfolk live in the Deep Sea Empire. If she wanted to travel from the Moonrise Empire to the Deep Sea Empire, she would need to pass safely through the Sad Dragon Cave and cross the entire Valorant Empire. The risk was too high. It was dangerous outside, and she didn't have a dedicated guard team. Moreover, entering the Valorant Empire would definitely mean being intercepted. If she could meet merfolk at the amusement park, that would be very convenient. The mission was scheduled for 2 months. As long as she timed it right, she believed it would be fine. Meanwhile, on the other side, the male responsible for inspection asked, Commander, the information has been verified. She is a level S female rabbit from the Valorant Empire. Luther just sent the latest report. She came to the amusement park, possibly for the merfolk auction. This reason also made sense. The merfolk of the Deep Sea Empire are very mysterious. It is said that each one is stunningly beautiful. Plus, some special abilities make them especially loved by females of the Moonrise Empire. 2 weeks ago, news was released that a new species would be auctioned soon. Many noble females arrived early at the amusement park, well prepared for the event. So, it was normal for noble females from the Valoran Empire to come as well. Do we need to contact the Valoran Empire and tell them that Miss Zhizhi is now in our territory? At the head of the conference table, a uniformed officer gently tapped his pen on the table and said, Are you stupid? We don't need to tell them anything about this. Since she has come, no matter how long she stays or what she does, we will support her fully. Maybe this rabbit female will want to stay in the Moonrise Empire forever. A level S female. Who wouldn't want that? If anyone asks, just say she has always lived in the city of Divine Gift. Let Luther kindly remind her that, for safety, she shouldn't tell any beastmen where she is from. Yes, sir. The young female rabbit got lost and accidentally entered the Moonrise Empire's amusement park. She is now a native treasure of the Empire. At 7 p.m. Luther took Zhizhi to the Lost Tower. Many buildings in the park are built at different heights and layered to prevent snow from piling up. She saw a handsome male standing at the entrance, welcoming guests. Most visitors are female from various races. Is this the... Zhizhi murmured. Luther smiled. This is a place for noble young ladies to find fun. Are mermaids inside? Zhizhi was focused on her main mission. Luther said, The Lost Tower holds a sale once a month. I checked with someone this afternoon, and tonight's auction features mermaid tribes. It's definitely happening. However, there was something Luther wasn't sure if he should warn her about. Thanks to Carolitu for the 400-point donation. See you tonight, .. Luther hesitated for a long time, but decided to tell her in advance. Miss Zhizhi, many females are here for the mermaids. They are well prepared. Prepared for what? Gold. Luther smiled slightly. He didn't think this young female lacked money. Instead, he thought she appeared in a very desolate place, and her clothes were not suitable for the season. In the afternoon, the officer sent someone to buy her a light-colored long dress, topped with a warm, white furry cloak. The female rabbit was very beautiful, her fair cheeks flushed from the wind, her bright eyes clear and sparkling like stars. The furry collar framed her small face, making her look tender and tempting. Luther slightly turned his body away, withdrawing his gaze, afraid to stare any longer. She has a look that any male from her tribe would like. She looks like a lost little rabbit, unable to find her way home. In this situation, does she really have enough gold, silver, and jewelry to buy the only mermaid? Hearing the word gold, Zhizhi paused. She hugged her red backpack tightly. I brought it. Before leaving on this long journey, Zhizhi packed her belongings before using the teleportation array. Besides her personal items, she also packed some gemstones given by the Duke. In the Duke's mansion, she didn't need to spend money on anything. Even the most beautiful gemstones were just decorations, to be admired in the sun during her free time. Now they finally have a use. Luther smiled. All right, let's go inside. It seemed Miss Zhizhi really came for the mermaid. I wonder how she managed to come alone to the Empire Park? Where did she stay before? The City of Divine Blessings? The Lost Tower. The male guards at the entrance brightened when they saw Zhizhi. So cute. It's been a long time since they've seen such a beautiful young female rabbit. Seeing Luther, who was with her escort behind her, they knew her status must be extremely noble. Zhizhi entered the Lost Tower. Outside the park, heavy snow was falling, and it was even colder at night. But inside the Lost Tower, it was very warm. The fireplaces on both sides burned brightly, and a red carpet stretched all the way to the wide staircase. Female rabbits, some waiting for someone, some flipping cards, and others holding their auction entry numbers, waited quietly. Zhizhi saw the glass rooms along the corridor, where handsome males sat like merchandise, available for the passing females to choose. She walked a bit slowly. Luther looked back and saw her watching the male inside the glass house. He explained, "They are performers chosen to entertain in the Lost Tower. If you like someone, you can check their name tag and take them home tonight." "Huh?" Zhizhi quickly shook her head. "No, I don't need that." Her purpose for coming was to find the mermaid. She wasn't interested in any other males. On the way, Luther took a phone call. He glanced at the time and said, "Miss Zhizhi, I have a sudden task and need to go out for about half an hour. Can you wait here for me?" Zhizhi replied, "Yes, that's fine." Luther said, "The security in the Lost Tower is very safe, so don't worry. There's a rest area on the second floor with plenty of food and drinks. I'll be back soon." "Okay, go ahead." Luther looked quite anxious. Zhizhi waved cheerfully at him. Luther looked a bit surprised. He didn't expect this S-class female to be so easy to talk to. Usually, other S-class females might have been sarcastic or proud and might have started scolding him. By the way, Miss Zhizhi seems to be very polite to everyone. Maybe she comes from a very noble background, much more than he imagined. After Luther left, Zhizhi went alone to the second floor area. Just as the young guard had said, the second floor was a resting area where many females enjoyed food. She wanted to go to the bathroom and wash her hands with soap. Following the signs, she crossed the hall and turned into a quiet corridor. She passed by a half-open door, but before she could step through, a hand suddenly reached out from inside and pulled her inside. Zhizhi's eyes widened. Before she could scream, her mouth was tightly covered. Bang! The door closed. She was plunged into darkness. The space inside felt very narrow, making it hard to turn around. The person behind her held her mouth tightly, with strong arms wrapping around her. He was trembling? Zhizhi's whole body stiffened. Her back pressed against the male's chest. She could feel him trembling all over, as if he was desperately trying to hold something back. Who? She wanted to speak, but her mouth was covered, so she could only make muffled sounds. "Huh." A hoarse breathing sound came from behind. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. Zhizhi thought about the reward from the postpartum gift package. She silently thought, "Can I use the male identification card?" System. Ding. The host has used the identification card. Details are as follows. A transparent identity panel appeared before her. Only she could see it. Name: Lewis. Race: unknown. Adult. Gender: male. Mental power: unknown. Superpower talent: unknown. Physique: star level. Overall rating: SSS. Zhizhi looked a bit dazed. She used a precious card, but many attributes weren't measured. Did it overflow? But what's certain is that he is a top-tier male. SSS. But what does star level mean? In Zhizhi's memory, isn't the highest level of physique the martial god? Ugh. She wanted to speak. The person behind her had sweaty, warm palms. His whole body was hot, like he had just been roasted in a furnace. "Sorry." Zhizhi heard a hoarse, deep voice from the young man. "I've run into a bit of trouble now." Ha. With each word, he gasped many times. He slightly loosened his grip, supporting her body, and slowly turned her around. In the darkness, his misty eyes shimmered, and his heart looked painfully like it was being gnawed by countless ants. "Please. Help me." Zhizhi stared at him blankly. His name was Lewis? He looked like he was being tortured. Under his messy hair, his deep eyes shimmered with moisture, like fog rising over a spring night lake. He supported the door behind Zhizhi with one hand, looking down at the young female in front of him, as if trapping her in this small space.
Are
you okay? Zhizhi softly asked. Are you sick? Do you need me to get you medicine? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. She felt a little reluctant. Zhizhi rarely used points to exchange for things. She just wanted to level up quickly. Once she reached level 10, she could go home. As she hesitated, suddenly there was a soft snap behind her. It was a stranger male unlocking the door. Louis, with the last bit of his remaining reason, gently pushed the door open. Hurry. Go. He felt he was about to die. The fire inside his body was about to burn him completely. A faint light seeped in. In the quiet corridor, distant soft music and the laughter of female guests could be heard. But all of it felt very far away, like it was 2 worlds apart. Zhizhi took a step back, then another step back. Gradually, she returned to the bright area. But the unfamiliar male face full of pain seemed to be forever trapped in darkness. Light and darkness, separated by a door, facing each other from afar. Louis finally looked at the small female bathed in gentle, dim light. She stared at him blankly, her rabbit-like pupils filled with countless stars. His head started to ache. Zhizhi saw that this young man named Louis, with sweat-drenched hair, had dark, misty eyes. But at the moment when the door was gently pulled back, his deep black eyes suddenly turned into a rich emerald green. Her pupils involuntarily dilated, but in just 1 second, the green eyes returned to black. Louis knew he was losing control. Before this, pushing the little female rabbit back into the light was his last act of kindness.
Suddenly,
the door about to close was caught from outside. The door only showed a small crack. Zhizhi was a little timid, but she still opened her hand in the young man's line of sight. This was her final decision, to exchange for the medicine. In her palm, there was a slender glass bottle filled with light blue liquid, resembling seawater. Louis, here.
Drink this.
It should make you feel less uncomfortable. Louis, with one eye covered by his messy hair, stared blankly at the slender glass tube with his dark pupil. He trembled as he reached out his hand. When he took the medicine, his damp fingers lightly brushed the delicate palm of the girl. Thank you. Bang. He closed the door. The medicine flowed down Louis's throat, and his heavy breathing gradually stopped. He held an empty glass bottle in his left hand and brushed aside his messy hair with his right. The other eye, exposed, emitted a faint glow in the darkness, like a precious emerald. His left eye, a cold black, said, "It's a pity your plan failed." His right eye, a gentle green, smiled and said, "I will kill her sooner or later." This little rabbit girl, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, even carried calmness medicine with her, ruining his plans. Louis clenched the glass bottle and shouted, "Go away." In an instant, his right eye turned black again. He leaned against the storage cabinet, recalling the sweet smell on the girl, like jasmine soaked in milk. Very tempting. He forgot to ask her name. Louis suddenly felt a bit regretful. Zhizhi found the bathroom and washed her hands with cold water. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was a bit messy, and her ears were slightly red, as if she had just been teased. She gently wiped her ears with a damp tissue. After tidying up, she returned to the lounge on the 2nd floor and took a glass of vegetable juice. That beast man male named Louis. What kind of race was he? Even in pain, his body didn't turn beastly. He appeared in the Lost Tower at this time. Could he also be a performer in the Lost Tower? Thinking of this, Zhizhi remembered the performers in the glass houses along the corridor on the 1st floor. They all looked good, but compared to Louis, they seemed plain. Louis was so handsome. Maybe he was the most popular performer in the Lost Tower. When Luther returned from outside, he immediately saw the rabbit girl sitting alone on the sofa among the beast group. He hurried over and said, "Sorry, I'm 5 minutes late." Luther had received a last-minute task and thought he could be back in 30 minutes. But it took him 35 minutes. Luther softly said, "Let's go to the auction hall. It should be starting soon." Hearing about the auction hall, Zhizhi immediately stood up and finished her last sip of vegetable juice. Finally, I will see the mermaid. She was the only mermaid in the current Moonrise Empire. She was her target for the plan. She headed to the third-floor auction hall and took a ticket along with the other females waiting in line. Luther carefully followed Zhizhi around the city. They sat down at the front, near the auction stage. The stage was brightly lit, ensuring everyone could see the auction items clearly. More than 30 seats were reserved for tonight, and all were filled within 5 minutes. Latecomer females could enter and stand at the back to watch, but they had no bidding rights. On the stage, a half-beast male deer appeared. He held a microphone and enthusiastically introduced, "Welcome, ladies, to the monthly auction at the Lost Tower. Tonight, we are auctioning a very rare and precious mermaid." As music played, 2 orcs pushed a glass water tank cage onto the stage from behind a red curtain. Zhizhi's eyes widened slightly.
Wow.
So beautiful. Good afternoon, everyone. Haha, thanks to Karolitu for the 100-point tip. Inside an oval-shaped glass tank filled with light blue seawater, a mermaid floated quietly, eyes gently closed, her blue tail softly swaying. Bubbles in the tank made a bubbling sound, making the mermaid look even more dreamy and beautiful. The moment the mermaid appeared, it seemed to transport all the females present into a fairy tale world. All the orcs held their breath. The dear host held the microphone, smiling warmly. "Dear ladies, because this item is extremely precious, we will change the way we auction today. Instead of calling out bids with gold, each customer can offer 1 or more treasures. The highest total value wins the mermaid. From now on, customers who have decided can raise their paddles." As soon as the host finished speaking, a buzz of conversation filled the room. Unexpectedly, today's auction was based on bartering, which felt much more exciting than before. Thinking about it, this mermaid can be considered a priceless treasure, beyond the value of gold. Many females eagerly raised their paddles. Under the host's call, they placed their treasured items on a tray, ready to bid. Various rare bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, and more. By the second round, the items are clearly more valuable. There are rare agates from the deep sea region. There are crystal fragments from the highest snowy mountains. There are top-quality swords forged with 9-layer flames. Among these, the most astonishing to the orcs is a young lady from the Fox clan of the City of Divine Blessings. Today, she brought an ancient scroll containing a magical landscape painting. When the auction hall's lights are turned off and the scroll is opened, it shimmers brightly, and the fairyland depicted in the painting appears in real life. Such a beautiful ancient picture. As expected of the Fox clan young lady, she is very generous with her offerings. This might be the most valuable item tonight. Miss Vivian is determined to get this mermaid. Everyone, please don't compete with her, or she might get upset. Sitting in the front row, Zhizhi looked at the shining gems inside her red bag with a worried expression. Luther noticed her expression and asked softly, "What's wrong, Miss Zhizhi? I might not have anything valuable to exchange." She brought these gems, intending to trade them for gold. But the auction rules changed. Now, Zhizhi has no rare treasures to offer. Also, she only brought enough for daily expenses, about 20 or so gems. These are just decorations from her cage, usually placed on a tray beside her pillow, for fun. Zhizhi didn't expect the 4th target of her plan to appear at the auction. Seeing her holding her bag and looking downcast, Luther thought for a moment and softly said, "Why not try bidding first? If it doesn't work out after Miss Vivian buys the mermaid, we can talk to her and see if she can lend you the item for a few days." Huh? Lending for a few days? Zhizhi's mind froze slightly. Is this even possible? Luther smiled slightly. Our leader has a good relationship with Miss Vivian. He'll definitely help you negotiate. Then I'll raise my bid first. Zhizhi gathered her courage and raised her paddle. Whether she wins or not, she has to try. If she fails, she can think of other ways later. The reindeer host smiled and said, "Please, miss, place your items on the tray." Everyone's attention immediately focused on her. All the beast men looked at the female rabbit sitting at the front. After the fox princess raised her sign, no one dared to compete with her anymore. No one knew where this young female rabbit came from. Zhizhi saw the male beast approaching with a tray. She lifted her backpack and poured out all the gems inside with a clattering sound. There was a crisp, crackling noise as everyone saw the little female rabbit spill out many shiny objects, like pouring out beans. Viviana, the fox girl sitting a few seats away, turned her head out of curiosity. The male beast took the tray onto the stage. As usual, the host began to show each guest's items one by one. He picked up a gem, but suddenly froze with a surprised expression. Is this, huh? Everyone below stared intently, eager to find out what treasure this brave little rabbit had brought to challenge Miss Viviana. Dream shard, the host exclaimed in shock. This is a blue ice gemstone with a 30,000-year history, originating from the homeland of the beast god. Legend says that the beast god's sword was once embedded with 20 blue ice gemstones, which later became known as Dream Shard. The reindeer host carefully took the blue ice gemstone from the tray and counted. There were exactly 7 of them. Really? Many beast men looked surprised. These gemstones decorated the beast god's sword, which had long since worn away, leaving only the dream shards. Zhiji's face appeared slightly blank. She sat in her chair, motionless for a moment. She didn't know. In fact, there were so many shiny little objects that she couldn't remember when the Duke had given her these gems. Since they couldn't be eaten, she just kept them as decorations. If she hadn't escaped, she probably wouldn't have brought them along. The male beast looked at Zhizhi with a very respectful attitude. The value of these 7 dream shards was enough to surpass that ancient scroll. On this beast world planet, the beast god is the greatest being. Besides these 7 blue ice gemstones, there were 3 rubies and 14 green gemstones. They were all very rare treasures. If exchanged for gold, they would be enough for an ordinary beast to live on for a lifetime on this planet. The male elk bowed and said, "Honorable rabbit lady, only these 7 fragments of dreams are enough. Please take back the remaining gems." Zhizhi nodded, confused. This time, the elk host personally returned the remaining gems. He approached the young female rabbit and felt nervous for the first time. "We don't know which noble lady is visiting. If we have been rude at the Tower of Confusion, it is our fault." Nearby, Lutha spoke calmly. "No need to ask further." The male elk suddenly understood. Yes, of course. Many noble ladies from the Moonrise Empire came for this mermaid, but only the young rabbit girl in front was personally accompanied by Lord Lutha from the guard team. Her status is extremely noble. The male elk suspected she was from a top noble family of the Empire. That's why she didn't hesitate to buy a mermaid with 7 fragments of dreams. Such luxury is unaffordable for ordinary nobles. All the beast men in the scene were still shocked by the appearance of the 7 fragments of dreams, which the girl casually tossed aside. When she poured things into the tray earlier, it looked like she was scooping up small stones from the roadside, with no sign of regret on her face. Vivian looked at Zhizhi with complicated emotions. This mermaid now belonged to her. I wonder what I can use to make her agree to lend me the mermaid for a few days? Zhizhi gained ownership of the mermaid. Under everyone's watch, she lifted her skirt, stepped onto the platform, and slowly approached the oval water cage. "Wait!" Zhizhi suddenly heard someone shout from the beast crowd. "Thank you for the recommendation votes, monthly votes, and Xiaoxiang votes. See you tomorrow. Thanks to Carolitu for the 100-point tip." A female cat in a blue long dress slowly stepped out from the back row. She slightly bowed to the fox lady, then raised her amber eyes and stared intently at the thin rabbit figure on the stage. "Before this lady obtains the mermaid, please allow us to perform a gem appraisal." The beast men on the scene looked at her in surprise. Is this female cat suspecting that the 7 fragments of dreams are fake? The host elk on stage was stunned. Soon, he frantically signaled to the female cat. This auction had many visitors, including many females who traveled from other regions. They probably didn't know Lord Ruther of the Guard. Only the moose knew that the only one who could have the Guard's beastmen protect closely was an S-rank female of the Empire. Zhizhi was confused the whole time. She didn't know what Broken Dream was. She thought it was just a normal gem that could be exchanged for gold. She didn't expect it to be so valuable, which made her a little nervous. The cat girl clapped her hands, and a young male in a blue uniform who came with her stepped forward. The cat girl introduced him. This is the appraisal master from the city of Divine Gift. He will determine whether these 7 ice blue gems are really broken dreams. At first, everyone didn't think much about it. But after the cat girl's reminder, the beast men around started whispering. Could they really be fake? This female rabbit looks very suspicious. I've attended many noble dinners, but I don't remember seeing her before. Exactly. How does she have so many broken dreams? The fox girl princess remained silent. She didn't take sides in this matter. Right now, her mind was full of the mermaid kept in the water tank. The male appraiser stepped onto the high platform. He wore white gloves, picked up one of the ice blue gems from the tray, and a faint green glow appeared in his palm. Everyone's eyes focused on his hand. This was the male cat with the appraisal talent awakened. The moose host stood nearby, wiping his sweat. He carefully looked at the expression of the young female rabbit, noticing she was just staring blankly at the mermaid in the tank. Meanwhile, Lord Ruther below looked serious. The moose host clasped his hands together, making an "I'm sorry" gesture and mouthed, "After it's over, I will sincerely apologize to the young rabbit girl and give her many useful things." The young male appraiser withdrew his hand, placing the ice blue gem back on the tray. The cat girl calmly asked, "How is it?" The appraiser softly replied, "It's real." The cat girl's eyes widened in shock. All 7 are real?
Yes.
He had carefully examined each one, and they were all genuine. The female cat looked at Zhizhi in disbelief. Who is she really? Why does she have such rare gems? You should know, the crown prince of the empire has been collecting broken dreams. He has already gathered 13 of them. Only 7 more are needed. Unexpectedly, all of them are in the hands of this little rabbit. Many of the beast men on the stage look ashamed. Just now, they also doubted whether the gems were real. Now that the results are out, looking at that young female rabbit, she seems to be glowing with a pure light, shining brightly. The moose host quickly and excitedly announced, "Let's give a round of applause to celebrate this young rabbit lady. Congratulations on winning the mermaid." The applause erupts around the stage. Many of the females look at her with envy. Rare mermaids are no longer something that can be bought with gold. Unfortunately, the treasures everyone has are not enough to compare with the broken dreams, especially not 7 of them. The auction ends. The beast men gradually leave the scene. Half of the bright lights are turned off, leaving only the stage illuminated. The staff push carts and bring in a box of gifts. The moose host tries to flatter, "Sorry for the sudden identification earlier, but we couldn't stop it. We truly apologize.
These are all for you.
You'll definitely find them useful." Zhizhi looks at the water tank beside her. Blue seawater gently ripples inside the glass tank. Inside is a mermaid, who looks about the same age as Zhizhi. He is chained around the neck, with long, deep brown hair flowing like seaweed. The mermaid's skin is pale, almost without color. He looks fragile yet beautiful, with bright eyelashes casting shadows on his face. There's a faint mole on his nose, adding a touch of allure. His lips are bright red, like petals blooming at dawn. Even with his eyes closed, his stunning features take away one's breath. Truly beautiful, so beautiful. Zhizhi sighs inwardly. No wonder so many beast females want to take him home tonight. Luther stands nearby, taking the box. As usual, he needs to open it first to check for any dangerous items. He opens the mahogany box and carefully examines the contents. Zhizhi also looks on with curiosity. "What are these?" The moose host gently explained, "This is sea salt. Sprinkling it into the bath can make the mermaid feel more comfortable. Here is a box of lost potion. To prevent the mermaid from harming the owner, please feed it to him every day. This potion won't harm his body, but it will make him feel weak all over. No matter what you do to him, he won't be able to resist. And this." The moose host picked up a small, white box from the case, which looked like a jewelry box used for rings. He slowly opened it, and Zhizhi saw 2 dark blue eyes. She froze in surprise. The moose host said, These are artificial eyes. You can ask the park's doctor to install them for him. If you don't like this color, you can choose others. He doesn't have eyes, Zhizhi asked in shock.
Yes.
When we found him, his pupils were removed because they were too beautiful. They might have been bought by a noble to keep as a collection. The moose's deep voice sounded a bit regretful. A mermaid's eyes are so perfect that no artificial eyes can compare. They are truly flawless. 7 broken dreams replaced a damaged mermaid. It seems a bit unfair, but these 7 can be used for the park to present to the crown prince at this year's imperial ceremony. The moose said, I will ask the tower master for permission and try to get more benefits for you. By the way, there's one more thing that hasn't been shipped yet. It will arrive in about 3 days. When it does, please come back to the Lost Tower. Luther asked, what is it? The holy medicine for cleansing for the mermaid. It will turn him into a real male. Isn't he already male? Zhizhi asked blankly. The moose chuckled and explained, of course, he's a male mermaid. But he doesn't have the ability to mate yet. Once he drinks the holy medicine, everything will be fine. I see. In the water tank. The sleeping mermaid boy, with his eyes closed, listened to the conversation outside. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. His body, chained tightly, gradually turned white with disgust. Innocent, foolish, luxurious, shameless. This was his judgment of the rabbit woman who bought him. Mating? He absolutely, definitely cannot touch her.